Traversing the Douluo Continent, Wang Feng, who initially aspired to lead a life of lethargy, inadvertently activated a remarkable sign-in assistance system. Ding! The plot of Douluo Continent has officially commenced. Host sign-in successful. Congratulations on receiving Meteor tears. Simultaneously, with the aid of the system, Wang Feng began to acquire an array of formidable martial souls. There exists a powerful assault-type martial soul, the Pangu Axe, a mysterious weapon surpassing the Haoyan Hammer, an auxiliary martial soul, the mutated nine-hearted Sea-Doo, capable of healing even the most grievous of wounds. Moreover, there lies a third, unparalleled martial soul, the seven deadly sins fallen angel, which governs the myriad emotions of sentient beings and commands all. Chapter 1. Lethargy. The first sign-in. Meteor tears, outside the Holy Spirit village. As dawn approached, a thick mist enveloped the modest wooden houses within the village. A young boy clad in simple hemp garments sauntered out from the fog-laden entrance of the village, with sun-kissed skin and bright eyes. He ran steadily toward a small hill in the distance, his breathing calm and unhurried. Halfway there, a sudden thought struck him. He halted at the foot of the hill, gazing up at a large rock. Upon that stone lay another boy of similar stature. This boy possessed a handsome visage, yet appeared utterly languid. Reclining on the rock with his legs crossed, a blade of blue-silver grass casually held between his lips, savoring it with apparent delight. "Brother Feng, rising so early every day, will you join me for training today?" He called out with a smile to the boy atop the rock. "Xiao San, do step aside. I am in the midst of a delightful slumber. Let me rest a while longer. The sun grows hotter by the minute. Once you finish your training, do awaken me," replied the boy on the rock, not bothering to open his eyes, seemingly aware of his visitor's presence. "Brother Feng, could you refrain from calling me Xiao San?" Tang San replied with a wry smile. Brother Feng, whose full name is Wang Feng, is a well-known sloth in Holy Spirit Village, a few months his senior. While most boys of 5 or 6 rise early to train in preparation for their impending awakening of martial souls, or assist their parents with farming chores, Brother Feng often lounges about with an expression of utter despair, doing nothing at all. However, there lies a tragic backstory. The village elder recounted that upon his birth, Brother Feng's mother perished due to complications during childbirth. His father, overwhelmed by grief, succumbed to illness less than a year later. Thus, Brother Feng was taken under the elder's care. As the days turned into years, Brother Feng gradually became aware of his surroundings. Apart from the annual ritual of honoring his parents, he did not dwell in sorrow over their untimely demise. Despite his apparent laziness, Brother Feng possesses remarkable intelligence. Reflecting on this, Tang Xin gazed at the boy lounging atop the rock with a sense of admiration. Over the years, Brother Feng has seemingly discovered methods to significantly enhance the agricultural yield of grains and vegetables in Holy Spirit Village, transforming the once barren land into a burgeoning community. He even erected a pillar at the village entrance, which the elder spoke of as potentially bearing the imprint of a legendary soul saint. Externally, it is proclaimed that these are the handprints left by the soul saint, accompanied by a multitude of fantastical tales, claiming that merely visiting and touching them could lead to the possibility of becoming a soul saint oneself. This has undeniably captivated the surrounding villages, with even the city of Notting frequently receiving visitors eager to pay homage to the village. In a mere 2 years, the once secluded and barren Holy Soul village is transformed into a semblance of a small town. Even my father remarked that this Feng lad possesses a mind unlike others, intelligent and considerate. He is adored by the entire village, though he tends to be somewhat lazy. "Let's not call you Xiao San," Wang Feng pondered. "How about a San then?" Tang San replied, exuding a look of exasperation. "Let's stick with Xiao San for now. Brother Feng, I'm off to train." With that, Tang San waved his hand and nimbly ascended the distant small hillock. Though he may be small in stature, his agility was remarkable. The hill, towering over 100 meters, seemed as effortless to him as walking on flat ground. Within mere minutes, he reached the summit. As the saying goes, fate accounts for 30%, hard work for 70, and 90% relies on a golden finger. Being the protagonist of Douluo Continent truly sets one apart. Wang Feng, with a lemon's-hour expression, watched Tang San's deft movements. Such prowess is hardly what one would expect from a mere 6-year-old boy. As for himself, he could barely manage to run a bit before feeling utterly exhausted. "We are both transmigrators, Xiao San. You are a powerful rebirth," Wang Feng sighed. "I'm quite the opposite, a weak rebirth. How did a plain, ordinary person from the 21st century end up in the world of Douluo Continent? It's one thing to transmigrate, but to be reincarnated as a mere side character is truly disheartening." Not even a golden finger is bestowed upon me. How am I to navigate this world? Indeed, Wang Feng is also a transmigrator, yet he pales in comparison to the protagonist, Tang San. He lacks any extraordinary background, a system, or a formidable martial spirit. Naturally, Wang Feng yearns for such gifts, but they remain elusive. Thus, he has languished for 6 years, relying solely on the wisdom from his previous life to marginally improve Holy Soul Village, ensuring a modest comfort for himself and the villagers. Before long, the official plot of Douluo Continent will commence, and the tool character Su Yuntao should be arriving soon if I were to awaken a scythe martial spirit or a hoe. Martial spirit, I might as well run headfirst into a tofu stall and end it all. Wang Feng chewed on blue silvergrass, his gaze fixed on Tang San, who was atop the hill, breathing rhythmically as he practiced the Xiantian gong and Ziji demon eyes. His eyes shimmered with immense envy. Each day, he perched upon this massive rock, watching Tang San train, contemplating whether he might stealthily learn a technique or two. Unfortunately, he is no genius and possesses no special insight. After observing for over a year, he has gleaned little of value. Instead, he can only watch as Tang San grows stronger, while he himself feels increasingly sour. The fanfiction I read in my previous life about Douluo, where a casual brotherhood with Tang San would lead to the importation of the Tang sect's ultimate techniques, it's also absurdly fabricated. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Wang Feng found himself inwardly cursing those detestable authors. Tang San is no mere 6-year-old child. His soul has skillfully outmaneuvered many high-ranking members of the Tang sect. He has even created the esteemed hidden weapon, the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus, and mastered the sect's highest internal skill, marking him as a prodigy. His soul is that of an adult. Even his father, Tang Hao, did not mention this in the Xiantian treasure record. When he was just 6, this was kept as the greatest secret. Would they divulge such information to an outsider? He had only just arrived in the Douluo Continent. Even if you were his biological brother, Tang San might not choose to share this with you. Even searching for resources is futile. Forget it, it's too exhausting, Wang Feng sighed. Nothing? Very well. I shall resign myself to inaction. Before long, as the dawn broke on the horizon, a magnificent violet glow cascaded over the land, adorning it with a vibrant garment. Wang Feng felt a gentle warmth enveloping him. That kid, little San, should be finishing his training soon, he mused. Just as he uttered these words, he saw Tang San, radiant and full of vigor, descending from a small hillock. Brother Feng, why do you still have blue silvergrass in your mouth? Tang San remarked, observing Wang Feng lounging on a boulder, basking in the morning sun, with a hint of exasperation. What, do you look down upon blue silvergrass? Wang Feng retorted, chewing thoughtfully. After all, it is the most ordinary of grasses, Tang San pondered earnestly. However, despite being an ordinary plant, its vitality is the most vigorous and resilient. In that regard, blue silvergrass is indeed extraordinary. I harbor no disdain for it. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng stared at Tang San, momentarily speechless. Truly, he was the protagonist, distinct from other children, capable of articulating such profound thoughts. Indeed, thus I have decided, little San, from now on, your martial soul shall be blue silvergrass. Wang Feng declared lazily. Brother Feng, that's rather harsh. Tang San replied with a wry smile. Are you cursing me? Ultimately, it is the most common of plants. Tang San still hoped for a martial soul that was a tad more impressive. However, a martial soul only manifests upon awakening. What you say does not hold weight, Brother Feng. Wang Feng silently watched Tang San depart, letting out a soft sigh, feeling a pang of melancholy within. At that moment, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding! The plot of the Douluo Continent officially begins. Congratulations, host, for your first check-in. You have obtained the item, Meteor Tears. Note, the item will be delivered to the host in a tangible form, expected to arrive by tonight. Please stay vigilant for its arrival. Next check-in location, Holy Soul Village, Spirit Hall. Should you achieve innate full spirit power during check-in, an additional mysterious martial soul will be triggered. We hope the host strives for improvement. Boom! As this proclamation echoed in his mind, Wang Feng sprang up from the boulder like a startled cat, his face flushed with excitement. Chapter 2. The Power of Meteor Tears. Wang Feng leapt directly from the colossal rock. An auxiliary clock and system? I had a hunch that the golden finger might arrive late, but it would never be absent. ISNT the Meteor Tears, the golden finger of the protagonist from Star Change? For the first time in 6 years, Wang Feng felt such exhilaration. As a reclusive individual, he was well versed in various anime and novels. Star Change is indeed a renowned work. The protagonist, Qin Yu, possesses the Meteor Tears, a legendary energy condensed from the life goddess's essence upon her demise. In the early stages, it significantly enhances the absorption rate of heavenly and earthly essence while boasting formidable restorative abilities. Xinyu relied on this power to repeatedly transcend human limits, growing ever more formidable. Moreover, as he became stronger, he could gradually unlock additional capabilities. With this artifact, even if I do not master the exceptional skills from Tang San's Xintian treasure record, through relentless training to surpass my limits, my physique will become incredibly powerful. After his initial excitement, Wang Feng swiftly regained his composure and began to contemplate. Now that he had a golden finger, he could not afford to be complacent. With the hope of becoming stronger, he was filled with motivation, feeling an abundance of strength coursing through him, as if the future was awash with promise. Thus, Wang Feng continued to recline on the massive stone, casually flipping onto his side, chewing on blue-silver grass while pondering anew. The auxiliary clock-in system mentioned that the Meteor Tears would only arrive at night. There was no point in rushing. He needed to deliberate on how to train. Wang Feng suddenly felt a surge of gratitude. During his time on Earth, he had watched countless training videos, ab shredders, Russian push-ups, and Special Forces devil training. He often felt exhilarated, tossing and turning in bed, only to ultimately bookmark them, allowing them to gather dust. Training? That was out of the question. Engaging in such endeavors was nothing short of torturous. Without years of relentless effort, one could expect no achievements, and one misstep could lead to developing bad habits. With the Meteor Tears, however, everything would be different. The effects and time required would be drastically reduced, and there was no risk of mishaps. According to Grandpa Jack, Tao would arrive at the Soul Hall in Spirit Village for the awakening ceremony in a month. Wang Feng mused that if he could clock in at the Soul Hall with innate full soul power, he would earn extra rewards. This meant that within this month, he needed to achieve innate full soul power, just like Xiao San. However, Xiao San had trained for several years before awakening with innate full soul power at the ceremony. A month seemed daunting. It felt as though he would need to forego food and drink entirely. As night fell, a gentle breeze wafted through the air. Wang Feng gazed at the star-studded sky, quietly awaiting on a high platform outside a small grove. The Meteor Tears should descend like a shooting star, right? He fixed his gaze upon the darkness. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted, slicing through the inky sky. A meteor streaked from the distant horizon toward Wang Feng. It's here. Wang Feng's eyes widened as he stared intently at the meteor, hurtling directly towards him. Oh no, could it be that I'm about to be crushed to death? Am I, Wang Feng, destined to be the first person killed by a golden finger? However, Wang Feng was overthinking it. A radiant beam of light surged directly into the region of his heart, causing intricate patterns of light to ripple across his chest, resplendent and breathtaking. Reminiscent of a blooming sunflower. He felt his heart thump several times, and faintly sensed a surge of overwhelming power. Could it be that my heart has fused with the tears of a meteor? Gazing at the subtly glowing area of his heart, Wang Feng mused. Could it be transforming into a nuclear reactor? Lost in thought, a surge of excitement coursed through him, compelling him to sprint forward recklessly, eager to test whether his body had undergone any transformation. Yet, after a brief distance, he felt his legs grow numb, and dizziness began to cloud his vision. It seemed that his body had not strengthened. Evidently, one must reach a certain limit to awaken the power of the Meteor Tears. Gritting his teeth, Wang Feng pressed on. The small grove was rugged, making the path far more exhausting than a typical one. At merely 6 years of age, after an intense run of several minutes, he felt breathless, struggling to draw in air. Could this golden finger truly be a fabrication? With each step, another voice in his mind tempted him to halt, whispering that continuing would lead to his demise, urging him to abandon this futile endeavor. Get lost. I will become stronger. I want girls. I want martial spirits. I desire innate full soul power, and I want to show off. You shall not sway me. Wang Feng roared internally. I possess a golden finger. If I cannot endure, then I, Wang Feng, am truly a worthless piece of iron. Amidst his mental outcry, he continued to run, as if venting the pent-up resentment of over 20 years of mediocrity in his past life, as well as the bitterness accumulated during his years on Douluo Continent, where he had endured countless lemons thrown his way by Tang San. His pace gradually slackened, his legs trembled, his face flushed, and his pupils began to dilate. This was a sign of impending collapse. At that moment, he had been running for nearly an hour, a limit for his untrained 6-year-old body. Beads of sweat the size of peas cascaded down, soaking his clothes, while his short, disheveled hair appeared as if freshly washed. Wang Feng felt his consciousness fading. I have truly exhausted the will of 2 lifetimes. I cannot stop now. His awareness blurred, and he had lost track of time. Surely nearly 2 hours had passed. He sensed he was at his limit. In this state, his vision had long since grown hazy. Thud! His weary feet stumbled over a stone, sending him crashing to the ground. As he fell, an overwhelming fatigue washed over him like a relentless tide, making his body feel foreign. In this extreme state, Wang Feng experienced an intimate encounter with death. Indeed, for an untrained young boy, such high-intensity running posed a grave risk of suffocation or collapse. However, at that very moment, a gentle energy began to emanate from the region of his heart, spreading throughout his entire being. The sensation was 1,000 times more pleasurable than soaking in a hot spring, like a phoenix reborn from the ashes. Under the cleansing waves of energy, the cells themselves seemed to have been revitalized, brimming with vitality. What an exhilarating sensation! Wang Feng could hardly contain his exuberance. The discomfort he had just experienced was now eclipsed by an overwhelming sense of delight. Moreover, he could almost tangibly feel the strength emanating from every part of his body, fortified by the energy of the Meteor tears. After a brief interlude of several minutes, Wang Feng opened his eyes, exerting his limbs with vigor, propelling himself upright. The augmentation of his physical prowess surpassed all limits. This Meteor tear is undeniably potent, rendering me more formidable even in the absence of any martial techniques. With fists clenched in eager anticipation, he reveled in the palpable enhancement of his capabilities. Yet, within his being, he sensed a faint energy coursing through him. Perhaps an automatic absorption? He placed a hand on his abdomen, feeling a warm current meandering throughout his body, an effortless flow. At this moment, he felt as though he could effortlessly fell a child of 7 or 8 years with a single punch, and this was merely the result of 2 hours of exertion. Wang Feng, brimming with excitement, recognized that as he grew stronger, transcending his physical limits would become increasingly arduous. This warm current must be the key to innate soul power. Could it be soul power? Regardless, I shall persist in my training. I must continue to surpass my limits. In the thicket, the sound of heavy breathing echoed once more. The following morning, as dawn's light began to pierce the horizon, Tang San had already completed his morning rituals, controlling his breath as he jogged steadily from the village entrance. Gazing at the familiar hillock in the distance, a smile graced his lips as his gaze fell upon a large rock nearby, only to be taken aback. "Where's Brother Feng?" Tang San exclaimed in surprise. Typically, at this hour, he would invariably find Brother Feng lounging upon that boulder, resembling a fish laid out to dry, with a strand of blue-silver grass in his mouth. How peculiar that he is absent today. Puzzled, Tang San surveyed his surroundings until he suddenly spotted a familiar silhouette leaning against a tree in the nearby grove. Still with a strand of blue-silver grass between his lips, eyes narrowed in a leisurely manner. "Brother Feng, why this change in posture today?" he inquired curiously as he approached, noting that the uneven impressions on the rock should have been flattened by his weight. Wang Feng lifted his head, opening his eyes to meet Tang San's gaze. In that moment, Tang San sensed a subtle yet profound shift in Brother Feng. It was ineffable. Although Wang Feng's demeanor remained languid, a sharper glint had emerged in his eyes, akin to a father who, despite his habitual lethargy, occasionally reveals a piercing focus while forging iron, leaving Tang San awestruck. It even gave him a slight sense of pressure, as if Brother Feng had grown taller. "Little San, one must always strive for greater heights. It is time for me to change my place," Wang Feng remarked nonchalantly. After a night of rigorous training, just as the sun began to ascend, he had once again transcended his limits. Once more purified by the energy of the Meteor tears, he had grown stronger. "So, will you train with me today?" Tang San smiled, pointing to the small hill ahead. "However, Feng Gu, you haven't exercised in a long while. You should start with basic jogging." At that moment, Wang Feng suddenly placed a heavy hand on Tang San's shoulder, his voice taking on a somber tone. "Little San, actually, for many years, I haven't told you that small hill was conquered by me long ago." Hearing this, Tang San was momentarily taken aback, and a smile crept into his heart. "Nonsense. Feng Gu, you've been lying down there watching me train every day. Have you conquered the air? That hill is at least 100 meters high and extremely rugged. Even if you trained with me daily, you might not be able to ascend it." Tang San was aware that due to his cultivation of the Xiantian skill, his physical abilities had already surpassed those of his peers, allowing him to climb with ease. After a moment's contemplation, Tang San cautiously remarked, "Well, Feng Gu, it's already bright outside." Wang Feng replied, "So, you think I'm just dreaming?" He twitched the corner of his mouth, smiled nonchalantly, and strode toward the small hill with unwavering determination. "Watch closely, Little San. Your Feng Gu never boasts." With a hearty laugh, Wang Feng grasped the rocky wall with hands like a vice and swiftly began to ascend the hill. Witnessing this scene, Tang San's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 3. Defeating Tang San? How utterly incredible. In Tang San's view, Wang Feng's diminutive figure was climbing with a visible speed. Although he was considerably slower than Tang San, it was important to note that Tang San's current strength was comparable to that of an adult. When did Feng Gu become this formidable? Tang San's mind was filled with questions. Moreover, it was apparent that this was not Wang Feng's first ascent. He seemed remarkably familiar with every crevice of the 100-meter hill, displaying no awkwardness of a novice climber. Each rock he pushed off appeared to have been calculated with precision. In fact, his route was even simpler and more efficient than Tang San's usual path. He climbed at a slower pace, but consumed less time. Astonishing. Had he been climbing this hill for many years? Tang San stood there, mouth agape, pondering. He too was a prodigy. But witnessing Wang Feng's rapid ascent left him feeling a bit ashamed. Previously, he had relied on his exceptional physical condition, never considering how to climb mountains more efficiently. With admiration, Tang San observed the figure now standing atop the hill. Having cultivated the purple extreme demon eye, he could clearly see that Wang Feng, at the summit, showed no signs of fatigue. His breath was steady, and his stamina appeared excellent. Yet, he had never seen Wang Feng climb this hill, or even engage in any form of training. Tang San felt a flicker of confusion. None of the other children his age could ascend that small hill. Even those who managed to reach the top were often left sprawled on the ground, too exhausted to move. Could it be that Wang Feng was exceptionally gifted? Had he truly conquered this small hill long ago? Tang San pondered. Nevertheless, no matter how he ruminated, little did anyone know that this was merely the result of Wang Feng's training over a single night. In order to impress, Wang Feng had previously traversed this small hill under the cover of darkness, and having observed Tang San's training over the years, he had memorized the contours of this hill with remarkable clarity. Now, having pushed his body beyond its limits and transformed by the power of Meteor tears, not only had his physical prowess changed, but his memory and other faculties had also begun to strengthen significantly. Naturally, he was able to achieve such remarkable results. Swiftly ascending to the summit using an energy-efficient route, moving with the agility of one who had climbed for many years. What was Brother Feng up to? Before long, Tang San watched as Wang Feng performed an array of peculiar movements atop the mountain. At times, he would raise a finger, supporting himself against the ground, then flatten his body as if lying on the earth, only to push himself back up again. At other moments, it appeared as though he were seated in midair, his legs bent at a right angle. Occasionally, he would execute a handstand, lifting himself high, then swiftly transitioning into a supported position with 2 fingers on the ground. Repeating the cycle, the more Tang San observed, the more astonished he became. For although these movements seemed simple, they demanded an immense amount of physical energy. In less than a teacup's worth of time, Tang San witnessed Brother Feng executing those bizarre maneuvers in groups, numbering in the hundreds. Had I not employed the Xintian skill, relying solely on my physical capabilities, I doubt I would fare much better than Brother Feng. Tang San marveled at the sight, recognizing the significant training benefits embedded within those actions. Meanwhile, atop the mountain, Wang Feng chuckled to himself, clearly aware of the astonishment reflected in Little San's gaze. Although you too have traversed dimensions, you are not a modern traveler like myself, who employs explosive plyometric training to engage every muscle, complemented by the essential advanced squats every man must master. How could that not dazzle your senses? Wang Feng chuckled inwardly, knowing that those who understood would comprehend. In the past, he could only envy the masters in videos, showcasing their impressive control over their bodies through various exercises. Now, in just one night, he had nearly reached that level. Though he inhabited the body of a mere 6-year-old child, the sense of accomplishment was something Wang Feng had never experienced before. The golden finger truly is remarkable. He chuckled softly. However, as his physical capabilities strengthened, surpassing his limits would become increasingly challenging. Yet each time he transcended these boundaries, his body was purified and refined by the energy released from the Meteor tears, necessitating further diverse training methods. To have transcended his physical limits twice in one night was a testament to Wang Feng's previous frailty. He could not endure for long before reaching his extremes. However, after these 2 transformations, his body had considerably strengthened. To exceed his limits again, reaching the brink of mental collapse and experiencing pain throughout his entire being, would require even greater effort. At that moment, Tang San also ascended, gazing at Wang Feng with admiration. Wang Feng, with arms now beginning to reveal distinct muscle contours, effortlessly supported himself, standing firmly. What do you think, Little San? Wang Feng inquired with a faint smile. Impressive. Tang San sincerely remarked that he had previously misjudged Wang Feng, believing that his daily repose on the boulder under the sun was mere laziness. Instead, he surmised that such a regimen was likely beneath Wang Feng's disdain. Wang Feng coughed a few times, admitting, in truth, I was indeed a slacker back then. However, Tang San genuinely admired Wang Feng's remarkable physical prowess, achieved solely through training without the aid of any martial arts. Such tenacity and innate talent are indispensable. What impressed him most was the climbing route Wang Feng had taken earlier, one that had never crossed his mind throughout the years. Tang San felt a twinge of embarrassment. No worries, Wang Feng said, patting Tang San on the shoulder. Have you learned it? Tang San nodded. That's good to hear. Wang Feng suddenly changed the subject. Smiling as he said, "Little San, in less than a month, the martial soul awakening will take place. Grandpa Jack must have mentioned it to you?" "I know. Grandpa Jack has brought it up occasionally, but my father seems to have reservations about it, so I haven't dared to mention it," Tang San replied softly. "All right then, let us have a spar after a month," Wang Feng declared solemnly. "Spar?" Tang San looked at Wang Feng in surprise. Abruptly, Wang Feng gazed at the sky with a profound expression and spoke in a somber tone. "To be candid, in my observations over the years in Holy Soul Village, I have found that only you, Little San, can truly stand against me. The other children of your age are simply too weak. At times, I feel my strength isolates me, leaving me lonely. Do you understand?" Tang San stared at Wang Feng, speechless. However, he recognized Wang Feng's intelligence and his penchant for whimsical musings and grandiloquent philosophies, often boasting as well. Thus, he found nothing particularly strange in Wang Feng's tone. "Regardless, we shall spar then," Wang Feng chuckled. "Very well," Tang San nodded earnestly. "But, Wang Feng, you shall not surpass me. Fear not. I shall not let you feel too lonely," Wang Feng assured him. Tang San was acutely aware of his own strength. He had mastered the ultimate techniques from the Xiantian treasure record and had even cultivated the first level of the Xiantian skill. Not to mention, even 10 Wang Fengs would struggle against him. Undeniably, Wang Feng possessed commendable physical attributes, yet they were merely commendable. "All right, it's settled then." Wang Feng grinned before swiftly descending the mountain. Tang San shook his head. A month felt like an eternity, akin to conquering the self he had cultivated for several years. "Wang Feng, this is your request. Rest assured, I shall prepare various ointments for you in advance as a token of gratitude for the improvements you've brought to Holy Soul Village these past 2 years, allowing my father and me to enjoy better food and living conditions. If I manage to defeat Little San after a month, I should also be endowed with innate full soul power, right?" Wang Feng pondered silently as he raced down the mountain. To ensure that he could achieve his second milestone with innate full soul power, Wang Feng was uncertain about the extent of his training. Did he truly meet the criteria for innate full soul power? Hence, he proposed this challenge. If he could train to the point of defeating Tang San, logically, he too should possess innate full soul power, shouldn't he? The reasoning seemed sound, did it not? Embracing this aspiration, Wang Feng continued his fervent training. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had elapsed. Chapter 4. The shock of Tang Hao outside the Sacred Soul Village, within a dense forest. An eerie stillness enveloped the surroundings. A solitary bird perched atop a towering tree, its wings gently fluttering as it pecked at the insects nestled among the branches. Suddenly, a fleeting shadow darted by, stirring only a whisper of wind. Remarkably, the bird remained oblivious, continuing its task. In the next moment, from behind the tree trunk, a patterned snake, measuring 2 to 3 meters in length, stealthily emerged, fixating its gaze upon the unsuspecting bird. In the distance, a nest of fledglings chirped excitedly, calling out to their parent. Mistaking their cries for hunger, the mother bird ventured a few steps closer to the nest, offering the insects it had captured to the hungry chicks. Just then, a sudden hiss pierced the air. The patterned snake lunged forward, its gaping maw aimed directly at the bird. Time seemed to slow as the snake closed in, the fledglings' frantic calls echoing, as if trying to alert their mother. Yet, it was too late for her to react. In the midst of this perilous moment, a gust of wind swept through. The patterned snake froze. Caught off guard as a boy, who had appeared out of nowhere, seized it by the 7-inch mark on its body. The creature was rendered momentarily paralyzed, unable to comprehend the turn of events. Such a little thing, the boy grinned, sunlight filtering through the leaves and illuminating his strikingly handsome face. His bare torso revealed a surprisingly robust physique. Despite standing only around 1 meter and 20 centimeters tall, he exuded an undeniable aura of strength. With a firm grip on the snake, the boy chuckled. "Oh, you're quite stubborn. I wonder, shall I roast you or stew you for breakfast?" As he spoke, the snake attempted to bite his arm, its sharp fangs poised menacingly. However, upon contact, it was as if the fangs had struck solid stone, shattering upon impact. The boy's skin bore merely 2 faint indents, with no trace of injury whatsoever. Had you been a large python, you might have posed a threat. But with your diminutive size, you wouldn't last 3 seconds inside me. You think you can bite me? Wang Feng scoffed at the ordinary patterned snake. Over 20 days had passed since he had made a pact with Xiao San. During these days of relentless training, Wang Feng had pushed his body to its limits nearly 4 times. Each enhancement had been monumental. He could now sense that even an adult would be easily felled by a single punch from him. Remarkably, he was merely 6 years old. However, the further he advanced in his training, the more formidable it became to transcend his physical boundaries. The most recent event occurred 6 days ago, and what is truly terrifying, aside from sheer physical prowess, is the remarkable enhancement of my bodily strength. Wang Feng felt his skin, even his muscles, had become exceptionally resilient. Even a somewhat dull knife could not penetrate his skin. The fangs of the striped snake, known for their sharpness, could only leave 2 slight impressions. His raw power was likely more than double that of an average adult male, yet his body weight remained surprisingly low. The density of his muscles and sense of strength were extraordinary, resulting in astonishing speed. Wang Feng murmured to himself that the greatest improvement over these 20 days was the heightened control he now had over his body, which increased in tandem with the intensity of his training. Statistically speaking, Wang Feng could hold a 30-pound stone and perform 200 squats without breaking a sweat. He could execute nearly 200 burpees, acclaimed for engaging the entire body, without feeling fatigued. It is worth noting that, in his former life, even a soldier with exceptional fitness would find it arduous to complete 200 consecutive burpees, with strength surpassing that of an average adult by more than double. Along with terrifying endurance and unparalleled speed, these were the fruits of his training over the past 20 days. In his previous life, such results might have taken a decade to achieve, yet Wang Feng was merely 6 years old. Furthermore, there existed a warm current within him. Wang Feng scratched his head, pondering how to harness this. It might indeed be the key to his innate spiritual power. He wondered about his standing in comparison to Tang San, contemplating that he would only truly understand once they engaged in battle. At that moment, a little bird flitted to Wang Feng's feet, pecking curiously. "Careful, little one," he said as he stepped lightly, transforming into a fleeting shadow, vanishing in an instant to reappear on a distant branch of a large tree. With another leap, he landed with remarkable precision on the trunk of a nearby tree, his movements graceful and elegant. Before long, Wang Feng had skinned and deboned the striped snake he had captured, savoring the delightful aroma as he prepared it over a fire, treating himself to a morning snack. Wang Feng let out a satisfied burp and resumed his training for the day, reflecting, "That little rascal, Xiao San, must have started learning the chaotic hammer technique from his father by now. Merely training in this manner makes it difficult to surpass the limits of my physical form. I may not necessarily need to learn the chaotic hammer technique, but I can certainly use blacksmithing as a means to further my training." As he contemplated this, Wang Feng began by running 100 laps around the small grove. He recalled that in the original story, Tang Hao enjoyed sleeping in the mornings. Wang Feng quietly approached Xiao San's family forge. At this hour, Sacred Soul Village was tranquil, with most residents still asleep. Xiao San had likely just gone out to train. Entering Tang Hao's smithy, a place Wang Feng had visited numerous times, he effortlessly made his way to the imposing iron hammer that towered over him by several inches. Wang Feng grasped the hammer lightly. "How heavy?" he gasped, realizing it weighed at least 70 or 80 pounds, an implement that even an adult might struggle to wield. Tang Hao, once the esteemed Douluo of Haoyan, proved his remarkable prowess, yet to me, it was of little consequence. With a single hand, Wang Feng grasped the heavy iron hammer, feeling its weight and balance. Training with ordinary stones weighing 20 to 30 pounds had become inadequate. However, larger boulders were cumbersome for him to lift, given his tender age of 6. Although the hammer was sizable, it was remarkably manageable. Then, glancing at a massive piece of raw iron, he grinned and said, "Uncle Hao, may I borrow your hammer for a moment?" With a chuckle, he seized a chunk of raw iron and stepped out of the forge, heading outside. He knew he could not swing the hammer within the confines of the forge, should he awaken Tang Hao. The latter's temper would surely result in him being unceremoniously tossed out. Unbeknownst to Wang Feng, as he departed, Tang Hao opened his eyes in the inner room, his murky gaze suddenly sparkling with clarity. "Can this little rascal truly wield my hammer? And take away a piece of raw iron? What is he intending to do?" Rising from his bed, Tang Hao, ever vigilant despite his diminished strength, quietly followed Wang Feng, moving stealthily until they reached a secluded, open area. To his astonishment, Tang Hao witnessed Wang Feng lift the hammer and begin to strike the raw iron. The sound was a clear, melodious ring. This boy possesses quite the intellect. Though his physique appears rather frail, it has been days since he last visited. What has prompted this sudden interest in blacksmithing? Tang Hao mused. Intrigued by the scene before him, he observed as Wang Feng hoisted the 70 to 80-pound hammer, astonished. He can indeed lift it? Little San possesses innate strength and can strike 100 blows in succession. This lad, so physically weak, will likely collapse after just 1 or 2 strikes. If he wishes to train, he ought to be more mindful of his limits. Contemplating this, Tang Hao furrowed his brow, ready to intervene and prevent the boy from injuring himself with such a heavy hammer. He had long been oblivious to Wang Feng's recent, significant transformations resulting from specialized training, just as he had no knowledge of the boy's endeavors. However, just as he was about to act, he was suddenly taken aback by the sight before him. His pupils contracted sharply. With a measured rhythm, the sound of striking resonated in the air. In Tang Hao's view, the small boy, barely half his height, wielded a hammer nearly equal to his size, striking the raw iron again and again. The tempo was unhurried, yet each blow was remarkably consistent. As he continued, the force behind each strike remained unwavering, which was an extraordinary feat. It is crucial to understand that controlling the force of each blow when forging raw iron with a massive hammer is an exceptionally challenging task. Teng Hao, once a formidable title Douluo, now found himself residing in Holy Soul Village, laboring at the forge for several years, fully aware of its inherent challenges. 12, 13, 15, and finally 50. Hidden in the shadows, he meticulously counted each strike of Wang Feng's hammer. 50 strikes. It was hard to fathom that this usually lazy yet astute lad, who often dropped by to share a meal before being playfully expelled, had grown into someone capable of rivaling the innate strength of Xiao San. This revelation astonished Teng Hao profoundly. Moreover, this young man seemed to possess a gifted talent that surpassed even Xiao San's. For while Xiao San was also clever, he struggled to match the exquisite control Wang Feng exhibited with each swing of the hammer, an astonishing disparity. As the strikes progressed, the distinction became even more pronounced. In the first 10 strikes, Wang Feng struggled somewhat with his power application, resulting in uneven force. However, from the 11th strike onward, his strength was masterfully calibrated with remarkable precision. The more Teng Hao observed, the more his astonishment grew. This indicated that the young man possessed unparalleled comprehension and mastery over every muscle in his body, enabling him to swiftly grasp the intricacies of blacksmithing without any guidance. Though Xiao San had demonstrated commendable understanding and control of his body, having learned through a day of practice, the results were still far from adequate. It would take at least another 10 days for him to see any significant progress. Teng Hao's gaze flickered as it settled on the diligent figure of Wang Feng. He envisioned the boy's heart, as if it brimmed with boundless energy, surging forth like a torrent of blood, akin to primal power. His feet seemed to adhere to the earth, while the force emanating from his heart transformed into vibrant energy, coursing from the ground, through his calves, ascending to his thighs, flowing through his waist, along his spine, and into his arms, ultimately converging in the palm that gripped the massive hammer. Clang! The strike was nothing short of perfection, resonating against the raw iron with a melodious and flawless sound. He had yet to impart these techniques to Xiao San, for it was still too early for him, particularly the chaotic hammering techniques, which required further time to master. Teng Hao murmured to himself, astonished that Wang Feng had independently grasped such techniques. A genius? He felt that the term genius hardly sufficed. If someone teaches and it is quickly learned, that is cleverness. If someone teaches and it is swiftly mastered, that is genius. But to comprehend such skills without instruction? A prodigy among prodigies? Merely after 10 strikes, he could intuitively grasp the techniques Teng Hao had painstakingly refined over the years. Watching the diminutive figure persistently wielding the enormous hammer, Teng Hao was suddenly flooded with a long-forgotten sensation. Once, he too had been a genius. Yet now, he felt a faint, nostalgic sense of disparity. Though minuscule, it was not lost on him, and he soon reconciled with it. Yet, during these years of tranquil stagnation and exceptional despondency, he developed a peculiar sense of awareness. Of course, Teng Hao was oblivious to the fact that Wang Feng's swift comprehension of these techniques stemmed from his reservoir of knowledge acquired in a previous life. In other words, these techniques are well known on Earth, not to mention that he had also perused the Douluo Continent. As a transmigrator, apart from the advantages provided by the system, Wang Feng naturally sought to leverage the benefits of his unique circumstances. Otherwise, how could he truly be considered a transmigrator? Wang Feng was determined not to disgrace the esteemed predecessors of his kind. With foresight, strong adaptability, distinctive insights, and a substantial knowledge base. All these attributes were indeed advantages of a transmigrator, and with the golden finger, these advantages would be maximally exploited. Thus, Wang Feng was merely honing his proficiency with these techniques swiftly, rather than discovering them through his own insight. However, in that moment of intense focus on forging raw iron, he remained completely unaware that every action of his was being scrutinized by Teng Hao. Naturally, he was regarded as a prodigy among prodigies. With each strike of the hammer, Wang Feng felt a significant rise in his internal temperature. The force exerted in this blow surpassed any previous exertion. Coupled with the recoil, it imposed a considerable burden on his body. In a single breath, 500 strikes. This should be his limit. Wang Feng regulated his breathing. He understood that in any form of training, breath control was paramount, although he was unaware of any special breathing techniques. Steady and rhythmic breathing allowed each strike to reach its fullest potential. His stamina and endurance were already extraordinary. After more than 100 strikes, his breath remained steady, surpassing that of Xiao San. Furthermore, Xiao San could not execute every strike with such precision and power. The effect of each of Wang Feng's blows equated to Xiao San's 10 strikes over the past few days of training. Teng Hao continued to count steadily. Xiao San, having just commenced hammer training, reached his limit after merely 100 strikes at a time, requiring rest before continuing with another 100. Yet, if it were Wang Feng, delivering every blow with full force, he would tire after 50 or 60 strikes, struggling to recover promptly. A continuous effort of 150 strikes should be Wang Feng's maximum. Moreover, this method of striking demanded substantial energy, requiring half a day for complete recovery. Tang Hao observed closely. In truth, the consumption only intensified as time progressed. Tang Hao's observations were astute. After 150 strikes, while Wang Feng's breathing remained steady, it had begun to falter slightly. The sound was uneven. Noticing this, Tang Hao nodded and quietly departed. This young lad, often appearing lethargic, seemed as though his bones might crumble, yet it was unexpected to discover his remarkable prowess. Both his talent and physical capabilities were formidable. The villagers had misjudged him, believing him merely clever, unaware of his true strength. Tang Hao shook his head. He had no desire to discuss this with the villagers. It sufficed for him to be aware of it. He was too indifferent to concern himself with Xiao San, let alone Wang Feng. Tang Hao calculated that with each strike of Feng, after more than 150 blows, he could just manage to refine a quarter of that raw iron. This was already quite astonishing. Xiao San had hammered away for 10 days, barely managing to refine 2/3 of a piece of raw iron. Yet this young man, with just one session, could achieve a quarter. If given 3 or 4 days, he might complete the refinement entirely. Such a feat was simply extraordinary. However, unbeknownst to Tang Hao, after his departure, Wang Feng did not heed his advice to cease. Instead, he gritted his teeth and persevered. 150 strikes merely left him feeling fatigued, but his limits were far beyond that number. Had Tang Hao witnessed this scene, he would undoubtedly have intervened. Such relentless hammering would push Wang Feng to the threshold of his physical capacity, risking injury. For, as previously mentioned, with each strike, Wang Feng also endured a tremendous force in return. The distance from that secluded area had grown considerable, and the sounds of hammering were no longer audible. Clang, clang, clang. 500 strikes. Upon delivering the final blow, Wang Feng felt utterly drained, his consciousness beginning to blur. Yet, he had not yet surpassed his limit. Gazing at the significantly reduced piece of raw iron, which had not been subjected to the flames of a forge but was merely glowing red from his hammering, he realized that the absence of the energy from Meteor tears indicated his limits had not yet been breached. Wang Feng clenched his teeth, feeling as if all strength had drained from his body. This was the limit, but he yearned to transcend it. The allure of beautiful maidens, powerful martial spirits, and the thrill of grandeur compelled him to endure. Fueled by unwavering determination, Wang Feng resumed wielding the massive hammer. 600, 700, clang, clang, until finally, his awareness faded completely, and his body instinctively continued striking the raw iron. He could no longer count how many times he had hammered, but it was only when that piece of raw iron was entirely refined that Wang Feng collapsed. This time, he truly possessed not a shred of strength left. Had Tang Hao still been present, he would have been utterly astounded, for this 6-year-old boy had singularly refined a piece of raw iron in one go. With a rumble, as Wang Feng fell to the ground, a smile crept upon his lips, for a familiar warmth began to surge from his heart. The power of Meteor tears had emerged. It was proof that he had once again surpassed the limits of his body. The next morning, during breakfast, Tang Hao awoke leisurely to find that Tang San had prepared a meal. To his surprise, he noticed that today Xiao San was busily experimenting with herbs. Tang Hao paused. Then after a moment of silence, inquired, Xiao San, what are you doing with the herbs? Are you injured? Tang San shook his head and cautiously replied, no. Today I've made an agreement with Brother Feng to engage in a spar. I'm preparing some ointment in case he gets hurt. As a disciple of the Tang sect, concocting simple ointments was a skill he naturally possessed. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao fell silent, recalling the scene from yesterday when that young man wielded the massive hammer. Feng, the young lad, should possess a slight edge over Xiao San. However, when children engage in a scuffle, the outcome remains uncertain, regardless of strength. Xiao San, known for his composure, likely had this idea proposed by Feng, perhaps as a means to assess his own capabilities. Tang Hao, being a perceptive individual, could surmise some of the underlying motives. Yet, he found it unworthy of inquiry. After all, it was merely a childish brawl. Xiao San, ever steady and obedient, would not suffer any lasting harm from such an encounter. Just be cautious, Tang Hao remarked nonchalantly. In response, Tang San exhaled in relief. If his father were to disapprove, it would pose a dilemma, but this matter still required discussion with him. Father, I shall take my leave, Tang San stated, securing the prepared ointment before making his exit. Tang Hao nodded slightly. Shortly after Tang San departed, Tang Hao approached the hearth, and out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a piece of refined raw iron. Suddenly, a jolt coursed through him as he gazed incredulously at the iron that had been meticulously forged. This raw iron was the very piece he had witnessed Wang Feng hammering and refining the previous day. However, after a moment's contemplation, he decided against pursuing the matter further. Let it be. If Xiao San prepared the ointment, it is likely for his own use, he mused. That peculiar boy Feng. Tang Hao murmured to himself as he retreated to rest. Chapter 6. The Astonishment of Tang San. I wager there are no pebbles in your pocket. Tang San stepped lightly out of the Holy Soul Village. As he walked, he pondered how to ensure that Feng would lose gracefully, all while making an effort not to cause him any injury. My unparalleled skill lies in the Tang sect's hidden weapons, yet I currently lack the means to forge such tools. Nonetheless, even ordinary pebbles can wield significant power in my hands. Tang San felt the stones nestled within his pocket and sleeve. These were merely for practicing various techniques of hidden weapons to prevent his skills from growing rusty. However, they were not true hidden weapons, and their potency was limited. Yet, when it came to children, the impact could still be considerable, with proper control. A single pebble could easily produce a noticeable bump. Perhaps I shall forego the hidden weapons and rely solely on my basic martial arts techniques. There's also no need for the Shintian skill. Considering the day Feng climbed the mountain, his physical condition appears slightly inferior to mine. Should I employ the Shintian skill? Combined with the enhancements gained from wielding the heavy hammer, a single strike might prove overwhelming for Feng. Tang San contemplated that relying solely on physical prowess and fundamental martial arts would suffice. This was merely Tang San's logical reasoning, devoid of any intention to belittle Feng. Although it was merely a child's quarrel, Tang San was inherently diligent in all matters. Since he had promised not to let Feng feel isolated, he was determined to uphold his word and thus engaged in such reflections. Before long, Tang San arrived at a secluded grove. It was still that same small thicket. There, he spotted Feng, who stood at a distance, hands clasped behind his back, gazing up at the sky. He exuded an air of mastery. However, being somewhat small in stature, despite his impressive demeanor, it appeared slightly comical. Tang San couldn't help but smirk at the sight. Indeed, Feng's silhouette bore a hint of strength, albeit overshadowed by his diminutive size. Unbeknownst to him, a gentle breeze began to stir, causing the branches to whisper softly. Feng's attire was pristine, a stark contrast to my own, which bore the signs of wear. Yet, his silhouette emanated an air of solitary pride. You have arrived. A soft voice emerged from Feng's lips. I have come. Tang San nodded in response. I anticipated your arrival. Feng continued in a measured tone. Naturally, I would come. Was it not agreed? Tang San inquired, puzzled. At that moment, Feng abruptly turned, fixing his gaze upon Tang San. After a lengthy pause, he slowly remarked. It has nearly been a month. Indeed, a full 20 days, Tang San affirmed with a nod. Feng sighed. Such a lengthy 20 days. Tang San, perplexed, countered. It seems a brief span of 20 days. Yet, inexplicably, he sensed an unusual bitterness in Feng's tone, a sentiment that cast an unexpected weight upon him, rendering him momentarily speechless. For Tang San, 20 days was but a fleeting moment. Unbeknownst to him, for Feng, those 20 days felt akin to several years. The trials endured almost ceaselessly eroding one's resolve. Fortunately, Feng was aware of the existence of Meteor tears. Otherwise, he would have succumbed to the relentless training long ago. Hey, little San, though you may not have read Gulong's novels, your comedic timing is commendable. Feng suddenly burst into laughter, shattering the heavy atmosphere. To his surprise, little San had indeed matched his jest. This laughter caused a wry line to form on Tang San's forehead. Feng was truly elusive, oscillating between gravity and levity. Come forth. Feng's tone shifted abruptly. No sooner had he spoken than Tang San propelled himself forward with remarkable speed, launching a swift hook aimed at Feng's cheek. In that instant, a youth of his age would surely have been felled, unable to react. Even an adult male would struggle to withstand it. However, as the punch neared Feng's face, in a split second, he leaned back imperceptibly, narrowly evading the blow. Tang San, undeterred by the miss, capitalized on the momentum, using his elbow as a weapon to strike Feng's shoulder. Yet, Feng merely smiled and sidestepped a few inches, again narrowly dodging the elbow strike. Tang San was taken aback. He had not anticipated Feng's uncanny ability to evade his attacks at the last moment. Was it mere coincidence? Furrowing his brow, Tang San unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, a veritable tide of attacks directed at Feng. Yet, the boy with the smile remained unscathed, not allowing a single corner of his garment to be touched. 10 minutes later, Tang San was filled with astonishment. If the first two attacks had been mere coincidence, his relentless onslaught had yet to yield any success. Even two adult men would have succumbed to his barrage, yet Feng had not fallen prey to a single strike. It was as if he could foresee every one of Tang San's moves. The only explanation lay in one possibility. Feng's speed was vastly superior to his own. Tang San was filled with astonishment. He was well aware of his own physical capabilities. Yet, the reality was undeniable. In Wang Feng's eyes, All of Tang San's attacks seemed to move at a pace slowed by at least 3 or 4 times. Even with his eyes closed, chewing on blue-silver grass, he could effortlessly evade them. To Wang Feng, Tang San's every assault appeared akin to a bullet-time scenario in a video game, allowing him to dodge in whatever manner he wished. At this juncture, Wang Feng began to grasp a vague understanding of his own strength. It seemed imperative to employ the Xiantian skill to enhance both speed and power, aiming to resolve the conflict within 3 punches. Wang Feng's velocity ignited Tang San's fighting spirit. Taking a deep breath, he channeled the Xiantian skill within him and charged once more at Wang Feng. This time, his speed had increased by at least 2-fold. Rushing forth like a whirlwind, Wang Feng's expression sharpened as he thought, could this be the Xiantian skill? I too possess a certain energy within me. I wonder how it compares to the internal power cultivated by Tang San through his practice of the Xiantian skill. Each time his body surpassed its limits, Meteor tears would release a surge of energy, circulating throughout his body, ultimately settling in the lower abdomen. Ordinarily, Wang Feng refrained from utilizing this unique energy. While contemplating, he chose not to invoke it this time, feeling confident that he could still evade Tang San's speed. However, Wang Feng decided against dodging this time. With a clear understanding of his own speed, he wished to test his strength, and Tang San, employing the Xiantian skill, was the perfect opponent. A punch came hurtling toward him. Wang Feng first sidestepped, his gaze igniting with determination. He neither evaded nor dodged, but instead raised his right fist to meet Tang San's blow head-on. Tang San was taken aback, astonished that Wang Feng would not only fail to dodge, but would choose to collide with him instead. With a resounding crash, their fists collided, producing a thunderous sound of impact. The next moment, Tang San's expression shifted dramatically as he felt an overwhelming force emanating from Wang Feng's fist, rendering his own hand numb. Stumbling backward, he retreated several steps before regaining his balance, his heart racing with shock. His own punch was considerably powerful, weighing around 200 pounds, and with the Xiantian skill activated, his strength had surged. He estimated that this punch was at least 400 pounds or more. Although he had anticipated that Wang Feng, with his impressive speed, would not be lacking in strength, he never imagined he would be unable to withstand it entirely. This implied that Wang Feng's strength surpassed his own by a significant margin. Had he misjudged? That day, when Wang Feng climbed the mountain, he had not exhibited extraordinary strength. But surely he could not possess such power. Tang San was astounded, realizing that Wang Feng was far beyond him, even more so than when he activated the Xiantian skill. How concealed was this strength? Reflecting on the years spent observing Wang Feng's seemingly lazy demeanor, Tang San couldn't help but feel a surge of disbelief. What Tang San did not realize was that Wang Feng had only exerted 50% of his strength. Wang Feng calculated within himself that his physical prowess far exceeded that of Tang San. The essence of possessing innate, full soul power transcends mere physical prowess. It lies in the energy coursing through one's being. In the novel Douluo Continent, Wang Feng has perused a significant portion, and while he has forgotten much, the earlier chapters remain vivid in his memory. Tang San's innate, full soul power is attributed to his mastery of the first level of Xiantian Gong, which generated internal energy that subsequently transformed into soul power. Thus, the energy within oneself is the crux of innate, full soul power. However, it seems that this power cannot be easily attained. During the fourth transcendence of limits, although the Meteor tears overflowed significantly, their quantity did not increase. Only their quality improved. Wang Feng understood that this limitation stemmed from the rules of Douluo Continent. One must possess a soul ring to possibly acquire greater energy. Just as Tang San could not surpass the first level of Xiantian Gong. At that moment, Tang San suddenly spoke with a serious tone. Brother Feng, I didn't expect you to be this formidable. However, I shall not yield easily. His words, brimming with confidence, momentarily startled Wang Feng. Could it be that little San intended to employ hidden weapons? As a prodigy from the Tang sect, concealed weaponry was indeed his forte. Tang San's hand moved towards his chest and sleeve. Observing this, Wang Feng chuckled. Little San, what are you reaching for? Are you planning to use hidden weapons? Upon hearing this, Tang San paused, speechless, realizing Brother Feng's acute perception. Since Little San had yet to create any hidden weapons, he would have to rely on something else. With this thought, Wang Feng maintained his composure and smiled. Do you intend to use pebbles as hidden weapons? Huh, I wager you possess none. Tang San shook his head solemnly. Sorry, Brother Feng, you are mistaken. I have a whole handful of pebbles. Wang Feng mentally scoffed, contemplating that not everyone could tread the path of Yan Shuangying with such ease. The moment his words fell, Tang San sprang into action, not to attack directly, but to maneuver swiftly around Wang Feng. Whoosh! The sound of air being sliced came from all directions, accompanied by a barrage of pebbles, striking towards Wang Feng with precision, akin to marbles. Countless pebbles formed an expansive net, leaving Wang Feng with no avenue of escape. plunging him into an extremely precarious situation. In this dire predicament, Wang Feng remained utterly still, counting the pebbles hurtling toward him. 1, 2, 3, 27. This must be the rain of pear blossoms from the Xiantian treasure record. Wang Feng surmised that Little San had not yet crafted any matching hidden weapons. Using mere pebbles, he would likely fail to unleash even 1,000th of the original power of the rain of pear blossoms, merely an imitation, lacking the essence. However, it would suffice to deal with a child, and enduring such an onslaught would surely leave him bruised and battered. Having read Douluo Continent, Wang Feng recognized the technique of the pebbles as the hidden weapon mastery from the Xiantian treasure record, the rain of pear blossoms. Yet, at this moment, Tang San was merely 6 years old, and his Xiantian gong had only reached the first level. In the intricate world of the Xiantian treasure record, it was evident that he could not possibly master all the hidden weapon techniques flawlessly. Meanwhile, observing Feng Ge, who stood frozen in place, seemingly in a state of shock, Tang San's lips curled into a subtle smile. Since his rebirth in this Douluo Continent, he had devoted most of his time to practicing various profound techniques, such as the Xiantian skill, Purple Extreme Demon Eye, and Xian Jade Hand. Although he had practiced the numerous hidden weapon techniques only occasionally due to his tender age, it was nonetheless sufficient. Tang San was naturally adept with these hidden weapon techniques, and as his proficiency in Xiantian skill, Xian Jade Hand, and other techniques grew, so too did his strength with weapons of varying materials. Although he had not practiced for some time, he felt confident in his ability to execute the rainflower needle technique using mere pebbles. In his mind, Tang San mused that while Feng Ge was exceptionally intelligent and had anticipated his use of hidden weapons, he could never fathom that he was not simply tossing pebbles. These were pebbles imbued with the rainflower needle technique. This challenge was undoubtedly his to win. With this thought, even with the experiences of 2 lifetimes, a sense of indescribable pride welled within him. Perhaps the pressure Feng Ge exerted upon him was too immense. Overcoming Feng Ge would grant him a long-lost sense of achievement. He secretly reflected. Indeed, Feng Ge was formidable, far surpassing his expectations. Unfortunately, Tang San had an abundance of hidden cards up his sleeve. As he recalled Feng Ge's earlier display of strength, a shiver ran down his spine. He had no choice but to employ the Xiantian skill, compelling himself to unleash the hidden weapon technique, Rainflower Needle. Tang San gazed intently at Feng Ge, who remained motionless in the distance, already envisioning the latter's bruised visage. He promptly retrieved an ointment, ready to apply it as soon as Feng Ge conceded. However, at that very moment, 27 pebbles shot forth like beams of light, hurtling toward Wang Feng. Wang Feng moved. He extended his hands, his expression serious as he began to dance in the air with remarkable speed. His hands moved so swiftly that they left behind countless afterimages. With each motion, several pebbles were caught between his fingertips. In less than a second, as Tang San was about to apply the ointment, he found himself momentarily dumbfounded, for he beheld Feng Ge still standing there, now with both hands raised, delicate and petite. His fingers astonishingly clutched all 27 pebbles. Tang San was stunned. He understood well the speed and force of the pebbles he had launched. To put it bluntly, even a tree stump at such close range would be indented by their impact. The naked eye of an adult could not discern even a pebble, much less a true hidden weapon, as they were magnitudes larger, let alone the fact that Feng Ge had caught them all in an instant. Ha ha, Xiaosan. Taste my self-created technique, fairy scattering flowers. Wang Feng burst into laughter, suddenly leaping into the air and hurling the pebbles in his palms toward Tang San with great force. However, Wang Feng was not versed in the art of the rain of pearls technique. Yet, his speed and strength were undeniably formidable. Tang San was taken aback. Did the celestial maiden scatter flowers? Could it be that Brother Feng also possessed the secret arts of concealed weaponry? Such a notion seemed implausible. Was there truly a hidden weapon mastery in the Douluo Continent that could rival Tang's sect? Yet, as he observed the stones hurtling towards him, he realized it was merely a ruse. Nevertheless, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Even if they were carelessly thrown, their velocity was swifter and their force greater than before. A sense of dread flooded Tang San's heart as he swiftly dodged. Out of 27 stones, he skillfully evaded 23. Yet, four struck him directly. Indeed, with Brother Feng's strength, even casually thrown stones bore greater impact than he anticipated. Tang San's complexion shifted, feeling a sharp pain at 4 distinct points: his left shoulder, right waist, chest, and calf, evidence of swelling. His face flushed, beads of sweat forming on his brow. In that moment, Tang San comprehended the truth. He had lost. He stumbled back several steps, leaning against a large tree to steady himself. Overwhelmed by astonishment, he also experienced a tinge of bitterness. It had been a long time since he had tasted the bitterness of defeat, albeit this was merely a child's scuffle. As he gazed at the approaching Brother Feng, who appeared unfazed and glowing with the sheen of exertion, a bitter smile crept upon his lips. Brother Feng, I concede. It seems you truly are superior to me. A slight sense of disappointment washed over Tang San. Just then, Wang Feng approached, patting Tang San's shoulder with a smile. Little San, be confident. At those words, Tang San paused, feeling the weight of his disappointment dissipate. What was there to fear in losing? Brother Feng was right. Confidence was key. He was a prodigy of the Tang sect. There was no need for despondency. It was through failure that he would grow stronger. With this thought, Tang San cast a grateful glance at Brother Feng. Indeed, he was a good person, remaining humble in victory and offering solace. However, just as Tang San was about to express his gratitude, he heard Wang Feng's hearty laughter. Be confident, and remove the word seems from your vocabulary. Tang San's lips twitched, and he suddenly felt an increase in his pain. At that moment, Wang Feng picked up the ointment from the ground, exclaiming in surprise, Little San. It appears I must commend you. I never expected you to be so foresight as to prepare ointment for yourself. Wang Feng was well aware that the ointment was likely a precaution taken by Tang San, fearing for his own well-being. Tang San's lips twitched again. Haha, I was merely jesting with you. Wang Feng chuckled. Now, allow me to apply the ointment. Tang San nodded with a smile, feeling a wave of tranquility wash over him. His body ached in multiple places, and having exhausted his energy while dodging the stones, he was reluctant to move. Once Wang Feng had tended to Tang San's wounds, the latter felt himself regaining some strength. Brother Feng, you must have held back just now, right? Tang San hesitated before inquiring. Not at all. I only exerted around 80%, Wang Feng replied casually. In truth, he had only utilized 50% of his strength. Tang San was momentarily stunned. If 80% could overpower him so effortlessly, what would a full 100% entail? Suddenly, a surge of indomitable spirit ignited within Tang San. Brother Feng is formidable. Is it not the case that I, Tang San, am weak? Over the course of more than a decade in the Tang sect, and these recent years of rebirth, I have experienced nothing but smooth sailing, devoid of failure. Now, Brother Feng has enlightened me that beyond the heavens, there are indeed greater powers, and I, Tang San, must strive to become even stronger. In that moment, Tang San contemplated deeply. Defeating Tang San seems assured with my innate full soul power. Wang Feng mused. Now, we await Brother Tao's arrival in Holy Soul Village. Tang San was momentarily taken aback, noticing for the first time in a while that his father was awake rather than sleeping in the morning, as if he had anticipated something and was waiting for him. Clang, clang, clang. Tang Hao swung his massive hammer, striking the raw iron without glancing at Tang San. His father, Tang San, opened his mouth and solemnly declared, I concede. Brother Feng is far more formidable than I had imagined. Indeed, Tang Hao replied nonchalantly. In a single stroke with my hammer, I can forge a piece of raw iron faster than you could in 10 days. If you were to win, it would truly be a miracle. This lad Feng is no ordinary person. Chapter 8. Su Yuntao, Holy Soul Village. As Wang Feng walked upon the ground, he surveyed the surroundings of Holy Soul Village, observing the changes that had transpired over the years. The ground was now paved with stones, unlike the pure dirt paths of a few years prior, presenting a smooth and level surface. These stones were transported from Nodding City, a considerable expense indeed. The once ordinary Holy Soul Village has embarked on expansive construction projects, introducing many novel buildings over the past 2 years. Along the sides of the roads, vibrant flowers have been planted. In the heart of the village stands a stone pillar, adorned with a handprint. This pillar was established based on Wang Feng's suggestion to village chief Jack, having been newly decorated. Surrounding the pillar is a circle of exquisitely crafted stone sculptures resembling the heads of dragon-shaped soul beasts. From their mouths, streams of water spout, encircling the pillar at its center, resembling a miniature garden. Before the stone pillar, there stands a sign detailing the origin of the pillar. At noon, numerous visitors to the village gazed in wonder at Holy Soul Village, making their way to the center to admire the pillar, subsequently reading the inscription on the sign. It read, Many years ago, there was a girl named Xiao Sun in Holy Soul Village, full of innocence, vivacity, and charm. Alongside her was a boy named Xiao Yan. They grew up together, childhood sweethearts, until the day arrived for their martial soul awakening. Xiao Yan was the village's hope, gifted beyond measure, and all villagers believed he would awaken a powerful martial soul and become a formidable soul master. However, on the day of the awakening, Xiao Yan failed to manifest a martial soul, lacking the qualifications to become a soul master, while many other children successfully awakened their souls. He became the object of scorn in the village, regarded as useless, a failure devoid of any martial soul. Yet, at that moment, the young lady Xiao Sun awakened a powerful martial soul, one with innate full soul power, a rarity in a century. And thus, the tale concludes here. Many pedestrians, upon catching sight of the stone pillar, felt an insatiable curiosity arise within them, yet they could only decipher a single line of text. However, you may not realize that the Soul Saint handprint upon this pillar was not left by the esteemed Miss Xiaoxuan, but rather by Xiaoyan. To uncover the tale and its various intricacies, one must visit the Sacred Soul Village. Upon reading this, many passers-by were momentarily stunned. How infuriating! Why is the story incomplete? Exclaimed a disgruntled visitor. Look, there is a small inscription within the handprint. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth's poverty. How exhilarating! Could this have been left by Xiaoyan? Surely, he must have become a soul saint. But how did he achieve such greatness? Determined, one visitor declared, I must remain in Sacred Soul Village for several years to unravel the story behind this soul saint handprint. Wang Feng, with a smile, observed the numerous tourists arriving from outside the village, pausing before the stone pillar and ultimately deciding to linger. In such a remote place as Sacred Soul Village, reliant solely on agriculture, even an increase in yield would scarcely yield substantial profit. Wang Feng chuckled inwardly. The current prosperity of Sacred Soul Village was certainly not solely attributable to enhanced agricultural output, but rather to the influx of visitors. In a previous life, this would equate to the development of a thriving tourism industry. The Soul Saint handprint was a concept Wang Feng had devised during his time there. As he began crafting a new tale, a version of the soul breakthrough in the Douluo Continent, he thought to himself that since the original narrative had not definitively revealed the identity of the Soul Saint from Sacred Soul Village, he could weave his own story without concern. Gradually, life in Sacred Soul Village improved considerably. Otherwise, how could a modern individual from the 21st century, accustomed to a contemporary lifestyle, adapt to the hardships reminiscent of rural life from the 1970s and 1980s? Who concocted this nonsensical tale? At that moment, Wang Feng heard a voice tinged with dissatisfaction. Turning around, he beheld a striking young man with sharp features, standing with his arms crossed, staring discontentedly at the sign beside the stone pillar, clad in a white fitted outfit, with a black cape billowing behind him. He bore an emblem resembling a fist-sized character for soul at the center of his chest, his expression exuding a hint of arrogance. The villagers were intrigued by this young man, as his demeanor and attire set him apart from the ordinary folk. Why has Tao arrived so soon? Wang Feng pondered, recalling that Grandpa Jack had mentioned the awakening of martial souls was still a few days away. Although he had never encountered this individual before, Wang Feng, through his distinctive attire and aura, deduced that this young man was none other than the renowned figure from the Douluo Continent, Yuntao. With this realization, Wang Feng approached and lazily inquired, What seems to be the matter, esteemed sir? Yuntao turned, regarding the languid child before him, seemingly unfazed by the presence of someone of his stature, in stark contrast to the usual trepidation and reverence exhibited by the other village children. He couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. This tale is evidently a fabrication, merely piquing the curiosity of its audience, while in truth, it is exceedingly dull. Yuntao glanced at Wang Feng, and, pointing at the stone pillar, shook his head. Disappointed? Why the disappointment? Wang Feng inquired. In this narrative, the young yin possesses no martial soul, yet it later suggests that he becomes a soul sage, which is patently impossible. Yuntao replied with a faint smile. An individual without a martial soul cannot even aspire to become a soul master, let alone a soul sage. Is this story not a farce? Upon hearing this, Wang Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Ah, Brother Tao, as ever, your familiar perspective. It reminds me of when I first watched Douluo Continent, and Tang Sen awakened his blue-silver grass martial soul. You were so adamant in proclaiming it a useless martial soul, though it hasn't made many appearances since. I can only imagine it has been proven wrong time and again. So what now? Wang Feng replied leisurely. If you deem it a fabrication, then you may as well depart from the Holy Soul Village. You little rascal, you are rather amusing. Yuntao chuckled softly. I have important matters to attend to. Should you attempt to drive me away, beware of your village chief, who may give you a sound spanking. Yuntao regarded the young boy with an air of indifference. Do you think I came to your Holy Soul Village out of curiosity for this absurd tale of a soul sage? Wang Feng shrugged and sighed. It seems you are not curious after all. What a pity, for I possess the complete story detailing how young yin becomes a soul sage. Since you lack interest, I shall not share it with you. With that, Wang Feng turned and began to walk into the village. You possess the entire story. Yuntao paused, gazing at the boy's retreating figure, and took a few steps forward, raising his hand as if to speak, but hesitating. At that moment, Wang Feng suddenly turned around. Wang Feng regarded him curiously, shaking his head as he mused. In a few days, I shall awaken my martial soul. I wonder what it will be. Oh, this child. Yuntao observed the boy's departing silhouette, contemplating for a few moments. Perfect. I shall remain for a few days to see if there are any promising candidates in the Holy Soul Village who can become soul masters. Days later, Grandpa Jack led Wang Feng, Tang San, and the other 7 children from the village to the Martial Soul Hall of Holy Soul Village. Chapter 9. The Golden Legend. The Martial Soul Hall of Holy Soul Village, having undergone renovations, is no longer the dilapidated wooden shack of the original tale. It is now constructed from jade-white stones, exuding a certain grandeur. Little Feng, if your martial soul is not exceptional, worry not, Grandpa Jack reassured the group of children as they stood outside the village. Gently patting Wang Feng, whom he had raised for several years, he continued, without a martial soul, one cannot become a soul master. But you may remain here in Holy Soul Village. Indeed, we have need of you. Wang Feng felt a wave of exasperation. This old fellow simply wished to keep him in Holy Soul Village. After all, many of the improvements in the village over the years were his ideas. With the villagers now enjoying increasingly better lives, it was only natural they would want to retain him. Even if it means being treated like royalty, he thought. I say, Grandpa, I haven't even awakened yet, Wang Feng protested with annoyance. Hee, Maple, you are so lazy every day. Both your father and mother lack martial souls, so you surely do not possess one either. Do not worry. A young boy grinned at Wang Feng. You little brat, are you looking for trouble? Wang Feng glared at the boy. The young lad shrank back, afraid to utter another word. Over the past month, Wang Feng had undergone rigorous training, coupled with the transformation from Meteor tears. Although he had not experienced a complete metamorphosis, his aura had transformed significantly. Gone was the lethargy of before, replaced with a newfound sharpness. The village children had always regarded him with trepidation. Thus, a mere glare from him could easily induce nightmares in their timid hearts. I see among you, Little 3 has the most potential to become a spirit master and awaken a formidable martial soul. The stubborn old coot, Tang Hao? As for you, Little Feng, your grandfather does not expect you to become a spirit master. Jack, the grandfather, looked at Wang Feng with a smile, saying, if you can awaken an ordinary martial soul, such as blue silvergrass, a hoe, or a sickle, I would be satisfied. They would still hold some utility. Is that how little faith you have in me? Wang Feng mused, realizing the truth in the matter. Martial souls are typically determined by one's biological parents, predominantly inherited. His parents in this world of Douluo Continent were indeed ordinary peasants, devoid of martial souls, unlike Little 3, whose parents were exceptional. All right, follow me inside. When you meet the battle spirit master, do not be afraid, but also refrain from excessive chatter. Do not provoke his impatience. Jack admonished the children a few times before leading them into the Hall of Spirits. Before long, they entered, and at the center of the hall stood a young man. Hearing their footsteps, he turned to face them. This was the battle spirit master, Su Yuntao, from Nodding City. Jack respectfully addressed the young man, but as he finished speaking, he was taken aback and hurriedly stepped forward, whispering, Master Su, have we not been attentive enough these past 2 days? Why do you have dark circles under your eyes? Indeed, 2 days prior, Master Su Yuntao had arrived in Holy Soul Village, intending to assess whether there were any children with the potential to become spirit masters. Yet, he now appeared visibly fatigued. No, I am merely a bit tired. Let us begin promptly. Su Yuntao replied somewhat impatiently. Wang Feng, observing this scene, nearly burst into laughter. Su Yuntao resembled his past self, who had often stayed up late reading novels. When he first arrived, his hair was neat and tidy, exuding an aura that felt refreshing. Now, his hair was disheveled and greasy, and dark circles adorned his eyes. It was evident that he had been up late for the past 2 days. Engrossed in his self-created tale, soul shattering the sky, Su Yuntao was quite vexed, eager to conclude this assessment and return to his captivating story. How peculiar it was that a seemingly mundane narrative had ensnared him in its grip over the past 2 days. The little imp boldly claimed to possess an entire set of stories. Su Yuntao, burdened with thoughts, cast a glance at several children, and his gaze paused upon Wang Feng. Momentarily stunned, was this not the very imp? Humph. I am Su Yuntao, a 26th level soul master. Su Yuntao regarded Wang Feng coolly, intending to intimidate the little rascal. As expected, upon hearing these words, the other children were filled with admiration and reverence. Even Tang San displayed curiosity. Yet, the little imp merely glanced at him dismissively and exclaimed, Soul Master, how impressive. Are you ready to begin? Our martial souls are eager to emerge. A burst of laughter erupted among the children. Even Tang San couldn't help but chuckle. Wang Feng was indeed carefree, unafraid of anything. Su Yuntao was momentarily taken aback. This little brat. Well, considering that you possess the complete set of stories about soul breaking the heavens, I shall refrain from arguing with you. Humph. I have traversed 6 villages, and not a single soul possessing martial spirit was found, let alone one of decent quality. Su Yuntao shook his head, clearly indicating that you were not in any better position. He then ceased his chatter, producing 6 pitch-black circular stones and swiftly arranging them on the ground into a hexagon. He retrieved a crystal ball and stepped inside the formation from left to right. Su Yuntao pointed at the hexagon. and a faint glow emanated from within. The first child stepped forward. Su Yuntao called out, "Lone Wolf." 2 soul rings, one white and one yellow, rose from him, and simultaneously, Su Yuntao's form expanded rapidly, exuding a sense of power. Many children were astonished, stepping back in fear and awe. Su Yuntao quickly directed his hands toward the stones, unleashing several beams of green light. A flash of golden light enveloped the child. Extending his right hand, Su Yuntao commanded, and the child promptly raised his hand, revealing a small scythe. However, upon touching the crystal ball, there was no response. Su Yuntao shook his head. The child exited, his face filled with disappointment. Subsequently, the remaining children entered one by one. As time passed, Su Yuntao's disappointment grew. Finally, it was Tang San's turn. The golden light emanating from him was brighter than that of the previous children. Golden legend. Wang Feng muttered, glancing at Tang San's left hand, thinking, the Haotian hammer must be in his grasp, right? Tang San tightly clenched his left hand, while his right hand opened to reveal a sprig of blue-silver grass. Upon seeing this, Tang San's expression darkened. Do you have a curse, Wang Feng? He thought silently. The blue-silver grass was not the issue, but Wang Feng had previously claimed his martial soul was blue-silver grass, leaving Tang San feeling quite exasperated. Naturally, Tang San did not believe that his martial soul was determined by Wang Feng, yet the coincidence was rather uncanny. However, as he slightly clenched his left hand, he sensed that this hand seemed to be coalescing into a martial soul, though he was reluctant to reveal it. Yet again, it was blue-silver grass. Su Yuntao shook his head. In the next moment, his eyes widened as he beheld Tang San placing his hand upon the crystal ball, which then erupted with a dazzling blue radiance that filled the entire room. Innate full soul power. Su Yuntao exclaimed in astonishment. Wang Feng gazed intently at the crystal ball, pondering whether, should he channel all the energy within him, it might shatter. Chapter 10, 9-star Begonia? The mysterious blue lotus martial soul. Whether it would explode, Wang Feng could not ascertain. However, Tang San's innate, full soul power left Su Yuntao profoundly astonished. Noticing the curiosity in Tang San's eyes, Su Yuntao sighed and elucidated. To become a soul master, soul power is paramount. Even the most mediocre martial soul can cultivate through meditation if one possesses soul power. The children before you lack any soul power, yet you were born with level 10 soul power, which is what we refer to as innate full soul power. Su Yuntao's gaze was complex. Innate full soul power is a rare gift, yet it belonged to the blue-silver grass martial soul. Indeed, Tang San nodded. Innate soul power signifies one's qualification to become a soul master. The higher the qualification, the swifter the cultivation. Su Yuntao continued. The occurrences of innate full soul power on the continent are exceedingly rare. To date, you are the first and the last I shall ever encounter. I shall not meet another. At this, Wang Feng chuckled. Master, am I invisible? How can there not be a second? He continued. I've stood here for ages. Could you at least let me complete my test before you make such declarations? Xiao Feng, stop your nonsense. Before Su Yuntao could respond, Village Chief Jack shot Wang Feng a stern look. You cannot compare yourself to Xiao San. Simply awakening a martial soul is an accomplishment. Do you think innate full soul power is as common as dirt? Wang Feng, witnessing the reprimand from Village Chief Jack, made Su Yuntao chuckle and shake his head. Innate full soul power is a once-in-a-century occurrence. For one to materialize in Saint Soul Village is already an extraordinary rarity. Implicitly, he meant to convey to the young boy that such thoughts were unfounded. However, Tang San mused internally that this rarity was merely a consequence of his cultivation of the Xiantian skill. Otherwise, an ordinary child could never possess innate full soul power. How could one naturally harbor such internal energy without diligent training? Unless they were an exceptional genius, born with soul power. At this juncture, Wang Feng expressed his discontent. So, Master Su Yuntao, are you implying that I could never possibly possess innate full soul power? Although Wang Feng was uncertain whether the energy within him would stimulate a reaction from the energy ball, he felt quite displeased at being dismissed so readily. Tang San stepped forward to Wang Feng, pausing contemplatively before saying, Brother Feng, have confidence and eliminate the word possibly. Tang San was acutely aware that he was no extraordinary genius. His abilities were due to the Xiantian skill, while Brother Feng had not undergone such training. Feng possesses extraordinary talents and an exceptional physical constitution. Yet his soul power is intrinsically linked to what resides within. Moreover, during their previous encounter, Tang San did not perceive Feng utilizing any energy akin to internal force. It was purely his formidable physical prowess that was astonishing. Thus, Tang San deemed it improbable that Feng could possess innate full soul power. Ah, little San. You have made progress. You've even learned to retort like me, Wang Feng remarked with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, acknowledging the protagonist's remarkable learning ability. Enough of this trivial banter. Let us proceed to assess your martial soul. Su Yuntao shot Wang Feng a glare. With a scoff in his heart, Wang Feng strode directly to the center of the hexagon. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in and received a mysterious martial soul reward. Please close your eyes and feel the enigmatic martial soul. The familiar voice resonated in his mind. Startled, Wang Feng promptly shut his eyes. Boom. In an instant, his mind seemed to explode, plunging him into an abyss of endless chaos. At the center of this chaos, a mysterious lotus quietly bloomed, exuding an ancient and grand aura. What is that? Wang Feng fixated on the azure lotus, and in a fleeting moment, he seemed to glimpse an unparalleled world. Suddenly, the azure lotus surged towards him, piercing into his forehead in an instant. Boom. After what felt like an eternity, he finally opened his eyes to behold his martial soul, a mysterious miniature azure lotus blossoming softly in his palm. It bore a resemblance to the 9-star begonia, yet its petals were entirely distinct, with 12 leaves encasing 24 central petals. It was extraordinarily beautiful, a form of martial soul he had never encountered before. Su Yuntao shook his head. It bore some resemblance to the most potent support-type martial soul, the 9-heart begonia, yet it was entirely different, albeit visually appealing. What a pity it holds little utility, he mused. Tang San, however, gazed at the azure lotus with mild astonishment. A lotus? This martial soul of Feng's bears striking similarities to the lotuses I have seen in my past life. Yet, this azure lotus possesses a unique aesthetic. No wonder Master Su Yuntao could not recognize it. He contemplated silently. In the realm of Douluo Continent, Tang Sin had not encountered any flora resembling a lotus. Although it was called a lotus, it was not entirely so, he reasoned. Perhaps it was not an inferior martial soul after all. Indeed. Grandpa Jack chuckled, Little Feng. If this flower could be cultivated in our village, it would indeed be splendid. Wang Feng suddenly burst into laughter. This was no mere inferior martial soul, nor an ordinary lotus. The items bestowed by the system could not be trivial. Coupled with the mysterious azure lotus he had glimpsed in that dark chaotic realm, he thought with a tremor in his heart, could this truly be the Chaos Azure Lotus? As a fervent admirer of novels in his past life, he was well aware that within the backdrop of ancient Chinese mythology, the chaos treasures from the primordial era were unfathomably terrifying artifacts. The realization that his martial soul was such a formidable entity was beyond comprehension. Wang Feng gazed at the blooming azure lotus, his body trembling with anticipation. In the realm of primordial mythology, countless versions exist, yet this chaotic azure lotus is undeniably extraordinary. Legend has it that the primordial deity Pangu was birthed from the seeds of this very lotus. However, Wang Feng observed only 4 seeds nestled within the lotus pedestal. It seemed that this chaotic azure lotus was somewhat unique. According to ancient tales, one of the seeds transformed into the 36th rank pure world azure lotus, which subsequently evolved into 3 supreme treasures, the 3 treasures of the Jade Rui, Taiji Buddha dust, and the Qingping sword. The remaining 3 seeds each metamorphosed into the 12th rank merit golden lotus, the 12th rank karma fire red lotus, and the 12th rank annihilation black lotus, all embodying unparalleled innate defensive spiritual treasures, each serving different functions. The 5 expansive lotus leaves transformed into the 5 directional banners, namely, the Wajixi apricot yellow banner, 8,000 golden lotuses, impervious to destruction, the azure lotus precious color banner, radiating the light of relics, promoting tranquility and serenity, the ground flare light banner, disturbing the balance of yin and yang, inverting the 5 elements, the plain cloud realm banner, manifesting extraordinary phenomena, illuminating heaven and earth, the true martial dark carving banner, obscuring the universe, shrouding the sun. The lotus pod of the azure lotus transformed into the Qiankuan Ding, capable of refining the essence of items, effectively enhancing their grade. Its root and stem absorb the innate aura of slaughter, becoming the god-slaying spear, capable of injuring even the souls of sages. Wang Feng's eyes glistened with fervor as he beheld this enigmatic azure lotus. Although he was uncertain whether it would indeed possess the monstrous capabilities described in legends, and recognizing that it was merely a manifestation of martial soul, not the true entity, he was nonetheless captivated by the potential power it might unleash. He envisioned the azure lotus taking on forms such as the Jade Rui, the Qingping sword, or even the amalgamated 36th rank pure world azure lotus, or transforming into the 12th rank annihilation black lotus, or the 5 directional banners, Qiankuan Ding, and God-slaying spear, each embodying distinct abilities. The thought of such versatility was overwhelming. Su Yuntao observed the exceedingly excited Wang Feng and shook his head in disbelief. How could a nameless wildflower martial soul evoke such enthusiasm? Are you still going to test your soul power? Su Yuntao inquired with a frown, contemplating whether to spare the young boy some dignity. Spare it? Wang Feng was taken aback, waving his hand dismissively. No need, just a casual test. With that, he casually placed his palm upon the crystal orb. Boom. A brilliant golden light erupted, blinding everyone present. Su Yuntao stood frozen, utterly astonished. His voice trembling as he uttered a few words. Innate full soul power? At the same time, inside the room, the elderly Jack and Tang San were both utterly astonished by the scene unfolding before them, particularly Tang San. Could it be that Feng Gu also possessed innate full soul power? Tang San felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. He was well aware that his own attainment of innate full soul power stemmed from his diligent practice of the Xiantian art since childhood. It was not a natural gift, but rather the result of his hard work. However, Feng Gu seemed to have no means of cultivating it all. Talent. Innate talent. Tang San's eyes widened in astonishment. As a transmigrator who had practiced the Xiantian art, he had achieved innate full soul power. Yet, Feng Gu appeared to be a true prodigy, possessing such innate gifts without any training. Otherwise, he would not have been able to surpass me while simultaneously wielding innate full soul power, even if his martial soul was not as formidable as mine. Suddenly, a thought struck Tang San. He discreetly opened his left hand behind his back, revealing a small hammer, the manifestation of his martial soul. It seemed he possessed two martial souls. Though he was uncertain about the nature of this one, perhaps his father would know. As he pondered this, he glanced at Feng Gu, only to find him engrossed in examining his newly awakened mysterious lotus martial soul, seemingly indifferent to the fact that he possessed innate full soul power. This left Tang San somewhat speechless. Unbeknownst to Tang San, Wang Feng's innate full soul power had only been developed over the course of a month. He was neither originally gifted nor an extraordinary genius. It was through relentless training to the brink of death and harnessing the energy from Meteor tears that he had attained his current innate full soul power. However, at that moment, Wang Feng was less concerned about that and was instead intensely curious about the blue lotus martial soul. It seems that the energy sphere is about to explode. Suddenly, Wang Feng caught a glimpse of the energy sphere used for testing soul power. Noticing it had developed some cracks, he quickly gathered the remaining energy within his body, preventing it from flowing into the energy sphere any further. Otherwise, it would surely detonate. Innate full soul power was sufficient. If it truly exploded, it could lead to disastrous consequences, especially if he were captured and studied later on. Wang Feng contemplated cautiously. One must be discreet when showcasing one's abilities. Moderation is key. Moreover, he had yet to fully research this blue lotus martial soul and was uncertain about its true capabilities, even if it were indeed as he suspected. He currently lacked the strength to unleash its full potential. Ding! Congratulations, host, for achieving innate full soul power. You are rewarded with a mysterious humanoid martial soul. This martial soul requires the host to comprehend its power independently. The next check-in location is Shrek Academy. If you can reach level 30 and possess a 10,000-year soul ring at the next check-in, there will be special rewards. As the familiar voice echoed, Wang Feng's body trembled slightly, and a flicker of dark light flashed in his eyes. A mysterious humanoid martial soul? To comprehend it independently? Wang Feng was momentarily taken aback. Although he had gathered some understanding after 2 check-ins, he realized that the gifts provided by the system, while immensely powerful, required him to gradually develop and research them for practical use. It was far from the simplicity he had imagined, much like the Meteor tears. The Genesis Qinglian martial soul is no ordinary entity. Wang Feng discerned that to unleash its true potential, he would need to exert extraordinary effort. After all, this phenomenon is far from simple. Yet, the self-discovery aspect left Wang Feng utterly bewildered. A hint would have been appreciated, wouldn't it? A twin martial soul, no less. And a humanoid one at that, yet devoid of any guidance. How was he to comprehend it? Wang Feng felt a tinge of exasperation. Nevertheless, the Genesis Qinglian martial soul had already bestowed upon him a remarkable surprise. Well, little one, you too possess innate full soul power, Su Yuntao remarked. A slight flush gracing his cheeks. Reflecting on his earlier words, he felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Have I exhausted all my luck in this lifetime? In a single village, encountering 2 individuals with innate full soul power is quite extraordinary. Su Yuntao recalled his own humble beginnings with merely second-level soul power. He sighed quietly and turned his gaze toward old Jack, stating, "These 2 children are exceptional. Although their martial souls may be lacking, it is a pity. Yet they are destined to become soul masters. I must take my leave now." Su Yuntao felt his pride being diminished. Suddenly, he recalled the tale of the little yen, igniting an inexplicable eagerness for the story's continuation. "Little one, do you truly possess the complete story?" "Indeed," Wang Feng replied with a cheerful smile. "Would you like to hear it?" "No problem, but you must agree to one condition." "Speak," Su Yuntao urged, leaning closer. Wang Feng whispered a few words into Su Yuntao's ear. Upon finishing, Su Yuntao was left in a state of shock. "Are you certain?" he inquired, casting an odd look at Wang Feng. "Of course," Wang Feng retorted. "This request is something I am more than willing to accept." Su Yuntao smiled. 3 months from now is the enrollment at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. I will come to find you then. I trust you will be prepared." Wang Feng nodded in satisfaction, then retrieved a stack of pre-prepared papers from his pocket and handed them to Su Yuntao. Seizing the folded papers with great enthusiasm, Su Yuntao coughed a few times, treating them as a precious treasure and tucking them away. "All right, old Jack, I shall take my leave." Su Yuntao waved goodbye to the village chief, his face once again adorned with a joyful smile. Old Jack hurried over to see Su Yuntao off. "Brother Feng, what request did you make of Master Su that has him so elated?" Tang San inquired curiously. "Oh, nothing much. I merely suggested a duel in 3 months." Wang Feng replied nonchalantly. "After all, one must strive for greater heights. Little San, fighting you no longer grants me experience points. You've become obsolete." Tang San's expression darkened. Having spent years with Wang Feng, he was well aware of his propensity to utter phrases laden with deeper meanings, brimming with imaginative flair. He could somewhat grasp the significance of the experience points concept. "Wait, Brother Feng, what did you just say? You intend to duel Master Su?" Suddenly, recalling something, Tang San exclaimed in astonishment, "Brother Feng, are you certain? He is a 26th level soul master, with a beast martial soul, the lone wolf. Are you not setting yourself up to be soundly defeated?" Just moments ago, Su Yuntao exhibited an overwhelming aura that Tang San felt quite distinctly. A true soul master. "Feng, we are merely 6 years old. Do you truly wish to challenge an adult soul master, or perhaps a 26th level battle soul master with a beast martial soul?" 3 months. Tang San shook his head. Within that brief span, his own capabilities would allow him to withstand only a few exchanges with Su Yuntao. Moreover, in 3 months, the latter would undoubtedly enhance his strength as well. Reflecting on Su Yuntao's radiant smile upon his departure, Tang San silently mourned for Feng for a few seconds. It appeared that he truly needed to prepare medicinal ointments for Feng in advance this time. Chapter 12. The first form of the chaotic azure lotus martial soul. "Very good, very good." Old Jack's kind visage radiated surprise as he gazed at the 2 children, one who had grown up by his side, and the other he had watched mature. Although the environment may have hindered their martial souls, the innate full soul power was undeniable. Without a doubt, they would become stable soul masters, right? The thought of 2 soul masters emerging from Holy Soul Village today caused an uncontainable smile to spread across Old Jack's face. "I never expected you, little Feng, to possess innate full soul power as well." His expression was one of incredulity as he looked at Wang Feng, as if he had witnessed a monkey springing forth from a rock. Wang Feng, observing Old Jack's ghostly expression, felt a twinge of discomfort. After all, if the original narrative held true, he would indeed be one of those children, a somewhat clever minor character, whose storyline diverged significantly from Tang San's. It was no wonder Old Jack was so astonished. With 3 months remaining until the enrollment at Nodding Junior Academy, although our village has only 1 quota, it mattered little. Old Jack's smile remained unwavering as he regarded the 2 children. "Let us not speak of little Feng. Little San, come. I shall visit your home and discuss matters with your father." "All right, Grandpa Village Head." Tang San nodded in agreement. With that, Old Jack led Tang San outside toward Tang Hao's blacksmith shop. Wang Feng chose not to follow, knowing that Old Jack would likely engage in a heated debate with Tang Hao, leaving him uninterested in witnessing the exchange. Wang Feng ran to the familiar little woods outside the village. With 3 months left, defeating Tao Gu, a 26th level battle soul master, with his current strength seemed exceedingly challenging. Wang Feng contemplated quietly. Utilizing Su Yuntao as a means to gauge his own abilities while applying some pressure was Wang Feng's strategy. However, Su Yuntao belonged to the Spirit Hall. Wang Feng was reluctant to reveal too much. He did not necessarily need to defeat him. The mere existence of a talent surpassing innate full soul power, if exposed, could very well attract the attention of the Spirit Hall. Wang Feng was certain that the energy coursing through him exceeded innate full soul power, likely reaching above the 20th level, or even higher. The specifics eluded him. It should be noted that in Douluo Continent, it appeared that only Qian Renshue had surpassed innate full soul power to reach the 20th level. Yet, Qian Renshue was the daughter of the formidable figure Bibi Dong from the Spirit Hall, emerging from a humble, small village. What right do you have to surpass a natural soul power of 20 levels? It would be astonishing if they did not capture you for thorough investigation. Thus, I can only engage in battle with Su Yuntao using the strength of my innate full soul power. Wang Feng clenched his fist. Physical fitness is fundamental, while the Qinglian martial soul should be the key. With this thought, he surveyed his surroundings, took a deep breath, and gently opened his right hand, his consciousness stirring. A blue lotus quietly blossomed. Upon witnessing this blue lotus, Wang Feng gradually channeled a portion of the energy within him, namely his soul power, into the Qinglian martial soul. As waves of soul power flowed in, the enigmatic blue lotus suddenly radiated an extraordinary brilliance. At the center of the lotus platform, among the 4 lotus seeds. A smaller seed quietly unfurled, releasing an endless golden light. Wang Feng gazed intently as the energy from within him continuously infused into it. The light intensified. It was as if this lotus seed had received nourishment, rapidly swelling and blossoming from the platform in an instant. Golden, pure, and resplendent gold. The soft and orthodox golden radiance enveloped Wang Feng entirely. Symbolizing warmth, healing, and a unique power, it brought immense joy to both his body and mind. Could this be the first form of the blue lotus, the 12th grade golden lotus? Wang Feng inhaled slightly, observing the small golden lotus blooming from the 4 lotus seeds of the Qinglian. It emanated a refreshing aura. Following the appearance of the golden lotus, Wang Feng felt the energy within him begin to deplete rapidly. It is conceivable that manifesting the first form of this blue lotus would demand an unimaginable amount of soul power. However, this is to be expected. The more powerful the martial soul, the higher the soul power required for its use. Tang San's Haotian hammer, given his current innate full soul power, would struggle to wield it for even 20 seconds. 10 seconds might leave him utterly exhausted. Yet, Wang Feng was certain that the soul power required to wield the Qinglian martial soul would be even more astonishing. In the ancient myths of Huaxia, the 12th grade merit golden lotus is a congenital spiritual treasure. I am uncertain of its specific functions, as I have never ventured into the primordial world. However, as a manifestation of the martial soul, this golden lotus evokes a peculiar sensation within me. Wang Feng assessed the energy within him. 30 seconds was his limit. Without further hesitation, he looked around, seeking something to experiment with. Suddenly, a glimmer of realization struck him. He spotted a wounded little bird lying not far away. Approaching it, Wang Feng stared at the injured creature, momentarily taken aback. Wasn't this the very bird he had rescued from the fangs of a venomous snake just a few days prior? It had been barely a few days, and now it was wounded again? Remarkably resilient, its wings and abdomen were injured, with its innards visible. It was not far from death, this little creature. Wang Feng felt a wave of exasperation, paused for a moment in contemplation, and directly commanded the golden lotus at the center of his palm to unleash its power towards the little bird. The golden light enveloped the bird like the silky smoothness of Dove chocolate. The next moment, Wang Feng's eyes widened as he beheld the bird wrapped in the gentle golden glow. Before long, the scratches on the wings of the little bird were healing at a visibly rapid pace. The wounds on its abdomen were also swiftly mending, and its previously closed eyes opened wide. In a matter of mere seconds, the bird returned to its former self. Wang Feng, drenched in sweat, crouched down, appearing utterly drained. The energy within him was being passively absorbed by the golden lotus in the ensuing moments. Initially, he could only harness a fraction of his energy due to the absence of a soul ring, rendering the remainder unusable. However, with the golden light enveloping the bird, all of his energy was directly drawn in, none remained. The little bird floated serenely before suddenly chirping joyfully as it took to the air, flitting around Wang Feng. Could it truly have fully recovered? He was astonished, gazing at the bird that now radiated even more vitality than before. Was this the same creature that had barely clung to life moments ago? The first form of the golden lotus possessed the power to heal and revive even such a frail being. Furthermore, Wang Feng observed that the bird appeared significantly stronger. It soared, its bright eyes gleaming with vitality, as if infused with newfound strength. Perching upon a nearby branch, it pecked vigorously at the tree trunk, soon creating a small hole. Yet, it seemed unabated in its excitement, darting about in the sky. Is it in heat? Wang Feng was utterly bewildered, wondering if he had perhaps overexerted the power of the golden lotus. In his initial attempt, lacking experience, he had unleashed its energy recklessly. Chapter 13. The Unfathomable Power of the Golden Lotus. Self-discovery. The power of the first form of the golden lotus must extend beyond this. Wang Feng mused, no longer observing the little bird, contemplating that without a soul ring, he could only speculate. With a soul ring, the first form of the golden lotus would likely manifest additional abilities. In other words, what he had witnessed was merely the inherent capacity of the lotus itself. Only upon acquiring a soul ring would the golden lotus's other powers be unlocked, revealing true soul skills. Indeed, it was formidable. Wang Feng felt the mysterious azure lotus spirit within him. The mere first form of the golden lotus possessed such terrifying restorative capabilities. If he were to reach greater heights, with the second, third, and fourth forms, what other abilities might emerge? The thought was beyond his imagination. He made his way toward a distant small lake, yearning for a refreshing dip to calm his racing heart before resuming his training. However, unbeknownst to Wang Feng, shortly after he departed, the little bird let out an excited chirp and, with all its might, struck a twig the size of a thumb with its wing. With a flash of brilliance, the twig snapped in two. Had Wang Feng been present, he surely would have been left in utter disbelief. Even though the twig was exceedingly slender, the bird had effortlessly severed it with a mere flap of its wings. This was no ordinary bird. It had transformed into a soul beast. This seemingly common little bird had undeniably evolved into a true soul beast, and not just any soul beast. It had awakened its intelligence. As Wang Feng departed, a little bird perched upon the branch blinked its eyes, fixating its gaze upon him for an extended period. In a moment of inadvertent revelation, Wang Feng unwittingly tapped into the full power of the first form of the golden lotus, far exceeding his own expectations. This power encompassed not merely healing and restoration, but also conferred the ability for cultivation and the awakening of spiritual intelligence. Arriving at the edge of a small lake, Wang Feng shed his upper garments and, with a graceful leap, plunged into the water. He moved through the depths with the agility of a mermaid. Yet his mind was a whirlwind of contemplation. Wang Feng was acutely aware that his current physical prowess was formidable, with a defense that could withstand ordinary blades. His endurance was so remarkable that it sent shivers down his spine. Nevertheless, attributes such as speed, strength, and agility were likely more than double that of an average adult male, slightly surpassing even that of elite soldiers from his past life. This advantage allowed him to effortlessly dominate lesser adversaries. However, he recognized a significant gap when compared to true masters of combat. In the Douluo Continent, such strength alone was insufficient for hunting soul beasts. The first form of the golden lotus possessed no offensive capabilities, suggesting that prior to reaching level 20, he might be reliant solely on hand-to-hand combat. Moreover, grasping the enigmatic human-shaped martial spirit without a clear direction seemed rather impractical. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Wang Feng swam around the small lake 10 times before emerging onto the shore to commence his regular training. He began with 10 laps of sprinting around a grove, followed by exercises on the branches, honing his agility by moving from one point to another without breaking a single twig. Subsequently, he engaged in an obstacle course within the woods. Over the past month, he had set up numerous obstacles for training, ranging from ground traps and flying stones to various impediments crafted from agricultural tools. The layout formed a serpentine route around the grove, presenting a daunting challenge. Even elite soldiers from his previous life would likely emerge from such an obstacle course covered in injuries. Yet, Wang Feng navigated through it with the ease of a leisurely stroll, unscathed. The reflexes he had developed were crucial in enabling him to catch the small stones thrown by his previous adversary. Next, Wang Feng began to train with a flattened log, measuring 4 to 5 meters in length, engaging in various exercises. This log weighed at least 100 pounds, making the burden immense and challenging to manage. However, Wang Feng secured it firmly in place. He executed frog jumps, push-ups, dumbbell lifts, weighted sprints, and essential squats in the lake. He endeavored to replicate every form of exercise from his past life. Yet, as his physical abilities enhanced, reaching his limits became increasingly difficult, primarily due to his overwhelming stamina. There were instances when he trained for half a day and felt scarcely fatigued. The transformation brought about by the Meteor tears fortified his defense and endurance most significantly. Perhaps this was also influenced by the direction of his training. He contemplated the necessity to bolster his strength further, particularly through weighted training. Ideally, he sought to incorporate enduring weight that would remain bound to him throughout meals, hydration, and sleep. And then there was the thought of the chaotic cloak hammer. With this realization, Wang Feng's body trembled with determination. The raging wind hammer, even without Tang Hao's instruction, was well understood by him due to his familiarity with the original text. The most formidable aspect of this hammer technique lies in its principle of leveraging force, delivering a full-powered strike, harnessing the rebound energy, and transforming one's stance to unleash that rebound force once more, thus amplifying the impact with each successive blow. Frankly, it borders on the absurd. Akin to a perpetual motion machine, theoretically, each blow could exceed the last infinitely. However, as one progresses, the consumption increases and the unleashed power grows ever more terrifying. With Tang Hao's title of Douluo, it seems he could only manage 81 strikes, yet the magnitude of those strikes escalates geometrically. One can only imagine how monstrous the final outcome would be. Nonetheless, the notion of having Tang Hao impart this unique secret skill to him made Wang Feng reconsider. It was only after Tang San awakened the second Haotian hammer martial soul that Tang Hao reluctantly shared this profound technique with his biological son. What right did he have to expect such instruction for himself? Yet, could he not attempt it independently? An idea sparked in Wang Feng's mind. He merely needed to practice in this direction, right? Leveraging force, with each strike surpassing the last. After all, he was a transmigrator. Possessing a broadened perspective and having undergone modifications via the Meteor tears, why could he not achieve self-mastery? The technique of leveraging force was commonplace in Huaxia. If Tang Hao could devise such a hammer technique, why could not Wang Feng? Why must he solely rely on Tang Hao's raging wind hammer? If he were merely a slacker, it would be one thing, but equipped with a golden finger, was it not worth a try? Finding his direction, Wang Feng excitedly swung a tree trunk and leaped in exhilaration. He then made his way to Tang Hao's blacksmith shop to borrow a hammer. By the way, Uncle Hao, do you have any larger pieces of raw iron? Upon arriving at the blacksmith shop, he noticed Tang San hammering away at the raw iron, while Tang Hao observed, seemingly offering guidance. Old Jack had likely concluded his discussion with Tang Hao. Upon learning that his son possessed the Haoyan hammer, Tang Hao had entrusted the fundamentals of the Raging Wind hammer technique to Tang San. Wang Feng glanced at Tang San, and it was evident that he had likely grasped it. What size of raw iron do you require? Tang Hao inquired. Approximately 100 pounds, if possible, Wang Feng replied, ideally wanting several pieces. Wang Feng intended to utilize this raw iron to forge refined weighted armor. After refining, the 100 pounds of raw iron would likely yield around 60 to 70 pounds. Constructing armor to wear during training would significantly enhance his exertion. We have some, Tang Hao responded, retrieving several pieces of raw iron. What do you plan to do with these? Hee, you'll find out soon enough, Wang Feng said as he accepted 2 pieces weighing over 100 pounds and dashed away with the hammer in hand. Brother Feng must be looking to train himself, Tang San mused. But with such weight, it can't be easy to train. Moreover, he doesn't even know how to forge. As Wang Feng departed, Tang San observed him with curiosity. Tang Hao cast a sidelong glance at his son, contemplating that the lad indeed lacked blacksmithing skills, yet was significantly more adept than Tang San. With a mere strike of a hammer, one could transform a small piece of raw iron into its refined essence. Feng Ge, however, intends to engage in combat with the esteemed master Su Yuntao in merely 3 months. It leaves me perplexed as to his intentions, remarked Tang San with a chuckle. Oh, Tang Hao paused, intrigued. This Su Yuntao you speak of, is he not a level 26 battle spirit master? How could a mere 6-year-old child aspire to challenge such a master? Indeed, it seems rather inconceivable, Tang San mused internally. If he were to forge hidden weapons, perhaps he might stand a chance against Su Yuntao. Concealed weaponry thrives in the shadows, where its potency is maximized. Engaging in an open confrontation diminishes its effectiveness significantly. Had he employed such tactics during his previous defeat against Feng Ge, perhaps the outcome would have differed. Fascinating. When that day arrives, do share your experiences with me. I am eager to witness it, Tang Hao casually remarked. Very well, Tang San replied, taken aback by his father's unexpected interest in the matter. Now, Xiao San, cease for the moment. Allow me to demonstrate once more the techniques I just described. Pay close attention to my posture. Days later, wiping the sweat from his brow, Tang San placed down the hammer and murmured, the method of blacksmithing taught by my father is truly remarkable. To strike 8 times in succession is already my limit. I wonder what Feng Ge has been up to these past few days. Recalling the technique of leveraging force in the forging process ignited a thrill within him. He resolved to seek out Feng Ge, who had frequently visited to purchase raw iron. Was he perhaps engaging in blacksmithing himself? Curiosity piqued. Tang San realized that blacksmithing was no simple endeavor, as only his father possessed a furnace and bellows in the village. Merely relying on a basic hammer would yield little success. Thus, after concluding his training for the day, Tang San made his way to the village chief's home in search of Feng Ge. Could it be that Feng Ge was in that small grove? His heart stirred with anticipation as he approached the grove just outside the village. Suddenly, the ground trembled slightly. Straining to listen, he heard the familiar sound of hammering. Clang, clang, clang. Tang San paused, then slowly advanced towards the source of the noise. Before long, he beheld a familiar figure, drenched in sweat, vigorously wielding a hammer against a secured piece of raw iron. Astonished, Tang San thought to himself, Feng Ge is truly remarkable. How can he forge iron in such a manner? He concentrated on the scene before him, and soon found himself mesmerized. Chapter 14. It truly is challenging. What is this? Tang San gazed in astonishment at the distance. There stood Feng Ge, hammer in hand, striking the raw iron with fervor. With each blow, sparks erupted in a dazzling display. The force of the hammer against the iron sent Feng Ge spinning gracefully, only to promptly strike again with even greater strength, releasing a cascade of sparks. Isn't this the very technique my father taught me? Tang San watched in awe as Feng Ge, drenched in sweat, executed the principles of leveraging force, harnessing the energy from each strike to deliver an even mightier blow. This method not only refines the raw iron, but also hones one's own skills. Did father also teach Feng? No, it seems there is something different. Tang San fixed his gaze on Feng, noticing the distinct posture. Feng's stance was entirely unlike what father had taught, appearing somewhat rigid. Furthermore, Feng had not visited the blacksmith shop in recent days. Could it be that this was Feng's own epiphany? The sound of the hammer rang out, crisp and clear, continuing to resonate. The more he observed, the more astonished Tang San felt. 6 strikes, 18 strikes, 26 strikes. Tang San watched the iron block, which had turned a deep red from the rapid hammering, feeling a sense of wonder. The power behind each strike was undeniably increasing. How astonishing, Tang Sen murmured to himself. This strength was not merely a matter of the number of swings, but rather a testament to the technique. To grasp such profound skill through self-study in the craft of blacksmithing, Feng was exceptionally clever. Tang Sen felt a sense of admiration. It was as if he had been following the path trodden by his father, while Feng was forging his own trail. After watching for a while longer, Feng's prowess seemed to escalate. This was already the 30th strike. Tang Sen noted inwardly that on that day, father had managed 36 strikes in one breath without so much as a pause. To his surprise, Feng was nearly achieving the same feat moreover. Feng's method of striking appeared to yield equivalent results. However, Feng's limit should be around 40 strikes. The more Tang Sen watched, the deeper his admiration grew. Feng's physical prowess was indeed remarkable. He must have become even stronger. With these thoughts, Tang Sen hurried over. Meanwhile, Wang Feng was adjusting his stance. His left shoulder should have shifted back by 3 centimeters. This would minimize the loss of rebound force. His calves were overly tense, resulting in uneven force transmission. Although this strike had increased in power, it was not a proportional enhancement. This strike was inadequate. The sound of the hammer struck again, sometimes clear and sometimes dull. Tang Sen was not discerning enough. He could only perceive that Wang Feng's strength with each strike was indeed on the rise. However, he could not discern the fluidity of Wang Feng's posture or the perfection of his power control. If Tang Hao were to observe again, he would likely recognize that Wang Feng was visibly progressing. When this strike landed, it exceeded the force limit of the raw iron by a few degrees, which was also unacceptable. With each blow, Wang Feng's mind raced, rapidly analyzing and adjusting based on his mastery over his body. Since a few days ago, he had focused solely on a singular goal, experimenting with various postures. By now, he had achieved effects akin to the chaotic wind hammer technique, but it was still insufficient. Fortunately, he possessed Meteor tears, which rendered him unafraid of bodily harm. As long as he could endure, he could continue his research. This kind of exploration was incredibly taxing and could inflict strain on his body. Only someone like Wang Feng, who had Meteor tears, would dare to pursue such an endeavor. Initially, it was indeed challenging. For 2 whole days, Wang Feng could only rely on his physical strength, forcing each strike to be stronger than the last. He was unable to comprehend the concept of leveraging power or identify any special stances. Unlike the third party, with Tang Hao's guidance, I received meticulous instruction. However, in recent days, Wang Feng has gradually grasped the essence of the technique. By persistently researching and refining this method for the next 2 months, I should be able to develop a relatively complete hammering technique. While it may currently lag behind the chaotic wind hammering style, with continuous effort, it is not impossible to surpass it. A sense of pride welled up within Wang Feng. After all, as a time traveler standing on the shoulders of giants, endowed with a golden finger, it would be rather disappointing not to excel. Nonetheless, this hammering technique is indeed physically demanding. After 36 strikes, I find it increasingly difficult to continue, as each blow becomes exponentially more challenging. Once I forge these 2 pieces of raw iron into simple protective gear, I estimate I will be able to bear a load of around 150 pounds. At that time, the difficulty of training will significantly increase, as will its efficacy. Wang Feng pondered this until the evening, when darkness began to descend. Finally, exhausted and with stars dancing before his eyes, he collapsed onto the ground. The power of Meteor tears slowly flowed out, cleansing his entire being, as a long-lost strength resurfaced, bringing immense comfort. It felt as though each cell in his body was rejoicing, filling Wang Feng with unparalleled exhilaration. Indeed, this method of tempering iron truly enables one's body to reach its limits swiftly. I feel stronger. Taking a deep breath, I now believe I can swing 5 to 6 more strikes at my current limit. If I were to maintain a consistent level of exertion, I could deliver hundreds of blows without losing my breath. However, this incremental increase in strength renders it impossible to continue for more than a few dozen strikes. A brief rest is in order. I shall resume tomorrow. Thus, over the next 2 months, Wang Feng diligently practiced and researched the hammering technique until his physical prowess allowed him to unleash 64 strikes in succession. The speed of this enhancement is simply unimaginable. Without Meteor tears, it would likely take years to achieve such a feat. Improvements in other aspects have also been remarkably significant. For instance, with my current condition compared to 3 months ago against the third party, I only need to exert a mere 10% of my strength to utterly defeat them. However, I suspect that the third party has also experienced growth during these days. Time is drawing near. Tao Gu must be arriving soon. Wang Feng donned the iron plates he had meticulously forged and tempered on his calves, along with an iron vest, bearing a weight of nearly 200 pounds. Even a grown man would struggle to walk 100 meters under such a load. Yet Wang Feng effortlessly leaped, as if he had already adapted to it. A fortnight prior, he had surreptitiously crafted this set of weighted protective gear at the blacksmith shop and had since worn it constantly, removing it only while bathing. He had grown accustomed to it. Distributed across various parts of his body, calves, arms, and back, each section weighed approximately 50 pounds, forming simple protective gear. This made Wang Feng appear slightly more robust. Once everything was prepared, he slowly made his way toward the village outskirts. Outside the village, Yuntao yawned, his gaze somewhat unfocused. In recent days, he had become somewhat entranced by the tale of Soul breaking the heavens. A month prior, Yuntao had finished reading only half of the story, just as Xiaoyan engaged in a fierce battle with his formidable nemesis, Xiaoyan, at the Yunlan sect. Frustrated, Yuntao yearned to visit the Sacred Soul village to inquire about the continuation of the tale. However, he pondered, as a distinguished level 28 battle soul master, how could he deign to descend upon the Sacred Soul village so casually? Thus, he waited patiently until the appointed day arrived. He placed a hand on his chest and furrowed his brow. A few days ago, while hunting soul beasts, I sustained a minor injury, but it is of no consequence. I shall manage to subdue this little rascal with one hand and compel him to reveal the remainder of the story. He mused. Yet, I must not harm him. After all, this child's martial soul is rather inconsequential, possessing merely innate full soul power. I hope he has trained sufficiently in recent days to prevent me from injuring him. Yuntao lamented. This is truly a challenging endeavor. Chapter 15. Wait, let me remove a few things. As Wang Feng approached the village's outskirts, he spotted Yuntao. Oh, right on time. Wang Feng grinned at Yuntao. Tao Gu remained unchanged, his demeanor still composed, and his posture unwaveringly lofty. Observing Wang Feng, who appeared considerably sturdier than 3 months prior, Yuntao nodded slightly, remarking, "It has been 3 months, little rascal. You have grown quite robust. Is there more of the story? If so, I shall go easy on you during our bout." In Yuntao's eyes, this 6-year-old child seeking to engage him in combat seemed utterly ridiculous. He was blissfully unaware of what it truly meant to be a soul master. Were it not for the allure of the story, Yuntao would not entertain such a request from a child. The thought of sparring with a mere boy felt akin to playing house. Soon, he would ensure that this child comprehended the true terror of the so-called soul-shattering sky. Yuntao mused internally, taking a liking to the phrase, feeling it imbued with grandeur. Oh, Wang Feng regarded him with surprise. If you defeat me, you shall have it. Should you fail or achieve a draw, there will be no further story. Then what are we waiting for? My time is limited, Yuntao declared, placing his hands behind his back and turning to walk away. Naturally, they could not spar at the village entrance, prompting Wang Feng to follow him. Before long, they arrived at an open area. Little rascal, will you be using a weapon? Yuntao inquired nonchalantly. I suggest you do, while I shall manage without one. He thought it unnecessary to exert himself against a child possessing only innate full soul power, feeling even one hand might be excessive. I shall not. Wang Feng replied with a bright smile. Very well, let us begin. I will allow you to strike first, Yuntao proclaimed with an air of arrogance. Swish. In the very instant his words concluded, Wang Feng suddenly dashed towards Yuntao with remarkable speed. Yuntao was momentarily taken aback, astonished at the child's swift agility, evidently a result of his training over the past 3 months. In the blink of an eye, Wang Feng dashed before Yuntao, his foot pivoting slightly, his entire body tilting as if he were gathering strength. Suddenly, his aura shifted dramatically. With his right hand clenched into a fist, he struck Yuntao's abdomen with a force that produced a faint sound of air being sliced. This punch was executed with astonishing speed. Yuntao, harboring the intention to let his opponent strike, had no intention of resisting. Given his years of training, he believed he could easily withstand the blow from a mere 6-year-old child. What did he have to fear? Yet, in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. Yuntao's body was instantly contorted by the impact of that punch. His eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as a searing pain coursed through him, akin to being struck by a 200-pound hammer. Shock filled his gaze. With a resounding thud, Yuntao was sent flying 10 meters away. Fortunately, he managed to adjust his posture midair, barely managing to prevent himself from crashing to the ground, instead landing on one hand. He spat out a mouthful of bile, struggling to rise as he stared incredulously at the young boy. His mind was a whirlwind of questions. Could this truly be the strength of a 6-year-old? Was this the terrifying power of innate full soul force? Yuntao was utterly astounded. Innate full soul force, rarely seen in a century. Such formidable physical prowess. He had underestimated this child. Taking a deep breath, Yuntao realized that he had not utilized his soul force. He had merely relied on his physical capabilities to withstand the punch, which had left him feeling quite overwhelmed. Moreover, he had been caught completely off guard. Determined, Yuntao's eyes glinted with sharpness. Acknowledging the child's formidable strength, He no longer felt any inclination to underestimate him. With that, he summoned his internal soul force, pushing off the ground as if gliding, and delivered a powerful side kick towards Wang Feng. The force generated a true howling wind. The speed of the kick was remarkable. Yet Wang Feng did not evade. Instead, he extended his palm as if to block it. This is bad. It seems I have overexerted myself, Su Yuntao thought to himself. Just as that thought crossed his mind, the kick collided with Wang Feng's palm. Instantly, a numbing sensation surged through Su Yuntao's foot, radiating throughout his entire body. Meanwhile, the young boy remained steadfast, effortlessly blocking the kick with his hand. In the next moment, with a flick of his wrist, Wang Feng unleashed an immense force. Su Yuntao found himself spun through the air, rotating several hundred degrees before finally stabilizing, landing on a tree branch. What was that technique? Su Yuntao pondered, astonished. It felt as if all his strength had been neutralized, even as it was redirected with greater force by his opponent. Meanwhile, in the shadows, two figures, one large and one small, observed the battle intently. At that moment, Tang Hao's gaze sharpened, and he whispered, "Xiao San, did you impart the iron forging techniques I taught you to the boy Feng? He is one of the most formidable warriors on this continent." I clearly witnessed that maneuver just now. It was the technique of the chaotic wind hammer, flawlessly executed in actual combat. Yet there exists a distinct divergence. The chaotic and unrestrained hammer technique bears substantial differences from his own, even in the means of exertion. Nevertheless, the underlying skills remain akin, lacking a father figure. Tang Xin shook his head and recounted to Tang Hao the scene he had witnessed over 2 months ago of Feng Ge forging iron. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao was taken aback. This young lad Feng. Tang Hao gazed at Wang Feng, feeling a sense of incredulity. Self-taught and enlightened? The core techniques of the chaotic hammer method, self-taught and comprehended? Were it not for Tang Hao having seen this boy grow up, he might have doubted whether this child was a lost disciple of the Haotian sect. Such a technique, perhaps, could be mastered by some ancient beings of great age. Yet you tell me that a mere 6-year-old child, in less than 3 months, could achieve self-understanding and even apply the chaotic hammer skills flawlessly in combat? Tang Hao found it hard to believe. However, the reality before him, along with his son's account, compelled him to accept the truth. This boy Feng is indeed a genuine prodigy. Tang Hao could only shake his head in acknowledgement. Tang Xin also nodded, feeling that Feng Ge indeed possessed an intelligence and insight far beyond that of an ordinary 6-year-old. At times, Tang Xin even pondered whether Feng Ge might be akin to himself, someone who had traversed through realms. Yet, considering Feng Ge's laid-back demeanor over the years, Tang Xin shook his head. Perhaps he truly is an unparalleled genius? Father, can Feng Ge defeat Master Su? Tang Xin inquired with curiosity. Yet such a straightforward confrontation seemed improbable. The disparities were too vast. Tang Hao shook his head slightly. It would be difficult, little San. You must understand. At the pinnacle of strength, any technique is rendered ineffective. If the rumors hold true, and Su Yuntao's martial spirit is the lone wolf, once manifested, his power and speed would be significantly enhanced. To defeat a mere 6-year-old child would be exceedingly simple. The difference in speed and strength displayed by Feng just now is considerable. Furthermore, he lacks a soul ring, and thus cannot wield the power of his martial spirit. Su Yuntao also possesses soul skills. Unless fate intervenes, once Su Yuntao's martial spirit is unleashed, this boy Feng will likely be severely overwhelmed. Nevertheless, it is impressive that he has compelled Su Yuntao to resort to utilizing his martial spirit. For a 6-year-old child, achieving such a feat is indeed remarkable. Tang Xin nodded in agreement, finding his father's thoughts aligned with his own. As expected, Su Yuntao's repeated assaults were thwarted by Wang Feng's adept application of leverage and technique, derived from his own insights. Enraged, "How humiliating. You are quite formidable, little brat. No wonder you possess innate, full soul power." After being thrown aside once more, Su Yuntao took a deep breath, standing resolutely in place. In the next instant, roar! 2 soul rings abruptly ascended from his being. A fearsome and menacing giant wolf materialized behind Su Yuntao. The lone wolf manifested. With a low growl, Su Yuntao unleashed a powerful aura. In a heartbeat, Su Yuntao charged at Wang Feng once more. His speed was astonishing, almost phantom-like. This time, however, Wang Feng failed to respond in time. Bang! With a swift kick, Wang Feng was sent flying several meters. Indeed, after the beast martial spirit manifested, Tao Ji's strength had escalated by at least 1 tier. His physical attributes were significantly enhanced. Wang Feng managed to regain his footing, but it appeared that Tao Ge had sustained some injuries. After all, he was a level 26 soul master, while Wang Feng was merely 6 years old. Relying solely on his raw physical capabilities, he was no match and would be easily overwhelmed unless he resorted to utilizing some energy. However, Wang Feng was reluctant to do so. Wait. Suddenly, Wang Feng raised his hand. What? Are you surrendering? Su Yuntao frowned. No, Wang Feng shook his head, then removed his clothing and unfastened the iron armor adorning his body, smiling as he said, I shall lighten my load. With that, he cast aside the iron vest, as well as the protective gear from his arms and shins, tossing them onto the ground. Thud! The nearly 200 pounds of steel struck the ground, causing a slight tremor and producing an exceedingly dull thud. Observing this, Su Yuntao, Tang Hao, and Tang San exchanged astonished glances. Chapter 16. The Mighty Abilities of the Golden Lotus. The resonant sound echoed on the ground. The clash of iron against rocks sparked small flares. The three stood there, wide-eyed. Those iron armors must weigh at least 100 or 200 pounds, Tang San thought, scrutinizing the now somewhat leaner figure of Wang Feng. Having spent the past 3 months forging iron, he could easily estimate the weight of these armors. Initially, he assumed Wang Feng had gained weight over the months. But to his surprise, the boy had been bearing such heavy iron armor all along. This meant that just moments ago, Wang Feng was fighting against a level 26 soul master while encumbered by nearly 200 pounds of weight, and he was still holding his ground. Even compelling the master Su Yuntao to utilize his martial soul, Tang San realized so. This little rascal has been taking the raw iron from me to forge his own set of armor? Tang Hao rubbed his temples. This kid is rather audacious. Battling a soul master while clad in this armor. At such a tender age, does he not fear the repercussions of carrying iron gear weighing at least 3 times his own weight? He pondered with a furrowed brow. Any form of exercise bears side effects, and this reckless training could impose a tremendous strain on his body. Truly, a reckless endeavor. Tang Hao shook his head. Yet, no matter how Tang Hao contemplated, he remained unaware that Wang Feng's heart harbored meteor tears, which would continuously mend any internal damage inflicted by excessive training. Had it not been for the meteor tears, Wang Feng would not dare to push himself so far. You little rascal. Su Yuntao glared at Wang Feng with a rather grim expression. Is this truly a 6-year-old child? That armor must weigh at least 2 to 3 times more than he does. Is he an ant? The corners of Su Yuntao's mouth twitched violently. He never anticipated that this boy had been concealing his true strength. Master Su, I am here. Wang Feng exhaled, lightly bouncing on the spot, weighing 200 pounds. The iron gear had been worn for nearly 2 months, and he had fully acclimated to its weight. At this moment, removing it brought an overwhelming sensation of lightness, as if the entire world had become weightless. From now on, he would gradually increase the burden, for it was this feeling that truly exhilarated him, Wang Feng pondered. Su Yuntao remained silent, his body transforming into a fleeting shadow as he charged towards Wang Feng. The howling wind seemed capable of shredding leaves. However, this time, Wang Feng smiled faintly, lightly tapping his toes to sidestep the incoming kick. Although he had not reached the extreme speed akin to that of a bullet, he could clearly discern Su Yuntao's trajectory. Receive my Fashion kick, Wang Feng shouted, following the curvature of Su Yuntao's body to unleash a swift kick of his own. The speed was remarkable, not much inferior to Su Yuntao's current pace. Bang! In a critical moment, the unique wolf martial spirit manifested abruptly from Su Yuntao, enveloping him in a radiant blue light. Martial spirit, back! Su Yuntao exclaimed, bending slightly, a delicate layer of blue light shimmering on his back. Thud! Wang Feng's kick struck this layer of blue light, producing ripples akin to those in water. The kick, unexpectedly, had no effect. Instead, Wang Feng felt a dull ache in his foot. A thought flickered in his mind. Is this the essence of a martial spirit? The original novel of DouluoDalu had not elaborated on Su Yuntao's martial spirit, so Wang Feng remained unaware. Yet, the character who was merely a supporting role in the original story now genuinely possessed a martial spirit. Indeed, once the martial spirit was unleashed, it was extraordinary. It felt as though a layer of steel had attached to Su Yuntao's back, making the kick agonizingly painful. Wang Feng contemplated deeply. Soon after, martial spirit, swift speed. Su Yuntao invoked again, a low growl escaping his lips. A faint, solitary wolf howl resonated as Su Yuntao's legs bent slightly, becoming more agile. A layer of soft white energy fluff materializing. Whoosh! With a swift motion, Su Yuntao's figure became a mere illusion. The speed surged. In an instant, he was behind Wang Feng, so fast that even Wang Feng couldn't react. Looks like Feng is going to lose, Tang Hao remarked lazily, acknowledging the extraordinary prowess of Su Yuntao, who, relying solely on his physical capabilities, was able to contend with Wang Feng. However, martial techniques were not mere tricks. They were pivotal in enhancing a soul master's strength. While both martial techniques were rather average and Su Yuntao was injured, their execution was beyond what Wang Feng could withstand. Tang San nodded thoughtfully, realizing how formidable Su Yuntao truly was. If it were me, perhaps even Master Su Yuntao wouldn't need to activate his martial spirit to easily defeat me, let alone when he employs his martial spirit and techniques. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Wang Feng's palm shimmered slightly, and a golden lotus quietly bloomed, discreetly shielded by his body. Let me experiment, he mused, fully aware that Su Yuntao's strength exceeded his expectations. Even if he could match him in physical prowess, once the martial techniques were unleashed, it would become challenging. This move was inescapable. A faint golden energy swiftly entered Su Yuntao's body. Suddenly, his foot, accompanied by a piercing gust of wind, nearly halted just inches behind Wang Feng. It stopped. Su Yuntao had abruptly come to a standstill. Immediately thereafter, his face flushed crimson, and the lone wolf martial spirit manifested behind him, as if enveloped in a delicate layer of golden light. Ah! Su Yuntao appeared unable to contain himself, letting out a sudden exclamation, a sound that seemed as if it were on the verge of bursting forth. Tang Hao stood up, astonished, noting that Su Yuntao's aura had suddenly intensified. Has he broken through? It seems his soul power has risen a level. How could this happen at such a moment? It feels rather strange. Indeed, it was peculiar. Tang Hao observed Su Yuntao, feeling a sense of oddity. At that moment, Su Yuntao had both hands planted on the ground, trembling with excitement. Could it be the hidden trait of the lone wolf martial spirit? Tang Hao pondered this curiously. Did one's soul power elevation evoke such fervor? Suddenly, Tang Hao's gaze shifted back to Wang Feng. In that fleeting moment, he sensed an unusual power emanating from the young man, though it vanished almost as quickly as it appeared. While Tang San and Su Yuntao remained oblivious, Tang Hao was perceptive enough to notice it. Could it be that this young lad was up to something? His martial spirit? If that were the case, then Wang Feng's martial spirit was indeed extraordinary. Tang Hao shook his head, deciding it was best not to interfere with Wang Feng's own abilities. Meanwhile, Wang Feng felt utterly astonished. The first form of the golden lotus not only had healing properties, but could also elevate another's soul power? Could it even have other stimulating effects? He mused. Could it be that this solitary wolf had been pent up for too long? However, using the golden lotus was quite draining on soul power. That brief moment had caused nearly half of his soul power to dissipate. He realized he could not use it recklessly. Having learned from experience, he refrained from fully activating it, lest he find himself utterly depleted and collapsed on the ground, as had happened previously. Chapter 17. Once born a title Douluo. Wang Feng approached the situation with a sense of experimentation, using the golden lotus briefly. Observing Su Yuntao's transformation, his admiration for the first form of the golden lotus grew. After a few minutes, Su Yuntao gradually stood up, coughing a few times to alleviate the embarrassment of his earlier state. A smile appeared on his face. Ha ha ha. I never expected to break through and elevate my soul power at this moment. This battle was not in vain. Little brat, let us call it a draw. Su Yuntao assumed that his temporary elevation of soul power was merely due to the intensity of their battle and did not suspect Wang Feng's involvement. He could not fathom the truth. Upon uttering the words draw, Su Yuntao felt a twinge of embarrassment. As a distinguished great soul master, he had to resort to using his martial spirit and soul skills just to barely subdue this young lad. Otherwise, he would surely have been knocked down by him. The thought alone was quite humiliating. Indeed, it is no surprise that one endowed with innate soul power, despite the ineffectiveness of their martial spirit, possesses a tangible reservoir of soul energy. This young lad has undoubtedly been training diligently over the past few days, thought Su Yuntao. After all, even carrying those 200 pounds of iron equipment proves to be quite a strain for me. He certainly deserves some commendation. With this in mind, Su Yuntao approached and patted Wang Feng on the shoulder, a hint of a smile gracing his stern visage as he remarked, "Young one, at the tender age of 6. You are able to match a great soul master like myself. You have every reason to feel proud, even if your martial spirit is lacking. If you continue on this path, you may indeed become a formidable individual in the future." Wang Feng, upon witnessing the confident smile of Brother Tao, felt that he had achieved his objective and feigned surprise as he replied, "Really? Master Su, I thought you were merely being considerate after witnessing my defeat and chose not to hurt my feelings." The purpose of Wang Feng's confrontation with Su Yuntao was not to vanquish him, but rather to assess his own capabilities, gauge his level of strength, and explore the potential of the golden lotus. He was also keen to determine the specific effects the golden lotus could manifest in the context of a soul master's combat. Given that the bird he had encountered that day was merely an ordinary creature, whereas a soul master is, indeed, a human. Ahem, do strive to improve. Wang Feng replied with a beaming smile. After Su Yuntao concluded his remarks, he hurriedly departed. Following their clash, Wang Feng sensed an elevation in his soul power, seemingly recovering from the injuries he had sustained. The nature of this enhancement felt somewhat peculiar, yet it was accompanied by a sense of astonishment. Wang Feng chuckled to himself, realizing that Brother Tao had been thoroughly utilized. His physical prowess should be comparable to that of Su Yuntao when the latter is endowed by his martial spirit, akin to a great soul master. If he were to harness the power of a 10th level soul energy, he would not fear a great soul master. Even if he could not triumph, he would not face defeat. Conversely, the implications of the first form of the Golden Lotus far exceeded his expectations. Wang Feng mused to himself, marveling at its capacity for healing and restoration, as well as the peculiar abilities it possessed, capable of being employed in both constructive and destructive manners. For instance, had Su Yuntao been in a state of euphoria, should he have struck first, defeat would have been inevitable for him. One could say this power is already terrifyingly formidable. This is merely the intrinsic ability of the Golden Lotus itself. In a mere 4 months, I, once a languid soul, have traversed the journey that took Brother Tao over 20 years to complete. Having collected the iron protective gear from the ground, Wang Feng resolved to leave Sacred Soul Village and make his way to the Junior Soul Master Academy in Nodding City. After all, one must progress step by step. One cannot rush and risk calamity. 2 days later, Wang Feng and Tang San arrived at the heart of the village, bearing a small satchel. Today marked their departure for Nodding City. Behind them stood numerous villagers from Sacred Soul Village. "Little Feng, once you reach Nodding City, do not forget about us," called out a kindly matron, waving her hand. Wang Feng, rendered speechless, glanced at the child in the woman's arms. An elderly gentleman approached, offering a basket of fruit to Wang Feng and Tang San. "All right then, Uncle Li." Wang Feng waved his hand dismissively, remarking that it was hardly an arduous journey. Merely a half-day's trek to Nodding City, and there was no need to make it sound as if he were departing for distant lands. Over the past 2 years, the village had seen significant development, largely thanks to Wang Feng's contributions. Although he merely offered suggestions, the villagers expressed their gratitude towards him. They frequently extended warm invitations for him to dine at their homes. 3 months prior, following the awakening of their martial souls, a small banquet was even held in honor of Wang Feng and Tang San. However, Wang Feng found it bothersome and declined the invitation outright. "Child, always so carefree. When you venture out to Nodding City, remember to look after each other with Tang San, and do not let anyone look down upon our Holy Soul Village," a woman admonished as she stepped forward. "Understood, Aunt May," Wang Feng chuckled. Truth be told, he had developed a strong rapport with the villagers over the years. Although he was often too lazy to visit, preferring to indulge in his thoughts alone, he appreciated their kindness. Tang San, observing from the side, regarded Wang Feng with a sense of admiration, thinking to himself how impressive Wang Feng was. If it were him, he would not have fared as well. Most of the uncles and aunts present were there to bid farewell to Wang Feng and, by extension, to Tang San. Before long, old Jack hurried over. "Xiao Feng, Xiao San, it's time to go," he said with a serious expression. Tang San nodded in acknowledgement. "Wait a moment," Wang Feng suddenly called out. "Xiao Feng, do you have something else to attend to?" Old Jack inquired, with a mischievous grin. Wang Feng made his way to the stone pillar adorned with the imprint of a soul sage. The crowd looked on in confusion, uncertain of his intentions. Suddenly, Wang Feng leaped high into the air, landing atop the stone pillar, and with a swift motion, pressed his palm against it. A resounding thud echoed as a clear handprint appeared on the pillar. Wang Feng gracefully descended and proclaimed, "From this day forth, our Holy Soul Village will not only be known for having birthed a soul sage, but also a titled Douluo." He then approached Tang San and said, "Xiao San, you should leave your mark as well. Who knows, if we ever become titled Douluo, this place may become a revered site for countless devotees. The fees will surely be even higher." Tang San looked exasperated. "Brother Feng, your audacity knows no bounds. You aren't even a soul master yet. Do you even understand what a titled Douluo is?" A small boy chuckled from behind. Wang Feng shot a glare at the boy, retorting, "You don't know anything." Old Jack, feeling a bit embarrassed, shot a disapproving glance at Wang Feng and pulled him away from the village entrance. Under the gentle sunlight, the 3 figures were elongated in the shadows. The villagers exchanged amused glances at the handprint, sharing a collective smile. In the distance, at the blacksmith's shop, Tang Hao observed the handprint and chuckled softly. "This boy, Feng, harbors quite the ambition to become a titled Douluo. But even if he achieves that, what difference will it make? In the end, he may still be unable to protect the one he cherishes." A deep, melancholic sigh escaped him, though it failed to reach the ears of the departing trio. Chapter 18. I have come to acquire knowledge. The Junior Soul Master Academy imparts fundamental knowledge, such as the cultural heritage of our continent, introductions to various martial souls, and a basic understanding of soul beasts. The duration of study is 6 years. Should one reach the age of 12 without any notable achievements, they are destined to become an ordinary soul master, leading a mundane existence. This is intrinsically linked to the strength of one's martial soul. However, there is no cause for concern, as those endowed with innate full soul power are destined to ascend swiftly as soul masters. As they journeyed, Old Jack gradually shared insights regarding the Junior Soul Master Academy in Nodding City with Tang San. The curriculum of the Intermediate Soul Master Academy delves into far more profound subjects. Old Jack relayed the information he had gathered to these two youngsters in advance, to spare them the bewilderment of entering the academy without any knowledge. Yet, graduating from the Intermediate Soul Master Academy presents a significantly greater challenge. Old Jack held up 2 fingers, stating that one must reach level 20 and acquire a second soul ring to attain the title of Great Soul Master. Wang Feng listened attentively. Admittedly, while watching Douluo Continent, he had largely overlooked such introductions, finding them uninteresting and perceiving them as unnecessary filler by the author. Consequently, he had disregarded most of the information and could hardly recall it. After all, when reading novels, one tends to focus on the essential elements. However, now that he had traversed into this world, he found himself genuinely intrigued by the details. Is it really that easy to graduate from the Intermediate Academy at level 20? Tang Sen expressed his surprise. It seems quite manageable. Wang Feng nodded, sensing that the energy within him had likely surpassed the threshold of level 20, albeit without a soul ring to manifest it. Manageable? You little rascal. Old Jack playfully tapped Wang Feng on the head. It is not as simple as you think. While your innate full soul power allows for the first soul ring to be obtained with the assistance of academy mentors, the second soul ring must be acquired through your own efforts. Soul beasts are perilous creatures. Countless civilian soul masters have suffered injuries or even lost their lives due to encounters with them. Do you truly believe it is easy? Only those noble scions benefit from the protection of family warriors, rendering their pursuits considerably safer than ours. Relying on oneself to hunt soul beasts is a formidable challenge that has deterred many aspiring soul masters. Wang Feng pouted slightly at the mention of soul beasts, feeling a tinge of curiosity about their capabilities. How do they compare to soul masters? What disparities exist in their strengths? And how do they taste? Are they vastly different from ordinary wild beasts, or do they share a flavor profile akin to crispy chicken? It seems that my Chinese disposition remains unchanged, even after 6 years in this new world, he mused, bemusedly reflecting on his thoughts about food. Grandpa Jack, if there are junior and intermediate levels, surely there must be a senior level as well? Tang Sen inquired, lacking the breadth of Wang Feng's contemplations. Senior level? Old Jack paused, then sighed. The Senior Soul Master Academy is not a dream for commoners like us. Entry is exceedingly difficult. You must understand that in the Heaven-Do Empire, there are only 2 Senior Soul Master Academies, each admitting fewer than 100 students annually, most of whom are claimed by the noble offspring. However, those who manage to graduate from here are the soul masters that various factions eagerly seek, and the empire has yet to bestow them with noble titles. Nobility. Wang Feng chuckled. The world of Douluo Continent possesses a structure reminiscent of the medieval era, complete with the concept of nobility. The Advanced Soul Master Academy is akin to esteemed institutions of the past, such as Peking University, Tsinghua University, Harvard, and Cambridge, with standards that are exceptionally high. It is indeed quite challenging for ordinary individuals to gain admission. The Advanced Soul Master Tang Sen murmured a few words, eager to witness it for himself. Moreover, even upon entering the Advanced Soul Master Academy, graduating is no simple feat. Old Jack continued, explaining that the Soul Master's journey is often hindered by the mere existence of a soul ring, which obstructs the development of many soul masters. Without family support or the assistance of powerful factions, hunting soul beasts to obtain soul rings while simultaneously cultivating oneself becomes exceedingly arduous. Some individuals are born into wealth and privilege, as if everything has been preordained for them. They lack for nothing. In contrast, we commoners face immense difficulties at every turn. Old Jack gently shook his head. Though he was merely a village chief in his 50s, perhaps lacking in broader experience, his words still provided valuable insights for Tang Sen. Even Wang Feng felt a tinge of reflection. Jack's sentiments transcend the Douluo Continent. In the previous life, it was no different. Wang Feng mused internally. Some individuals are born with a silver spoon, acquiring wealth effortlessly, wealth that ordinary people would struggle for decades to attain. The legacy and nurturing from their families, in comparison to the Douluo Continent, is magnified a millionfold. For countless young individuals, a lifetime may be spent striving merely for a house and a car, with many aspirations only glimpsed through fleeting fragments online, leaving them yearning, envious, and dreaming. Without resources, connections, or status, a lifetime of hard work often culminates in merely serving as another starting point, just as Tao Gu has toiled for over 20 years, only to arrive at his current baseline. Wang Feng pondered in this manner. The graduation requirement for advanced soul masters is to reach the 30th level and obtain a 3rd soul ring. Crossing this threshold marks the transition to Soul Zone, also known as Earth Soul Master. Moreover, both the soul rings and age come with restrictions. Not just any soul ring will suffice for graduation. Old Jack continued, stating that even among those who enter the Advanced Soul Master Academy, only about 1/4 are likely to graduate. As for what lies beyond, it is best left unspoken. It is too distant. The further one progresses, the stronger the soul rings required, and the more formidable the soul beasts to be hunted, which entails greater danger. Otherwise, how many can truly attain the rank of title Douluo? If we were to count, it would likely be a mere handful. After sharing these thoughts, old Jack fell silent, for his knowledge was limited, and he could only impart the fundamental concepts to the two young ones. As for the rest, they would have to explore on their own. By afternoon, the trio had arrived in Nodding City. Upon entering, old Jack smiled and remarked, "This city of Nodding, Wang Feng had seldom visited. It was too far, and he had little desire to make the journey. Moreover, the rural folk and those from the city are often scrutinized through a lens of prejudice, and at that time, Wang Feng lacked any extraordinary abilities. The dilapidated state of Shanghun village deterred him from seeking discomfort in Nodding City. However, now, with a sense of pride, Wang Feng strides into the city, surveying his surroundings. The streets are bustling with pedestrians, and the even pavement provides a comfortable walk. Although Shanghun village has seen significant improvements over the past 2 years, the three of them are dressed modestly, lacking any extravagant attire. Indeed, they are quite charming. Wang Feng shakes his head and, while observing his surroundings, catches sight of several beautiful young women. He cannot help but exclaim that their natural, unadorned faces, devoid of excessive cosmetics and rich in collagen, are truly refreshing to behold. Yet, I am here to learn, not merely to admire lovely maidens. Nevertheless, a fleeting glance does not cost a thing, does it? In this back and forth, Wang Feng's head sways from side to side. It seems as if his mind contemplates, "No, I am here for knowledge. I must resist the temptation," while his eyes insist, "No, you desire it." It feels as though his mind and eyes have become estranged. Wang Feng shakes his head, takes a deep breath, and steadies himself. Chapter 19. This child is remarkably impressive. After enduring 4 months of rigorous training, Wang Feng's willpower has significantly strengthened. At this moment, old Jack leads the two into the primary Soul Master Academy. The grand archway, constructed from solid rock, boasts 2 iron gates below, presenting a commendable facade. However, compared to the various structures Wang Feng has encountered in his past life, it is rather ordinary. At the arch's center, 4 prominent characters spell out Nodding Academy, reminiscent of an average secondary school in certain small cities of Huaxia from his previous life. As Wang Feng observes, a mocking and somewhat familiar voice pierces the air. "Work-study students? Which village do you hail from? Can a puny village like yours truly produce a soul master? That muddy pond can only yield earthworms. Can it give rise to true dragons? Do you have any proof? Show me." Old Jack's expression changes instantly, and he hurriedly presents the proof to the Academy's guards. After reviewing the document, one guard bursts into derisive laughter. "Ha! Innate full soul power. Surely a jest. A once-in-a-century innate full soul power? In my years here, even the offspring of noble families have not produced a single one. How could your impoverished village possibly yield such a rarity?" With that, the guard contemptuously tosses the proof to the ground, sparing it only a disdainful glance. Hearing this, old Jack's expression shifts once more, a surge of anger brewing within him, yet he refrains from expressing it, recognizing the weight of the Nodding Academy as prestige. Tang Sen also furrows his brow, casting a cold glance at the 2 guards. Just as old Jack reaches to retrieve the proof, Wang Feng suddenly restrains him. With a hearty laugh, Wang Feng steps forward, producing a gold soul coin from his pocket. He begins to toss this gold coin lightly in his hand. Upon sight of the coin, the eyes of the 2 guards widen in astonishment. A gold soul coin could cover the living expenses of an ordinary family in Nodding City for several months. They, in a month's wages, do not possess such wealth. Just obediently pick it up for me. This golden soul coin shall serve as a token of my generosity toward you," Wang Feng boldly proclaimed, "in our holy soul village. We have yet to hear of such matters. You 2 wretched souls have offended us, and this Nodding City will crumble under the weight of your folly." Though merely 6 years of age, he stepped forth, tossing the golden soul coin in his hand, exuding an undeniable air of authority. The 2 guards exchanged glances, each discerning the uncertainty reflected in the other's eyes. A golden soul coin was not something a mere child from a remote village could casually possess. Could it be that these 3 individuals were of some significant stature? Coupled with the earlier demonstration of innate full soul power, the faces of the 2 guards shifted dramatically. Yet, hesitation lingered. At that moment, Wang Feng continued to speak loudly. "You 2 minor academy guards dare to disregard the proof issued by the Spirit Hall? I see you wish to oppose the Spirit Hall. Ah, how the Nodding Academy has grown increasingly audacious. Even its lowly gatekeepers challenge the Spirit Hall. It seems we ought to abandon this academy and seek refuge with the Spirit Hall instead." With that, Wang Feng turned away. Such an accusation sent a chill through the 2 guards, leaving their faces pale. To oppose the Spirit Hall? Even the mere mention of it was enough to instill fear. "Wait, Did he imply they were being courted by the spirit hall before arriving at the academy? If they departed now and the academy were to retaliate, it would spell disaster. Without any further hesitation, the two quickly bent down to retrieve the proof, their expressions morphing into sycophantic smiles as they approached Wang Feng. At this moment, they had come to realize that these three individuals were likely of considerable importance. The demeanor of this child, in every word and action, surpassed even that of many noble offspring, not to mention the golden soul coin. "Little brother, we acknowledge our previous misjudgment," they stammered. Seeing this, Tang San and old Jack were taken aback, their minds racing with confusion. They had not anticipated that Wang Feng's few words could incite such a drastic change in attitude from these two guards. Truly remarkable. Is that so? Wang Feng seemed entirely unfazed, meticulously examining the golden soul coin in his grasp as if the guards did not exist. Meanwhile, he wore a cold smile within. In the original narrative, these two guards were akin to bothersome little imps. They had harassed old Jack for lacking appropriate gifts. This was reminiscent of the social intricacies found in Chinese culture, where gatekeepers could be particularly troublesome. Wang Feng recalled how, later on, when these guards attempted to lay hands on old Jack, Tang San had intervened, bringing them low, until a certain figure appeared to resolve the situation. However, Wang Feng had no desire to engage with these minor nuisances. Lowering himself to their level was unthinkable, and he certainly did not wish for them to dare lay a hand on old Jack. Thus, he chose to act preemptively. After all, as a transmigrator, a little ingenuity should suffice to keep these petty guards dancing to his tune. Initially, he brandished a gold spirit coin, ensuring that the two young guards would not dare to underestimate him. He then proceeded to place an enormous accusation upon them, instilling fear and trepidation, leaving no room for doubt. Over the years, the development of Sacred Spirit Village had been quite prosperous, no longer characterized by poverty. Wang Feng had managed to accumulate a modest fortune, albeit just a few gold spirit coins. However, old Jack, being the village elder, remained mostly within the village, where the villagers were simple and unpretentious, unaware of the cunning intricacies of urban life. Wang Feng turned a deaf ear to their concerns and merely pointed towards old Jack. The guard understood the implication and quickly bent down, humbly apologizing. "Elder, we sincerely apologize for our earlier mistake. We hope you can forgive us." Old Jack had never encountered such a scene before. As the village chief, he had adopted a humble demeanor upon entering the city. Now, witnessing the guards, who had just moments ago displayed arrogance and disdain, bowing respectfully to him was utterly astonishing, leaving him in a state of disbelief, as if in a dream. "And no problem," old Jack stammered, his face flushed with embarrassment. Upon hearing this, the guard quickly turned to Wang Feng, who was smiling broadly at the two guards. At that moment, the guards felt a jolt. Their hearts were completely under Wang Feng's control. They exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and each retrieved several silver spirit coins from their pockets, presenting them to Wang Feng with sycophantic smiles. "Here, please take this." Witnessing this, Tang San and old Jack gasped in astonishment, their minds swirling with questions. These guards are actually offering silver spirit coins to the young lad? How impressive! Little did they know, Wang Feng barely glanced at the coins and coldly remarked, "A few silver spirit coins? Are you trying to insult me? You think I lack such trivial amounts? My pocket money for an hour is worth more than this." Old Jack thought to himself, when do you even have pocket money? Meanwhile, the two guards trembled inwardly at his words. Wang Feng waved his hand dismissively, tossing a gold spirit coin towards them, and said nonchalantly, "Take this gold spirit coin as a reward from me." Upon hearing this, the two guards were elated, eagerly accepting the coin. Their faith in the idea that this child was undoubtedly a person of great significance solidified. "Thank you for your generosity, young sir. Should you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to call upon us," they exclaimed in unison, their respect palpable, as if they were addressing a revered ancestor. Tang San and old Jack silently pondered, "Brother Feng, is he truly only 6 years old? His cunning surpasses even that of the shrewd elders of Tang's sect." Old Jack rubbed his head, still somewhat bewildered by the events. Not far behind, a slender middle-aged man observed this scene with a hint of astonishment in his eyes. "This child is extraordinarily impressive," he thought. As he approached, he spoke in a deep voice, "Gentlemen, please wait. This matter was indeed a misstep on the part of Natin Academy. On behalf of the Academy, I extend my apologies to you." With that, the middle-aged man cast a frigid glance at the two guards. The scene that just unfolded had been anticipated by him long before. He initially intended to intervene and assist the three individuals who were being troubled. However, to his astonishment, the child who appeared to be merely 6 years old exhibited remarkable prowess. At the back, the two guards had intended to offer a silver coin to the child, but were met with a direct refusal. Instead, the child presented them with a gold coin. This was akin to a carrot-and-stick approach, effectively winning over the two guards. Should any matters arise within the academy in the future, it was likely that these guards would treat the child as if he were their own kin. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the middle-aged man, Tang San and old Jack were momentarily taken aback. The two guards, too, were rendered meek, hesitant to utter another word. "No, that's unnecessary. They have already expressed their apologies," old Jack remarked, observing the middle-aged man. Although his appearance was unremarkable and he was clad in a simple, modest gray robe, he exuded a unique aura, suggesting he was a significant figure within the academy. He quickly gestured dismissively. Tang San scrutinized the middle-aged man, noting the timid demeanor of the two guards, and he appeared to grasp the situation, albeit vaguely. The middle-aged man cast a sidelong glance at the identification, smiling faintly, and said, "You are here to enroll at the academy, are you not? Allow me to take these two children inside." Old Jack nodded vigorously, expressing gratitude. "That would be most kind of you." Thus, old Jack offered several words of advice to Wang Feng and Tang San. Wang Feng, squinting slightly, observed the middle-aged man. He surmised that he was indeed the master, whose full name was Yu Shaojiang, an immensely significant figure in the Douluo Continent for Tang San, and also his lifelong mentor, playing a crucial role in Tang San's early development. As Wang Feng assessed the master was equally scrutinizing him. What piercing eyes, the master thought. A shiver running through him. The child's gaze exerted an uncanny pressure, as though he could see right through him. Yet, upon reflection, he attributed it to his own fatigue from the past few days. How could a mere child possibly penetrate his defenses? Nevertheless, the child possessed innate full soul power and a blue lotus martial spirit. He had never heard of a blue lotus martial spirit before. How could a plant-type martial spirit manifest full innate soul power? Could it be a twin martial spirit, akin to the child with the blue-silver grass martial spirit? The master pondered. The so-called blue lotus martial spirit was a name suggested by Su Yuntao during the enrollment process, as it was an unidentified flower. At that moment, Wang Feng feigned hesitation, unsure of what name to choose, prompting Tang San to concoct one on the spot. Thus, the name Blue Lotus was not derived from Wang Feng, but rather from Tang San, which Su Yuntao naturally accepted. After offering his advice, old Jack departed, leaving Wang Feng and Tang San to follow the master inside. "Thank you for your assistance, master," Tang San said. The master smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "I am not a teacher. I am merely a free spirit within the academy. You may call me master, as others do." "Not a teacher?" Tang San was momentarily taken aback, then quickly replied. "Then you must be an exceptionally formidable individual." "Oh, what leads you to say that?" the master inquired, intrigued. "The term master is reserved for those who possess extraordinary capabilities. Is it not? Furthermore, your ability to represent the academy indicates your esteemed position within it." Tang San earnestly remarked that although you are not a teacher at this academy, you surely surpass them in prowess. The middle-aged man erupted into hearty laughter upon hearing this. Wang Feng scratched his head, realizing that the course of history and the fated encounter between Tang San and the master were indeed destined to occur. Moreover, Tang San's flattery was quite adept. When expressed with such sincerity, he might not even recognize it as flattery himself, which is precisely its brilliance. The title of teacher should not be bestowed lightly. The master chuckled and inquired whether Tang San possessed innate, full soul power. At this juncture, a glimmer of insight flashed in the master's eyes. "Oh, you have a twin martial soul. Your future is boundless. As for me, a mere idler at the academy, I lack the capacity to be your teacher." Upon these words, Tang San was momentarily taken aback. Wang Feng couldn't help but marvel inwardly. To be candid, the master's discernment was indeed remarkable. As a transmigrator familiar with the world of Douluo Continent, he was aware of Tang San's twin martial soul due to prophetic insights. Yet, the master, without any divine perspective, could unveil Tang San's secret merely through theoretical analysis, which was quite impressive. "No, you undoubtedly possess the capability," Tang San declared solemnly after a brief pause. "I wish to refer to you as my teacher." "Oh, and why is that?" the master inquired. "It is because you discern my twin martial soul. I believe no instructor at the Junior Soul Master Academy could have done so," Tang San responded slowly. "Would you be willing to teach me the cultivation of martial souls?" This conclusion was reached after profound contemplation on Tang San's part. The matter of his twin martial souls was known solely to his father. Yet, this enigmatic middle-aged man was able to articulate it with precision, which was nothing short of astounding. For this reason alone, Tang San perceived the master as extraordinary. The master smiled again. "Very well, you are the first in many years to express a desire to be my disciple. So I shall oblige. Your name is Tang San, correct? Do you know why I could discern that you possess a twin martial soul?" After pondering for a moment, Tang San shook his head. How could he possibly know? The master suddenly turned to Wang Feng and asked, "And what of you, young friend, who also possesses a twin martial soul, do you know?" Upon hearing this, Tang San was utterly astonished. Wang Feng also possessed a twin martial soul. He gazed at Wang Feng in disbelief. Could it be that Wang Feng truly had another martial soul? Me? Wang Feng chuckled. To be honest, if the master's insight regarding Tang San's twin martial soul was derived from analysis and judgment, then his estimation about Wang Feng was likely a mere analogy or guess. Surprisingly, he had indeed guessed correctly. Wang Feng did possess a humanoid martial soul, albeit one he was unaware of. I suspect you deduced it from the proof I hold. Wang Feng indicated the document in his hand and remarked nonchalantly. It must be due to your curiosity about the two seemingly useless martial souls possessing innate full soul power that led you to this conclusion. As for how you inferred it, I cannot say. How to speculate? Wang Feng truly did not know. After all, the content and settings of the Douluo Continent had faded from his memory. He only retained a vague recollection of the story and characters. Who, after reading a novel, can remember every intricate detail years later? Wang Feng could not. He merely observed that the master had glanced at the certificates, leading him to his conjecture. However, upon hearing this, the master was suddenly taken aback. This child, able to perceive such subtle nuances? He had merely cast a fleeting glance. Yet the boy could deduce the existence of twin martial souls from it. This little mind of his is rather impressive. Chapter 21. My soul ring, my authority. Certificates? Tang San had yet to process this information. Indeed, it was the certificates. The master smiled and said, "This young friend is quite astute. I indeed inferred it from the certificates provided to you. I have investigated over 671 individuals with the blue-silver grass martial soul, and among them, only 16 possess soul power, less than 3%. Furthermore, none exceeded the first level of soul power. Based on my research into the 10 core competencies of martial souls, innate soul power is directly proportional to the quality of the martial soul. The blue-silver grass evidently does not meet this criterion. So you must possess another martial soul within you. Of course, I understand you might argue that there are exceptions. There are always exceptions. However, your blue-silver grass is clearly not an exception. In the past century, only 2 instances of twin martial souls have emerged in the 2 great empires. While there have been 19 individuals with innate full soul power, each of formidable presence, some even reaching the great soul master level. Among them, for hailed from humble origins, yet possessed innate full soul power, a phenomenon attributable to mutated martial souls. However, your blue-silver grass does not exhibit any mutations. Thus I am confident you possess twin martial souls. The master concluded his explanation, gazing at Tang San, who was momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Wang Feng silently reflected that this theory applied solely to individuals from the Douluo Continent and did not extend to those beyond its borders, like Tang San and himself. The master believed Tang San's innate full soul power stemmed from his twin martial souls, but in reality, Tang San's twin martial souls were inherited from his parents, while the majority of his innate full soul power was due to cultivating the Xiantian skill. Otherwise, the strength he awakened at the beginning would not have attracted the attention of the testing soul power orb. Subsequently, the master elaborated further on the theory of mutated martial souls. After concluding, Tang San knelt on the ground, bowing his head to acknowledge the master. Wang Feng observed quietly, neither intervening nor following suit. Little San had his own path, and the master was indeed his best option in the early stages. However, he had his own journey to undertake. Brother Feng, will you take the master as your mentor? I believe he can certainly assist us in cultivating our martial souls. After the master helped Tang San to his feet, he inquired. The master, too, regarded Wang Feng with curiosity, eager to discover what martial soul the enigmatic blue lotus possessed. He never subscribed to the notion of worthless martial souls, only to those that were unsuitable. No, Wang Feng replied, shaking his head. The master is indeed formidable, but he cannot aid me. Upon hearing this, Tang San furrowed his brow, while the master remained unfazed. Although this child possesses extraordinary intelligence and an unusual aura that does not seem to originate from the village or a noble family, when it comes to martial souls, he is unlikely to comprehend them better than I do. Therefore, I shall personally introduce you to a mentor. The master gazed at Wang Feng with admiration. This child has his own choices, and it would not be prudent for him to say much, especially since both of you possess innate full soul power. The first soul ring requires a mentor's assistance in slaying a soul beast. Tang San also nodded in agreement, as old Jack had mentioned that a mentor's help is essential for obtaining the first soul ring. However, Wang Feng shook his head resolutely and said, "Thank you, master, but I wish to take charge of my own soul ring and hunt the soul beast myself." Upon hearing this, Tang San was taken aback, and the master was equally stunned. Hunting a soul beast by oneself? Feng Gu, soul beasts are perilous. I recognize your physical prowess, but even though you can contend with Su Yuntao to a standstill, the reality is that when Master Su employed his soul skills, you were almost defeated in an instant. Even for Master Su, hunting can be hazardous, let alone for a 6-year-old child. The master was further astonished. My soul ring. I decide, hunting soul beasts by myself? Is this truly something a 6-year-old would assert? In truth, Wang Feng harbored even more shocking thoughts that remained unspoken. He aspired to hunt a millennium-year soul beast. Were he to voice this ambition, both the master and Tang San would likely deem him insane, which is why he refrained from uttering it. You must think this through, the master said with a furrowed brow. Soul beasts are not ordinary wild beasts. Their strength far exceeds your imagination. The first soul ring is of utmost importance to a soul master, and you may not fully grasp its significance. Even if fortune smiles upon you and you manage to slay a soul beast, it is likely to yield a soul ring of very low age. As he spoke, the master observed Wang Feng, noticing the unwavering determination in the child's eyes. With a gentle sigh, he recognized that the child had likely made up his mind. That kind of gaze was all too familiar to the master. After a brief silence, he took a deep breath, shook his head, and sighed, saying, "Very well. Please consider this matter further. It would be wise to first familiarize yourself with the knowledge of soul rings and soul beasts before making any plans. If you have any questions about soul beasts or martial souls, do not hesitate to ask me." He genuinely admired this child, which prompted such words. Were it anyone else, he would not have bothered to say even a single word. Wang Feng smiled broadly and replied, "Thank you, master. I intend to take these few days to learn about soul beasts and soul rings." The master nodded in agreement. This was indeed part of the curriculum for junior soul masters. Subsequently, the master led both of them to the administrative office to register their student identities, receive their uniforms, and be assigned dormitories. Tang Sen was assigned to the 7th floor of the dormitory, which happened to be full. This could be problematic. Wang Feng, the rooms in dormitory 7 are already occupied, Director Su of the administrative office said, looking troubled as he regarded Wang Feng. The 7th dormitory, as Wang Feng was well aware, was designated for work-study students, characterized by its rather poor living conditions. Director Su, perhaps you could arrange for a different accommodation? Wang Feng suggested. Do you think it's that simple? Director Su replied, casting a perplexed glance at Wang Feng. The only available beds are in the 6th dormitory, reserved for the privileged offspring. How could a work-study student like you possibly be assigned there? Wang Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Why not? I've already told you that as a work-study student, you lack the qualifications to reside in such accommodations. The Academy's regulations prohibit it, Director Su replied impatiently. Is that so? Wang Feng retorted, producing a gold soul coin and playfully cleaning his ear. Care to repeat that? Director Su paused, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the gold coin. After a brief cough, he said, "Well, it could be reconsidered." "Now that's more like it," Wang Feng remarked, tossing the gold coin onto Director Su's desk. "Goodness, Director. It seems a gold coin has mysteriously appeared on your desk." Director Su was momentarily stunned. Hiss. Internally, he took a sharp breath, thinking how this young lad seemed more adept than himself. Nevertheless, he quickly accepted the gold coin, adopting a serious tone. "Ahem, very well, you have potential. You may go to dormitory 6. I will instruct the relevant teachers to make the necessary arrangements." Wang Feng accepted his school uniform, leaving with a cheerful smile. Not long after he departed, a young man in the room scoffed. This boy truly seeks humiliation. A work-study student, merely relying on a bit of money, thinks he can move to the 6th dormitory? Inside, he'll only be a servant to those noble students born with superior abilities. What a disgrace. And to flaunt a gold soul coin for such suffering? It's beyond comprehension, these little brats. Director Su shot the young man a glare. That master is a friend of the dean. Refrain from your judgments. After all, in the realm of martial souls, that master is a renowned figure, far surpassing you. The young man smiled awkwardly before continuing, but that child's desire to move to the 6th dormitory shows a profound lack of self-awareness. If he goes there, he be reduced to a mere servant to those naturally more talented noble children? What a self-inflicted humiliation. He is just a child. Director Su remained silent, pondering to himself that the boy would likely face a harsh lesson in the 6th dormitory. Meanwhile, outside, Wang Feng and Tang Sen had already departed, oblivious to the final remarks exchanged behind them. Chapter 22. Make you call me father. As Wang Feng and Tang Sen exited, they headed directly towards the dormitory building. Brother Feng, once we tidy up, let us go to the cafeteria together, Tang Sen suggested at the entrance of the dormitory. Sounds good, Wang Feng nodded, observing Tang Sen leading the way into the dormitory. The building stood 3 stories tall, housing 7 dormitories for all students. The 6th dormitory was conveniently located on the 2nd floor. Upon reaching the entrance, Wang Feng overheard several voices. Boss Xiao, our teacher in charge of the 6th dormitory, just mentioned that a work-study student has been assigned to us. A work-study student? Aren't they supposed to be confined to that pigsty of a 7th dormitory? What gives them the right to be placed in our 6th dormitory? I told you it was only a matter of time. In our daily lives, we often lack someone to serve tea, do laundry, or clean the floors. How delightful it would be to have this work-study student serve us for free. But what if he refuses? Refuse? A mere freshman work-study student dares to defy. I shall make him call me father. Big brother Xiao, I spotted a stunning little girl when I entered just now. Shall we go play with her tomorrow? Heh. The room erupted with various chattering voices. Wang Feng frowned repeatedly, then decisively lifted his foot. Bang! He kicked the door open with a resounding crash. The half-steel door slamming violently against the wall. Instantly, the children inside the room froze. There were several kids, ranging from 7 to 11 or 12 years old. Boys and girls alike, all adorned in luxurious robes, clearly the offspring of affluent families. At that moment, they all fell silent, staring in astonishment at Wang Feng outside the door. I am the work-study student, who just claimed they would make me call them father? Wang Feng looked around and said with a smile. The children quickly regained their composure, and their previously dazed expressions transformed into anger. How dare this work-study student be so arrogant? Hey, you must be from the countryside, the tallest boy among them said, glaring at Wang Feng. Though his face was filled with rage, it was overshadowed by mockery and disdain. Do you know the rules? Do you know whose territory this is in the 6th dormitory? Do you know what grade I'm in? His questions were as probing as a soul-searching inquiry. This boy, appearing somewhat handsome, seemed to be around 11 or 12 years old. Wang Feng immediately recognized him as the leader of the 6th dormitory, the so-called Big Brother Xiao. With an air of superiority, the boy gazed at Wang Feng. Big Brother Xiao, don't waste time talking to him. This mere work-study student dares to kick the door? His audacity is astounding. Let me teach him a lesson. The boy stepped forward, a menacing look on his face. Lulong, take it easy, Big Brother Xiao sneered, advising. Don't break him. We'll need him for the dirty work in our dormitory later. Rest assured, Big Brother Xiao, I know my limits. The boy named Lulong displayed a smirk of confidence. The other children in the dormitory also began to jeer, as if envisioning the pitiful expression of this foolish work-study student begging for mercy after being beaten down. Kid, prepare to lose your life. I, Lulong. Do not strike at nameless individuals. Liulong's body trembled slightly as a yellow glow appeared, revealing a nearly 2-meter-long staff in his grasp. This was his martial spirit. Enough with the nonsense. Wang Feng raised his middle finger, adopting a provocative stance. Although the others did not comprehend the gesture's meaning, it seemed to instinctively infuriate them. Liulong's expression changed, and he leapt forward lightly, swinging the staff toward Wang Feng. The staff sliced through the air, leaving a yellow trail, and was poised to strike Wang Feng directly. If it connected, bruises would be unavoidable. The children in the room erupted in laughter at the scene. Only Big Brother Xiao frowned slightly, noticing just how vicious Liulong's attack was. The intern was utterly stunned. What if something went wrong? However, in the next moment, Wang Feng took action. In a flash of brilliance, his right hand shot out with the swiftness of an eagle seizing its prey, his 5 fingers gripping directly onto Lulong's weapon spirit. Lulong was momentarily taken aback, his momentum abruptly halted. Simultaneously, Wang Feng's left foot paused for an instant, and with a swift motion resembling a phantom, he struck Lulong's abdomen. Lulong's complexion turned an ashen hue, his body curling up like a boiled shrimp, the excruciating pain instantly causing beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. Just then, Wang Feng released his grip on the weapon. Lulong was sent tumbling backward, crashing to the ground. The battle concluded with astonishing rapidity. In the blink of an eye, Lulong was defeated. With such meager strength, did he truly expect me to serve him tea? Wang Feng observed the few children in the room, a bemused smile gracing his lips. Apologies. But if I refrain from striking you, you may call me father. I am Wang Feng. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the children shifted dramatically. Suddenly, a figure darted forth from behind them. He soared into the air like a majestic eagle, limbs outstretched in a claw-like fashion, charging directly at Wang Feng with remarkable speed. He was Ling Feng. His weapon spirit was the Shadow Crow. Here, aside from Boss Xiao, he was the most formidable, a girl with a few freckles, yet possessing a charming visage, exclaimed in astonishment. Ling Feng's speed was astonishingly swift, almost instantaneous with Wang Feng's utterance. By the time Wang Feng finished speaking, Ling Feng was already nearly upon him. Wang Feng let out a cold laugh, slightly angling his body to meet Ling Feng's claws with his right shoulder, offering no evasion, allowing himself to be seized. In the next moment, he pivoted his body, leveraging the incoming force, and seamlessly transitioned from the hammering technique he had mastered to redirect the energy, shifting it from his right shoulder to his left, using his waist as a fulcrum to deliver a lightning-fast punch directly towards Ling Feng's chest. Bang! Wang Feng's velocity surpassed that of Ling Feng, whose strength lay in swiftness with his Shadow Crow spirit. The punch landed squarely upon Ling Feng's chest. Bang! Ling Feng, mirroring Lulong's earlier trajectory, was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground. Instantly, silence enveloped the dormitory. The onlookers stared in sheer disbelief at the intern. They could hardly fathom that the two strongest individuals in their dormitory had been so effortlessly vanquished. How astonishingly simple it was. Even Boss Xiao, with his soul ring, could not accomplish such a feat with such ease. Wang Feng slowly entered through the doorway. He then hooked his right foot to slam the door shut with a resounding thud. The sound reverberated in the hearts of the many children present. A chill ran down their spines. All the children, except for Boss Xiao, took a step back. Kid, do not get too complacent. At that moment, the most composed of them all, Boss Xiao, stood up, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Wang Feng. I am indeed a true soul master, possessing a soul ring. Are you truly certain that you wish to confront me, Xiao Qinyu? Chapter 23. He is the leader of our 6th dormitory. A genuine soul master with a soul ring. As these words echoed, the children within the room turned their gazes toward Xiao Qinyu, their expressions tinged with excitement and fervor. Ling Feng and Lu Long rose to their feet, some clutching their bellies, others their chests, retreating to the back with sneers upon their faces. With the leader taking action, there was no doubt about the outcome. However, Wang Feng remained stationary, smiling as he said, I would prefer not to repeat myself. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qinyu's anger flared. This insolent boy dared to be so arrogant. A work-study student, relying on a modicum of strength to defeat Lu Long and Ling Feng, who lacked soul rings, had the audacity to disregard him. Xiao Qinyu, a level 6 student, with a wolf martial spirit, was an 11th level 1-ring soul master. He coldly demanded, state your martial spirit and level. It is the rule. Wang Feng replied with a confident smile, my martial spirit is the green lotus, and as for my level, I possess innate full soul power. There are no levels or soul rings. With that, Wang Feng subtly waved his hand, revealing a beautiful green lotus. Levels and soul rings are only officially registered at the Spirit Hall after one becomes a soul master, which is why Wang Feng had none. Innate full soul power? Leader. He possesses innate full soul power. In an instant, the crowd within the room was astonished, gazing at Wang Feng in disbelief. Innate full soul power. Even if they had seen pigs before, they had never witnessed one running. How could they have encountered such a rarity? No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. It was because he possessed innate full soul power. Lu Long sneered, what a pity he lacks a level and a soul ring. This so-called green lotus martial spirit. I have never even heard of it. It must be a worthless martial spirit, merely pleasing to the eye. Most plant martial spirits lack combat prowess. Indeed, the leader has no reason to fear him. Without a soul ring, what can he possibly use to contend with the leader? Once the leader's wolf spirit emerges, he will surely be overwhelmed. Ling Feng echoed in agreement, buoyed by the crowd's encouragement. Xiao Qinyu was initially taken aback by the notion of innate full soul power. Yet upon reflection, it seemed plausible. This boy had no soul ring. Despite his innate full soul power, he wielded merely a plant martial spirit. What was there to fear? After revealing his martial spirit, Wang Feng seemed disinclined to use it and promptly retracted it. Witnessing this, Xiao Qinyu's confidence surged. He thought to himself, this boy must surely realize his martial spirit is of no consequence and has chosen to withdraw it. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Feng merely deemed it unnecessary to employ his martial spirit against him. Xiao Qinyu smirked, letting out a low growl as a circle of white soul rings emerged beneath his feet. Immediately, a wolf-shaped martial spirit ascended from his back, enveloping him, and his eyes glimmered with an emerald hue. His claws sharpened to a lethal point, signifying the embodiment of his martial spirit. Wang Feng glanced over and scoffed. What a pathetic soul ring, merely 10 years old. Although Wang Feng was not entirely clear on most of the lore of DouluoDalu, he remained unfazed. However, the soul rings still have some influence. The most basic is the white soul ring, which is merely 10 years old and considered the least valuable. Xiao Qinyu, a mere work-study student without a single soul ring, dared to mock me? In an instant, Xiao Qinyu was infuriated. He gathered his strength in both claws and charged fiercely at Wang Feng, delivering a powerful punch. Confidently, Xiao Qinyu believed that if this punch landed, the boy would undoubtedly be knocked down. However, Wang Feng merely shook his head. This time, he employed no technique whatsoever. Instead, he slightly bent his legs, as if assuming a horse stance, and then swung a punch. Boom. With that punch, Xiao Qinyu was instantly sent flying, crashing into the wall. Fortunately, the quality of the room in the 6th dormitory was decent, preventing any destruction, though the entire dormitory trembled from the impact. Xiao Qinyu lay on the ground, dazed, struggling to rise. Just then, a figure stepped in front of him, placing a foot beside him, and calmly remarked, are you planning to endure another beating and call me daddy? Or will you obediently refer to me as daddy? Xiao Qinyu jolted. It seemed that this work-study student was indeed formidable. After speaking, Wang Feng turned to the others. Instantly, the remaining children awoke from their stupor, retreating in shock and casting flushed glances at Wang Feng. Forget it. I am not one of your weaklings. Wang Feng waved his hand. From now on, I am the boss of the 6th dormitory. Do any of you have objections? And no, you are now our new boss. They stammered in agreement. Boss, you are so handsome. The children dared not voice any dissent. Lu Long and Ling Feng, in particular, eagerly vacated the best beds in the room, located near the window where they could view the campus scenery. Boss, if you need anything in the future, just command us. They chuckled. Wang Feng shook his head. After all, they were just children, recognizing strength as the basis for leadership. Xiao Qinyu stood up as well, staring intently at Wang Feng, making him feel somewhat uneasy. Finally, Xiao Qinyu solemnly declared, I, Xiao Qinyu, am willing to acknowledge you as my boss. Wang Feng shuddered with goosebumps. How juvenile. All right, just don't provoke me in the future. Rest assured, I won't lay a hand on you either. Wang Feng yawned and pointed to the bed, advising them to make their beds quickly as he headed to the cafeteria. With all this commotion, he was quite hungry. After he left, Xiao Qinyu's companions whispered among themselves. Our new boss seems quite impressive. Ling Feng remarked softly. He defeated us without even using his martial soul. Perhaps this is the result of innate full soul power, Xiao Qinyu suggested. I just realized how handsome our boss is, exclaimed a freckled girl, filled with excitement. Upon hearing this, the other children rolled their eyes, thinking to themselves, I am the most handsome. Indeed, in every child's heart, they might believe themselves to be the most attractive. At that moment, after Wang Feng's departure, a teacher and a young man entered the room. Teacher Yua, if that work-study student ends up being severely beaten, please refrain from assigning him any cleaning duties. The young man sighed, remarking on Director Su's desperation. How could he possibly allow a mere work-study student into Dormitory 6 for a single gold soul coin? With those mischievous and arrogant little rascals in Dormitory 6, they would surely leave the poor lad unable to stand. If something were to happen, it would be a tough situation for the school to explain. Understood. Acknowledged Teacher Yuha with a nod. As they entered Dormitory 6, the young man glanced around, furrowing his brow. Where is that work-study student, Xiao Qinyu? The one named Wang Feng? Upon hearing this, Teacher Yuha's expression darkened. Have you all harmed him? Where is he? The group exchanged glances, bewildered. No, of course not. He is to be our leader in Dormitory 6. Xiao Qinyu quickly responded. How could I dare to lay a hand on him? Chapter 24, Xiao Wu's Challenge. Upon hearing this, both the young man and Teacher Yuha were momentarily taken aback. Leader? Yes, indeed. We saved the best sleeping quarters for our leader. Lu Long and Ling Feng chimed in, pointing to the designated area. The young man and Teacher Yuha were left even more confused. It seemed implausible. Yet there was no hint of deception. How had he accomplished this? Teacher Yuha looked at the young man, who appeared equally embarrassed and intrigued. I truly do not know. He admitted, though internally he was astounded. The prowess and status of Xiao Qinyu and his companions were not to be underestimated. If Wang Feng had become their leader, he must have impressed them significantly. At that moment, Wang Feng leisurely made his way to the dining hall, where he coincidentally encountered Tang San and a charming little girl standing beside him. The girl had a rosy complexion, radiating health, and was dressed simply yet neatly. Her long hair styled into a single braid cascading down her back. She was engaged in quiet conversation with Tang San. Brother Feng. Upon seeing Wang Feng approach, Tang San waved cheerfully. His call drew the little girl's attention towards Wang Feng. This must be Xiao Wu, Wang Feng mused, gazing at the delightful young girl with a mixture of nostalgia and surprise. She was so young. As the future wife of Tang San, it was worth noting that in the original narrative, Wang Feng did not harbor any romantic inclinations towards Xiao Wu. The reason was quite straightforward. He preferred more mature companions. Consequently, he had no desire to pursue Xiao Wu. Moreover, having read the novel and watched the anime of DouluoDalu, Wang Feng felt it would be inappropriate to flirt with Xiao Wu, considering she was destined to be Tang San's wife, with whom he would eventually have a daughter. The thought of usurping a wife sent a chill down his spine. There were plenty of attractive single girls in DouluoDalu. Wang Feng was not inclined to engage in such dubious pursuits. Furthermore, his preferences leaned decidedly towards the more mature. Are you Brother Feng? Xiao Wu inquired, her sparkling eyes fixed on Wang Feng. Tang San mentioned you. He said you are from the same village. He also claimed that I defeated him, stating that there is someone even stronger than him. Someone named Brother Feng? Tang San's face flushed with embarrassment. Being bested by a girl was indeed a source of shame. Largely due to a lack of experience, Tang San found himself in an unfamiliar situation with girls for the first time. It is my fault, he conceded. Wang Feng nodded in agreement. After we finish our meal, I wish to engage in a spar with you, Xiao Wu declared with a mischievous smile. Wang Feng shook his head, expressing his disinterest. He was aware that Xiao Wu's true form was that of a soul beast, a soft-boned rabbit, who relished in combat and often teased Tang San. However, he truly lacked the desire to fight. Why not? Xiao Wu inquired, her brow furrowing. Are you afraid of a girl? Not at all, Wang Feng replied. It is primarily because you cannot best me. Tang San quickly interjected. Xiao Wu, Brother Feng is formidable. You truly cannot defeat him. It was evident that Xiao Wu stood no chance. Yet, upon hearing Tang San's words, Xiao Wu's competitive spirit flared. You can't know that without having fought. I don't care. I'm a girl, and I want you to challenge me, Brother Feng. You must fight me. Her competitive nature was undeniable. In truth, children often possess a strong desire to compete. Even Tang San, a time traveler with the spirit of an adult man, shared that same fervor. Wang Feng chuckled lightly. Very well, let us spar once you acquire your soul ring. For now, let us eat. He patted his stomach. After reaching a consensus, the group entered the dining hall and enjoyed a rather sumptuous lunch. During the meal, the master paid Tang San a visit, causing quite a stir among the work-study students in the vicinity of Tang San's dormitory. The master's reputation was quite illustrious within the academy. Tang San, have you taken master as your teacher? One of the work-study students, Wang Sheng, could not help but comment. You must think this through. The master possesses only a soul power of 29, and his martial soul is rather weak. At nearly 50, he has yet to break through to a great soul master. He is merely a friend of the dean, living off the academy's hospitality, with little hope for a promising future. Silence. Tang San shot him a cold glare. If you continue with such remarks, I may truly resort to violence. With that, he stood up and left the table alone. Wang Feng shook his head. After all, these individuals were merely ordinary work-study students, lacking the perspective of a time traveler, so such comments were to be expected. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu gazed at Tang San with sparkling eyes. After finishing their meal, Wang Feng headed to the academy's library to research various materials regarding soul beasts. He spent the entire day engrossed in his studies, neglecting food and rest. Although the records were limited and not very detailed, perhaps not as comprehensive as those of the master or other mentors, Wang Feng sought merely to understand the types of soul beasts and their approximate lifespans. The following day, Tang San accompanied the master out of the academy. Wang Feng surmised they were headed to the soul hunting forest, located 400 miles northeast of Nodding City, where the empire raised soul beasts. It was likely that the master intended for Tang San to hunt a soul beast to obtain his first soul ring. On that day, Wang Feng also ventured out. Although he did not head to the soul hunting forest, instead, he made his way to the spirit hall. Within the soul hunting forest lies a realm inhabited by millennia-old soul beasts, albeit in scarce numbers. Nevertheless, Wang Feng felt compelled to venture inside. To gain entry, however, one must possess a hand issued by the spirit hall. Lacking such a token, Wang Feng resolved to first visit the spirit hall to request one from Su Yuntao. The spirit hall in Nodding City, when compared to that of Holy Soul Village, is undoubtedly far more magnificent. The entire structure is adorned in rich brown hues, with an imposing entrance featuring the engraving of a formidable long sword. The building consists of 3 stories. Young child, this is the spirit hall. You cannot wander in carelessly. A guard stated sternly at the entrance. I seek Master Su Yuntao. Is he present? If so, please inform him that a child named Wang Feng has come to see him, Wang Feng replied. Upon hearing this, the guard cast a dubious glance at Wang Feng, furrowing his brow yet complying with the request. Su Yuntao? What business could a mere child have with him? Suddenly, a woman approached, her expression one of incredulity as she regarded Wang Feng. She was tall and statuesque, possessing a certain allure, seemingly of a similar age to Su Yuntao. A token is required. Wang Feng glanced at her, unaware of her identity, and casually remarked, to hunt soul beasts in the soul beast forest. Upon his utterance, the woman erupted into laughter. You, a little squirt, hunting soul beasts? Surely, you must be seeking Su Yuntao's assistance? He has no time to help a child like you with such tasks. With that, she laughed and entered the hall. Not long after, Su Yuntao emerged, fixing a peculiar gaze upon Wang Feng. You truly came, little one. What is it that you seek? Wang Feng recounted his previous words to the woman. At once, Su Yuntao regarded him with a bemused expression. I thought I was hearing things. It turns out it was you, little rascal. I can provide you with a token, but you must ponder carefully. He paused, then smiled. However, if you were to join the spirit hall, not only would I grant you a token, but I could also assist you in hunting soul beasts. What do you think? Chapter 25. Entering the soul hunting forest. The target, Millennium. Su Yuntao observed Wang Feng. This child possessed innate full soul power, yet his martial spirit was rather unremarkable. The 2 aspects balanced each other out, rendering him not particularly worthy of an invitation to join the spirit hall. However, what truly captured Su Yuntao's attention was the child's prowess. A 6-year-old capable of manifesting his martial spirit and executing soul skills to the extent of overpowering him was a remarkable feat. While unsure if all possessors of innate full soul power exhibited similar capabilities, having encountered only this child and another with the blue-silver grass martial spirit, Su Yuntao found himself genuinely impressed by Wang Feng's strength. Nevertheless, Wang Feng shook his head with a smile. No, thank you. I wish to hunt soul beasts on my own. The notion of joining the spirit hall seemed entirely unnecessary to him. With the resources he currently possessed, relying on others for assistance in hunting soul beasts felt utterly insufficient. Furthermore, he yearned to hone his skills through his own endeavors. After all, armed with Meteor tears, he believed he could endure any challenge he might face. Had it not been for the tears of a shooting star, perhaps Wang Feng would have chosen to align himself with a certain faction. However, such a decision now seemed wholly unnecessary. Furthermore, with Master Su, I have attained the 10th level of soul power and require soul rings for further enhancement. According to the rules, your spirit hall should provide me with a token, Wang Feng remarked with a smile. His pursuit of Su Yuntao stemmed from the fact that such a token necessitated a guarantor. Su Yuntao frowned slightly. The young lad was rather overconfident. Did he not realize that I intended to assist him? Instead, he insisted on hunting soul beasts himself. If you do not grant me the token, I shall withhold the tale of what lies beyond the soul-cracking sky, Wang Feng continued. Upon hearing this, Su Yuntao's expression darkened, and with a huff, he rummaged through his attire and produced a token, handing it to Wang Feng. Here, take it. You impudent child, should you find yourself injured later, do not come seeking my aid. The token sliced through the air before Wang Feng deftly grasped it in his hand. Upon closer inspection, the token was dark, engraved with a downward-facing blade. Though it was of the lowest grade, do not misplace it, or it shall lead to considerable trouble. No worries, Wang Feng replied, feeling the weight of the token in his hand. He then slung his bag over his shoulder, packed some simple provisions and water, and set off towards the soul-hunting forest. It was morning, and he anticipated that by the time he reached the soul-hunting forest, it would be afternoon. He might even need to spend the night within the forest, hence the need for ample preparation. The young rascal, Wang Feng dashed forward, initially contemplating hiring a carriage. But reconsidering, he opted to exercise his own stamina and continued on without pause. By afternoon, after 7 or 8 hours of travel, Wang Feng arrived at the bustling market outside the soul-hunting forest. How lively it was! Observing the market that encircled him, he was reminded of the diverse array of shops that typically gathered outside train stations in his past life. A sense of inexplicable familiarity washed over him. With a token in hand, he overheard shouts. A healer of substantial capacity, level 20 and above. Seeking a team. I am a support-type soul master. My martial spirit is a green hat, capable of providing formidable protection. Does anyone require assistance? Do you wish to see my martial spirit first? Good. A green hat? You may leave at once. Wang Feng noted. The prices here were exorbitantly high. Little 3 should be inside. Seeking martial spirits with the master, Wang Feng pondered. Making his way directly towards the entrance of the soul-hunting forest, which loomed like a great wall. Guards patrolled the area. Upon reaching the entrance, Wang Feng presented the token to the guard. Youngster, are you alone? The guard frowned, questioning his small stature. Are you truly intending to venture inside? Without an elder to accompany you, it could be perilous. Should anything happen within, no one would assume responsibility. Wang Feng nodded. I am alone. Please allow me entry. The guard returned the token to Wang Feng, uttering no further words, and opened the massive gate. With a resounding thud, the towering 10-meter steel gate creaked open slowly. A unique essence emanated from the forest, enveloping Wang Feng as he beheld countless towering trees and exotic flowers and fruits, reminiscent of a primordial wilderness. Taking a deep breath, Wang Feng stowed away his token and ventured further in. This was the soul-hunting forest. A surge of excitement coursed through his veins. As he treaded upon the densely foliaged paths, marked by the footsteps of those who came before, he felt a thrill of anticipation. A millennium-year soul beast. Here I come. Wang Feng murmured to himself. A millennium-year soul beast equated to a soul master of at least level 40. To hunt such a formidable creature was akin to scaling the heavens for Wang Feng, an endeavor bordering on the impossible, even for the prodigies of illustrious families. No one dared to hunt a millennium-year soul beast at level 10, still uninitiated as a soul master. At that very moment, on the opposite end of the soul-hunting forest, Master spoke to Tang San. According to my theory, the first soul ring a level 10 soul master can endure has a limit of approximately 400 years. Thus, we must strive to locate a soul beast close to this value. Moreover, given your innate full soul power, you must not squander this talent. Tang San nodded, gently touching the jade belt at his waist, reflecting on the master's kindness. He had even gifted him this soul-guiding artifact, and he was determined not to disappoint the master's expectations. 24 Bridges on a Bright Moonlit Night was the name Tang San bestowed upon the jade belt. This solitary bamboo possessed 10 years of cultivation, characterized by its resilience, which suited his blue-silver grass martial spirit. Yet, this was far from sufficient. Master patted a vibrant green solitary bamboo before them. Throughout their journey, Master had imparted extensive knowledge regarding soul beasts, soul rings, and their ages. We shall search a bit longer. Tonight we will likely remain here, Master continued. Very well, Tang San replied, suddenly recalling something. Master, how many years of soul rings do you think Feng Ge could acquire if he were to hunt a soul beast alone? Hearing this, Master paused, contemplating for a moment before shaking his head. It would be quite difficult. If he were able to hunt a 100-year soul beast by himself, it would already be a remarkable feat beyond that. 200, 300, or even 400 years. There is considerable risk, even for a 30-level attack-type soul master. You mentioned that he possesses formidable strength, yet I have not witnessed it firsthand. Perhaps 100 years might be his limit. Rest assured, I will assist you in finding a suitable martial spirit, Master said, a hint of a smile breaking through his stern countenance, for such moments truly reflected a teacher's purpose. Tang San found Master's reasoning quite convincing. If Feng Ge aimed to hunt soul beasts on his own, 100 years indeed seemed to be his threshold. With life-threatening dangers lurking, fortune favors the bold, Tang San mused with a tinge of lamentation. The pursuit of ever more potent soul rings inherently bore greater peril. Meanwhile, in another corner of the soul-hunting forest, a thunderous crash erupted. A colossal emerald green serpent, measuring 5 meters in length, crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Its massive form writhed in defiance. The 5-meter-long mandala serpent, estimated to be around 500 years old, is indeed formidable. Although its scales are remarkably tough, its vulnerabilities are glaringly apparent. Wang Feng leaned against the emerald giant, his short sword tainted with venom from their earlier skirmish, gleaming ominously. Soon, the mandala serpent gradually calmed, and a yellow spirit ring emerged. Yet Wang Feng paid it no heed and walked away. This was merely a preliminary test of his prowess. Chapter 26. The 1,000-Year Spirit Beast. The Starmoon Fox. The Golden Lightning Leopard. The 500-year-old mandala serpent was the third spirit beast Wang Feng encountered upon his arrival, and it was the mightiest of the trio. However, its lack of aggression and its formidable resilience, paired with its potent venom, posed little threat to him. Wang Feng shook his head. 500 years was commendable, yet he had no intention of claiming it. The mandala serpent had not drained much of his strength. Regrettably, if Xiao San were present, it would have been an ideal acquisition for him. Wang Feng recalled that Xiao San's first spirit ring was a 400-year-old mandala serpent, and perhaps this 500-year-old specimen could also be absorbed by him. But that was not the case here. In about an hour, this spirit ring would likely vanish. Wang Feng dismissed the thought. Xiao San was the protagonist of Douluo Continent, and regardless of circumstances, he would undoubtedly acquire a spirit ring without any concern from Wang Feng. Without further contemplation, Wang Feng departed, venturing deeper into the soul-hunting forest. After approximately an hour of travel, the night began to darken. Suddenly, a low growl echoed from a distance, sending tremors through the surrounding weaker spirit beasts, which all prostrated themselves in fear. This sound caused Wang Feng to shudder slightly, instilling a tinge of trepidation within him. It was undoubtedly a 1,000-year spirit beast. Moreover, it was not just any ordinary 1,000-year spirit beast. At that moment, just as Wang Feng was about to proceed, another massive howl resonated from afar. This cry was swift and powerful, stirring excitement within Wang Feng. 2,000-year spirit beasts. His eyes shone with fervor. Although Wang Feng had not contemplated absorbing 2 spirit rings consecutively, the prospect of choice was tantalizing. He stifled his exhilaration and moved forward with light steps. The roars grew louder, and a faint pressure emanated from the distance. Wang Feng stealthily climbed a large tree, peering through the dense foliage at the scene ahead. Before him stood a spirit beast, pristine white and reminiscent of a fox, towering at 3 to 4 meters. A star-shaped emblem adorned its forehead, radiating a violet aura as it fixed its gaze upon a larger spirit beast opposite it. This was the Starmoon Fox. Wang Feng's eyes sparkled with recognition. Based on the rudimentary information he had perused in the Academy library the previous day, the Starmoon Fox was a 1,000-year spirit beast. Entirely snow-white, with a purple star-shaped marking on its forehead, possessing remarkable regenerative abilities, though its other capabilities remained unknown. The first form of the Golden Lotus possesses an extraordinary capacity for recovery and healing. If it were to merge with the soul ring of this Starmoon Fox, Wang Feng pondered in silence. The lack of clarity regarding its other abilities indicated a scarcity of information. The library's records were insufficiently detailed, which was an inevitable situation. However, Wang Feng believed that the first form of the Golden Lotus no longer required enhanced healing capabilities. Following the encounter with the celestial cloud tide, he realized that the efficacy of the first form of the Golden Lotus hinged upon the soul power he could summon. Depending on the amount of soul power expended, it could restore soul energy, heal wounds, augment soul power, and elevate hormonal levels, among other effects. Previously, he had activated less than 1/5 of its potential, and it had already enabled the celestial cloud tide to enhance its soul power. He had only attempted to unleash its full potential once, with that little bird, and was uncertain of the broader effects it could yield. the greater the soul power employed, the more potent the results of the first form of the golden lotus would be. Thus, Wang Feng hoped that the soul ring he sought would possess additional effects. For instance, if the golden lotus could also enhance a soul master's strength, speed, and endurance, it would be utterly perfect, truly a versatile assistance. Turning his gaze to another soul beast, Wang Feng was immediately astonished. Before him stood a leopard, its entire body resplendent in gold. Even under the moonlit night, it shimmered brilliantly. The radiance emitted by this golden lightning leopard was a profound shade of purple. Wang Feng felt a tingling sensation at the back of his neck. This was also a 1,000-year-old soul beast. The golden lightning leopard was extraordinarily swift, akin to a bolt of lightning, and most fearsome of all, it possessed formidable aggression. Particularly alarming was its ability to unleash lightning, capable of paralyzing its adversaries. It was an exceptionally aggressive soul beast. However, this golden lightning leopard was at least 5,000 years old. Wang Feng regarded the deep purple soul energy emanating from the golden lightning leopard. Could he absorb it? No. Could he even defeat this golden lightning leopard? If he could absorb its soul ring, the first form of the golden lotus would undoubtedly provide various enhancements. It would be the most suitable for him. The star moon fox, on the other hand, seemed to be only around 3,000 years old and could not possibly overcome this golden lightning leopard. Wang Feng's mind raced. With his current strength, it was unimaginable that he could conquer the golden lightning leopard, let alone defeat it. Surviving the encounter would be a remarkable feat. Although he possessed a unique advantage, neither Meteor Tears nor the chaotic azure lotus had yet bestowed him with formidable offensive capabilities, unless the chaotic azure lotus awakened its subsequent forms, which was not feasible at present. A low growl escaped the star moon fox, and its wounds began to heal rapidly. Thus, I must rely on the power of this star moon fox. Wang Feng's eyes narrowed, and a plan began to take shape in his mind. According to the recorded information, the star moon fox was an extraordinarily intelligent soul beast. Even if it had not reached 10,000 years, it possessed a degree of sentience, albeit limited. At that moment, the larger-than-life golden lightning leopard let out a tremendous roar. A golden unicorn horn atop his head suddenly emitted a bolt of lightning the size of a thumb, striking directly at the star moon fox. The speed of the lightning was astonishing. The star moon fox seemed to have sensed the impending danger and leapt high into the air to evade, yet one of its feet was still struck. Instantly, chaos ensued, and the star moon fox let out a pained, anguished howl, swiftly seizing the opportunity to claim its life. In almost an instant, the speed of the golden lightning leopard vanished. It leapt high, its sharp claws shimmering with a chilling gleam in the moonlight. With a whoosh, two beams of cold light flashed by, sending the purple soul energy of the star moon fox into turmoil, leaving 3 bloody gashes on its abdomen. With a thunderous roar, its body was sent flying by the lethal claws of the golden lightning leopard, tracing an arc through the air before crashing down onto the branch where Wang Feng was perched. Wang Feng cast a glance at the distant golden lightning leopard, his eyes narrowing slightly. How formidable! The speed of this beast was beyond his comprehension. A soul beast over 5,000 years old was a foe he could not contend with at present. Yet, it seemed that the golden lightning leopard was also exhibiting signs of fatigue, likely due to the enduring resilience of the star moon fox, which had inflicted some wounds upon it as well. Wang Feng observed the star moon fox below, a smile creeping onto his lips. An opportunity appeared to be at hand. Chapter 27. The 6,000-Year Soul Ring. Little fox, hold on. Hidden among the branches, Wang Feng spread his palm, and the seed at the center of the azure lotus quietly blossomed into a golden lotus. Let me see if my assumptions are indeed correct. Taking a deep breath, Wang Feng summoned the power of the golden lotus, directing it toward the star moon fox below. Streams of pure golden light surged into the body of the star moon fox. Once collapsed on the ground, the fox's eyes had already begun to close, seemingly unable to open them. But as the power of the golden lotus flowed in, it suddenly opened its eyes wide, catching sight of Wang Feng above on the branch. A tiny human. In its gaze, there was an expression of incredulity. The power within it began to surge. In an instant, the injuries on the star moon fox visibly healed at an astonishing rate. It rose once more. Its soul power had solidified significantly compared to before. It had grown stronger. Wang Feng took a deep breath. Indeed, I knew it. The power of the golden lotus not only enhances the soul power of soul masters, but also augments the strength of soul beasts. It appears to be an even greater enhancement. How exhilarating. This was the hypothesis he had previously entertained. If it could enhance the soul power of soul masters, could it also extend the lifespan of soul beasts? The reality confirmed Wang Feng's suspicions. He could not ascertain the exact extent of the enhancement, but the soul power of the star moon fox had indeed solidified considerably. The star moon fox charged once more towards the golden lightning leopard. The two colossal beasts clashed again. However, moments later, boom. This time, The golden lightning leopard seemed even more fatigued, roaring angrily at the star moon fox. It could not comprehend that this star moon fox had already been defeated by it moments ago. This time, it could not possibly rise again. Yet, before long, the star moon fox stood up once more. The purple soul energy enveloping it had become even more solidified. Upon witnessing this, the golden lightning leopard was infuriated, leaping about in rage. How could it have regained its strength and even grown stronger? Wang Feng exclaimed, "Crackle!" The two soul beasts engaged in yet another fierce battle. Boom! The starry moon fox was once again hurled against the towering tree. The colossal tree swayed precariously, seemingly on the verge of breaking. Yet this time, the golden lightning leopard appeared somewhat unsteady, as if it were on the brink of exhaustion. Roar! Its crimson eyes fixated on the peculiar starry moon fox. Impossible. If it could still stand, then my years as a leopard were in vain. In the span of mere breaths, the starry moon fox sprang back to life. Vibrant and energetic, the golden lightning leopard looked on in despair at the exceedingly strange starry moon fox. Its aura seemed to have strengthened once more. Although it had not surpassed the leopard, it was still far from it. Yet, the leopard was already at its limit. Up in the tree, Wang Feng also felt fatigued. He continuously activated the golden lotus to fully heal and bolster the starry moon fox's strength. This was the third time he had done so, and he was nearing his limits. If this time, the starry moon fox failed to defeat the golden lightning leopard, it would be a true testament to its ineptitude. Boom! Just as he pondered this, the tree trembled violently, prompting Wang Feng to curse. Damn it! Is this starry moon fox truly that weak? He looked over, his anger swiftly transforming into delight. To his astonishment, the one that had charged was the golden lightning leopard. Overjoyed, Wang Feng felt a surge of exhilaration. Without hesitation, he grasped the broken sword and leaped down. With one swift motion, he thrust it directly into the completely exhausted golden lightning leopard's head. Boom! In the next moment, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from the golden lightning leopard. A deep purple soul ring began to rise gradually from its body. At this sight, Wang Feng's heart raced wildly. 6,000 years. A 6,000-year soul ring. Such a powerful soul ring would be his first. Could he truly bear it? However, at that moment, Wang Feng's gaze sharpened, and he refrained from hastily absorbing it. For behind him, the starry moon fox was intently observing him. Wang Feng turned to face the starry moon fox. It too appeared weary. The golden lightning leopard was exceedingly strong. It had effectively utilized 3 lives, each stronger than the last, to barely achieve victory. Yet at this moment, it still retained some strength. Do you wish to confront me? Wang Feng said coldly. This was within his expectations, as soul beasts and humans were inherently adversaries. Although he currently lacked strength, defeating the starry moon fox seemed somewhat unrealistic. However, at the very least, he could flee. It would only amount to a futile effort. Nonetheless, the starry moon fox crouched down, its eyes reflecting curiosity as it regarded Wang Junlin. It seemed to have no intention of attacking. Wang Feng remained still. The starry moon fox then rose and approached him. Wang Feng furrowed his brow slightly, but did not retreat. The starry moon fox circled around Wang Feng before lying down on the ground, showing no intention of taking action. It cast a sidelong glance at the golden lightning leopard, seemingly questioning, "Aren't you going to absorb the soul ring?" Wang Feng was taken aback, glancing at the starry moon fox. After a moment of contemplation, he no longer hesitated. Settling into a cross-legged position and fixing his gaze on the soul ring surrounding the golden lightning leopard, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes. Meanwhile, in a corner of the soul-hunting forest, Tang San and his master were examining a colossal corpse of a mandala snake on the ground. This creature is likely over 500 years old, the master remarked solemnly, pointing at the enormous soul beast's body. It appears to have been slain by a soul master around level 30. Observe the wounds. Its head was pierced, and even the most vulnerable 7-inch spot bears damage, indicating an exceptionally swift and keen attacker. Tang San nodded slightly, contemplating the 5-meter-long serpent. He thought to himself, a 500-year-old soul beast would be exceedingly difficult for me to defeat, even with all my strength. I wonder who could have accomplished such a feat. What a pity. The master lamented. It seems that this soul master should have absorbed the soul ring of this mandala snake. For your blue silvergrass, this mandala snake would have been the most suitable soul beast. Just then, a sudden, harsh cry echoed from the front, shrouded in mist that obscured their vision. Not good. There's another mandala snake. The master's expression changed, his gaze sharpening as he peered into the fog, where a large, azure serpent emerged. Oh no. This one is over 400 years old. It likely relates to the deceased mandala snake. Tang San also observed the creature, a mandala snake over 4 meters long, emanating a pungent odor, now flicking its tongue at the two of them from a distance. Little San, let me teach you a principle. The more rings, the more bones. The greater the skill, the stronger the attack. Conversely, if you possess fewer soul rings than your opponent, it is wise to conserve your strength and retreat immediately. The master succinctly instructed, drawing a parallel to their current predicament. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted as two figures dashed forth. After a prolonged moment, a resounding crash signified the mandala snake's fall to the ground once more. Little San, splendid. Your soul ring is now within reach. The master, his face still pale, yet brimming with joy, gazed at the fallen mandala snake. You struck its vital point swiftly. Hurry, absorb its soul ring. At over 400 years, it aligns perfectly with the maximum age limit I estimated for your first soul ring. Tang San's face glimmered with excitement. His mentor had shared much with him on their journey. I must successfully absorb it. This will allow me to put his theories into practice. As Tang San settled into a meditative posture, murmuring to himself, he pondered the implications of whether he would master the Tang sect's ultimate skills. Feng Ge, I wonder what kind of soul ring you are currently absorbing. Chapter 28, The Powerful Meteor Tier. Just as Tang San began to absorb the soul ring of the mandala snake, as Wang Feng absorbed the soul ring of the 6,000-year-old soul beast, the golden lightning leopard, he sat cross-legged, taking a deep breath, his mind entirely focused on the azure lotus martial spirit within his sea of consciousness. Simultaneously, he directed his soul power with his fingers, gradually guiding the resplendent purple soul ring to settle atop his head. As the soul ring approached, an overwhelming pressure akin to Mount Tai bore down upon him. This golden lightning leopard, having attained a significant level of sentience over its 6 millennia of existence, certainly bore a fierce resentment. The soul ring harbored a profound consciousness of grievance. Wang Feng let out a muffled groan. His face flushed crimson as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. It was overwhelmingly powerful. A 6,000-year soul ring was indeed formidable. Typically, a soul master could only absorb a 5,000-year soul ring as their fourth. It was truly terrifying, Wang Feng pondered. He had yet to absorb it. Merely the pressure from the soul ring and the resentment of the golden lightning leopard was nearly overwhelming him. If he were to absorb it, would he not risk exploding from within? The reality was stark. Wang Feng was certain that, given his current physical condition, absorbing a 6,000-year soul ring would lead to certain death. Even if his physical prowess were to double, it would still be impossible for him to assimilate such a formidable soul ring. A typical soul master would likely perish a dozen times over before achieving such an absorption. Yet, I possessed the tears of the meteor. A smile crept upon Wang Feng's lips. This substance was the tears of the life god king from the celestial transformation. Having merged with his very heart, it endowed him with an extraordinary capacity for self-healing and enhanced the speed at which he could absorb the energies of the world, among numerous other benefits. In simpler terms, it rendered Wang Feng nearly impervious to death, unless his soul consciousness were to be extinguished. Otherwise, mere physical injuries would not suffice to end his life. Come forth. Wang Feng forcefully suppressed the tempestuous blood surging within him, unleashing his azure lotus martial spirit, guiding his soul power to allow the 6,000-year soul ring to descend gradually, enveloping his body. In an instant, a deluge of energy surged into him, as if from an inexhaustible source. Boom! Wang Feng's mind erupted in an explosion of sensation. At that moment, his body felt akin to a small coastal town, as the energy pouring in resembled a cataclysmic flood descending from the heavens, sweeping through his being like a tempestuous wind, inundating the tiny township. All within, vehicles, streets, pedestrians, shops, were instantly engulfed and submerged. First, Wang Feng's skin erupted with countless blood vessels, slightly fissuring, creating innumerable gaps. Then, the internal muscle fibers and cellular structures were swiftly obliterated by the frenzied surge of energy. Even his bones could not withstand the onslaught, resonating with the sharp sound of cracking as they were eroded and fractured. His entire body, from limbs to organs, down to the very nerves of his cells, rapidly disintegrated. Viewed from a distance, Wang Feng appeared as a figure wreathed in blood. The agony wrought by such extreme destruction instantly overwhelmed the majority of Wang Feng's consciousness, leaving only a singular spiritual will, entwined within the azure lotus martial spirit in his sea of awareness. The starry moon fox crouched beside, observing Wang Feng with an expression that reflected an almost human-like sense of regret. This human, although he had performed the remarkable act of saving him, was undeniably feeble. The prospect of absorbing the 6,000-year soul ring of the golden lightning leopard seemed utterly impossible for him. Perhaps with an increase in strength by an order of magnitude, a glimmer of hope might exist. At this moment, within the vast ocean of Wang Feng's consciousness, a blue lotus emanated a gentle luminescence, gracefully swirling and floating. Suddenly, it was as if a cataclysmic flood had discovered its outlet, washing over Wang Feng's being and cascading entirely into the blue lotus. On the lotus platform, the tiniest seed began to unfurl, blossoming into a golden lotus. A torrent of ferocious energy coalesced into a swirling vortex resembling a purple ocean, surging into the golden lotus. In an instant, the golden lotus radiated brilliance. The once merely partially opened bud quietly bloomed, appearing to have grown significantly, its golden leaves becoming lush and more robust. Brilliant golden lightning crackled around the golden lotus, emitting resounding thunderclaps, presenting a spectacle of dazzling magnificence. Ultimately, the lotus leaves adorned the golden lotus, enhancing its majestic aura. With a swift motion, the golden lotus glided silently, moving with astonishing speed, resembling an ethereal phantom as it coursed through Wang Feng's consciousness, seemingly reveling in its newfound freedom. Simultaneously, Wang Feng's physical form was on the verge of complete disintegration. Only the area surrounding his heart glimmered with light, like tear-shaped meteors. Waves of rich energy poured forth from the heart's core, flooding into Wang Feng's entire being, akin to the convergence of myriad seas. This energy stirred the latent power within Wang Feng, traversing through his body. With each passage over a ravaged area, it was as if a fabric of time from Doraemon's pocket had been laid over, restoring it to its former glory in an instant. Yet, unlike before, the rejuvenated body emerged even stronger at every juncture. The wild energy contained within the 6,000-year soul ring, while having thoroughly devastated Wang Feng's form, also bestowed upon him a chance for rebirth and reconstruction. As the energy from the meteor-like tears surged forth, Wang Feng's body rapidly regained its integrity, evolving into a more formidable version of itself. Each inch of muscle became dense and seamless, brimming with explosive power, while his shattered bones reformed like steel forged through relentless hammering, and his skin became increasingly fair and smooth. Even his overall stature grew slightly, resembling a child of 10 despite being merely 6 years old. The starry moon fox widened its eyes in astonishment, circling around Wang Feng. It now perceived that his entire being seemed enveloped in a transparent layer of energy, akin to a creature ready to emerge from its chrysalis. It sensed waves of life-giving power, seemingly mending this human child, invoking a reverence that compelled the starry moon fox to bow in awe. At the same time, Wang Feng's consciousness began to awaken, yet the resentment of the golden lightning beast manifested within the ocean of his mind, transforming into a shadowy figure of the golden lightning leopard, howling furiously at Wang Feng's essence, intent on devouring the last vestiges of his soul. However, Wang Feng's consciousness suddenly jolted. At that moment, 7 distinct hues of mysterious energy surged forth from his consciousness, enveloping him and transforming into 6 pairs of illusory black energy wings. This final vestige of Wang Feng's awareness gradually morphed into a diminutive figure, an exact replica of him, yet shrouded in an endless veil of black mist. The malevolent and ghostly energy emanating from this figure bestowed upon it an aura reminiscent of a sinister deity. Instantly, the golden lightning leopard, harboring a soul filled with resentment, fell silent as if a mouse had encountered a cat, trembling uncontrollably. The little figure, enshrouded in black mist, raised a hand toward the golden lightning leopard. In an instant, its consciousness was seized and crushed effortlessly within the figure's grasp. Chapter 29, Where is my soul power? At the same time, within the soul-hunting forest, Wang Feng abruptly opened his eyes, his pupils instantaneously transforming into a pitch-black hue. A terrifying aura erupted from him. 6 pairs of beguiling black energy wings unfurled from his body. As his form reconstituted, his once muscular and bare physique became adorned with 7 distinct patterns, radiating from his limbs to his heart, forming a circular design akin to a black sun. Wang Feng let out a primal roar, as if releasing pent-up energy. In the next moment, his formidable presence coalesced into a tangible force, radiating outward. The star moon fox immediately prostrated itself in fear, trembling uncontrollably, unable to comprehend how the child, who had just exuded a vibrant life force, had suddenly transformed into an embodiment of sheer malevolence, enveloped in an aura that struck terror into its very core. In that fleeting instant, the entire soul-hunting forest awakened, as all soul beasts, whether conscious or in slumber, dropped to the ground in submission, quaking with fear. Yet, it was only the soul beasts who reacted. The numerous soul masters within the soul-hunting forest felt an inexplicable chill permeate their hearts, akin to icy tendrils grasping at their cores, leaving them shuddering in bewilderment. Unaware of the cause, Tang San, who had just broken through after absorbing a soul ring, inexplicably felt a shiver run through him and unconsciously glanced in a certain direction. "Master, did you feel that?" Tang San quietly inquired, gazing at his teacher. "How strange. There seems to be an ominous yet powerful presence. Could it be a soul beast?" The master nodded, though he furrowed his brow, equally perplexed by the situation. The two remained unaware of the specifics of what was transpiring. Meanwhile, in the distant imperial palace of the Tiando Empire, a boy, seemingly around 15 years of age, appeared to be in deep meditation. At the center of his brow lay a 6-winged, angelic mark. Though still young, The boy was extraordinarily handsome, possessing a visage that could drive countless women to madness. His skin as fair as snow, hinting at a beauty that would captivate for a lifetime. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open, a divine golden light flashing within. Behind him, a six-winged angel manifested, the unparalleled sacred radiance flooding the entire hall. Is it the breath of an angel, yet so wicked and fearsome? A flicker of incredulous light manifested in her eyes. The six-winged angel, a symbol of divine radiance, serves as a messenger of the divine on earth, and only she has awakened such a super-martial soul. Yet now, she perceives the presence of her kin. However, it emanates an aura of unparalleled malevolence that sends shivers down her spine. The essence of her kin can only be sensed so distinctly by her. This sinister presence may be a super-martial soul, even more formidable than my six-winged angel. How can that be? She murmured, her astonishment deepening. Who could it be? Within the palace, a voice akin to celestial melody whispered. In the soul-hunting forest, following Wang Feng's roar, the darkness in his eyes swiftly receded. The 7 streaks of malevolent essence radiating from him rapidly withdrew, ultimately sinking back into his once robust physique. The 6 pairs of 12-winged energy wings on his back vanished in an instant. Wang Feng collapsed to the ground, succumbing to a drowsy slumber. As his consciousness stirred, fatigue enveloped him, leaving only a lingering question. Was that my mysterious humanoid martial soul? What exactly is that martial soul? The following day, in the soul-hunting forest, Wang Feng was roused by a sensation of dampness. Abruptly opening his eyes, he beheld a snow-white fox, which was currently extending its delicate tongue to lick his face. Wang Feng sprang up, startled, surveying his surroundings. In his line of sight was only the star-moon fox, while the lifeless golden lightning leopard had reduced to mere bones. Upon noticing Wang Feng's awakening, the star-moon fox blinked at him. You stayed here all night? Wang Feng inquired, gazing at it. The star-moon fox nodded affirmatively. Thank you. Wang Feng exhaled deeply. Last night, at the moment when the vengeful consciousness of the golden lightning beast nearly consumed him, it seemed he awakened the mysterious humanoid martial soul granted by the system. Specifically, the humanoid martial soul obtained as a reward for checking in with innate full soul power at the Spirit Hall in Holy Soul Village. What could it possibly be? Wang Feng pondered, uncertainty clouding his thoughts as he touched his chest. Nevertheless, he distinctly sensed that exceedingly wicked aura. It felt as though, after being possessed by that martial soul, he would become utterly cold and heartless, akin to a deity who commands time and all things from a lofty perch. A chill ran down Wang Feng's spine. No, that is not me. Suddenly, he recalled his strength. Taking a deep breath, Wang Feng assessed himself. In doing so, he was taken aback. Where is my soul power? He exclaimed, feeling an emptiness within. Countless questions surged in his mind. There was not a trace of energy left. Where could his soul power have gone? He had transcended his limits, and, with the aid of Meteor tears, had amassed a significant amount of soul power, at least a full innate soul power level of 20, right? Why was there not a single shred of it remaining? Furthermore, he had completely absorbed the soul rings from 6 years prior. His soul power should have increased even further. Could it be that after my body shattered yesterday, I was reforged by the tears of a meteor, leaving me utterly depleted? Wang Feng mused, lost in thought. The sensation of being shattered by the force of a 6,000-year soul ring was indescribably intense, a pain he would likely never forget. As he had anticipated, the tears of the meteor erupted with vital energy, causing his body to reorganize. Terrifying. This is truly a trap. No, my body. Wang Feng furrowed his brow, attuning himself to his physical form. Powerful. Incomparably powerful. With a gentle leap, he soared over 100 meters into the air. Hiss. Due to his complete unaccustomedness to this newfound strength, he collided headfirst into a massive tree. Have I become a superhero? Wang Feng glanced at the towering tree beside him. Whoosh. With a swift kick, he cleaved the tree, which could easily be embraced by 10 men, in half in an instant. My casual kick must possess around 6,000 pounds of force. Wang Feng murmured. In his past life on Earth, it was said that the legendary Master Bruce Lee could generate nearly half a ton, or 1,000 pounds, of force with a single kick. And Bruce Lee's physique was considered extraordinary in his time. Now, a mere kick of mine equates to 6,000 pounds? What does that even mean? 6,000 pounds is equivalent to 3 tons. With a single kick, he could send a small car from his previous life flying. If Tao Ge were here, would I accidentally kick him to the heavens? Wang Feng pondered. Surely, that could happen, right? Volume 1, Chapter 30, Compressing Soul Power. First soul skill, Divine Transformation. Terrifying. Although my soul power has vanished, the quality of my physical form has undergone a remarkable transformation. Wang Feng closed his eyes, attuning to the world around him. He could sense the movements of ants 2,000 meters away with crystal clarity. Even the one practicing the Xiantian treasure record, Xiao San, could scarcely achieve a fraction of this level. This must all be a result of the influence of the 6,000-year soul ring and the subsequent reformation of my body. His body had truly experienced a rebirth through fire. After being baptized by the life energy within the Meteor tears, coupled with the terrifying pressure from 6 years prior, as well as countless prior training sessions that pushed his physical limits and the energy stored within him. With my current physical prowess, I could easily overpower most soul masters around level 40, couldn't I? A smile spread across Wang Feng's face. His physique had grown considerably, now towering 6 or 7 centimeters taller, resembling that of an 11 or 12-year-old. As for soul power, a faint smile graced Wang Feng's lips. Wondering how many levels my morning of meditation might elevate me, he had not practiced in quite some time, given that the Meteor tears had released energy several times. Along with the energy afforded by his Qinglian martial soul, he must have surpassed innate level 20 in soul power. Thus, there was no need for additional training. Little fox, keep an eye on things for me. I shall meditate for a while. A slight smile curved at the corners of Wang Feng's mouth as he touched the Meteor tears within his heart. This time, he would personally engage in cultivation. The Meteor tears not only possess formidable healing abilities, but as one's physical form gradually strengthens, they also facilitate accelerated cultivation and the absorption of energy. At this moment, my body can be deemed perfect. I wonder how swiftly meditation will enhance my capabilities. Will I reach level 10 or even 20, even without soul power? What challenge could this present to me? Seated cross-legged, Wang Feng commenced his meditation, employing merely the most ordinary method taught within the academy. However, in an instant, it felt as though a significant portion of the soul-hunting forest energy surged forth, all directed toward one singular destination, Wang Feng's body. It was as if he were at the epicenter of an energy storm. Is this how cultivation unfolds? Level 1, Level 2, Level 6, Level 7, Level 10. In less than 2 hours, a deep purple soul ring suddenly emerged from Wang Feng's being, radiating a dazzling violet hue. The first soul ring. Following swiftly were levels 11, 12, 14, 15, 17, and 18. After another 2 hours, the fluctuations of soul power emanating from Wang Feng gradually subsided. In 4 hours, he had ascended to level 18. Wang Feng surmised that he had attained the soul power standard of level 18. Yet, he realized that the golden lotus was quite taxing, prompting him to compress his soul power. He mused internally that with his current physical condition, he could withstand a twofold compression of soul power. Even the soul power of level 20 would not be overly burdensome when utilizing the power of the first form of the golden lotus. Thus, Wang Feng contemplated compressing his soul power. The ability to compress soul power is inherently linked to a soul master's physical constitution. For an ordinary soul master, such compression is not feasible due to the excessive strain it imposes. Wang Feng speculated this might also explain why every 10 levels necessitates a soul ring for further enhancement. Yet, his body was capable of enduring this strain. If he could manage a twofold compression of soul power, it would be sufficient. Wang Feng's eyes sparkled as if he had stumbled upon a new path. After compression, the total amount of soul power remains unchanged, but its quality undergoes a significant transformation. In simpler terms, a soul skill could be employed more frequently. Moreover, the growth of soul power is not linear. Each level surpasses the last incrementally, with later levels exhibiting vast disparities in strength. For a title Douluo of the same offensive type, even a single level can determine the outcome of a battle. One can only imagine the stakes involved. Compressing it further complicates matters, as the body finds it exceedingly difficult to endure. If I compress the soul power of level 22-fold, I wonder if it could rival that of a level 30 soul master? I ponder whether anyone in the Douluo Continent has ever attempted such a feat. Drawing a deep breath, Wang Feng ceased his absorption of soul power. As a transmigrator arriving in the Douluo Continent, he could not adhere to conventional methods. He must devise his own strategies and experiment. If conditions were unfavorable, so be it, but Wang Feng believed he currently possessed the means to proceed. His present physical constitution, along with the Meteor tears, enabled him to pursue this path. Observing the sky, Wang Feng closed his eyes, guiding the energy within his body to circulate throughout, ultimately converging in his heart and entering the Meteor tears. The soul power, having traversed through the Meteor tears, surged forth anew, becoming ever more refined. Yet, each compression imposes varying degrees of strain on both the mind and body. Feasible. It appears that the Meteor tears likewise possess the ability to refine and compress soul power. A flicker of delight crossed Wang Feng's heart. Thus, he diligently absorbed soul power while simultaneously compressing and condensing it. Until noon, the sun shone brightly overhead. Suddenly, Wang Feng opened his eyes, a glimmer of azure light flashing within. He spread his palm, and a golden lotus quietly unfurled. The compression of soul power had reached a twofold completion. As he sensed the much diminished yet more refined soul power within him, a confident smile graced his face. Though the quantity was approximately equivalent to that of a 16th level soul master, its efficacy surpassed that of a 26th level soul power. This represented a remarkable achievement by Wang Feng, utilizing his innate physical capabilities along with the Meteor tiers. For conventional soul masters, the notion of compressing soul power is virtually unheard of. Once one reaches the 20th level, the amount of soul power can no longer be enhanced. Yet, Wang Feng forcibly employed the Meteor tiers to achieve a refined compression of soul power to this extent. It is likely that no one could replicate such a genius idea as Wang Feng's. The difficulty of compressing soul power increases exponentially as one progresses. Yet the rewards are immense. Twofold, threefold, Wang Feng mused, realizing that as one advances, the increments of soul power become more substantial. Nevertheless, this is my path of cultivation. When I reach the level of a title Douluo, if I could compress my soul power twofold, I would likely be capable of immense feats. Of course, this is merely Wang Feng's conjecture. The specifics remain unknown to him. However, it constitutes the cultivation path he has devised. Now, I shall test the first form of the 6,000-year soul ring, the golden lotus, along with its soul skill. Once I compress my power to the 20th level, I should be able to activate the second form of the azure lotus. Wang Feng murmured. In truth, another purpose of compressing soul power is that the azure lotus is exceedingly potent. Activating its second form likely requires a substantial amount of soul power. Wang Feng estimated that the typical soul power of a 20th level would be insufficient to trigger the second form, channeling the freshly cultivated compressed soul power. The golden lotus in his palm shimmered with bolts of lightning. The more magnificent golden lotus radiated a gentle power, yet the surrounding thunderous might imbued it with a unique divine aura. Then, the golden lotus burst forth with resplendent light. A single petal gracefully floated out, transforming into a radiant aura that enveloped Wang Feng. In an instant, a surge of overwhelming power erupted from him. Witnessing this, a wild joy emerged on Wang Feng's face. Just as I anticipated, the 6,000-year soul ring of the golden light thunder leopard has endowed the golden lotus with enhanced strength, speed, and endurance across all dimensions. The amplification should be at full capacity, equivalent to double the power. Wang Feng emanated a faint golden glow, as if he were gilded. Moreover, this enhancement applies to the group. Observing the newly sprouted lotus petals, Wang Feng felt a sense of extraordinary prowess. He vaguely recalled that in the Douluo Continent, one of the Shrek's 7 monsters, Daimu Bai, possessed a first 1,000-year soul ring, the soul skill White Tiger Transformation, which similarly augmented attributes such as strength, speed, and defense by a factor of 2. However, the ability he possesses can only be utilized by himself and lasts merely half an hour. In contrast, my own skill, one must admit, truly lives up to the legacy of a 6,000-year soul ring. I sense that it can endure for at least an hour. I feel invigorated, filled with an overwhelming desire to unleash my potential. Wang Feng pondered, contemplating a fitting name for his first soul skill. Perhaps frenzy? No, enhancement seems more appropriate. Such a formidable group amplification with an extended duration is nothing short of divine. Wait, it appears there may be additional effects? Suddenly, Wang Feng was taken aback as he gazed at his palm, where strands of lightning danced like hair. Could it be? He swiftly approached the curious star moon fox beside him. In an instant, as he touched it, the star moon fox's fur stood on end, its pure white coat bristling. Its eyes appeared soft and dazed. Could it be that this divine transformation not only bestows attribute enhancements, but also induces paralysis attacks? The paralysis effect seems quite promising. Wang Feng was astonished. This is excessive. Chapter 31, The Bewildered Wang Feng. The potency of his first soul skill truly astonished him. However, such an immensely powerful skill also comes with significant consumption. With Wang Feng compressing his soul power to twice the level of 16, if he wishes to unleash it over a wide area, it would likely leave him utterly exhausted after affecting just 3 or 4 individuals. Moreover, this amplification should only be fully effective when applied to those of a similar level. Wang Feng contemplated. With that, he cast the divine transformation upon the star moon fox. It was enveloped in a golden light, its form slightly enlarging, and its fur becoming increasingly radiant, an even more potent aura emanating from it. Surrounding it were layers of crackling electricity. Although I cannot double its strength, perhaps a 30% increase is achievable? Yet, the paralysis attack effect seems undiminished. Wang Feng sensed 1/3 of his soul power dissipate. The star moon fox's strength appeared to be just under 3,000 years. Ignoring other factors, in terms of level, it equated to a soul master of roughly 35 or 36. And the divine enhancement effect would be significantly reduced. This is entirely reasonable. While support soul masters can elevate various abilities, the effectiveness is contingent upon the situation. It is implausible for a support skill from a soul master of merely 10 or 20 levels to still have an effect on a soul Douluo of 80 or 90 levels. Wang Feng was uncertain if such a rule existed in the Douluo Continent, but he found it unlikely. If a support soul master of less than 20 levels could freely amplify the attributes of a soul Douluo, chaos would surely ensue. This implies that a soul master under 20 could sway the battle of an 80-plus soul Douluo, or even a titled Douluo. Such a notion is utterly preposterous. It stands to reason that at least a 60th level support soul sage would be required to provide effective assistance to a soul Douluo. Wang Feng speculated that his divine enhancement effect would be at least effective for soul masters around the 45 level. Most importantly, the paralysis effect remains uncompromised. In the realm of soul masters of comparable rank, the enhancement is entirely doubled. This is already exceedingly remarkable. After considerable contemplation and study, Wang Feng finally comprehended the essence of his first soul skill. One must admit, this journey through the soul-hunting forest has been immensely beneficial for him. He acquired a 6,000-year soul ring, resulting in a profound transformation of his physical capabilities. The first form of the Golden Lotus has gained formidable auxiliary skills, and it can be said that his abilities have been fully unlocked. Wang Feng even possesses the confidence to assert that the first form of the Golden Lotus is the epitome of an auxiliary martial soul. The Divine Soul skill has completed nearly all auxiliary capabilities of the Golden Lotus. It restores soul power, heals injuries, raises soul power limits, and enhances hormonal levels. Furthermore, the Mythic Soul skill amplifies various abilities of the Soul Master, adding attack effects and control capabilities. What more could one desire? Well then, little fox, I must take my leave. Wang Feng retrieved a fresh set of garments from his pack and donned them anew. His previous attire had been obliterated after last night's explosive incident. Fortunately, he had prepared a change of clothes, sparing him the embarrassment of venturing out in the nude. Compressing soul power would render his cultivation journey exceedingly arduous. However, with a body reborn and the Meteor tears, his speed would remain undiminished. After changing, Wang Feng waved goodbye to the Star Moon Fox. The creature responded with a couple of calls. Rest assured, I shall return shortly, Wang Feng remarked with a smile. Although compressing and purifying soul power would slow his cultivation speed, indeed, it would become progressively slower. He had nearly ascended to level 16 in just one morning. Yet, progressing further would require a day or two for each minor level. Ascending to level 17 would demand at least 4 to 5 days. Level 18 would take more than 10 days, and level 19 might extend beyond a month. Level 20 would necessitate at least 2 to 3 months. The subsequent levels, 21 and 22, would require even more time. The difficulty escalates geometrically. Nonetheless, with each level he ascends, he becomes at least twice as formidable as a typical soul master of the same rank. The higher he climbs, the greater the multiplier of his strength. Sometimes, the thought alone sends shivers down Wang Feng's spine. Yet, within a year, he is confident he can rise to around level 25, and within 6 years, to approximately level 32. At that juncture, possessing the strength of level 32 would signify that Wang Feng commands a certain level of power in this Douluo Continent. In simpler terms, he would possess the capital to indulge a bit. It would also coincide with his graduation from the academy, allowing him to check in at Shrek Academy. Moreover, Wang Feng eagerly anticipates the second form, hoping it possesses a formidable offensive effect. He waved once more to the Star Moon Fox. The next time he visits the soul-hunting forest, he might be in search of his second soul ring. His expectations are modest, similarly, 1,000 years. Yet, he must assess what his second form will be upon reaching level 20 to ponder the specific type of soul beast he desires. Upon exiting the soul-hunting forest, Wang Feng sprinted toward Nodding City with remarkable speed. This time, his velocity was astonishing. The journey that had taken him 6 or 7 hours previously was now accomplished in a fraction of that time. His pace rivaled that of a speeding automobile from his past life. Before he even approached Nodding Academy, the gatekeeper greeted him with a respectful smile, saying, "Young master, we have something to discuss with you." "What is it?" Wang Feng inquired. The gatekeeper whispered, "That senior student is called Xiao Qinyu. He wields considerable influence at Nodding Junior Academy, being the son of the city lord, and is a formidable soul master. Your friend has ventured there. He may find himself at a disadvantage." Upon hearing this, Wang Feng realized it must be the third wheel, right? The work-study student who clashed with the seniors must be Xiao Wu. "Wait, what did you say that senior's name is?" Wang Feng asked in surprise. "Xiao Qinyu." The gatekeeper replied. Wang Feng's expression turned peculiar. Was this Xiao Qinyu not the same fellow I had bested in the 6th dormitory yesterday? However, he should be no match for the current Xiao Wu. "Got it, I'll go take a look," Wang Feng said, waving his hand. "Take care, young master." The gatekeeper respectfully bid farewell. Wang Feng chuckled. These two rascals had learned their lesson. In the future, if anything were to happen at the academy or in Nodding City, these two would likely inform him. The fact that Xiao Qinyu was the son of the city lord struck Wang Feng as rather odd, a character he had long forgotten amidst the myriad of roles in the Douluo Continent. Following the path behind the mountain, Wang Feng swiftly entered the woods. Before he could approach, a cacophony erupted from an open area ahead. Little girl, your martial soul is a rabbit. If you lose, why not become our boss's pet? Our Xiao Qinyu is magnanimous enough to accept you. Nonsense. Even if I were to become a pet, I wouldn't dare call Xiao Qinyu boss. That title belongs to Wang. Right. Our new boss from the 6th dormitory. For some reason, upon hearing this, Wang Feng, still some distance away, wore a face full of black lines. It turned out I had unwittingly become the boss of these minor characters. In the clearing, two groups of people faced off. One group comprised tall, senior students, led by Xiao Qinyu, while the other was composed of work-study students led by Xiao Wu. At that moment, Xiao Wu's face was flushed with anger as she glared at Xiao Qinyu, shouting, "Do you really think I am afraid? If you lose, from now on, both you and your boss Xiao Qinyu must acknowledge me as the boss." Instantly, the senior students led by Xiao Qinyu erupted in disdainful laughter. Very well. Xiao Qinyu laughed heartily. You little girl, you truly have no idea where your courage comes from to challenge us seniors. In this Nodding Academy, go ask around who I am. Let me tell you, aside from Wang, I stride through this academy unimpeded. Who dares to stop me? Stop with the nonsense. Xiao Wu retorted, hands on her hips. You seniors are all talk. Let us just fight. With that, she angrily stepped forward. However, Wang Sheng, standing nearby, pulled Xiao Wu back and whispered, Sister Xiao Wu, you're stronger. Wait a moment, I'll go first. Xiao Wu hesitated, glanced at Wang Sheng, then patted his shoulder encouragingly. All right. Wang Sheng, you can do it. Wang Sheng nodded firmly and stepped forward. It's Wang Sheng, is it? Xiao Qinyu said, digging in his ear. Lu Long, go and take him down. Let us show them what we're made of. Lu Long, grinning broadly, stepped forward. Wang Sheng had long been a defeated opponent, hardly worthy of discussion. Countless times he had found himself bested. Wang Sheng, upon seeing you, Lu Yi, are you not trembling in fear? Lu Long bellowed. I advise you not to struggle. We have Big Wang on our side. Let me tell you, Big Wang is formidable. Together, even including Brother Xiao, we would not stand a chance against him. Do you still wish to oppose us? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu felt a wave of confusion. Big Wang. What Big Wang? She had only heard of Brother Xiao, and the other work-study students appeared equally bewildered. Xiao Qinyu silently mused, damn, after being beaten. Lu Long has gone from calling me Big Brother to just brother. However, he dared not utter a word against the esteemed Big Wang, held in high regard. Within the 6th dormitory, without even using soul power, one could be defeated in just a couple of moves. His strength was nothing short of terrifying. Yet, it seemed that such a scene would not require Big Wang to intervene. Wang Sheng maintained a stoic expression, refraining from speech. Xiao Wu, however, unabashedly declared, I care not for your Big Wang. Wang Sheng, first bring this wilted flower to the ground. No sooner had she spoken than Wang Sheng had yet to make a move. Lu Long's expression turned cold, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. With a swift motion, he brandished a long yellow staff, charging directly at Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng, seemingly experienced, radiated a yellow light, his tiger martial spirit manifesting behind him. As he slightly expanded in size, with a low growl, he boldly positioned his arms before him in defense. With a resounding thud, the staff struck his arms, leaving a gash of blood. Yet, Wang Sheng audaciously attempted to seize the staff. Wang Sheng, you truly are foolish. Do you think you are Big Wang? You wish to grasp my martial spirit. Your speed is far too slow. Lu Long scoffed derisively, his martial spirit vanishing, only to reappear from another angle. With a fierce strike, akin to a sudden tempest, he aimed for Wang Sheng. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, a series of muffled thuds echoed as the staff relentlessly battered Wang Sheng. With each strike, more bloodstains appeared upon his body. The scene was predominantly dominated by Lu Long. Xiao Wu watched with furrowed brows, infuriated that this Wang Sheng could only defend himself. This won't do. Wang Sheng lacks experience and cannot confront Lu Long head-on. The staff is a long weapon. Only by closing the distance can he hope to defeat Lu Long. A gentle voice broke the tension. As Xiao Wu turned, her expression brightened at the sight of Tang San approaching. She exclaimed, Tang San, why have you only just arrived? And you dare say that? You should have waited for me. Rushing into a challenge like this, do you have any confidence? Tang San fell silent. Having spent the previous night absorbing soul rings and only arriving from the soul-hunting forest that morning, what was there to wait for? They had already bullied me. Those rascals even expect me to make them pets for Big Wang. It's infuriating. Xiao Wu huffed, then frowned. Tang San. Is there also a Big Wang at the academy that you know of? Big Wang. Tang San replied in surprise, I don't know him. Isn't it Brother Xiao? I heard many classmates mention him on the way. You truly do not know? Xiao Wu gazed at him, puzzled. In this city of Nottingham, who else could possibly assume the role of its leader? Wang Lada? Could it be Feng Ge? Tang San's heart stirred momentarily before he shook his head, deeming it impossible. Like himself, Feng Ge was merely a work-study student, having no ties to these individuals. How could he be their leader, alongside Xiao Qinyu and the others? This was dire. Wang Sheng was on the verge of defeat. Suddenly, Xiao Wu spoke up anxiously. At that moment, in the central arena, Lu Long leapt high into the air, his staff striking down like a thunderous blow towards Wang Sheng, who lay prone on the ground. Observing this, Tang San stealthily extended his hand, flicking several pebbles towards Lu Long. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Lu Long was about to land a crucial blow on Wang Sheng, an unexpected surge of pain coursed through his wrists as if struck by an unseen force. His arms weakened, and he faltered, his offensive dissipating instantaneously. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Sheng's eyes lit up. With a fierce roar, he lunged at Lu Long. Slap, slap, slap. Wang Sheng's palm struck Lu Long's back with force, slamming him into the ground. A few more kicks followed, leaving Lu Long no chance to retaliate, rendering him dazed and in pain. From a distance, Wang Feng observed this scene, silently acknowledging Tang San's cunning use of underhanded tactics. However, given Tang San's proficiency with hidden weapons, it was likely that others remained oblivious. These brash youngsters, even after being thoroughly beaten, failed to comprehend their predicament. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Feng gradually approached. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Lu Long's defeat, Xiao Qinyu's expression darkened. I will take over. A boy stepped forward from behind, and indeed, it was Ling Feng. On the other side, allow me. Tang San grasped Xiao Wu's arm, his voice resolute. Wang Sheng has exhausted too much energy. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement. Tang San is truly formidable. Ling Feng, you cannot afford to lose again, Xiao Qinyu cautioned sternly. Rest assured, Brother Xiao, Ling Feng responded, brimming with confidence as he stepped forward. Among the upperclassmen, only Xiao Qinyu surpassed him. Oh, and now there was also Wang Lauda. With an air of determination, Ling Feng strode forth. However, in the next instant, a tremendous roar erupted. Moments later, Ling Feng was sent flying back, crashing at Xiao Qinyu's feet. Chapter 33. Feng Ge, are you truly their Wang Lauda? Brother Xiao, this fellow possesses considerable strength. It seems he hasn't even utilized his soul power. Just moments ago, Ling Feng had been seized by that individual and, after only a few exchanges, had been sent sprawling. This batch of work-study students was undeniably impressive, each one seemingly more formidable than the last. Instantly, murmurs arose among Xiao Qinyu's companions. Xiao Qinyu stepped forward, his expression composed as he cast a glance at Tang San. This child appears to be somewhat extraordinary. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Qinyu announced, I am Xiao Qinyu, a 6th grade student, possessing the martial soul of a wolf and an 11th level battle soul master. As he spoke, a white soul ring enveloped him, and a spectral wolf emerged, enhancing his physical prowess and altering his form. Tang San pondered for a few moments, contemplating that this Xiao Qinyu was indeed clever. He immediately registered his martial soul. Adhering to the established customs, he had no choice but to follow suit, lest it be perceived as disdain or disrespect, potentially inciting hatred and animosity. However, armed with 400 years of mandala soul rings, he felt no fear. Even with Feng Ge present, he believed he possessed the strength to contend. With these thoughts in mind, Tang San spoke calmly. Tang San, 1st year, martial soul, blue silvergrass, 11th level weapon soul master. The moment his words fell, a yellow soul ring emerged around him. Initially, as the crowd heard the name blue silvergrass, their expressions were filled with disdain. This widely recognized inferior martial soul was deemed useless, hardly sufficient even as feed for pigs. The notion of it being useful in battle was evidently absurd. Yet, when the soul ring ascended around Tang San, countless faces fell into a state of shock, astonishment etched across every countenance. 100-year soul ring. Xiao Qinyu was taken aback. 100-year soul ring. As the son of the city lord, he possessed only a 10-year soul ring, far from attaining 100 years. This work-study student had a 100-year soul ring? Was it possible that his exceptional aptitude had drawn the attention of nobility or other factions? Did someone assist him? Otherwise, how could he possess a 100-year soul ring at merely 6 years old, achieving the status of a true 11th level soul master? Contemplating this, Xiao Qinyu regarded Tang San with heightened vigilance. Xiao Ge, it's merely blue silvergrass. It's not a significant inferior martial soul. Others chimed in. Our boss possesses a formidable beast martial soul with immense attack power. Even a 100-year soul ring 1T saved blue silvergrass, just one swipe, and it'll be reduced to mere blue silver straws. Hearing the loud encouragement from behind, Xiao Qinyu snapped, everyone, silence. Enough. The upperclassman immediately fell silent. Xiao Qinyu fixed his gaze intently on Tang San. "Let us begin." Tang San stood firm, speaking with a calm demeanor. Though his words appeared lighthearted, his heart was filled with caution. Xiao Qinyu possessed a soul ring, a completely different concept from the previous two opponents. Indeed, as Tang San suspected, Xiao Qinyu propelled himself forward, leaving deep footprints in his wake, the air charged with a domineering force rushing towards him. With hands like wolf claws, Xiao Qinyu lunged at Tang San in a straightforward manner, devoid of any flashy attacks. Yet, Tang San remained undaunted. The Xianyu hand in his grasp glimmered with a faint azure light, empowered by the breakthrough of his Xiantian skill, augmenting the might of this ultimate secret technique. "Do you think Wang Laodao would dare to confront me head-on?" Xiao Qinyu sneered internally at this scene. He channeled even more strength, and with a single palm strike, he collided directly with Tang San's Xianyu hand. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, the anticipated outcome did not materialize. Tang San remained firmly planted, unyielding against Xiao Qinyu's assault, not yielding in the slightest. In the next moment, Tang San transformed his hand into a claw, seizing Xiao Qinyu's wrist. Using his shoulder as a pivot, and with a swift turn, sent Xiao Qinyu soaring through the air. Fortunately, Xiao Qinyu was nimble, swiftly altering his position in midair and landing smoothly on the ground, retreating repeatedly. His countenance darkened as he regarded Tang San, his heart filled with astonishment. This was the second instance of being effortlessly cast aside without the use of soul power. Although not as formidable as Boss Wang, it was still quite impressive. It must come to an end. Tang San shook his head, realizing that even without utilizing soul power, Xiao Qinyu was incapable of matching him directly. This allowed Tang San to easily ascertain that Xiao Qinyu's strength paled in comparison to his own. Having spoken, Tang San's palm trembled, and a robust blue-silver grass, half a meter in height, manifested in his hand. Entwine, gently summoning his soul power, the ground trembled violently as thick blue-silver grass roots erupted from the earth, ensnaring Xiao Qinyu's entire form in the blink of an eye. "What is this?" Xiao Qinyu struggled momentarily, but found himself utterly unable to break free. A profound dread surging within him. There was no point in exerting effort in vain. With a wave of his hand, the blue-silver grass tightened its grip on Xiao Qinyu. "My soul ring is that of the mandala snake, which bestows resilience and toxins upon the blue-silver grass, rendering one immobile while simultaneously inducing poisoning and paralysis. As of now, I have yet to apply the toxin. Would you care to experience it?" Tang San clutched the robust blue-silver grass, which was growing wildly, resembling a mandala snake with its thick, patterned stems, a sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. This revelation astonished not only Xiao Qinyu, but also the group behind him, including Xiao Wu. It appeared that Tang San had grown more formidable. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Xiao Wu's eyes. In just a single day, she had not anticipated that Tang San would possess a soul ring. However, given their previous discussions, her surprise was tempered compared to Xiao Qinyu's. No, I do not wish to try it." Xiao Qinyu hastily declared, I concede. "Since you concede, what of our agreement?" Tang San inquired. "Agreement?" Xiao Qinyu was taken aback, glancing at Xiao Wu. "Must I acknowledge her as my leader?" "Absolutely not." Xiao Qinyu blurted out. "I have already recognized Boss Wang. I, Xiao Qinyu, possess dignity. How could I casually change my allegiance? Are you still unconvinced?" Xiao Wu retorted, her temper flaring as she stepped forward, tilting her chin to meet Xiao Qinyu's gaze. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Xiao Wu, a first-year work-study student. My martial spirit is a rabbit, and I am a level 12 one-ring battle soul master." Her clear voice resonated. Not only was Xiao Qinyu stunned, but so was Tang San. For as Xiao Wu finished speaking, a chill swept over her, and a yellow soul ring materialized. A century-old soul ring. Simultaneously, her ears began to elongate, gradually perking up from the sides of her head, resembling two rabbit ears. Another century-old soul ring? The crowd was left in shock. Tang San gazed at Xiao Wu in astonishment. Directly, with the aid of the master, had painstakingly acquired his century-old soul ring. How had Xiao Wu obtained hers? She was a work-study student as well. Nevertheless, Tang San refrained from overthinking it. After all, this was likely Xiao Wu's secret. "Why do you look at me as if I were incapable of obtaining a century-old soul ring?" Xiao Wu shot a glare at Tang San. "No, that's not it." Tang San awkwardly smiled. "It has just dawned on me that Xiao Wu also possesses innate, full soul power. I thought I was impressive enough. Yet it appears that Xiao Wu has been concealing her true capabilities." However, Xiao Qinyu shook his head resolutely and asserted, "It matters not that you are a higher-ranked battle spirit master. It is futile unless you can defeat our leader, Wang." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu huffed defiantly. "Then bring your leader out. I am eager to discover who this Wang truly is." Tang San, too, was secretly intrigued. "Ah, Wang is coming, right behind you." Xiao Chunyu suddenly exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he pointed behind them. Feng Ge, could it be that you are their leader? At that moment, the boy who dared to approach was none other than Wang Feng. Chapter 34, The Astute Tang San. Xiao Wu and Tang San gazed in astonishment at the approaching child. It was indeed Wang Feng. Yet, he had grown considerably taller. To Tang San's eyes, Feng Ge was nearly a head taller than himself. This was the height typical of older students, approximately that of a 10-year-old child. Moreover, due to the absorption of the soul ring's power, he had also gained 4 or 5 centimeters in height. Who would have thought that Feng Ge had grown as well? Additionally, his complexion had improved, appearing even fairer than Xiao Wu's. As Wang Feng approached, Tang San could not suppress his astonishment, for he realized that such a transformation could only stem from one possibility: the absorption of the soul ring's power. Could it be that Feng Ge had actually hunted a 100-year soul ring all by himself? Tang San was utterly shocked. Beyond this, he could find no other explanation for the overnight transformation of Feng Ge. Given the circumstances, it was likely that his soul ring was not inferior to his own, 300 years, or perhaps the same 400-year soul ring as himself. In fact, it might even be superior, for the higher the soul ring's age, the greater the enhancement upon absorption. Feng Ge's transformation was even more significant than his own. This indicated that the soul ring he absorbed must be of a higher caliber. 500 years? 600 years? How could this be possible? Tang San was astounded by his own conjectures. Could Feng Ge have single-handedly hunted a soul beast aged 5 to 600 years? He had barely managed to slay the 400-year-old mandala snake after an arduous struggle. Moreover, he never anticipated that Feng Ge would be the leader of these noble science. How had he achieved this? He had remained in Holy Soul Village, never venturing beyond. Tang San was clever, and upon seeing Wang Feng, numerous thoughts raced through his mind. In contrast, Xiao Wu merely observed that her friend Tang San's Feng Ge had undergone significant changes overnight, growing much taller and becoming more handsome. After all, Tang San had grown up alongside Wang Feng. However, he was unaware that Wang Feng's transformation was not solely the result of the soul ring, but rather a complete physical rebirth, a change brought about by the Meteor tears. Wang, our leader. Xiao Chenyu gazed at Wang Feng with tears streaming down his face. He held a deep admiration for this leader whom he had known for merely a day. Yet, it appeared that this individual named Tang San was also acquainted with him. After all, Wang was a working student. Xiao Chenyu's heart sank as he realized the implications. Ahem. Wang Feng approached Tang San and his companions, playfully striking Xiao Chenyu on the forehead with a chestnut, admonishing, "You rascal, these two are my friends. How dare you trouble them?" "I had no idea," Xiao Chenyu replied, feeling aggrieved. Had he known that these two were such close friends of Wang Laoda, he would never have clashed with Xiao Wu and Tang San. "Let us consider this a misunderstanding, shall we?" Wang Feng glared at Xiao Chenyu once more and continued, "From now on, you shall acknowledge Xiao Wu as your leader, understood?" "All right, fine," Xiao Chenyu nodded. Although Xiao Wu was also a student worker, she was even stronger than Tang San, being a level 12 soul master. At that moment, Xiao Wu playfully interjected, "No way. Feng Ge, since you are their Wang Laoda, I must defeat you first to claim the title of their leader. Otherwise, it would be unfair, and they would never submit to me." With that, Xiao Wu cast a knowing glance at Tang San. After a moment of contemplation, Tang San mused that while Feng Ge might possess soul rings, they might not be the most compatible for him. His own soul rings were perfectly suited to him, significantly enhancing his strength, and with Xiao Wu by his side, perhaps they could indeed defeat Feng Ge. "Feng Ge, Xiao Wu is right. Why don't we have a friendly sparring match?" Tang San suggested in agreement. Wang Feng regarded the two, noting the fierce competitive spirit in Xiao Wu's eyes, as if she was eager for a bout. Tang San seemed more confident now, emboldened by his recent acquisition of a soul ring. "Very well, who shall go first?" Wang Feng asked, eager to test his current prowess. "I shall," Tang San declared, his gaze steady upon Wang Feng. It had been over 3 months since their last encounter, and he was no longer the unawakened Tang San of old. The surrounding students and fellow workers dispersed, squatting nearby like eager spectators, excitedly anticipating the unfolding battle. Wang Feng moved to one side, hands clasped behind his back. Tang San took a deep breath, feeling the weight of pressure emanating from Wang Feng. Without further thought, he focused his mind, channeling his Xiantian skill, opting not to employ soul techniques, and charged directly at Wang Feng. His palms subtly glimmered with a jade hue as he quietly activated his Xian jade hands. "Watch out, Feng Ge," he called out, his approach resembling a leaf dancing in the breeze, elusive and unpredictable, embodying a unique form of movement. The onlookers struggled to perceive Tang San's form. Before they knew it, he had already reached Wang Feng's front. With hands poised like claws, he lunged for Wang Feng's neck with a grip akin to catching a lion or tiger. "This is a special technique of Xiao San's. When I spar with him, I find it easy to be subdued without employing soft techniques, Xiao Wu observed, recalling her numerous encounters with Xiao San, most ending in a stalemate unless she resorted to soft techniques to overcome him. However, once Tang Sen employs his peculiar footwork and engages in guerrilla tactics, retreating becomes exceedingly challenging, and victory slips from his grasp. Xiao Wu is unable to articulate the name of the technique. Yet Wang Feng recognizes the extraordinary skills wielded by Tang San. Clearly, he has grown significantly stronger since acquiring his soul ring 3 months ago. Wang Feng recalls that in the original narrative, Tang San, utilizing the profound techniques of the Xiantian treasure record, confronted Dai Mubai, who was over level 30, with his own strength of approximately level 27, compelling Dai Mubai to resort to using his soul power. Although Tang Sen has yet to master these techniques to a greater depth, he is undeniably remarkable now. While the others struggle to discern Tang San's silhouette, Wang Feng sees him distinctly. At this moment, Tang San's physical prowess has far surpassed his own expectations, transcending the compensatory limits of the Xiantian treasure record's techniques. In an instant of electric clarity, Wang Feng slightly shifted his body and, like a flash of lightning, seized Tang San's approaching wrist. Taken aback, Tang San retracted his hand, bending it slightly, and concentrated his strength, intending to counter Wang Feng's grip. However, he soon realized that Wang Feng's hand was as unyielding as steel, rendering his finesse ineffective. What immense strength! Tang San's gaze sharpened as he leaped suddenly. Using his claws as a pivot, propelled by Wang Feng's grasp, he soared high behind him, attempting to leverage the force to throw Wang Feng off balance. Yet, Wang Feng appeared to have anticipated this move, a knowing glimmer in his eyes as he swiftly pivoted, releasing Tang San midair, propelling him upwards of several dozen meters. Chapter 35, The Powerful Wang Feng. Witnessing this, Tang San was astounded. Wang Feng's strength and speed seemed to have intensified. Though Tang San considered himself quite swift, Wang Feng could detect his movements instantaneously, preemptively hurling him away without affording him any opportunity to counter. The ease with which Wang Feng tossed him to such heights was astonishing. Tang San had grown considerably heavier over the past few days, weighing at least 70 to 80 pounds. Lifting such weight was no trivial feat, let alone throwing it over 20 meters high. What colossal strength was required for such a feat? This was not merely a distance of 20 meters, but an elevation of 20 meters. Tang San could not fathom achieving such a height. Blue-silver grass, Tang San called out, and in the next moment, a robust strand of blue-silver grass erupted from the ground, rapidly expanding in size, supporting him from behind. Tang San firmly steadied himself upon the stem of the blue-silver grass, undaunted by Wang Feng's formidable throw. Instead, his feet sprang like coiled springs against the stem. In the blink of an eye, Tang San propelled himself toward Wang Feng with determination. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, never anticipating that the blue-silver grass could be utilized in such a manner. Indeed, Wang Feng was momentarily taken aback. He had exerted less than 1/10 of his strength earlier, and given Tang San's current capabilities, being thrown over 20 meters high, despite his excellent physical condition and the protective buffer of soul power, would surely result in a dizzying fall. He had not expected such an ingenious application of the blue-silver grass. What cleverness! At that moment, Tang San propelled himself downwards, leaping high along the thick blue-silver grass, and launched a powerful punch directly at Wang Feng. This strike could surely knock me down, Xiao Qinyu thought to himself. Descending from a height of 20 meters, the force would undoubtedly be amplified. Yet, Wang Feng merely smiled, choosing not to evade, and countered with a punch of his own. Bang! The two fists collided, producing a faint sound. In the next instant, a figure was sent flying back, retreating several dozen meters. It was none other than Tang San. Fortunately, he managed to stabilize himself with his ghostly shadow steps, his gaze filled with astonishment as he stared at the unmoving Wang Feng in the distance. Then he looked at his own trembling hand, which had just executed the Xianyu hand technique, as if he had entirely lost his sense of touch. Wang Feng, however, stood there as if unaffected, not moving a muscle. He is incredibly powerful. The thought raced through Tang San's mind. There was no way to confront him head-on. The onlookers were equally astounded. Just moments ago, Tang San's strength was nearly on par with Xiao Qinyu, who was empowered by the beast martial spirit. Yet now, despite actively attacking from over 10 meters in the air, he had been repelled several dozen meters back, while Wang Feng remained unmoved. Suddenly, Xiao Qinyu shouted, "Boss Wang, be careful. It's Tang San's soul skill, entanglement. Once ensnared, it's extremely difficult to break free." No sooner had he spoken than Tang San's blue-silver grass surged forth from behind, resembling thick tree roots, twisting and writhing across the ground like dozens of giant pythons, rushing towards Wang Feng. Is this Tang San's first soul skill? Wang Feng observed the snake-like blue-silver grass rapidly emerging from the ground, climbing up his feet. In the blink of an eye, he found himself ensnared as if trapped within the confines of a colossal tree, bound tightly. Alas, Tang San's soul skill is quite troublesome. Xiao Qinyu sighed, noting that even Boss Wang had fallen victim. This grasp possessed the resilience of the mandala snake. Though Tang San's entanglement consisted merely of blue-silver grass, the others had heard him mention that it was derived from the soul ring of a 400-year-old mandala snake, thus exceedingly tough. Only a soul master with 2 soul rings, that is, at least level 20, could hope to contend with it. Even soul masters of the same soul ring, including those empowered by beast spirits, found it impossible to escape. How peculiar, given Wang Feng's earlier speed. One would think he could have evaded Tang San's entanglement. Xiao Wu felt a hint of confusion, as she too was a speed-type soul master. Although the entanglement was formidable, one could evade it with sufficient speed. Unless, Wang Feng, do you perhaps wish to test your ability to break free from my entanglement? Tang San seemed to catch on to Xiao Wu's words, a smile gracing his face as he replied, Apologies, Wang Feng. I am aware of your exceptional physical prowess. Thus, I have added the venom of the mandala snake to this entanglement. While not fatal, it will gradually numb your body. Wang Feng, do you feel a tingling sensation throughout your body now? This is the formidable power that arises from the fusion of the mandala snake and one's own martial spirit. The teacher once stated that while the age of a soul ring contributes to the enhancement of a soul master, it is not merely the age that determines a soul master's strength. Rather, it is the soul ring that is most compatible with the individual that truly amplifies their power. Feng Ji's martial spirit may be 500 to 600 years old, yet it may not necessarily be suitable for him. Xiao San, well done. Xiao Wu exclaimed loudly. Feng Ge, if you do not utilize your soul power, defeating Xiao San may prove to be quite a challenge. And I am formidable as well. Indeed, it appears that Feng Ge has yet to employ his soul power. Moreover, the soul ring. The onlookers gazed at Wang Feng, intrigued by whether he would harness his soul power and reveal his martial spirit. It seemed he had not yet disclosed his soul master level or martial spirit. At this juncture, if he refrained from using it, defeat would seem inevitable. Ha. Just then, Wang Feng chuckled. Xiao San, your poison is lacking. It pales in comparison to the 500-year mandala snake I encountered in the soul-hunting forest. The moment his words fell, Tang San was momentarily taken aback. Wait, a 500-year mandala snake encountered in the soul-hunting forest? The crowd was uncertain of Wang Feng's implications, yet Tang San, in that instant, was overwhelmed with astonishment. Could it be that the 500-year mandala snake my teacher and I encountered was slain by Xiao San? If that is the case, at that moment, a thunderous roar erupted. The blue-silver grass that entwined Wang Feng's entire being seemed to shatter under an overwhelming force. Countless fragmented blue petals danced through the air, resembling a rainstorm, creating an extremely shocking spectacle. A figure emerged from the swirling blue-silver petals. The crowd gasped, rendered speechless by the scene before them. Tang San widened his eyes. The teacher had mentioned that unless one surpasses themselves by at least 1 soul ring, it is impossible to break free from such entanglement in an instant. Moreover, Feng Ge displayed no signs of paralysis whatsoever. Indeed, that 500-year mandala snake must have been hunted by Feng Ge. How extraordinary! Xiao San's Feng Ge is truly formidable. Xiao Wu gazed at Wang Feng with sparkling eyes. To break free from Xiao San's entanglement without using soul power is something even a level 20 great soul master could not accomplish. The crowd was filled with astonishment. Boss Wang is incredibly strong, Xiao Qinyu exclaimed. To break free in an instant? I might have the chance to do so at level 20. And Boss Wang hasn't even utilized his soul power. What kind of martial spirit does he possess? What level is his soul power? Such queries surfaced in the minds of everyone present. Chapter 36, The Astounded Crowd. At this moment, Wang Feng looked at Tang San and Xiao Wu, smiling. Xiao San, you cannot defeat me. You two should join forces. If my body had not been reforged, I might truly struggle against this entanglement. However, after the rebirth of my body, the difference is as vast as heaven and earth, incomparable in any aspect. Upon hearing this, the crowd was left in a daze. 1 against 2? Is there truly another level 12 soul master? As Wang Feng emerged from the shower of petals, it seemed there might be a glimmer of hope. Soul masters are a collective that thrives on synergy and teamwork. The strength displayed by the duo far surpasses that of a solitary individual. Tang San, a control-type soul master, is complemented perfectly by Xiao Wu, a genuine assault-type soul master. One wields control while the other embodies aggression, making them an exceptionally harmonious pair. Xiao Wu, Tang San called out to her. He understood that defeating Wang Feng on his own was an impossibility unless he resorted to using genuine hidden weapons. However, such weapons could never be employed against a friend. All right, Wang Feng, be cautious. Xiao Wu stepped forward. a vibrant yellow soul ring illuminating her form as her martial spirit manifested instantaneously. Though a 2-on-1 scenario may seem unfair, it ultimately depends on the individuals involved. Given Wang Feng's formidable prowess, the odds were indeed equitable, especially since he had requested this challenge. "Come at me," Wang Feng beckoned with a wave of his hand, adopting a more serious demeanor. After all, these two were the protagonists of Douluo Continent. Despite their current weakness, their prior collaboration might just unleash some extraordinary power. Yet, Wang Feng's contemplations were soon interrupted by a swift pink figure hurtling towards him, even faster than Tang San. "Watch out." Xiao Wu's ears perked up as she launched a powerful punch at Wang Feng. He raised his palm to meet the strike. The impact echoed. Her strength rivaled that of Tang San, a testament to her lineage as a 100,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit, proving that even at level 12, her power was formidable. Wang Feng mused silently. Having blocked her punch, Xiao Wu's movements were incredibly graceful. She swiftly grasped Wang Feng's hand and deftly climbed onto him, her agility almost ethereal. As if she were devoid of bones, her angles expertly calculated. Wang Feng narrowed his eyes. Realizing this must be Xiao Wu's soft techniques, utilizing her lithe form to execute various intricate maneuvers to ensnare her opponents. As he prepared to grasp her with his other hand, he was suddenly ensnared by several resilient blue-silver grasses. Tang San's doing. The duo displayed a remarkable level of cooperation. With a forceful shake of his hand, Wang Feng shattered the grasses. Yet in that fleeting moment, Xiao Wu had already entangled her arms around his neck, resembling handcuffs, while her legs firmly planted themselves on the ground, leaning against him. With a powerful thrust, she could easily throw Wang Feng off balance. The neck is a vulnerable area of the human body. Such a binding would instinctively compel one to lean backward. Xiao Wu, grounded, would harness the earth's strength to propel Wang Feng away. In an instant, though they had never collaborated before, their first joint effort exuded an unimaginable synchronicity, leaving the onlookers in awe. However, just as Xiao Wu secured her grip on Wang Feng's neck, preparing to hurl him aside, Tang San's voice rang out from afar. "Xiao Wu, be careful. His neck is not a weakness." Xiao Wu froze in surprise. Before exerting any force, Wang Feng broke into a grin. Despite being firmly ensnared by Xiao Wu's hands around his neck, with a sudden upward thrust of his body, he astonishingly flung Xiao Wu into the air. This left him in a state of profound astonishment. The neck is an incredibly fragile part of the human anatomy, yet it seemed that Brother Feng harbored no fear whatsoever. Could it be that his physique had grown as resilient as steel? Soon after, taking advantage of Tang San's sole skill of entanglement, Xiao Wu approached Wang Feng once more. She deployed a variety of agile techniques, attempting to ensnare Wang Feng's legs and arms, or even executing handstands to seize his head with her feet. Regardless of her efforts, Wang Feng remained utterly unperturbed, utilizing a unique technique gleaned from Tang Hao's chaotic hammering style to repeatedly cast Xiao Wu aside. From a distance, one could see a pink figure, concealed by the blue-silver grass, continuously striving to reach Wang Feng, only to be repelled time and again. This spectacle persisted for nearly half an hour. Xiao Wu was drenched in perspiration, while Tang San gasped for breath. "You two have great coordination, yet you still lack a bit of strength," Wang Feng remarked with a smile. Although Xiao Wu's agility was impressive, her offensive capability was rather limited. "And your entanglement, Xiao San, is commendable, but merely serves to annoy me." He spoke as if unfazed, not even a hint of breathlessness evident. The others exclaimed, "Brother Feng, you are utterly shameless. You don't even lift a finger, simply waiting for us to attack." Xiao Wu, bending over in exhaustion, retorted, "If you have the ability, why not strike us? Your body is like iron. We cannot harm you, yet you cannot touch me." Straightening up, she placed her hands on her hips and pouted, declaring, "My speed and evasion are unparalleled." "Is that so?" Wang Feng chuckled. In the next moment, he sprang into action. A resounding explosion of air erupted from his position, causing the ground beneath him to fracture inch by inch. In the blink of an eye, the onlookers could scarcely perceive the brilliance of time flashing before them. Tang San's purple extreme demon eye activated, yet he was unable to discern Brother Feng's presence, prompting him to shout, "Xiao Wu, quickly!" However, he barely uttered the first word of quickly when Wang Feng's fist was already hurtling toward Xiao Wu. In an instant, Xiao Wu's complexion turned ashen. The force of that punch instilled within her a suffocating sensation. Instinctively, she closed her eyes, unable to muster the courage to open them. It was only after what felt like an eternity that she dared to peek. To her astonishment, Wang Feng's fist hovered just inches from her face, a mere 5 centimeters away. Relieved, Xiao Wu exhaled and beamed, "Brother Feng, you didn't hit me." However, as soon as she spoke, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Confused, she glanced at the others, including Tang San, who stared at her in a daze, as if witnessing something profoundly terrifying. A wave of bewilderment washed over her. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she turned to look behind her, only to be confronted by a scene that filled her with dread. Behind me stood a grand tree, approximately 10 meters tall, its once lush foliage now stripped bare. Countless leaves danced through the air, swirling like confetti. With a gentle sway, the tree trembled twice before crashing down with a thunderous roar, cleaved in two by a singular, formidable strike that reverberated through the surroundings. In that moment, Xiao Wu was rendered motionless, and the atmosphere thickened with an eerie silence, shared among Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others. Chapter 37. I shall assist you in your restoration. The spectacle was overwhelmingly astonishing, particularly for Tang San, who witnessed the tree being severed effortlessly through Xiao Wu. The cascading leaves, vibrant and green, rained down upon the onlookers, leaving the children utterly awestruck. They had never before beheld such a breathtaking scene. Feng Ge, did you utilize your soul power? Tang San inquired, his voice tinged with astonishment. In his understanding, soul power was akin to an inner energy, serving various purposes beyond merely awakening martial spirits. It could also be harnessed for cultivating Tang Sek's unique techniques. Thus, despite his inner turmoil, he remained composed compared to the other children. Indeed, I employed my soul power, Wang Feng replied, unclenching his fist. For a soul master, utilizing soul power meant wielding their martial spirit, but its applications extended far beyond that. Especially when refined and concentrated, soul power could be projected externally. Much like how Tang San harnessed his internal energy through the Xiantian skill to perform various Tang Sek techniques. Xiao Wu took a couple of steps back, gazing at Wang Feng with a mixture of awe and trepidation, as if confronting a creature of legend. It appeared that Feng Ge stood his ground, allowing them to attack without retaliating, perhaps to avoid causing them harm. Xiao Wu pouted, reluctant to admit the truth, yet it seemed undeniable. That punch was a clear testament to his restraint. Had that force struck her delicate face, it would have left her weeping and marred her beauty. The thought made her hastily cover her cheeks. Tang San, unaware of her underlying concerns, approached her to offer reassurance. Feng Ge is very precise. He wouldn't hurt you. Xiao Wu, there's no need to be afraid. No, it's not that. I'm worried about becoming ugly. Xiao Wu mumbled, shielding her face. Tang San, unfamiliar with the nuances of interacting with girls, could not grasp the whimsical thoughts racing through her mind. Boss Wang, how did you achieve that? Xiao Qinyu approached, his face alight with excitement. What an incredible punch. Is that the power of a martial spirit? It was able to sever the tree through Sister Xiao Wu. I doubt I could even break it directly. I want to learn. Boss Wang, I want to learn too. That was so impressive. They clamored eagerly. Wang Feng regarded them thoughtfully for a moment. Actually, learning is quite simple. First, you must achieve one fundamental principle, and then I shall teach you, and you will learn swiftly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qinyu chuckled a few times and said, Boss Wang, go ahead, let us give it a try. The young ones, Lu Long and Ling Feng, also looked on with curiosity, as did Tang San. It appeared to be quite simple. Wang Feng glanced around before approaching a massive stone, approximately half a meter high and about a meter long and wide. He observed, as long as you can achieve a similar level, that would suffice. After speaking, Wang Feng delivered a powerful punch. Crack! The center of the stone split open and shattered evenly into 6 pieces. The onlookers, including Tang San, were astonished. Wang Feng waved to the crowd, saying, Come on, who among you will give it a try? Whoever can match my feat, I shall teach them. Tang San's lips twitched in disbelief. This was a solid stone, a punch like that would likely exert several thousand pounds of force. Even a soul master around level 20, even with a power-type beast martial spirit, would probably find it impossible to accomplish. The most astonishing aspect was that the stone broke into 6 evenly sized fragments, indicating Wang Feng's remarkable control over his strength. This was indeed the most challenging part. Oh, it's time for dinner. I'm feeling a bit hungry. Sister Xiao Wu, Boss Wang, farewell. With that, a group of children scattered in a hurry. How could they possibly learn this? If they attempted a punch, they would likely end up injuring their own arms rather than breaking the stone. Hey, Xiao Qinyu, do you want to learn? Come and give it a try. Wang Feng called out to the remaining Xiao Qinyu. Xiao Qinyu, startled, thought to himself, who could possibly learn this? Boss Wang is simply too extraordinary. His physical prowess is astounding. He speculated whether Boss Wang's Qinglian flower martial spirit was a mutated one, granting him such terrifying strength. Cough, cough, Brother Feng. Once I become stronger, I will come back to learn from you. Xiao Qinyu quickly waved his hands. Wang Feng sighed, You children. I had planned to pass on my newly invented techniques to you, yet none are interested in learning. What a pity. Xiao Qinyu's lips twitched once more. At that moment, Tang San was taken aback and hurriedly nodded. However, as he approached and squatted down, He stumbled and nearly lost his balance. Had he not reacted quickly to brace himself with his hands, he would have certainly fallen flat. I exhausted my soul power earlier, and now I feel somewhat faint, Tang San said awkwardly. A man must not admit defeat, but he felt somewhat speechless. After battling with Brother Feng for nearly half an hour, his already limited soul power had been completely drained. Xiao Wu was likely in a similar state, and since she was on the offensive, she had been thrown back by Wang Feng repeatedly, making her even more susceptible to injury. Seeing this, Xiao Qinyu's eyes brightened, and he exclaimed, Sister Xiao Wu, I still have strength left. Let me carry you. Absolutely not. Xiao Wu shot him a disdainful glance. At that moment, Wang Feng pondered for a moment and said, Allow me to assist you in recovering. The three of them were momentarily stunned, gazing at Wang Feng in astonishment. Recover? How do we recover? Brother Feng, can you really restore us? Tang San asked, looking at Wang Feng with uncertainty. Are you sure? Could it be that Feng has hunted down a century-old soul beast with restorative abilities? Such creatures are exceedingly rare. Moreover, it is uncertain whether they even resonate with Feng's martial spirit. Xiao Wu gazed at Wang Feng with a look of astonishment. The ability to restore soul power is typically possessed only by support-type soul masters. Wang Laoda, do not jest with me. Your physique must undoubtedly harbor a mutated martial spirit, marking you as a legitimate battle soul master. How could you possibly be a support soul master? Xiao Qinyu believed Wang Feng was merely joking. Wang Feng flashed a grin at the three of them and declared, If you still doubt me, allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Wang Feng, a first-year work-study student with the martial spirit of a blue lotus, and I am a level 16 support soul master. As his words echoed, he spread his palm, revealing a mysterious blue lotus that quietly emerged. A seed from the lotus instantaneously blossomed into an extraordinarily dazzling golden lotus. The golden lotus was robust and exquisite, resembling a once-bloomed, unparalleled flower, radiating with arcs of golden lightning and crackling thunder, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. What a beautiful golden flower! Xiao Wu exclaimed. Immediately following this, a deep purple soul ring began to rise slowly from beneath Wang Feng's feet. The radiant, enigmatic, and noble purple light nearly blinded the eyes of the three onlookers. Instinctively shielding their eyes, they could not escape the powerful aura emanating from this purple soul ring. As they beheld this violet soul ring, the trio was momentarily petrified. 1,000-year soul ring. Chapter 38. Resolute Soul Masters. 1,000-year soul ring. The brilliant purple hue left Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Xiao Qinyu utterly dumbfounded. A level 16 soul master with a first soul ring that is 1,000 years old? Particularly for Tang San. How could it be that the teacher mentioned the maximum age for a soul master's first soul ring is 423 years? Once surpassed, a soul master cannot withstand the power bestowed by the soul ring. How then could Feng possess a 1,000-year soul ring? Tang San felt an overwhelming sense of confusion. A 1,000-year soul ring surpasses 423 years by more than double, and judging by the depth of the purple hue, it seems likely that this is no ordinary 1,000-year soul ring. Such soul beasts are rarely encountered in the soul hunting forest, and even a soul sovereign might struggle to hunt one down. How did Feng manage this? Initially, Tang San believed that, given Feng's exceptional physical prowess, absorbing a soul ring exceeding 423 years might still be feasible, but 1,000 years is simply outrageous. According to the teacher's research on martial spirits, only by the third soul ring can a soul master choose a 1,000-year ring. 1,000 years? A glimmer of skepticism flashed in Xiao Wu's eyes, yet she remained silent, merely observing. Wang Laoda, my heavens, a 1,000-year soul ring. How did you come by such a soul ring? Xiao Qinyu inquired, his face flushed with excitement. It is worth noting that there are likely very few individuals in the entirety of Nodding City who possess a 1,000-year soul ring. The Academy's principal, who seems to be at level 40, should possess one. Even Matthew from the Spirit Hall, being only a great soul master at under level 30, does not have a 1,000-year soul ring. Tang San, too, regarded Wang Feng with great curiosity, eager to learn how he acquired this 1,000-year soul ring. Ha ha ha, Wang Feng thought. Observing the astonished expressions on their faces, it appeared that his performance was exceptionally convincing. The Millennium Soul Ring, although one of his goals for enhancing his strength, would be utterly devoid of meaning if not for the sake of ostentation. As for this Millennium Soul Ring, one might say it was merely a stroke of luck. Wang Feng coughed twice and recounted, while traversing the soul hunting forest, I fortuitously stumbled upon two Millennium Soul beasts locked in combat. As they mutually inflicted wounds upon one another, I seized the opportunity to hunt one down, purely by chance. Much of what Wang Feng said was the truth, indeed. Two Millennium Soul beasts had engaged in a fierce battle. However, he concealed the involvement of the Star Moon Fox and his clandestine use of the Golden Lotus's abilities. Otherwise, Capturing that 6,000-year golden lightning leopard would have been utterly impossible. Upon hearing Wang Feng's explanation, the three fell into a silence. Brother Feng, your luck is astounding. Tang Xin could not help but exclaim, feeling that his own feat of slaying a 400-year mandala snake was already immensely fortunate. Two Millennium Soul beasts defeating each other. Brother Feng truly reaped the rewards. Yet, Tang Xin sensed that Brother Feng must possess other secrets. Otherwise, absorbing this Millennium Soul ring would have been beyond his capacity. Nevertheless, Tang Xin refrained from probing further. Everyone harbored their secrets. Brother Feng had his, Xiao Wu had hers, and he too had his own. Even his father had secrets. There was no need to delve deeper. Comparing oneself to others could only lead to frustration. Xiao Wu huffed in envy. A Millennium Soul ring is conservatively equivalent to 100 of my 10-year soul rings. In other words, Boss Wang is like 100 of me. Xiao Qinyu gazed up at the sky, secretly pondering that few in Nodding City could hunt a Millennium Soul beast. Boss Wang's words must be credible. Yet the luck involved was outrageous. Suddenly, Xiao Qinyu seemed to recall something and continued. Boss Wang, you mentioned you are an auxiliary soul master? If I heard correctly, Tang San and Xiao Wu also quickly remembered. Indeed, I am an auxiliary soul master, Wang Feng acknowledged. Aware that the trio likely harbored their speculations but chose not to elaborate further, Xiao Qinyu pointed at the shattered boulders across from them, incredulously stating, Boss Wang, are you certain you are an auxiliary soul master? With a single punch, I, a battle soul master, would likely collapse to the ground. Now you tell me you're an auxiliary soul master? Of course, Wang Feng replied with a smile. As the golden lotus in his hand emitted a golden glow that enveloped the three of them in an instant. In the next moment, Tang San felt his soul power, which had been depleted, rejuvenate as if parched grass nourished by spring rain, swiftly revitalizing his energy. The exhaustion he had felt moments before vanished entirely. The recovery of soul power is astonishingly rapid. Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise. In no time, our soul power will be fully restored. We just fought for over half an hour. Your soul power is vastly inferior to mine, so naturally, your recovery will be quicker, Wang Feng explained. Moreover, I have merely utilized a fraction of the Golden Lotus's power, solely to restore your soul power. Wang Feng contemplated, having not even employed his divine skills. As it was unnecessary, he also refrained from using the healing abilities of the Golden Lotus. As for the reasons, they were indeed tied to the auxiliary nature of his martial soul. Tang Xin gazed at the Golden Lotus, its surrounding flashes of thunder, sensing that it might be more than just a simple restoration of soul power. The souls of the three individuals have completely restored. Moreover, judging by the demeanor of Wang Laoda, he seems to have expended little energy. However, recalling Wang Laoda's claim of being at level 16, it becomes understandable. Xiao Wu, with a charming demeanor, remarked, all right. Observing this, Wang Feng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He could indeed heal Xiao Wu's injuries. But that would deprive Xiao San of the opportunity to showcase his abilities. Ah, Xiao San, this is the only way I can assist you. After all, you two will inevitably fall in love, so I'll lend a hand beforehand. Due to the compression and purification of soul power, Wang Feng was uncertain of the exact amount of soul power within his body. The level 16 was merely a self-estimated figure. As Wang Feng entered the spirit hall, he overheard several voices. Su Yuntao, where's the token? Don't tell me you've given it to that child. If you did, how will you accompany my brother to the soul hunting forest today? Reapplying will take several days. If he makes a move in the soul hunting forest and loses the token, it will take ages to find it again. What were you thinking? Do you really believe a child with a useless martial spirit can hunt soul beasts? Within the spirit hall, a beautiful woman was scolding Su Yuntao with an irritated expression. Su Yuntao repeatedly apologized to her, adopting a flattering demeanor as he replied, Cece, don't worry, I can borrow a friend's token shortly. It's just that our spirit hall has regulations. He is a natural-born full soul power, and indeed needs a soul ring to break through levels. Which is why I gave him the token. Then you shouldn't have used your own token. He isn't even a member of the spirit hall. Forget it. It's pointless to argue with you. If I don't get a token today to help my brother hunt soul beasts, I'll find another soul master. I won't seek your assistance anymore. The woman remained somewhat irate. Su Yuntao felt a bit helpless. That little brat directly asked for the token. The spirit hall had several types of tokens, all held by their stewards. Seeing the little brat in a hurry that day, he hastily provided one. Little did he anticipate that the next day his girlfriend would ask him to accompany her brother to the soul-splitting forest, and he momentarily lacked a token. At that moment, a sound of laughter rang out. Wang Feng approached from a distance, observing the two and inwardly commenting, Ah, Tao Go, how have you transformed into a sycophant after just one day apart? It should be noted that the woman by Su Yuntao's side was indeed the same one he had encountered at the entrance the previous day. Upon spotting Wang Feng, Su Yuntao was momentarily taken aback, then a hint of joy flickered across his face. He truly did not believe that this little brat could hunt soul beasts by himself. The woman beside Su Yuntao also wore a look of disdain, saying, "Little one, don't overestimate your abilities. Hunting soul beasts is best left to your teacher." Just as the young woman named Cici finished her statement, Wang Feng suddenly inquired, "Sister, what level is your soul power this year?" 21. Why do you ask? What did you call me? Cici was taken aback, her expression darkening immediately. Sister? Am I that old? I'm only 21. Wang Feng gazed at her in disappointment. Then you are quite weak. Master Su, I have come to test my soul power. Su Yuntao hurriedly positioned himself in front of Wang Feng, speaking in a low voice. You little rascal, with your innate full soul power, what more do you need to test? Are you suggesting that you have broken through? Su Yuntao fixed his gaze on Wang Feng. Of course, if I hadn't broken through, why would I come to your spirit hall? Wang Feng replied with irritation. Hurry up and take me to test my soul power. Did you hear that, Su Yuntao? He claims he wants to test his soul power. CC chuckled lightly. Just take him. I'm curious to see how long this little fellow can keep up his bravado. The remark, calling her big sister, nearly caused this girl, who had yet to reach 20, to explode with indignation. Su Yuntao wore a troubled expression, thinking to himself, this little brat is truly asking for trouble. Very well. Follow me. I shall take you to Master Mithuno, Su Yuntao said, exasperated. As they ascended to the second floor, Su Yuntao walked slowly, clearing his throat. You will need to exit through the back door shortly. Why would I go out? I want to test my soul power, Wang Feng replied, bewildered. Su Yuntao shot Wang Feng a glare. You genuinely wish to test your soul power? I simply don't want CC to mock you later. You little rascal, so ungrateful. Wang Feng sighed. Master Su, I might not call you master anymore after this. Honestly, I think that woman is rather pretentious. She is not suitable for you. What do you mean by pretentious? Su Yuntao asked, puzzled. CC is quite beautiful. Are you complimenting her? Wang Feng responded, I forgot that you are not from our time, so you have no idea what pretentiousness means. That woman is at most a 6 or 7 in looks, Brother Tao. You are blinded by love and have lost your ability to appreciate beauty. Suddenly, a voice rang out from a nearby room. Who is making such a ruckus outside? As they reached the corridor, Su Yuntao sighed and opened the door, entering the room. Master Mithuno, it's me, Su Yuntao. Inside, an elderly man sat in a spacious office, clad in a clean spirit master uniform adorned with the emblem of 3 swords, signifying his status as a grand soul master. It's Yuntao. What are you making such a fuss about outside, acting so recklessly? Mithuno admonished, I used to have your temperament, and it kept me from breaking through. The threshold of level 30 has proven difficult to surpass even now. Why don't you learn from your mistakes? After speaking, a hint of a helpless smile appeared on Mithuno's face. Not Master Mithuno. Su Yuntao quickly interjected. This is primarily due to this little rascal. Before Su Yuntao could finish, Wang Feng cheerfully interrupted. You must be Master Mithuno. Greetings, I am here to test my soul power and undergo soul master identification. Upon hearing this, Master Mithuno stared at Wang Feng in astonishment, exclaiming, a junior academy? Little one, are you certain you are here for soul master identification and not merely to awaken your martial soul? Most children your age, around 6 or 7, are only awakening their martial souls. It is rare to see one so young seeking soul master identification. Beside him, Su Yuntao chuckled awkwardly and remarked, Master Matthew, this child has already awakened his martial soul. I mentioned to you earlier that I encountered 2 children with inferior martial souls, but innate full soul power in Saint Soul Village. He is one of them. Master Matthew's expression suddenly shifted to one of realization. Su Yuntao had indeed spoken of this matter, and he had been quite astonished at the time. However, upon learning it was a defective martial soul, he felt a twinge of regret. With a gentle smile, Master Matthew turned to Wang Feng and said, Young one, although you possess innate full soul power and are currently at the Nodding Junior Academy, to advance and become a soul master, you must acquire a soul ring, which requires your academy's mentor to accompany you in hunting soul beasts. Have you obtained a soul ring? Yes, Master Matthew, Wang Feng nodded. Very well. Allow me to assist you in the assessment, Master Matthew replied with a smile. And please, refrain from calling me master, at my age. I could be your grandfather. Call me Grandpa Matthew instead. Wait, Master Matthew. The child is merely jesting, Su Yuntao said with a wry smile. He has no mentor to accompany him. How can he hunt soul beasts? Hey now, don't jest with Master Matthew. He is already 80 years old. You must show him respect. Upon hearing this, Master Matthew was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Wang Feng with confusion. It was evidently impossible to hunt soul beasts and acquire a soul ring without a mentor. This little one appeared quite well behaved. Could it be he was trying to deceive me for amusement? Wang Feng sighed and declared, I genuinely possess a soul ring. If you do not believe me, I shall demonstrate it for you. Demonstrate? Su Yuntao stared at the child in disbelief. In the next instant, his eyes widened in astonishment. A dazzling purple light suddenly filled the entire office. The two were instantly rendered speechless. Is this a 1,000-year soul ring? Su Yuntao exclaimed in shock. Master Matthew rubbed his eyes, gazing at the soul ring, rendered utterly speechless as if struck by sudden senility. Chapter 40. The Mysterious Boy from the Martial Soul Hall. A 1,000-year soul ring. In this small town of Notting, who could possibly behold a 1,000-year soul ring? It was simply an inconceivable event. Su Yuntao and Master Matthew remained in a state of shock, overwhelmed by the unbelievable sight before them. Typically, a soul master's first soul ring would only last a few hundred years at most. 1,000 years? The astonishment in Master Matthew and Su Yuntao's eyes when they looked at Wang Feng was profound and unparalleled. Is that enough? Wang Feng frowned and said, I find it quite taxing to display my soul ring, Grandpa Matthew. May I proceed to test my soul power now? As he spoke, Wang Feng glanced at the two, a glimmer of light flickering in his eyes. A soul ring is not easily concealed. Notting is not a large town, yet it is not small either. There are always members of the Martial Soul Hall around. Moreover, this is Saint Soul Village. Once a martial soul is utilized, it cannot go unnoticed. And undergoing soul master assessment necessitates revealing both the martial soul and the soul ring. There is no way to evade that. Unless one refrains from undergoing the soul master assessment, it would seem even graduation would not be possible. With these thoughts in mind, Wang Feng had no intention of concealing his soul ring. Furthermore, there was another plan at play. Come, child, follow me. I shall take you to test your soul power, exclaimed Grandfather Mathuno, rising to his feet in excitement, at a loss for words. Yuntao quickly informed the esteemed bishop of the Soul Master Hall in Soto City. Understood. I shall go at once, replied Su Yuntao, momentarily forgetting about Wang Feng, as he hurriedly exited, his heart racing with exhilaration. Innate full soul power. A millennium for the first soul ring. What manner of prodigy is this? Even if the child's martial soul were of little merit, he would still be a true genius, would he not? Grandfather Mathuno, what is the Soul Master Hall? Wang Feng inquired further. As they made their way toward the Soul Power Laboratory in the side hall, Mathuno patiently explained, Our Soul Hall is merely a basic branch. Above it, there are sub-halls in the main Soul Master Hall. The capitals of the two great empires also host the Sacred Hall of Souls. The highest echelon is the Hall of the Pope. Upon finishing his explanation, Mathuno led Wang Feng into the spacious Soul Power Identification Laboratory. As Wang Feng stepped inside, he felt his soul power subtly quiver, seemingly drawn by an unseen force within the room. He marveled at the sensation, observing the walls. He noticed they were etched with the very stones used by Su Yuntao for testing martial souls, prompting him to ponder deeply. Is there more above the Hall of the Pope? He continued to ask. Indeed, there is, Mathuno replied, his expression suddenly serious, his tone imbued with reverence. The Douluo Worship Hall is a place all soul masters aspire to reach. Only soul masters who attain the Douluo level are granted entry into the worship hall. Wang Feng nodded in understanding. Your name is Wang Feng, correct? Little Feng, before we proceed with the assessment, I would like to pose a question. Mathuno said with a smile. What question? Wang Feng responded. Are you willing to join the Soul Hall? Mathuno continued. You must be newly arrived at the Notting Academy. Yet to choose a mentor. If you are inclined, you may join our Soul Hall directly. With that, Mathuno fixed his gaze upon Wang Feng. Although the child had yet to undergo testing, Mathuno could already surmise that the boy's soul power was extraordinary. The Millennium Soul Ring, once absorbed, would undoubtedly elevate the child's soul power to level 20. Though Mathuno had never witnessed a soul master with a Millennium First Soul Ring, his extensive experience in the Soul Hall had acquainted him with countless soul power assessments. He had seen 400-year soul rings elevate soul masters by 2 or 3 levels. Given the Millennium Soul Ring, and judging by its hue, it likely exceeded a millennium. Thus, a surge to level 20 was entirely plausible. The Soul Hall? Is there truly a distinction? Wang Feng asked in astonishment. If I join the Soul Hall, does that mean I must become a soul master exclusive to it? Unable to remain at Notting Academy, Mathuno paused momentarily before chuckling. Ah, child, you are indeed perceptive. That is precisely the case. The Soul Hall has its own dedicated academy. By joining, you would become a soul master of the Soul Hall and naturally be required to enter the academy it offers for systematic learning. Certainly, there are further treasures to be uncovered, but one must ascend to the higher echelons of the Spirit Hall to truly comprehend their worth. My grandfather has already reported to the Spirit Hall 2 levels above, and individuals should be arriving shortly. The Spirit Hall in Notting City is merely a basic branch of the Spirit Hall. Matthew's report to the main Spirit Hall, 1 level up, is considered somewhat audacious. However, this child is truly remarkable. Ah, splendid, Wang Feng remarked with a smile. I have yet to commence my studies at Notting Academy, but I am quite familiar with Master Su. Joining the Spirit Hall would indeed be a fortuitous opportunity. Yet, internally, he chuckled at the thought. Haha, splendid indeed. Child, come forth and test your soul power, Matthew beckoned, guiding Tang San to the center where a floating yellow crystal orb awaited. Now, infuse your soul power into it. Wang Feng nodded and proceeded to channel his soul power into the yellow crystal orb. Conventionally, the soul power associated with a 1,000-year soul ring is exceedingly potent. And given your innate full soul power, it should directly elevate you to level 20. Matthew spoke slowly, but before he could finish, the yellow crystal orb suddenly erupted with a series of distinct auras, though they were not excessively blinding. Level 15? How is your soul power only at level 15? While that is indeed commendable, a 1,000-year soul ring should be extraordinary. Matthew was momentarily taken aback. According to his calculations, Xiaofeng's soul power level should normally be at 20. How could this be? Is there a problem, Grandfather Matthew? It seems that my estimation of compressing and refining the soul power was flawed. It is only at level 15, but perhaps that is just right. Haha. No problem. Matthew frowned slightly, sensing something amiss. Nonetheless, even at this level, Xiaofeng is still a genius worthy of recognition. Child, please wait here. The bishop from Soto City will arrive shortly, and I shall convey your details to him. Soto City is a large city relatively close to our province of Fasno, and given the bishop's prowess, he should arrive before nightfall. Matthew spoke kindly. By the way, what is your martial soul? Su Yuntao mentioned, it is a blue lotus, seemingly a novel floral martial soul. May I show it to you, grandfather? Certainly. Wang Feng opened his palm, revealing a delicate golden lotus flower. However, he had slightly restrained its form, rendering it much smaller than its complete manifestation. A lotus? What purpose does it serve? Matthew pondered. Floral martial souls are generally limited to contributing to urban development and horticulture. He gently shook his head. This flower is indeed beautiful, but its utility remains uncertain. Matthew did not press further and continued discussing various matters with Wang Feng until evening approached. It was then that Su Yuntao entered, accompanied by two men. One was quite young, adorned in exquisitely luxurious robes, possessing an extraordinary bearing, with features so exquisitely crafted they seemed the work of a master artisan over countless years. The other, a man clad in the vestments of the Spirit Hall, exuded an air of cold arrogance, radiating an imposing presence. Lord Jekko, this way please, Su Yuntao said, his face weary yet marked by utmost respect. The lengthy agenda of the day had thoroughly exhausted him. Where is that individual? The one whose first spirit ring is a millennium old? Should I discover that you have misrepresented the truth, all members of your Spirit Hall branch shall face punishment. Bishop Jekko gazed at Su Yuntao, displaying signs of impatience. In such a modest locale, could a genius of this caliber truly emerge? It is utterly absurd. Though possessing innate full spirit power is remarkable, to falsely claim that the first spirit ring is indeed a millennium spirit ring is exceedingly bizarre. Were it not for the mysterious youth accompanying him, who happened to visit their Spirit Hall and found this news intriguing enough to insist on witnessing it firsthand, the esteemed bishop of the Spirit Hall would never have come to such a trivial place. Please, you first. Bishop Jekko addressed the enigmatic young man with a semblance of respect. The youth, appearing to be merely 15 or 16 years of age, emitted a soft yet exquisitely melodious sound. Su Yuntao thought to himself, this boy must possess an extraordinary background, for he is strikingly handsome. And even Bishop Jekko of the Spirit Hall shows him profound respect. It is worth noting that Bishop Jekko is a soul sage of over 70 levels. His deference indicates that the identity of this mysterious youth is undoubtedly extraordinary. Before long, Bishop Jekko and the enigmatic youth arrived at the spirit laboratory where Matthew and Wang Feng were situated. In an instant, several gazes intertwined in the air. Wang Feng observed the two newcomers. Though he did not recognize them, the middle-aged man was undoubtedly associated with the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall must be home to a soul sage, right? The youth beside him intrigued Wang Feng immensely. This boy is truly more handsome than I am at present. Wang Feng mused. His own body had been reforged, and his features and skin were remarkable. Yet this youth appeared even more exquisite, exuding a peculiar aura. After merely glancing at the two, Wang Feng lowered his head. Master Matthew, this is Bishop Jekko, Su Yuntao introduced as he approached. Matthew hurriedly bowed to Jekko, but was directly interrupted by a wave of Jekko's hand. Enough. Let this child release his spirit ring and demonstrate that millennium spirit ring. Also, could you inform us of his spirit power level? Matthew quickly approached Wang Feng and whispered a few words. Chapter 41, Always Acting. Wang Feng squinted slightly, then summoned his spirit ring. The deep purple ring shimmered throughout the room, and the golden little lotus flower was extraordinarily beautiful. As the purple spirit ring ascended, Bishop Jekko was momentarily stunned. it truly is a purple spirit ring? Even the handsome youth beside him was slightly taken aback, casting a curious glance at the child who stood only a few centimeters shorter than himself. His spirit power is level 15, Matthew hurriedly stated. Bishop Jekko, this child is a genius. If he joins the Spirit Hall, his future achievements will undoubtedly be limitless. In Nodding City, he would be overlooked. I hope you can take him to a better academy. However, before Matthew could finish speaking, Bishop Jekko interjected in a solemn tone. Wait, you say his spirit power? Only level 15? Matthew nodded. Child, how did you acquire this Millennium Spirit Ring? Bishop Jekko continued to inquire. Wang Feng recounted what he had previously shared with Tang San. Two spirit beasts engaged in combat. One a golden lightning leopard, the other a star moon fox? Quite intriguing. The golden lightning leopard is an exceedingly rare Millennium Spirit beast, ranging from 5 to 6,000 years old, while the star moon fox could be anywhere from 2 to 4,000 years old. However, the star moon fox possesses remarkable regenerative abilities, indeed capable of contending with the golden lightning leopard. Bishop Jekko, a true soul sage, was well versed in such matters. Acknowledging Wang Feng's remarkable fortune, in their battle, when both are weary, it is indeed possible for you to seize an advantage. At that moment, the enigmatic youth spoke up. Why did you choose the golden lightning leopard, rather than the spirit ring of the star moon fox? His voice was melodious, akin to a heavenly chorus. Wang Feng glanced at him and stated the explanation he had meticulously prepared. Because the golden lightning leopard is more powerful, hence I did not select the star moon fox. Just as he finished speaking, the youth shook his head, let out a soft sigh, and fell silent. Matthew and others were perplexed. Bishop Jekko, however, chuckled derisively. What a pity, what a shame. Matthew and Su Yuntao were left in further confusion. On the way here, one of your branch's spirit masters spoke to me about this child, Bishop Jekko remarked, casting a glance at Su Yuntao. This child possesses innate, full spirit power, exceptional talent, and remarkable physical constitution. He only enrolled in Nodding Academy yesterday. I presume many concepts have yet to be imparted to him. In his eagerness, he ran straight into the soul-hunting forest. A Millennium Spirit Ring is utterly unattainable for a spirit master at the first ring. If he were to forcefully absorb it, he would only meet a tragic end. Given his innate, full spirit power and extraordinary potential, he might have a 1% chance of success. Alas, had he chosen the Star Moon Fox's spirit ring, he might have had a fighting chance. Bishop Jekko approached Wang Feng, observing him closely before shaking his head once more. Regrettably, he naively chose the golden lightning leopard, which is at least 5,000 years old. Such a spirit ring would daunt even a spirit master of level 30. Upon hearing this, Master Matthew's expression shifted dramatically. Bishop, do you mean to say he will not survive long? The mysterious youth interjected with his celestial voice. Innate full spirit power grants him physical attributes far exceeding those of ordinary individuals. But if he forcibly absorbs the golden lightning leopard's spirit ring, even if he succeeds, his body will struggle to endure. Furthermore, with each activation of the spirit ring, the strain on his body will intensify. Consequently, his spirit power will dissipate rapidly, as his physique cannot withstand the spirit power conferred by a Millennium Spirit Ring. The enigmatic youth approached Wang Feng, their gazes locking like stars in the night sky. For reasons unknown, the child possessed a peculiar allure to him. Thus, his spirit power is merely at level 15, Bishop Jekko stated coldly. If he were indeed a prodigious genius, absorbing the golden lightning leopard's spirit power without any detriment would yield a full spirit power of level 20. That would be a true paragon of genius, a rarity indeed. But he is not. Bishop Jack pointed at Wang Feng, acknowledging his commendable talent, but lamenting his lack of wisdom and poor choices. If only he had opted for the Star Moon Fox. A creature with restorative abilities and a shorter lifespan, there might have been a sliver of hope for survival. Now, his soul power would gradually diminish, and his body would struggle to withstand the tremendous impact of the 1,000-year soul power, ultimately leading to his slow demise. Bishop Jack looked at Wang Feng and inquired, Child, do you experience excruciating pain every time you utilize your soul power? Upon hearing this, Matthew was taken aback, recalling Wang Feng's previous remarks, which he had not taken seriously. Could it be true? Wang Feng nodded. This revelation weighed heavily on Matthew's heart. Hence, it became evident that Wang Feng possessed no potential left. Bishop Jack shook his head in disappointment, lamenting the futility of their visit. Meanwhile, at the Nodding Academy, in the room of the master. What? Master, are you saying that Brother Feng will slowly perish? Tang Sen listened in astonishment to his teacher's words, incredulous at the thought. How could this be? Brother Feng's first soul ring was a 1,000-year soul ring. How could he possibly die? Upon returning to the academy, Tang Sen sought out the master to discuss the earlier events concerning Brother Feng's soul ring. The master sighed, stating, that child, Xiao Feng, is simply too impatient. He is so fortunate, intelligent, and fiercely competitive. He should have absorbed the soul ring of the Star Moon Fox to have even a slight chance of survival. Yet he chose the soul ring of the Golden Lightning Leopard instead. Although he possesses innate, full soul power, and from your description, Xiao Feng has exceptional physical qualities, he cannot withstand the burden of the Golden Lightning Leopard's soul ring, which is at least 5,000 years old. I have never encountered such a situation. But regardless of his innate talent, survival will be exceedingly difficult. Now, as he strains to absorb the soul ring, every use of his martial soul likely brings him immense pain, and his soul power will continue to dissipate, leaving him with little time left to live. The master finished speaking, his expression heavy with sorrow. If that child had a mentor to guide him, perhaps he would not find himself in this predicament. Master, is there any way to save Brother Feng? Tang Sen rose, his face etched with worry. Brother Feng was his childhood friend. It is challenging, the master shook his head. Firstly, utilizing rare and precious materials could mitigate the impact of the Golden Lightning Leopard soul ring, but such treasures are exceedingly rare. They may be found in the Pope's palace. Yet even if he were to be saved, Xiao San's soul ring would diminish to 100 years, rather than remaining at 1,000. His strength and potential would significantly decrease, making it unlikely for the Spirit Hall to undertake such a thankless task. Secondly, one could enlist a soul master of at least soul sage rank to suppress the Golden Lightning Leopard soul ring. However, this too is a thankless endeavor. And even if recovery were possible, Xiao Feng's soul ring would still decline, resulting in reduced strength, potential, and overall limits. The Spirit Hall would similarly refrain from such actions. After hearing the master's words, Tang Sen stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom the gravity of the situation. How much longer does he have, master? Tang Sen asked tremulously. The master remained silent for a moment before shaking his head. At most, 6 to 7 years. And that is only under the condition that he does not use his martial soul. Prolonged use will drastically shorten that time, and could even lead to sudden death. Tang Sen remained rooted in place, grappling with the devastating news. In the tranquil halls of the Spirit Hall in Nottingham, a profound silence enveloped the atmosphere. Matthew's face was etched with anguish as he gazed sorrowfully at Wang Feng, tears glistening in his eyes. Su Yuntao also regarded Wang Feng with a touch of melancholy, as none could have anticipated such a predicament. Suddenly, with a quivering voice, Wang Feng implored, "Esteemed bishop, is there truly no way for the Spirit Hall to save me? You possess such formidable power. Surely you can remedy my condition? If you could restore me, I would be free from my plight." A heavy silence followed. Restore you? Bishop Jekko scoffed, a bemused smile gracing his lips. The price for your salvation is exorbitant, far beyond your means. Even if you were to be saved, your strength and potential would pale in comparison to what you once were. Becoming a soul master again would be a stroke of luck. He waved dismissively. But how can you know without even trying? Wang Feng stepped closer to Bishop Jekko, his expression filled with desperation. Fear flickered across his face, as though he comprehended the earlier exchanges between Jekko and the enigmatic youth. Witnessing this scene, both Matthew and Su Yuntao felt a pang of sorrow. Don't even bother trying. Even if His Holiness were here, he wouldn't waste resources and manpower on you. Bishop Jekko regarded Wang Feng with evident impatience. You are extraordinarily lucky, yet equally unfortunate. If you seek someone to blame, let it be the heavens for their indifference. Step aside. As he spoke, he prepared to dismiss Wang Feng forcefully. However, the mysterious youth intervened, halting Jekko's advance. Enough, Jekko, he said, his expression darkening slightly upon hearing the mention of His Holiness, a flicker of resolve gleaming in his eyes. Approaching Wang Feng, who was merely a head shorter than him, he produced a token from his robes and offered it to the boy. Child, the Spirit Hall cannot assist you. Yet this token may provide some assistance in your life, should you survive. I grant you an opportunity. Upon seeing the token, Bishop Jekko paused briefly. Your Highness, there is no need for further explanation. The mysterious youth waved his hand dismissively. It is merely a token from the Spirit Hall. Jekko chuckled ruefully. Yet, this token was far from ordinary. It was a special third-class token from the Spirit Hall, adorned with a longsword, a hammer, and 3 pairs of wings on either side. It held a certain mystique, allowing entry into most city soul hunting forests and the main hall of the Spirit Hall, in addition to granting access to substantial quantities of gold soul coins. For this boy, who faced a future devoid of hope, it could provide a lifetime of prosperity. Wang Feng regarded the extraordinary token in silence. Very well, it is time to depart. The mysterious youth cast a lingering glance at Wang Feng, harboring a vague sense of foreboding. Perhaps she would encounter this child again, though she could not foresee the circumstances of that eventual meeting. Yet, within Wang Feng's heart, a sigh escaped. The Spirit Hall had intended to offer you a chance. Alas, it is not that I do not wish to join you. It is that you truly lack the means to assist me. Indeed, from the moment Wang Feng illuminated the Millennium Soul Ring before Matthew and Su Yuntao, He had been performing an elaborate charade. Chapter 42. The Resolute Su Yuntao. Life is akin to a play, reliant entirely on one's performance. At times, one finds themselves compelled to partake in the charade. Wang Feng mused inwardly. Joining the spirit hall would undoubtedly tether him to their whims, and most crucially, he would be bound to obey their commands. From the outset of this performance, Wang Feng had no intention of veiling his intentions. However, upon reflection, considering the locale of Nodding City, even if Matthew reported his actions, it was improbable that the news would reach the Pope's chamber. It would only ascend to the mid-level officials of the spirit hall. Thus, there was no need for subterfuge on his part. Whether regarding his martial spirit or the assessment of his soul power, Wang Feng was transparent. His soul power indeed stood at a mere 15 levels. His account of the soul-hunting forest was a blend of 7 parts truth and 3 parts fabrication. Yet, it was evident that the members of the spirit hall were exceedingly pragmatic and harsh. Their deductions, which Wang Feng had contemplated while wielding his 1,000-year spirit ring, had not occurred to him in this manner. Because he had compressed and purified his soul power to just 15 levels, it appeared inconsistent with the true absorption of a 6,000-year spirit ring. Therefore, they would undoubtedly suspect a discrepancy, perhaps even arrive at some definitive conclusions akin to those of a coffin lid. In truth, the conjectures of Bishop Jekko from the spirit hall were not far from the mark. Had he been a genuinely innate, full soul power spirit master, there would have indeed been a viable chance to absorb a 1,000-year spirit ring, especially one possessed by a recovery-capable starry moon fox. Conversely, the golden light thunder leopard was entirely out of the question. Had Wang Feng not possessed the Meteor tier, the most favorable outcome could have very well been thus. Even if he had somehow managed to absorb the 6,000-year spirit ring, his lifespan would have been short-lived, gradually eroded by the immense power of the golden light thunder leopard's spirit ring. Eventually, he would inquire of Bishop Jekko, a representative of the mid-tier hierarchy of the spirit hall, whether there was any possibility of salvation or a sliver of opportunity. Clearly, the spirit hall would not entertain such notions. As Bishop Jekko had stated, even if the Pope were present, consent would remain elusive. To them, he was merely a spirit master of limited longevity and potential, unworthy of investment or study. The fact that they had not outright expelled him was, in itself, a form of courtesy. Ultimately, one might argue that the spirit hall was not entirely in the wrong. The harshness of reality is, after all, a fundamental tenet of this world. Wang Feng shook his head. It was commonplace for villains to behave thus. However, the enigmatic youth intrigued Wang Feng considerably. Drawing upon his understanding of the Douluo Continent, he could somewhat surmise the young man's identity, though certainty eluded him. Perhaps the greatest boon was this token? Wang Feng gazed at the token, reminiscent of the third-tier special token held by the master. Though it conferred no real authority, it granted access to the soul-hunting forest and facilitated a form of identity disguise. In due course, when visiting the spirit hall in other cities for soul power appraisal, possessing this token would indeed prove advantageous. Ironically, the notion of utilizing this token to receive golden soul coins seemed to Wang Feng the least beneficial aspect. In this performance, he had intended to gauge the compatibility of the antagonist from the original narrative with his own disposition, yet he had unexpectedly acquired this token as a bonus. Indeed, had the illustrious coach Jekko possessed the audacity to rescue himself, he might have found himself welcomed into the spirit hall. However, it is evident that such a notion is utterly implausible now. Su Yuntao led Wang Feng down from the second floor. What a splendid child he is. Matthew gazed at Wang Feng's retreating figure, reflecting, perhaps this is the capricious nature of fate? Encountering a rare spirit-beast conflict, yet due to misguided choices. One misstep led to another, culminating in the current predicament. As they descended the stairs, darkness enveloped the sky. Su Yuntao, how could you keep me waiting for so long? The woman still lingered in the hall, and upon seeing Su Yuntao accompany Wang Feng, her pent-up frustration erupted into anger. She then turned her gaze to Wang Feng, deridingly asking, "So, young one, do you not know what level your soul power is? Did you hunt the spirit beast yourself?" She intended to belittle him further. Yet, Su Yuntao, with a grim expression, interrupted her sharply. "Enough, Cece, be silent." Cece was momentarily taken aback. Su Yuntao had never dared to speak to her in such a manner before, always submissive and accommodating. Ignoring her, Su Yuntao escorted Wang Feng outside the spirit hall, leaving Cece in a state of bewilderment. "Little one, try to lighten up," Su Yuntao said, placing a heavy hand on Wang Feng's shoulder. Wang Feng mused that he had played his part too convincingly, having inadvertently touched Su Gu's heart, even dissuading him from his usual obsequiousness. "Master Su, do not be so melancholic. I assure you, I will not perish. Besides, the tale of my soul's ascendance is far from complete," Wang Feng whispered. Upon hearing this, Su Yuntao's eyes glistened, the stalwart man unable to restrain a tear. This young boy, despite his carefree demeanor, had the capacity to consider Su Yuntao's feelings at such a moment. Though Su Yuntao was affiliated with the Spirit Hall, he remained a mere lower-tier member, far more humane than those in higher echelons, much akin to Grandfather Matthew. I shall take my leave. Wang Feng waved goodbye, leaving Su Yuntao with a solitary silhouette. Observing this, Su Yuntao wiped away his tears and sighed deeply. At that moment, Cece rushed out, her voice frigid. Where is that little brat? I merely mocked him a bit. What of it? Is he your kin? Su Yuntao's audacity was astonishing. How dare he raise his voice? Should my countenance darken? Let us see if you will not come and apologize, she thought. However, Su Yuntao's gaze turned icy as he retorted, should you utter another word, I swear I shall kick you out. The frigid intensity of his stare sent a shiver down Cece's spine. Never had she encountered such a cold gaze from Su Yuntao, as though he truly intended to cast her aside. Startled, Cece quickly stammered, Why Yuntao, I was wrong. Please do not be angry. Su Yuntao cast her a glance, his heart heavy with sorrow, and turned to re-enter the Spirit Hall. Cece hurried after him, and amidst the commotion, faint sounds of hurried apologies could be heard, none other than Tang San and the Master. Little San, Master? What brings you here? Wang Feng gazed at the two individuals, his expression one of surprise. To his astonishment, Tang San approached him directly, a weight of solemnity upon his face. Brother Feng, did you just visit the Spirit Hall? Upon hearing this, Wang Feng felt a stir within him and nodded, responding, Indeed, I went for an assessment. After the evaluation, a certain bishop appeared, claiming that my life is short and my soul power will gradually dissipate. He did not permit my entry into the Spirit Hall nor offered any assistance. But I, Brother Feng, do not believe a word of it. I continue to eat, drink, and sleep without a care. Living for 100 years is no issue for me. Upon hearing this, the heaviness on Tang San's face lightened slightly, revealing a hint of a wry smile. Indeed, Brother Feng, your carefree demeanor is truly fearless. Tang San then turned to Master, who sighed and remarked, This is indeed characteristic of the Spirit Hall. If young Feng here had absorbed the soul ring of the Starry Moon Fox without issues, they might have regarded him with favor and nurtured his potential. However, given that it was the soul ring of the Golden Light Thunder Leopard, once they learned of his condition, they likely would not expend effort to save him. Wang Feng looked at Master with curiosity. Brother Feng, I apologize for having mentioned your 1,000-year soul ring to Master in advance, Tang San hastily conveyed. It's quite all right. I never asked you to keep it a secret, Wang Feng replied with a smile, shaking his head. However, I implore Master to help you, Tang San continued. Master has a method. A method? Wang Feng was taken aback. Master nodded, gazing at Wang Feng intently, and said solemnly, Little San beseeches me, hoping I might assist you. You possess extraordinary talent, yet you mistakenly absorb the soul ring of the Golden Light Thunder Leopard. Although you manage to absorb it, your body cannot withstand the pressure exerted by a 6,000-year soul ring. Surely, the bishop from the Spirit Hall mentioned that the more you utilize your spirit and soul power, the shorter your lifespan becomes. That was mentioned, Wang Feng acknowledged, feeling a shift in his heart as he smiled and added, But it matters not. Even without using my spirit, I am formidable. Nonetheless, your lifespan remains limited. This is a reality. Master shook his head and continued, There are indeed ways to address this. But the Spirit Hall will not assist you. However, I have a friend who is a soul Douluo. If I were to speak on your behalf, he would likely help you stabilize the Golden Light Thunder Leopard soul ring and assist in regulating your internal soul power. Yet, even if this allows you to recover, your soul power will find it difficult to advance further. You would merely preserve your life. After speaking, Master fixed his gaze on Wang Feng. Wang Feng mused silently. Little San truly is impressive for enlisting Master-S help. Master-S friend must surely be the renowned Flender. Moreover, the condition is that you must become his disciple for him to intervene, Master added. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng couldn't help but reflect on the nature of the characters in the Douluo Continent. The righteous stood in stark contrast to the malevolent. The Spirit Hall was unwilling to assist, yet Master, in consideration of Little San, was willing to extend his aid, albeit through Flender. Thank you, Master. But it truly is unnecessary, Wang Feng replied with a smile. In truth, I am aware of my own body. It may not be as dire as you imagine. I genuinely have reasons I cannot explain to you, but I appreciate your concern. This left the two of them standing there, momentarily stunned. Chapter 43, Apologies. I feel it is somewhat lacking. As Wang Feng departed, the two contemplated the child. The Master gazed at Wang Feng's retreating figure, rendered momentarily speechless. What a stubborn child. He murmured softly. A wave of nostalgia washed over him as he reflected on Wang Feng's silhouette, prompting an introspection filled with emotion. Who among us was not once a stubborn child? He pondered. Perhaps Brother Feng is not quite as we perceive him, after all. Master. Tang Sin spoke in a hushed tone, Brother Feng has always been remarkably intelligent. If he lacked absolute confidence, he would never have absorbed that 6,000-year-old golden lightning leopard spirit ring. The master contemplated this for a moment, yet remained perplexed, as it contradicted nearly all of his theoretical postulations. Though Tang Sen too struggled to comprehend, he understood that Brother Feng harbored his own secrets, just as he did. For reasons unknown, they remained unspoken. Perhaps, the master conceded with a shake of his head, in time, the truth will reveal itself. If he truly is unscathed, then this Brother Feng is indeed an extraordinary genius beyond our imagination. After all, you still have ample time before graduation. Tang Sen nodded in agreement. However, if this child truly is unharmed, and he went to the spirit hall for evaluation yet was not taken away, it likely indicates a deliberate test of the spirit hall. It is remarkable how astute he is at such a young age, the master remarked with a hint of admiration. In silence, the two continued to watch Wang Feng as he gradually vanished into the shadows, each lost in their own thoughts. The following day, Wang Feng chose not to disclose his experience at the spirit hall. After attending a few morning classes to reacquaint himself with the gradually fading knowledge and concepts of Douluo Continent, he did not linger at the academy during lunchtime. Instead, he ventured to the soul hunting forest, not in search of spirit rings, but to hunt soul beasts. He was not alone in this endeavor. With my meteor tears, even without meditation, I can absorb the energy of heaven and earth to cultivate soul power, albeit at a sluggish pace. Wang Feng contemplated as he made his way. The process of compressing and purifying his soul power had significantly hindered his cultivation speed. Having meditated continuously from last night until this morning, he still had not reached level 16. In contrast, during previous excursions in the soul hunting forest, he could compress and purify to level 15 within just a few hours of meditation. The thought of the increasing difficulty with each subsequent level made him realize that relying solely on meditation would prove too slow. If this continued, he feared he would not reach his goals even after 6 years. By that time, graduation would approach, and if he were to attend Shrek Academy without achieving level 30, the opportunity to obtain a 10,000-year spirit ring would elude him. The goodwill of the master and Tang Sen had instilled in Wang Feng a desire to explore Shrek Academy, especially since the system had designated it as a point of interest. However, what if I could accelerate my cultivation speed through combat by actively utilizing the soul power within me? He mused. This notion held merit. Battle hones one's skills, and by expending soul power, he could indeed enhance his cultivation speed. Hence, he was drawn to the soul hunting forest, not only to earn some income, but also to gain combat experience through encounters with soul beasts. It was a perfect opportunity to achieve multiple objectives simultaneously. With ample time available in the afternoon and evening, he felt invigorated by the possibilities that lay ahead. He would not waste his soul rings. Most importantly, he would also exude an air of sophistication. After finishing lunch, Wang Feng purchased a long robe and a mask, then proceeded directly to the soul hunting forest. Though it was now afternoon, the outskirts of the forest remained bustling with activity, teeming with people. This soul hunting forest encompassed numerous cities within the Fastno province, not merely the city of Noting, hence the throngs of individuals. The sounds of hawkers echoed endlessly. Free needed. Come, gold sponsors. Our team boasts a level 26 battle soul master and a level 25 support soul master, fully equipped. We can hunt beasts around 500 years old. Prices are negotiable. 4 hunting soul beasts around 400 years old. A control type level 25 soul master is needed, with a reward of 50 silver soul coins. Listening to these calls, Wang Feng was reminded of the days spent forming teams online to tackle dungeons in his previous life. These soul masters, lacking noble lineage or family support, had to rely on their own strength to hunt, a perilous endeavor that often necessitated collaboration. This was entirely commonplace. Scanning the area, Wang Feng's gaze suddenly fixed upon 3 individuals in the distance. 2 men dressed in black and a woman clad in a form-fitting combat suit stood quietly, without shouting, merely holding a sign. The sign read, seeking a level 25 recovery soul master to hunt 800-year-old soul beasts. Reward, 1 gold soul coin. Upon seeing this, Wang Feng felt a stirring within. A recovery soul master was precisely what he needed. I am a recovery soul master. May I inquire if you require assistance? Wang Feng approached, clearing his throat a few times and speaking in a slightly hoarse tone. Dressed in a black robe and mask, even those familiar with him would hardly recognize him. It was prudent to maintain some concealment. You? Upon hearing his voice, the 3 turned their attention to Wang Feng. How old are you? One of the burly men, sporting a scruffy beard, furrowed his brow and asked. This little brat looks about 1.50 meters. He must be around 11 or 12, just here to amuse us? Ahem, I'm about 12, Wang Feng replied. However, my martial soul possesses restorative abilities. You? 12 years old. Do you possess level 25? The other youth, who was sharpening a dagger, chuckled. At your age, reaching level 14 or 15 would be quite remarkable. Even with healing abilities, your impact on us would be minimal. Go play elsewhere and don't disturb your older brothers and sisters. The bearded man waved dismissively at Wang Feng. Wait, I really am only level 15, but my healing capacity is exceptional. No, my restorative power is quite strong. Wang Feng coughed again. Really, if you just give it a try. Try what, you little brat? Don't joke with us. We have no intention of babysitting a 12-year-old in the soul-hunting forest. If you're looking to make some money, go to the entrance of the forest and offer your healing services to the soul masters just coming out. You should earn a decent amount there, the bearded man laughed. Come on, just give it a try. It's not like you have anything to lose, Wang Feng smiled. This method is indeed quite ingenious. Numerous restorative spirit masters are able to profit in this manner. Not every spirit master entering the soul-hunting forest is accompanied by a restorative spirit master, as they are rather scarce. Consequently, most emerge devoid of spirit power, making it a lucrative opportunity to stand at the entrance and replenish their spirit energy. However, Wang Feng is more inclined to venture into the depths of the soul-hunting forest to encounter a greater variety of spirit beasts and accumulate combat experience. The burly man with a beard and the young man seemed poised to speak further, but the woman suddenly interjected coolly, "Let him give it a try." Restorative spirit masters are hard to come by, and they need not be exceptionally powerful. The woman possessed an attractive physique, accentuated by a sleek ponytail. Her fair skin and delicate features marred only by a noticeable scar, several centimeters long, which detracted from her beauty. "All right, boss, I'll follow your lead." The young man replied with a grin. He then surveyed the surrounding pedestrians. "Hey you, can you restore my energy?" The bearded man chuckled. "Perfect timing. I still have a substantial amount of spirit power remaining. I only need you to replenish a quarter of it." Upon hearing this, the other two turned their attention to Wang Feng. It is important to note that this bearded man was no ordinary individual. He was a level 29 Grand Spirit Master. "A quarter?" Wang Feng hesitated. "What? Is that too much?" The burly man frowned. "If you can't restore at least an eighth of my spirit power in one go, that would be quite disappointing." Wang Feng slightly rotated his palm, refraining from revealing his spirit rings. Instead, he manifested a small golden lotus flower, channeling his spirit energy. Since restoring spirit power does not require a spirit skill, revealing spirit rings was unnecessary. Unless in critical situations, Wang Feng would generally not display his spirit rings. In an instant, golden threads surged into the burly man's body. Suddenly, the man shuddered violently, as if jolted by electricity. The other two, upon witnessing this, grew tense. At that moment, Wang Feng chuckled and said, "Apologies, I believe that may be insufficient. Allow me to restore you fully." Chapter 44, Exhilarating. With Wang Feng's slightly hoarse voice resonating, the young man and the woman were genuinely taken aback. "Old hey, what is going on?" The young man set down his dagger, hurriedly supporting the bearded man. He shot a glance at the woman, who promptly approached Wang Feng with a wary expression. Rest assured, his spirit power is being restored. Wang Feng understood that the two were likely concerned about the bearded man's seemingly unusual condition. These spirit masters, having experienced battle, were quite vigilant. However, it wasn't long before the burly man let out a massive sigh of relief and bellowed, "Fantastic." Upon hearing this, the young man and woman were momentarily stunned. They hadn't anticipated Old Hay to suddenly shout, leaving them utterly bewildered. "Old Hay, what is happening?" The young man inquired hastily, curiosity piqued. "How much of your spirit power has been restored?" The burly man, referred to as Old Hay, looked at Wang Feng with a glimmer of astonishment in his eyes. "Remarkable. Young man, just a moment ago, my spirit power was completely restored. Impressive. It is my first encounter with a restoration-type soul master of level 15, and the remarkable efficacy of soul power recovery is truly astonishing." Upon hearing this, both the young man and the woman exhaled in relief, casting astonished glances at Wang Feng. "I trust one have now met your expectations?" Wang Feng remarked with a smile. The soul power expended through the activation of the golden lotus was but a mere fraction, and soon I shall replenish a fifth of the soul power of a level 29 battle soul master. Quite impressive indeed. Old Hay chuckled heartily. Moreover, the recovery process feels rather delightful, akin to receiving a massage, truly invigorating. Wang Feng understood that this effect was a result of the golden lotus possessing the soul ring of the golden lightning leopard. Were it a divine skill, it could directly imbue the soul master with a paralyzing electric energy. The young man and woman exchanged bemused glances at Old Hay. "All right, let us proceed. A Rong is in need of an enhancement of approximately 800 years, Old Hay declared as he turned to Wang Feng. "I am known as Old Hay. You may simply call me that. My martial soul is the Black Rock Bear, which may lack speed, yet possesses remarkable defensive capabilities as a level 29 battle soul master. This fellow here is Ling Ruan, whose martial soul manifests as a dagger, characterized by formidable offensive power at level 28. And lastly, this lady is. Old He said, glancing at the woman. I am Si Rong, and my martial soul is the Iron Tooth Grass, endowed with potent control abilities, making me a level 30 control-type soul master. However, it does demand considerable energy. The woman managed a faint smile. Having introduced their martial souls, the trio advanced towards the soul-hunting forest. Their martial souls, while not particularly exceptional, suggested a strong camaraderie among them, indicating that they likely formed a cohesive team rather than an assembly of random individuals. Wang Feng contemplated. The Black Rock Bear is a uniquely resilient beast-type martial soul. Once manifested, its speed diminishes, yet its body becomes encased in rock, enhancing its durability and stamina. The Iron Tooth Grass is a remarkably sturdy plant, surpassing the blue-silver grass in tenacity, comparable to the difference between a wooden stick and a strand of noodle, making it an excellent control-type soul master. By the way, what is your name? Si Rong inquired, looking at Wang Feng. Oh, my apologies, I neglected to introduce myself. Wang Feng replied with a slight smile. I am called Mieba. Mieba? That name sounds rather impressive, Ling Ren remarked, repeating it thoughtfully. It seemed less like a name and more like a code name. Indeed, it is a code name. Many refer to me as Mieba, Wang Feng acknowledged. I have nearly forgotten my actual name amidst all the calling. The three looked at him in speechless astonishment, but understood that the young boy likely preferred to keep his true name concealed. Thus they refrained from probing further. The four entered the soul-hunting forest. Little Mia, as a restoration-type soul master, you are rather vulnerable. After the battle, do not wander off. Stay close to Si Rong and me. I shall protect you. Old He stated sternly. Not to worry. You may fight to your heart's content. Just ensure your soul power is sufficient. Wang Feng replied cheerfully. Before long, the trio encountered a 500-year-old chrysanthemum flame hedgehog. Be cautious, this creature is highly aggressive. However, judging by its size, it appears to be merely 500 years old. Silky Rong appeared to be the backbone of the trio, issuing commands with authority. The chrysanthemum flame hedgehog has its weakness only in its waist and abdomen. The rest of its body is impervious. What a pity. If it were 800 years old, it would be perfect. Listening to Silky Rong's introduction, Wang Feng gazed into the distance at the chrysanthemum flame hedgehog. The information contained in the library was rather rudimentary. This creature is particularly aware of my abilities as a plant-type spirit master. Once I exert control over it, the flames on its body will ignite, making it challenging for me to maintain effective control. Thus, Ling Ren, you must seize the opportunity. A decisive strike. Now, enter a concealed state. Silky Rong was seasoned and experienced. No problem. Ling Ren swiftly leaped onto a giant tree, vanishing from the sight of the three. Old He, ensure our protection. And be wary of the flame needles released by this chrysanthemum flame hedgehog, Silky Rong continued. Old He's expression darkened as he activated 2 yellow spirit rings. His body swelling as a layer of dense rocky particles enveloped his skin, lending him an air of ruggedness. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. From afar, the chrysanthemum flame hedgehog shot several fiery, tongue-like spikes, all of which were blocked by Old He. However, as they struck him, a clanging sound resonated. Indeed, his defensive capabilities were impressive, Wang Feng mused. The spikes emitted a high temperature, and he was astonished by Old He's resilience. Seeing that the spikes had no effect, the chrysanthemum flame hedgehog charged towards the trio with a thunderous stomp. Ling Ren, Silky Rong suddenly shouted, as 2 yellow spirit rings illuminated her. She swiftly summoned her Iron Tooth Grass martial spirit and thrust it into the ground. Instantly, several iron wires sprang forth from the earth, entangling the forelegs of the chrysanthemum flame hedgehog. However, the iron wires soon began to dissolve. Yet, with its forelegs hindered, the hedgehog, akin to a speeding vehicle, flipped over, landing on its back and exposing its white belly. At that moment, a dark figure plunged from the tree above, swiftly landing on the hedgehog's abdomen, erupting in a spray of blood. This black figure nimbly leapt away from the belly to avoid being splattered by the blood. In the blink of an eye, the over 500-year-old chrysanthemum flame hedgehog was vanquished by the trio, their experience and cooperation proving invaluable. The blood of the hedgehog was scaldingly hot. Fortunately, I managed to evade in time. Ling Feng approached from a distance, having dealt the decisive blow to the hedgehog at a critical moment. However, that strike seemed to have drained a significant amount of his energy, likely utilizing a spirit technique. Let's move on. This chrysanthemum flame hedgehog is not dead yet. We do not require its spirit ring. Let it live for others to claim, Silky Rong remarked calmly. Chapter 45. My greatest trait is endurance. Is there such a rule in the soul-hunting forest? Wang Feng asked in surprise. Not exactly. It's just that killing it serves no purpose. It would be a waste of a spirit ring. Thus, Within the soul hunting forest, unless we encounter a suitable spirit beast, we three will not kill most of them. We only need to incapacitate the spirit beasts. Lingren smiled as he elucidated that some soul masters have a penchant for killing, and might hunt soul beasts even without the aid of soul rings. Each individual's pursuits differ, it seems. Wang Feng nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of this notion. Should he find himself without a team in the future, hunting soul beasts alone would not necessitate their demise, which might serve as a better means of honing his skills. Let me assist you in recovering your strength. I will strive to restore you to your optimal condition, Wang Feng suggested. Do you possess enough soul power? Rong inquired, casting a quizzical glance his way. Our consumption is minimal, but you are only at level 16. Surely your reserves are limited? Wouldn't this be somewhat wasteful? No, not at all, Wang Feng retorted, eager to utilize his soul power more effectively. He activated his soul energy to invigorate the trio, believing it essential to maintain their reserves to the fullest. Should they encounter a formidable soul beast later, it would prove advantageous to be prepared. Rong paused, contemplating this perspective. When Wang Feng replenished Rong and Ling Ren's soul power for the first time, they finally experienced the invigorating sensation akin to that of old hay. Old hay, this feels quite refreshing. My entire body tingles from this soul power restoration. It's rather delightful, Ling Ren remarked with a sly grin, while Rong chuckled in agreement. The four of them spent the entire afternoon hunting in the soul hunting forest, pursuing various soul beasts. However, most were not slain. Rather, they were rendered incapable of combat and allowed to recuperate gradually. As night fell, they had yet to encounter a suitable 800-year-old soul beast, deeming their luck rather unfortunate. Lingren leaned against a tree, his spirit weary, while Old Hay sat on the ground, his robust form appearing equally fatigued. Beads of sweat adorned Rong's brow. Yet Wang Feng remained vibrant, gazing ahead with undiminished energy. Throughout the afternoon, he had been depleting his soul power continuously, but upon halting to meditate, his cultivation speed accelerated significantly. It seemed that the more he expended, the quicker his meditative practice progressed. Earlier, he had battled a 700-year-old soul beast, though victorious. All three were left utterly exhausted. Would you like to replenish your strength? Wang Feng's robust voice resonated once more. The trio exchanged glances, incredulous, and simultaneously asked, "Do you still have soul power?" During the afternoon, they had encountered at least 10 soul beasts, under normal circumstances. 3 of them could engage in no more than 4 consecutive battles before requiring replenishment. Yet, this lad, named Mieba, had sustained their energy levels, enabling them to fight through 10 soul beasts consecutively. The fact that he still had soul power to spare was astonishing. Not to doubt you. But are you truly only at level 15? Old Hay scratched his head, bemused. I have encountered recovery-type soul masters before, and even those at over level 20 do not possess your remarkable endurance. I can't help it. My greatest trait is indeed my stamina. Wang Feng replied with an embarrassed chuckle. At that moment, he had approximately 1/5 of his soul power remaining and sensed that he was nearing level 16. Although he had not directly engaged in combat that afternoon, he had been continuously exhausting his soul power. Youngster, you may be youthful, but you certainly have a penchant for risky remarks, Lingren teased, a knowing smile gracing his face. However, your endurance surpasses the ordinary. None of us can withstand it. Wouldn't you agree? Sister Rong, can you still endure? Bang! Just as Lingren finished speaking, Rong slapped him on the back of the head. You dare to strike. Yet you also dare to tease me? Rong glared at Lingren. Wang Feng chuckled a few times. After an afternoon of battle, he found the trio quite remarkable. Do you truly still possess soul power? Rong turned to Wang Feng, her brow furrowing in inquiry. She felt a twinge of astonishment. It was no small feat for a level 15 soul master to continually replenish the energy of those above level 20. Yet, at this moment, he still had soul power to offer, which was indeed extraordinary. It's sufficient, I suppose, to fully replenish each of you once more. Wang Feng did not disclose how much he had left. Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed from the distance. A pale purple mist suddenly obscured their view. It's the thorny purple spirit vine, Rong exclaimed, rising to her feet, her gaze fixated on the indistinct vines in the distance. Approximately 800 years old. Just what I was seeking. Lingren and Old Black also stood, their eyes gleaming with delight as they looked toward the horizon. Their mission was to find a suitable soul ring for Rong's breakthrough, and the thorny purple spirit vine was perfectly suited for this purpose. The vine releases a purple mist that affects a soul master's spirit, possessing remarkable hallucinogenic effects, making it one of the most coveted attributes for control-type soul masters. Xiaomia, restore our soul power to full. Rong urged Wang Feng eagerly. Wang Feng nodded. An 800-year-old vine would require serious attention, especially since they had fought all afternoon. And despite the possibility of replenishment, their mental state had considerably declined. However, With their ample experience, Wang Feng felt confident that they would not encounter any issues. After restoring the trio's energy, Wang Feng estimated that only a small amount of soul power remained within him. Lingren, remember to use that technique. The thorny purple spirit vine is most afraid of fire. Sarong instructed Lingren. Old Black, prepare the bitter root. Sarong retrieved the materials she had prepared from her pack. It was a pale white medicinal root, about the length of a finger, exuding a pungent aroma. Wang Feng observed intently. The trio was indeed well prepared. Their target clearly the thorny purple spirit vine. The bitter root is a special herb with no other function than its extreme bitterness, which can invigorate the mind. Once enveloped in the purple mist of the vine, the bitterness stimulates the brain, preventing them from succumbing to hallucination. This was the seasoned experience of the team. Wang Feng felt that this combat experience was far more enriching than the simple understandings gleaned at the academy. Wang Feng stood behind Old Black, watching the trio engage in battle. Before long, the 800-year-old thorny purple spirit vine was skillfully severed by their coordinated efforts. Lingren's flames strike nearly severed 10 of the vine's tendrils, rendering it immobile. Only the final blow remained. Breathless and exhausted, the trio gazed at the scene before them, their faces aglow with excitement. Splendid. This hunt is nothing short of perfect. An 800-year-old thorny purple spirit vine. However, this time, the greatest credit goes to Xiaomia. Let us reward him with 2 gold soul coins later. Lingren exclaimed excitedly. Sister C. Rong, quickly deliver the final blow to this purple spirit vine. All right. Sister C. Rong nodded, brandishing a small sword as she approached the distant purple spirit vine. Just then, a figure swiftly rushed in from the opposite direction. Whoosh! The sudden apparition overtook C. Rong and directly severed the purple spirit vine. A deep yellow soul ring gradually illuminated. The three stood in stunned silence. From afar, a mocking laughter echoed. I apologize, but I spotted this thorny purple spirit vine first. It belongs to me now. Excuse me, everyone. Chapter 46. Are you not an auxiliary spirit master? The unexpected turn of events left all 4 of them dumbfounded. This figure was incredibly swift, striking precisely when the trio was fatigued. Moving with such speed that Si Rong and her companions had no time to react before the purple spirit vine was slain and the soul ring shone forth. The soul ring of a soul beast can only be absorbed by the one who delivers the killing blow. Lao He, Si Rong, and Lingren stood frozen in place, helplessly watching as a deep yellow soul ring illuminated the purple spirit vine, now beyond their reach. Nearby, a young man stood with a smirk on his face, his eyes gleaming with arrogance. He appeared to be around 20, dressed in rather extravagant attire, resembling a student from an academy, exuding a brazen aura of youthful audacity. Young man, do you not realize that claiming another soul ring is a most despicable act? Lingren glared coldly at the youth. Si Rong silently observed, her gaze chillingly resolute. The timing of this young man's intervention was too crucial. He had precisely taken advantage of their moment of triumph over the thorny purple spirit vine, while they were still basking in the joy of victory, yet devoid of soul power. Is that so? The young man looked at Lingren with feigned surprise. But we discovered this thorny purple spirit vine first, you see? It's not my fault that you were preempted. If you had spotted it first, why did you not hunt it yourself? Lao He spoke in a deep voice. Why wait until we engaged? Wang Feng, overhearing this exchange, shook his head. Lao He was a simple and honest man, and his straightforward demeanor made him easy to deceive. The young man's words were clearly a ruse. Indeed, the youth laughed heartily. Well, what can I say? I simply intended to wait a bit to recover my soul power before making my move. I didn't expect you to act first. That is not my fault. With that, he stood motionless beside the purple spirit vine. It was evident that he alone could not defeat the thorny purple spirit vine, hence his deliberate tactics. This individual must be a student from a higher-level Soul Master Academy. Si Rong murmured coldly, observing the young man. He is likely at level 30, preparing to hunt soul beasts to meet graduation requirements. I am certain of it. Wang Feng nodded repeatedly, impressed by Sister Si Rong's keen insight, which aligned perfectly with his own thoughts. Truly remarkable. What shall we do now, Sister Si Rong? Ling Ren's expression darkened. Must we simply stand by as he seizes your soul ring? After all our efforts to find a suitable soul ring, to relinquish it now would mean an indefinite search ahead. An entire afternoon spent battling for this soul beast, only for it to be snatched away. Who could bear such a loss? I have scarcely any soul power left. Old He shook his head. What else can we do? Si Rong sighed, shaking her head in resignation. If he kills it first, I cannot absorb the soul ring. Furthermore, it is not wise to engage him in combat at this moment. Our fighting capacity is virtually non-existent. This villain has been lurking nearby, biding his time, and we know nothing of his strength. If a conflict were to arise, we would be the ones to suffer. Upon hearing Si Rong's words, both Ling Ren and Old He fell silent. Indeed, What other options do we have? They cannot absorb the soul ring. Engaging in a fight would only lead to their misfortune and would also drag the innocent Xiao Mia into the fray, which is neither fair nor safe for him. At that moment, Wang Feng stepped forward and inquired, "You cannot possibly let this go, can you? This person is utterly despicable. How can you tolerate this?" The three shared a bitter smile. The act of forcibly seizing a soul ring is indeed vile, especially with no witnesses around. In this day and age, without smartphones to record evidence of the crime, what can be done? Wang Feng took a few steps closer and declared, "Let us not engage in pretenses. You have taken the soul ring. You must offer compensation. No more than 1,000 gold soul coins will suffice for you to claim it. If you cannot produce that amount, you shall not leave here today." 1,000 gold soul coins is indeed a steep price. Typically, the total cost for hunting such an 800-year-old soul beast would amount to no more than 100 coins. "Very well," the young man replied, initially taken aback, then casting a disdainful glance at Wang Feng. "So you want gold soul coins, do you? Catch." Saying this, he pulled a gold soul coin from his pocket and hurled it directly at Wang Feng. Whoosh! The young man possessed considerable strength, sending the coin flying with a sharp whistling sound. Witnessing this, the expressions of the three turned grave. Old He, summoning the last vestiges of his soul power, leapt into the air, catching the gold coin with his palm, but not without receiving a painful burn on his hand. "Ha! You, a support soul master, dare to demand gold soul coins from me?" The young man scoffed. "I envy your Navet. If only you could see the situation more clearly, you would not utter such foolish words." With that, the young man trembled, and a martial spirit suddenly manifested behind him, followed by the emergence of 2 yellow soul rings around him. "I possess the Tsang-ing martial spirit, and I am at full strength," he proclaimed. "Do you still desire gold soul coins, little boy?" A powerful aura radiated from him, as if he were an eagle poised to take flight. No wonder his speed was so peculiar earlier. The Tsang-ing martial spirit, although not particularly strong, possesses incredible speed, making it useful for reconnaissance and other purposes. Upon seeing this, Si Rong and the others could only sigh repeatedly. "Xiao Mia, let it go," Old He said softly, tending to the wound on his hand. "It cannot be counted." Wang Feng let out a cold snort. If he did not provide the golden soul coins, they would remain there, ready to retaliate if he dared to absorb the soul ring. Regardless, in an hour, the soul ring would vanish. The act of a soul master absorbing a soul ring is exceedingly perilous. Any attack could yield dire consequences. Indeed, upon hearing these words, the youth's expression shifted, and he coldly remarked, "You truly refuse the toast, and instead choose the penalty drink. Very well, I shall teach you a lesson, you little brat." With that, the youth leaped high into the air, his claws resembling wings as he dove down with remarkable speed. "Be careful," Si Rong exclaimed in alarm, desperately attempting to unleash her soul skill to ensnare the youth, but she found herself unable to summon her martial soul. Ling Ren, too, felt helpless as he watched from a distance. Wang Feng was situated quite far away, as he belonged to the healing category and had kept clear of the battle circle, still about 20 to 30 meters away from them. Ling Ren could not rush to their aid in time. He could only watch as the youth appeared like an eagle soaring high, intent on capturing his prey below. Wang Feng narrowed his eyes, standing still and unflinching as the youth charged towards him, moving so swiftly that he was upon him in the blink of an eye. The three of them gasped in unison, inwardly lamenting the impending disaster. However, at that moment, just as the youth's hands were about to grasp Wang Feng's shoulders, Wang Feng's hand seemed to transcend into a realm of bullet time, swiftly seizing the youth's arm first. He then sidestepped, delivering a sharp kick. The blow landed squarely on the youth's abdomen, seemingly expelling his last meal, as a piercing pain surged from his lower belly, radiating throughout his body. With a resounding crash, Wang Feng released his grip, sending the youth crashing into a distant tree, leaving a human-shaped imprint that nearly toppled the mighty trunk. The sound reverberated violently. Instantly, Si Rong and the others were rendered speechless. From the imprint in the tree, a stammering voice emerged. "Why, you're not an auxiliary soul master, are you? How can you possess such strength?" Ugh. Chapter 47, Soaring into the Sky. It is well known among all, auxiliary soul masters generally lack combat capabilities and thus require protection. Yet now, Si Rong and the others gazed at the youth imprinted on the distant tree, their lips twitching in disbelief. Xiao Mia reacted swiftly. Ling Ren, after a moment of silence, remarked, "That kick was propelled by the youth's own momentum as he attacked. Such reaction and power are not attributes one would expect from a 10-year-old child. Moreover, he is merely an auxiliary soul master." It was evident he did not employ his martial soul and could only rely on his physical strength. In that fleeting moment, Ling Ren questioned his own ability to react as quickly. Though the power of that kick was not overwhelmingly strong, the speed of reaction was astonishing, and the execution of the kick was exceptionally fierce. It was entirely unlike that of an auxiliary soul master. Lingren concluded. While most auxiliary soul masters do not engage directly with soul beasts, they do undertake basic training to enhance their physical capabilities. However, this was remarkably powerful. Lao He scratched his head, astonishment evident in his eyes. Throughout the afternoon's battle, not only Xiao Mie but even Si Rong, a control-type soul master, seldom engaged directly with the soul beasts. Most of the older warriors took the brunt of the blows. Unexpectedly, however, the young fighter, Xiao Mie, not only possessed the strength to bind a chicken, but could also kick away a mad dog far more formidable. My heart was genuinely shaken. At that moment, Wang Feng nodded with a smile and remarked, "What he said is quite serious." Yet, the trio of Si Rong exchanged glances, rendered speechless. The young man stumbled out from the indentation, shouting in anger, "Nonsense! How can you, a support-type soul master, have such swift reactions and strength? Do you think I, Liang, am a fool? The academy is not devoid of support-type soul masters. Even if a few possess decent physical attributes, how could they possibly compare to you? This little brat looks quite young. Either he is concealing his true strength or hiding his martial spirit. What? Is it forbidden for a support-type soul master to surpass you?" Wang Feng chuckled. "You, my friend, should speak less nonsense. If you cannot produce the golden soul coins for compensation today, I shall make you aware that this world harbors malice towards you." Upon hearing this, the young man roared in fury, "You arrogant little brat. He, a distinguished soul master on the brink of graduation and soon to enter the soul sovereign realm, would feel utterly humiliated if a mere child were to bring him down." Initially, he had no intention of employing soul skills against this child, but now, he had changed his mind. Liang sneered. Although the previous kick had caused him some injury, it was not enough to diminish his combat prowess. Furthermore, he still had soul skills at his disposal. He had merely thought it unnecessary until now. Who would have known this child possessed some skill? "Eagle doppelganger!" Liang shouted, and 2 yellow soul rings promptly illuminated, summoning a formidable gray eagle behind him. He then began to sway rapidly from side to side, akin to a bizarre dance of lateral jumps, creating numerous illusory images of himself. Was this truly incomprehensible? Wang Feng thought, "Are you jesting with me? Little brat, are your eyes deceiving you?" "Ha!" Liang's voice emerged from the phantoms, laced with arrogance. "Xiao Mie, be cautious!" Lingren shouted. "This soul skill is quite peculiar and difficult to defend against. When he strikes, you must exercise utmost caution." After speaking, Lingren's expression darkened. He could not discern the movements of the young man as he darted from side to side. "It left me dizzy." Lao He, observing Liang's figure, felt a wave of confusion. What sort of soul skill was this, designed to disrupt the enemy's vision? It should be fatal. Si Rong nodded, gazing at Liang, who was incessantly moving in circles. But just then, Liang made his move. As he did, he approached Wang Feng in a curving arc, surrounded by a multitude of phantoms, making it impossible to pinpoint his true form. Subsequently, Liang began to spin around Wang Feng, seemingly intent on disorienting him. While the surrounding illusions multiplied, "This is troublesome," Lingren thought to himself. "It's no wonder I feel completely disoriented." Lao He shook his head. Xiao Mie's physical prowess undoubtedly stems from rigorous training. Although he narrowly evaded a strike moments ago, he remains fundamentally an auxiliary spirit master rather than a battle spirit master. Once he employs his spirit skills, resisting them becomes exceedingly difficult. Spirit skills delineate the boundaries among various spirit masters. Wang Feng stood still, observing the rapidly spinning Liang, and couldn't help but chuckle. His previous kick had required minimal force. He merely leveraged the momentum to send this fellow flying. To his surprise, this level 30 battle spirit master had quite the resilience, albeit with a flair for the dramatic. At that moment, amidst a myriad of shadows, a figure suddenly surged forth, almost as if concealed in speed, and from behind, it enveloped Wang Feng. "Behold my newly conceived spirit skill, skyward heave," Liang bellowed, fiercely hoisting Wang Feng while spinning wildly and leaping dozens of meters into the air. This sight caused Si Rong and her companions to gasp in astonishment. The cunning nature of Li Ying's 2 spirit skills was remarkable. Lingren felt a tightness in her chest. She quickly employed Eagle Doppelganger to obscure the enemy's vision and sensory perception, seizing this opportunity to unleash her second spirit skill. This skyward heave was evidently intended to lift Xiao Mie into the air and then bring him crashing down. Observe how Li Ying's hands resembled claws and his feet locked, akin to a falcon ensnaring its prey while soaring through the sky, spinning at great speed, rendering Xiao Mie utterly immobile. Ling Run, also an agile battle spirit master, discerned the underlying secrets of the spirit skill at a glance. Upon hearing her analysis, Si Rong and Lao He were momentarily taken aback. How formidable! This technique could likely lift even someone of Lao He's stature. Si Rong furrowed her brow deeply. They had already ascended nearly 20 meters. Falling from such a height, even a level 30 battle spirit master, regardless of their physical condition, would surely be left disoriented. Are you afraid, kid? Li Ying taunted, binding Wang Feng completely. Terribly afraid, but wait, you needn't fear either. Humph, what do I have to fear? Li Ying scoffed. At this juncture, he had already leaped to a great height, and the two of them were plummeting swiftly. Farewell, kid. Li Ying smirked mockingly, intending to release Wang Feng and float away. However, as soon as he loosened his grip, he realized he was still descending. A sudden realization struck Li Ying, and his expression shifted dramatically. You little rascal, let go. Indeed, Wang Feng had unexpectedly ensnared Li Ying's limbs. Let go. Wang Feng laughed heartily. This skyward heave is quite intriguing. How could I not personally experience a spirit skill of my own creation? Chapter 48. You truly are a talent. The two plummeted rapidly. Li Ying, however, was now in a state of panic. Falling at such a rate, he was neither made of bronze nor iron, nor was he a defense-oriented spirit master. Wouldn't he be utterly ruined upon impact? Let go. Li Ying shouted in anger. Not a chance. Let go, and I can ensure your safe landing. Li Ying grew increasingly frantic. No way. The earth is our mother. Let us together embrace her warm embrace. Please, I beg you, let go. Li Ying trembled in desperation. The howling wind swept past my ears, and this little imp, I know not from where he derived such strength, bound my hands and feet tightly. Calling for my father was futile. With a thunderous crash, in the gaze of the three, within mere seconds, the two descended almost simultaneously to the ground, sending a shockwave rippling through the air. Ah, could it be that this technique, akin to a soul skill of mutual destruction, was employed? Ling Ren was instantly taken aback. How could they have fallen together? They had not witnessed the scene. Quick, let us see. Si Rong urged. Little Mia might be injured. The three hastened towards the point of their descent, only to be left in stunned silence upon their arrival. There stood the child in the black robe, shaking off the dust from his garments, and upon seeing the three, he grinned widely. You all have arrived? The trio scrutinized Wang Feng in astonishment. Si Rong swallowed hard and inquired, are you unharmed? After falling from such a height, even Lao He would be left dizzy and spitting blood. How is it that you appear entirely unscathed? Unscathed? What could possibly be wrong with me? Wang Feng chuckled lightly. At this, the three exchanged glances, momentarily rendered speechless. But where is that fellow? Lao He asked. Wang Feng, as if recalling something, promptly leaped from the small crater left by the fall, pointing into the pit where Li Ying lay. See, he is right here. The trio gasped in shock. In stark contrast to the unblemished Wang Feng, Li Ying looked utterly wretched. His eyes rolled back, blood oozing from his mouth. He lay there like a lifeless fish. When we fell, I used him as a cushion, Wang Feng said with a smile. In truth, they had plummeted together. However, Wang Feng's physical prowess was extraordinary. Even from a height of nearly 20 meters, he emerged unscathed. Li Ying, on the other hand, was in dire straits, likely suffering severe injuries, with several ribs broken. The three suddenly understood. Ah, so that's why he didn't release you. Ling Ren remarked curiously. Could this ascent into the clouds truly be a soul skill of mutual destruction? When Li Ying had leapt with Wang Feng, and during their fall, both were spinning at high speed. The three had been unable to discern the details, nor did they hear any dialogue exchanged between the two. Who knows? Wang Feng shrugged. He didn't mention it. Perhaps it is his new soul skill? He likely is yet to master it, or else he wouldn't have ended up being my cushion. That makes sense, Lao He replied. New soul skills usually require time to acclimate. Such an attack technique is exceedingly perilous. He cast a mocking glance at Li Ying, giving him a light kick. Are you not foolish? To attempt a soul skill you are not proficient in, to be used as a cushion? It is evident that after launching the enemy into the air, one ought to retreat, yet you foolishly followed them down. Li Ying spat another mouthful of blood, pointing at Wang Junlin, unable to utter a single word. He was not inexperienced. He had been bound by this little brat. There had been no opportunity to retreat. They had indeed fallen together. Yet how was it that this imp remained utterly unscathed? Hurry, check if he has any golden soul coins on him. Wang Feng urged the three, or else this trip would truly be in vain. Naturally, after defeating a monster, one must loot the corpse. It is a commendable tradition. All right, I shall go first. Lao He, seemingly experienced, began to rummage through Li Ying's belongings with his rough hands. Before long, he extracted a small pouch. It should contain dozens of golden soul coins, which is a decent haul. However, upon opening the pouch, Lao He's expression darkened immediately. How could it be filled with only silver soul coins? Just a few golden ones? How impoverished. Lao He grumbled, spitting in frustration. Li Ying's lips twitched in response. Wang Feng mused that a person who hunts soul beasts is either exceptionally powerful or lacking in social connections and wealth, unable to find assistance, which leads them to resort to such despicable acts. Quite normal, indeed. Lao hey, let me search a bit. Wang Feng cast a glance at Li Ying and approached, extending his hand to feel around. Soon, he uncovered a white circular object resembling a ring. What is this? Wang Feng exclaimed, astonished. Is it possible this fellow has gotten married? With his appearance, who would ever marry him? Upon seeing the ring, Li Ying suddenly struggled violently. But his body merely twitched. No amount of effort was effective. So agitated, could it be a token of love? Wang Feng pondered. At that moment, Sirong spoke in a serious tone. Xiaomia, this is not merely a ring. It appears to be a soul guidance device. I never expected this fellow to possess such a precious soul guidance device. Upon hearing the term soul guidance device, Wang Feng was momentarily taken aback. He was certainly familiar with it. Xiao Sen owned a renowned soul guidance device, the 24 Bridges on a Moonlit Night. It contained 24 cubic units, a true artifact for spatial storage. It was quite fashionable to carry around, a gift from a master. A soul guidance device. Could it be that this fellow has hidden treasures within? Ling Ren exclaimed with excitement. As the three had depleted their soul power, Wang Feng directly activated his soul energy to explore the ring. However, upon investigation, he moved his hand, and several woven books suddenly appeared in his grasp. Nothing of use. Just these few books, Wang Feng lamented. Truly a miser. This soul guidance device was likely a fortunate find rather than something he could afford to purchase. The ring was not large, only 2 or 3 cubic units, significantly smaller than Xiao San's. Yet, Wang Feng found it intriguing and quite useful for storing miscellaneous items, making travel much more convenient. Books? What kind of books? Si Rong inquired curiously. Upon glancing at them, her face turned crimson as she scolded Li Ying, lecherous little man. Wang Feng, Ling Ren, and Lao He were taken aback, each reacting differently to the sight of the books. Lao He's face flushed with embarrassment, while Wang Feng and Ling Ren were thoroughly entertained, for the books were unmistakably of an adult nature. How absurd. You dare to use such a precious soul-guiding device for this purpose? Wang Feng laughed heartily at Li Ying, who had been exposed. You truly are a remarkable talent. Chapter 49, a year later. Transformation. The other two companions joined in laughter. All right, let us proceed. Si Rong commanded. Let us not waste any more time. Xiaomia, you have contributed the most on this journey, so we shall not withhold your reward. This soul-guiding device is yours. This decision was made after careful consideration by Si Rong. Wang Feng, recognizing the value of fostering a relationship with someone possessing such extraordinary physical prowess, accepted the offering without hesitation. Acquiring a soul-guiding device for storage was indeed a significant gain. He tossed a few books to Li Ying, stating, Since this is your treasure, we shall not take what belongs to you. Here, it's yours again. Outside the soul-hunting forest, a myriad of individuals from various backgrounds, including soul masters from major cities in the Fasnuo province, gathered, draped in a long robe and wearing a mask. Wang Feng felt no concern that Li Ying would recognize him. Even Si Rong and her companions likely had no idea from which city he hailed. The expedition had yielded substantial rewards, affirming that engaging in combat with others or hunting soul beasts alone proved beneficial. Wang Feng pondered the iron ring in his possession, curious about its material. The soul-guiding device was akin to carrying 2 or 3 suitcases, offering convenience in storing items, marking it as the most significant acquisition of this journey. A cunning idea suddenly struck him. He could hunt soul beasts independently, keeping an eye out for anyone attempting to seize his soul ring. If someone dared to appear, he could let them attempt it, and then justify robbing them. What a splendid method for amassing wealth. Yet, he shook his head, deeming it too shameless. Engaging in such antics repeatedly could attract unwanted attention. After a period of contemplation, Wang Feng began to meditate and cultivate, feeling that he had reached level 16 by the following morning. His progress had accelerated significantly. It seemed that his days ahead would be filled with both fulfillment and monotony. Thus, Wang Feng adhered to a structured routine, attending classes to learn about the continent's foundational knowledge, and battling soul beasts in the soul-hunting forest. Occasionally, he would visit Master to chat with Xiao San and Xiao Wu, sharing meals and exchanging various theoretical insights. However, Xiao San, Xiao Wu, and Master were unaware that Wang Feng ventured into the soul-hunting forest nearly every day. His afternoons were free, as Xiao San worked part-time, and they only gathered occasionally, each occupied with their own affairs. Mornings were reserved for study, afternoons for hunting soul beasts, and evenings for meditation and cultivation. Due to his near-daily encounters with soul beasts, Wang Feng gained an in-depth understanding of the various creatures within the soul-hunting forest, learning their characteristics, behaviors, and weaknesses, even surpassing the knowledge of many mentors. His battles not only enhanced his combat skills, but also accelerated his cultivation speed. In fact, Wang Feng's thoughts aligned closely with this notion. Maintaining a high-intensity combat state can indeed accelerate the cultivation speed of one's soul power. Each night during his training, he engages in contemplative meditation concerning the pathways of soul power within his body. In the eyes of Xiao San, this is somewhat akin to the internal energy routes. Previously, he adhered strictly to the meditation techniques prescribed by the Academy. However, after a prolonged period of practice, Wang Feng found these methods to be somewhat tedious. Consequently, he ventured to modify these pathways with caution, as he had become well acquainted with them through daily practice. Yet, such alterations carry inherent risks. As the Academy's mentors had warned against hasty modifications to meditation techniques, lest one fall into a state akin to madness. Nevertheless, Wang Feng remained undeterred. Emboldened by the protection of Meteor tears, and gradually refined the Academy's meditation approach, eliminating many of the lengthy and cumbersome routes, thus enhancing efficiency and significantly accelerating the speed of his soul power cultivation. Of course, there were moments along the way when he experienced bouts of uncontrollable energy, feeling as though he might burst apart, yet these episodes were quelled by Meteor tears. Despite these challenges, the transition from level 16 to 17 took merely over 10 days, while the journey from 17 to 18 required nearly 2 months, and the ascent from 18 to 19 extended over 4 months. It was not until the end of the semester that Wang Feng realized he was on the cusp of reaching level 20. The path he had chosen, compressing and purifying his soul power, made him ponder whether he could attain level 30 within the remaining 5 years. Modifying his meditation techniques and engaging in battles with soul beasts had undeniably accelerated his progress, yet the actual pace exceeded even his expectations. The benefits, as Wang Feng had anticipated, were profound. His soul power was remarkably resilient, even in comparison to that of soul masters at level 30. For the assessment of his soul power level, Wang Feng clandestinely selected a nearby city and concealed his identity. Armed with the mysterious token bestowed upon him by the enigmatic youth, he possessed the authority to conduct his own evaluation. Thus, Xiao San and the others remained oblivious to the true extent of his soul power level. In truth, as long as he was not undergoing an assessment for advancing his soul master rank, but merely a level evaluation, he did not need to reveal his soul rings. Furthermore, he could freely choose any nearby city's spirit hall for the evaluation, and the previous Bishop Jekko would not even notice him, let alone the higher-ups. Indeed, even without formal assessment, Wang Feng could estimate his soul power level. He simply wished to experiment with the token granted by the mysterious youth at the spirit hall. It was evident that the privileges associated with this token surpassed Wang Feng's expectations. Most of the lower-tier spirit halls treated this token with great reverence, allowing him to claim approximately 10 gold soul coins monthly, a considerable sum. However, Wang Feng refrained from collecting these coins, using the token solely to disguise himself for the purpose of testing his level at the spirit hall. He had to admit that he discovered a surprising talent for disguise. Perhaps influenced by his past life, he possesses a considerable understanding of one of the 4 infamous arts of Asia at that time, the art of disguise. His transformations could deceive even a third party, leaving Wang Feng quite pleased with himself. Coupled with this token, Wang Feng was confident that even the esteemed Bishop Jekko and that enigmatic youth would remain oblivious to his situation. However, within the higher echelons of the Martial Soul Subpalace and the even more prestigious Martial Soul Main Palace, while the token still held some value, its authority diminished significantly. Through prolonged battles in the soul-hunting forest, Wang Feng had forged a profound connection with Si Rong and her companions. This trio belonged to a mercenary-like organization, as their unremarkable talents had prevented them from entering advanced soul master academies for further studies. They had transitioned directly into society after graduation, taking on the perilous task of hunting soul beasts for work and golden soul coins. Such teams were common, often hired by the offspring of noble families to hunt soul beasts. Wang Feng had temporarily joined them, venturing alone into the soul-hunting forest to engage in battles with soul beasts whenever Si Rong and her companions were otherwise occupied. When the opportunity arose, they would act together. By the end of the semester, through his efforts in hunting soul beasts, Wang Feng had amassed over 100 golden soul coins, a substantial sum. It is worth noting that in the Douluo Continent, a single golden soul coin could sustain an ordinary family for several months. Wang Feng estimated its purchasing power to be equivalent to around 10,000 Chinese yuan. Therefore, 100 coins equated to over 1,000,000 yuan. In contrast, during his time in Holy Soul Village, he had slowly accumulated just a handful of golden soul coins over several years. Simultaneously, Wang Feng procured special refined iron from a nearby blacksmith's shop, crafting a set of weighted attire weighing approximately 400 pounds for his daily training. This refined iron was exceedingly valuable and remarkably lightweight. Even a piece the size of a thumb was incredibly heavy. Although the armor did not significantly alter his appearance, it was indeed burdensome. Moreover, donning such weighted gear had its advantages, as it could enhance the speed of soul power cultivation, a discovery Wang Feng made after becoming accustomed to it. The weighted armor demanded precise control of soul power. Failure to do so could lead to substantial repercussions. With over 400 pounds of weight, even a casual step could leave an indentation on the ground. Thus, to manage his body's weight effectively, he had to utilize soul power, enabling him to walk normally. The constant engagement of soul power required intense focus, naturally accelerating his cultivation speed. Furthermore, wearing this gear meant that every moment of eating and drinking necessitated the application of soul power to control his body. A moment's lapse in concentration could result in severe injuries to others if he inadvertently collided with them. However, such a burden was not something an ordinary soul master could endure. Without Wang Feng's exceptional physical constitution, enduring the daily weight of 400 pounds would have likely resulted in various bodily injuries long ago. Thus, time passed, and after more than half a year, the first semester came to an end. Chapter 50. Are you trying to set me up? At the gate of Nodding City. After more than half a year, Tang San and Xiao Wu had both grown considerably taller. Tang San appeared more robust, likely a result of his daily training. A look of determination graced his face. Beside him, Xiao Wu was curiously glancing around, seemingly intrigued about the whereabouts of the Holy Spirit village that Tang San had mentioned. All right, Wang Feng nodded, casting a glance at Xiao Wu. Though still clad in the Nodding Academy uniform, like Tang San, she too had grown taller. However, compared to him, they were still a head shorter. Ah, that fellow Xiao Qinyu has already moved on to the Intermediate Academy. I wonder how dull it will be for him in the coming years. Xiao Wu pouted, adding, fortunately, I still have you, little San, to keep me company. Brother Feng is too formidable. I don't want to find myself in an uncomfortable position. The trio set off along the path toward the Holy Spirit village, chatting amiably as they walked. The primary academy was sparsely populated, and after Xiao Qinyu's departure, there was hardly anyone capable of matching Xiao Wu. Only Tang San consistently practiced with her. Wang Feng seldom participated, as he needed to significantly suppress his own abilities during their sparring sessions. Most of the time, he was either immersed in the forest of soul beasts or delving into meditation and cultivation methods. Brother Feng, your soul power hasn't diminished, has it? Tang San suddenly inquired. Over the past year, we've exchanged blows a few times, and I feel your strength has indeed remained intact. I wonder if your soul power has declined. It was evident that Tang San was still concerned about Wang Feng's 1,000-year soul ring, despite Wang Feng having assured him that it would have no adverse effects. Indeed, Little San has also shared his teacher's analysis with me, Xiao Wu chimed in. Brother Feng, both Little San and I have made significant strides in our soul power. She was now aware of the 1,000-year soul ring matter, though among the students, only the two of them knew. Xiao Qinyu was aware of Wang Feng's possession of a 1,000-year soul ring, yet the master's analysis was clearly beyond his comprehension. Xiao Wu giggled, raising her chin. We haven't fought in months. Little San should be at level 16, and I'm nearly at level 17. My soul power hasn't declined. Wang Feng replied, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, Tang San felt a wave of relief wash over him. It meant that the side effects associated with the 1,000-year soul ring were perhaps not as severe for Brother Feng as the master had surmised. Hee. Then we might surpass Brother Feng. You should still be at level 15, right? Xiao Wu exclaimed, shaking her fist. Next time, Little San and I will definitely defeat you. At her words, Wang Feng suddenly felt a sense of disorientation. For the past half year, he had been immersed in combat training and various studies, neglecting to notice the advancements in their soul power. Although he lamented that his own cultivation speed was exceedingly slow due to the compression of his soul power, it seemed that even at this slow pace, he was progressing far more rapidly than the majority of others. I eagerly anticipate that, Wang Feng replied with a smile. At this juncture, he glanced at Tang San, faintly recalling that in the original narrative, Tang San's father had departed that year, and he and Xiao Wu had established a formal sibling bond. Wang Feng gazed into the distance at the wisps of smoke rising from a quaint village, his expression suddenly becoming somewhat ethereal. Holy Spirit Village. Ah, Xiao San, your village appears quite delightful. In the afternoon, the trio finally arrived at the entrance of Shenghan Village. It seems that the passage of a year has brought little change to this quaint village. The waters of the central stone pillar fountain at the village gate remain crystal clear. Occasionally, a few villagers return home, carrying various cooking utensils, accompanied by a handful of mischievous children chattering animatedly. What is that stone pillar in the middle? There are handprints on it, Xiao Wu inquired, bouncing over to inspect it. It is the masterpiece of Feng Ge. A few years ago, our Shenghan village was still quite desolate, lacking the clean stone pathways and beautiful fountain gardens we have now. Tang San explained with a smile as he approached. At that moment, familiar voices echoed from a distance, and the aged yet familiar figure of old Jack appeared. After a year apart, Wang Feng noticed more wrinkles adorning Grandpa Jack's face, a testament to the passage of time. Wang Feng approached and assisted Old Jack. You children, truly. Such a long journey. Old Jack exclaimed. Suddenly, he turned to Xiao San, hesitating momentarily before saying, Xiao San, your father. Tang San, filled with excitement, interjected and, along with Xiao Wu, headed toward the blacksmith shop. Although Xiao Wu initially wished to learn more about the story behind the stone pillar, she followed Tang San. Sensing his unusual enthusiasm, Uncle Hao must have left, right? Wang Feng suddenly remarked. Yes, he has. How do you know? Old Jack replied, his tone tinged with frustration. That scoundrel Tang Hao, so irresponsible. After handing me the letter, he left without a thought for Tang San's feelings. I shall deliver the letter to Tang San, he said. Entering the shop to hand the letter to Tang San, Wang Feng mused that Uncle Hao must have visited Xiao San, but knowing Uncle Hao's character, it was unlikely he would meet him face to face. He probably watched from some hidden corner. As he entered, he saw Tang San's downcast expression and said, Xiao San. In truth, Uncle Hao has been to Nodding City to see you. Stunned, Tang San replied, Really? Wang Feng chuckled. Indeed, I happened to see him several times. He came to observe you discreetly. Sometimes it was while you were working, other times during your classes. So, you need not feel sorrowful. Uncle Hao cares deeply. But perhaps for reasons of his own, he prefers not to meet you. Hearing this, Tang San's eyes glistened with unshed tears. I understand now. Thank you, Fengge. Wang Feng waved his hand dismissively and assisted Old Jack as they exited together. As Wang Feng strolled through the village, most households presented small gifts, completing their tasks. He then arrived at the familiar little grove he had missed. Though only a year had passed, he felt a surreal sense of detachment, as if a dream had separated him from this place. This grove held countless memories, filled with the tears he had shed. He caressed the familiar grand trees and the various marks of traps left upon them, treading upon the creaking branches and grass beneath his feet. Wang Feng snapped a strand of blue-silver grass, placed it between his lips, and savored it for a moment before letting out a deep sigh. This truly is the place where dreams commence. Moments later, he abruptly halted, his gaze fixated ahead. A series of coarse yet familiar chirps evoked within him a sensation akin to transcending time. In the distance, a small bluebird lay on the ground, trembling and smeared with blood. Though termed small, it was, in fact, quite sizable, at least half the size of Wang Feng himself. However, wait a moment. Why does this scene feel so familiar? Wang Feng stared at the bluebird, astonished. Could it be that you are the little bird I rescued over a year ago? Why do you appear so gravely injured once more? Are you trying to provoke me? Chapter 51, once again depleted. This scene was all too familiar to Wang Feng. Over a year prior, after awakening his blue lotus martial spirit and discovering its first form, he had encountered this very bird, which had also seemed gravely wounded at the time. Yet, compared to then, this little bluebird had grown significantly larger. Nonetheless, Wang Feng distinctly remembered that, despite its size increase, its overall outline had not changed drastically. Now, a year later, with a sense of nostalgia, he ventured into the grove, only to unexpectedly encounter the same bluebird again. The bird turned its head to look at Wang Feng, seemingly taken aback, before weakly chirping a few notes. Wang Feng approached, examining the bluebird, which was now more accurately described as a larger bluebird. Compared to a year ago, its size had indeed increased, its feathers were more vibrant and sleek, and a long fleshy crest had sprouted atop its head, resembling a peculiar pouch, albeit somewhat unsightly. Yet, it was undoubtedly the bird he had saved. However, its injuries were severe. The marks of your wounds suggest they were inflicted by a spirit beast, Wang Feng observed, furrowing his brow. With his year of experience battling various spirit beasts, he could discern at a glance that the bird's injuries were caused by such a creature. What would a small bird like you be doing in a conflict with a spirit beast, especially when there are no spirit beasts in the vicinity? Wang Feng pondered, perplexed. A common little bird, under normal circumstances, would succumb to even the weakest spirit beast in a single bite. Could it be that you provoked a spirit beast? Upon closer inspection, Wang Feng chuckled. Ah, it must have been injured by a spirit eagle around 700 years old. Quite audacious. Eagles as spirit beasts were typically ferocious, particularly those that soared through the skies, presenting significant challenges for spirit masters. Unless one possessed long-range capabilities or was an exceptionally advanced spirit master capable of flight, confronting them could be exceedingly difficult. The little bird emitted a few pitiful chirps, seemingly feeling aggrieved. Could it be that you too have transformed into a spirit beast? Wang Feng mused, contemplating the surprisingly large bluebird before him. How could an ordinary bird grow so much in just a year? Have you perhaps encountered some extraordinary fortune? His imagination ran wild with possibilities. In his heart, he wondered if this little bird had somehow gained an extraordinary ability, or if it had transformed into a bird from a human. As this thought crossed his mind, Wang Feng could not help but chuckle, amused by his own fanciful notions. He gently patted the bird and remarked, "If that were the case, my friend, you truly have it rough." However, after this moment of lightheartedness, Wang Feng suddenly fell silent, a hint of loneliness shadowing his face. He found himself reminiscing about his past life. In this solitary world, the silence was palpable. The little bird gazed at Wang Feng, utterly bewildered, not comprehending his words. "No need to chirp. I cannot understand your language." He waved his hand dismissively. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed. "Well, it seems we are fated to meet. After all, I am no longer the same person I was a year ago. Saving you, an ordinary little bird, should not pose much of a challenge." As he spoke, Wang Feng unleashed the power of his first form of the golden lotus martial spirit, channeling its energy into the bird. In an instant, a brilliant golden light enveloped the little creature. Bathed in this radiant glow, the blue bird chirped excitedly, its injuries visibly mending at an astonishing pace. Over the past year, Wang Feng had rarely utilized the other abilities of the golden lotus. Its extraordinary healing power required immense energy. Even when his companions suffered injuries, he merely used ordinary ointments, refraining from employing his skills. Yet, at this moment, he felt no reservations, as this was merely a little bird, oblivious to everything. As he exerted himself fully, he sensed his soul power surging forth like a torrent. Wang Feng murmured, astonished by the rapid depletion of his energy. A year ago, despite having abundant soul power due to the Meteor tears, he had since painstakingly cultivated and compressed his energy, now nearing level 20, far more robust than it had been a year prior. In the past, healing several critically injured creatures like this little bird would have posed no challenge. Could it be that this bird had also grown stronger? Wang Feng furrowed his brow, continuing until his soul power dwindled to a mere fraction. At last, the little bird was fully restored, but he felt drained. He grimaced, wondering if such healing truly consumed so much energy. Fortunately, he still had a few drops left. With a flutter, the blue bird soared into the air, circling above Wang Feng, emitting joyful chirps. "You truly are a mischievous little sprite," he mused, gazing at the bird with an inexplicable fondness. It was rare to feel such a connection with a creature so small. "All right, off you go. Try not to get hurt again." He waved goodbye to the blue bird as he leisurely departed. Even as he walked away, he could still hear its reluctant chirping in the distance. Unbeknownst to Wang Feng, shortly after his departure, the appearance of the bird began to undergo even more dramatic changes. After lingering in the woods for a while, dusk began to settle. Before long, Wang Feng emerged from the woods. "Brother Feng, you've arrived. Just in time to witness something for me." Not far up the mountain stood Tang San and Xiao Wu. "What is it that you wish to witness?" Wang Feng inquired as he approached, a thought stirring within him. "I want Xiao Wu to be my sister," Tang San declared solemnly. "I desire another family member. Brother Feng, my father has passed away, and you are the person I am closest to in Holy Soul Village. You understand me better than anyone else. I would like to ask you to witness this." Wang Feng glanced at the two. Sensing they must have arrived earlier and already discussed this matter, their expressions somewhat solemn, with a hint of special emotion in their eyes. "No problem." Wang Feng seemed to have an idea and said earnestly, "Then I shall be your witness. Now, I need to ask you both two questions." The two were taken aback, but nodded. Wang Feng chuckled lightly, cleared his throat, and first turned to Tang San, asking, "Little San, do you wish to become Xiao Wu's brother, from this day forth and for all eternity, through both prosperity and adversity, wealth and poverty, health and sickness, joy and sorrow, to cherish and protect her until the end of time?" Upon hearing this, both were momentarily stunned, having never encountered such a unique declaration before. "I do," Tang San replied, his expression resolute. Wang Feng nodded slightly, and then turned to Xiao Wu, asking similarly, "Xiao Wu, do you wish to become Tang San's sister? From this day forth and for all eternity, through both prosperity and adversity, wealth and poverty, health and sickness, joy and sorrow, to cherish and protect him until the end of time?" Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback by the words, but she replied earnestly, "I do." With a clap of his hands, Wang Feng exclaimed, "Excellent. From this moment on, you are no longer just friends, you are siblings." Upon hearing this, the depth of the declaration struck them, and they instinctively grasped each other's hands, gazing into the distant sky. Wang Feng observed their silhouettes, also looking into the distance. A year had passed just like that. Chapter 52. Unfortunately, you shall never know. Months later, deep within the hunting soul forest, a figure deftly maneuvered through the trees, moving with remarkable agility. When landing upon a branch, it barely caused a tremor, making no sound whatsoever. As the figure leaped, it appeared to be scouting the surroundings. Moments later, the figure appeared among a group in a clearing ahead. There were no large soul beasts nearby, approximately 2,000 meters ahead. A 1,000-year-old golden squirrel could be seen. The figure that descended was none other than Ling Ren. Having spoken, Ling Ren turned to his teammates, Wang Feng, Si Rong, and Lao He. Further back was their employer, a noble lady, accompanied by one of her attendants. The noble lady, named Lin Shan, hailed from the main city of the Fasnuo province and was currently at level 30. She had hired their team to venture into the hunting soul forest to hunt a 1,000-year soul beast, offering a handsome reward of 50 gold soul coins for each member. A golden squirrel? Wang Feng furrowed his brow slightly. This type of soul beast was extremely sensitive to smell, and at a distance of 2,000 meters. It might have already detected their presence. Wang Feng, clad in a black robe and still donning his mask, spoke with a slightly chilling tone. At this moment, he had reached level 20. However, since attaining this milestone, Wang Feng had spent several days in the soul hunting forest, searching alone for a suitable soul beast to acquire his second soul ring. Regrettably, he had yet to find a beast that truly piqued his interest. Thus, he decided to pause his search and join Si Rong and the others to undertake a commission task, taking a breather. With the presence of the golden squirrel, there was a significant risk of being attacked by soul beasts during the night. Wang Feng continued, noting that they were deep within the forest, and it was uncertain whether more powerful soul beasts might approach. He suggested they temporarily vacate the deeper areas and set up camp outside for the night. Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, Si Rong nodded thoughtfully, casting an additional glance in his direction. Over the past year, this young boy had matured considerably. Although he never disclosed his true age, Si Rong sometimes felt that Xiao Mia must be at least 15 or 16, often exhibiting greater vigilance and intelligence than herself. The more time they spent together, the more she sensed this. Of course, Si Rong remained unaware that Wang Feng was merely a little over 7 years old. At that moment, the noble lady Lin Shan, behind them, spoke up with a somewhat sharp voice. Upon hearing her, Wang Feng frowned slightly, directing his gaze toward Lin Shan and her attendant, who wore a long black cloak that concealed their figure. This noble lady was quite generous, offering 50 gold soul coins for each 1,000-year soul beast slain. Had it not been for their team's notable reputation, they might not have been able to accept this commission. After a year of battles, Si Rong, Old He, and Ling Ren had all reached around level 32. With Si Rong achieving level 33. They each possessed a third soul ring. However, Wang Feng intended to find his own soul ring independently and would not be joining the others in that regard. Nevertheless, the monetary reward for this commission was substantial, and since he had yet to find a suitable soul beast, Wang Feng agreed to take on this task with Si Rong and the others. She was the benefactor, after all. Si Rong glanced at the sky and, not wanting to waste time exiting the depths of the soul hunting forest at this hour, agreed. Very well, Wang Feng nodded. Thus, the four of them set up camp in place, consuming the prepared rations. Xiaomia, you should be nearing level 20, right? Old He inquired quietly while munching on the dry cakes. When the time comes, we'll assist you in hunting a soul beast. Given your formidable strength, I believe you could withstand a soul ring of nearly 2,000 years. Wang Feng chuckled lightly, replying, we'll see when the time comes. The three were still unaware that Wang Feng had already reached level 20. All right then. By the way, Old He, what do you think of Lin Shan's old servant? How strong do you reckon they are? Wang Feng casually asked. They should be about our level. Old He shook his head. Why concern ourselves with that? Our employer is this noble lady. Wang Feng smiled, though he felt a peculiar sense of unease. There was something somewhat enigmatic about the noble lady Lin Shan and her old servant. Yet, Wang Feng could not articulate why. He speculated that the servant beside Lin Shan might possess strength surpassing that of Si Rong and the others, possibly around level 40. Yet, strangely enough, if this old servant possesses over 40 levels, it stands to reason that there would be no need to employ them for the hunting of soul beasts, let alone offer such a hefty sum of gold soul coins. Could it be for the sake of precaution? Over the past year, Wang Feng and Si Rong have indeed received numerous commissions for hunting soul beasts, including several from noble science. Even with the presence of servants, none have been quite like this. A soul master of over 40 levels should possess the capability to slay 1,000-year soul beasts, not to mention those of 3 or 4,000 years. However, if it is for the sake of caution, it does make some sense. With lingering doubts, Wang Feng stepped into the tent that had been set up and began to meditate. Although his soul power had reached a bottleneck, rendering any further enhancement impossible, this had seemingly become a habit. The moon hung high in the sky, casting its serene light over the tranquil night. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the silence. The moment the sound erupted, Wang Feng's eyes flew open, and he dashed outside with haste. Outside the tent, two figures lay on the ground, the source of the anguished cries emanating from their lips, Old He and Ling Ren. Upon seeing them, Wang Feng's pupils constricted. Both appeared to have their hands severed by some sharp weapon, and more peculiarly, they seemed to have just awakened from slumber, their faces etched with confusion and terror. Beside them stood an old servant and the noblewoman Lin Shan. Behind Lin Shan, Rong was bound, seemingly just roused from sleep, her face a portrait of fear, oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Was it you? Wang Feng felt a fiery rage igniting within him, akin to a volcano ready to erupt, his chest heaving with tumultuous breaths. Teacher Mo, how is it that you seem unaffected by my soul technique? It's impossible. No one can be immune to my nightmare. Yet, if he was not asleep, my nightmare would have no effect. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan sighed, looking at Wang Feng with a hint of exasperation. Kid, you are extraordinarily lucky, aren't you? You managed to stay awake. Wang Feng cast a cold glare at the two, moving closer to Old He and Ling Run, observing their agonized expressions. Cursing himself for his foolishness, he sensed something amiss with the two and realized he should have terminated the commission at the outset. Wang Feng withdrew the dagger from beside Ling Ren and rose, his gaze icy as he regarded Lin Shan and the old servant. A murderous intent fueled by anger beginning to spread within him. Quickly escape. He is a soul master with 4 soul rings. Furthermore, his soul technique is exceedingly strange. I was merely dozing while keeping watch, and he stealthily severed my hands. Ling Ren managed to stammer before succumbing to unconsciousness. After more than a year of battling and accepting numerous commissions, they had not anticipated falling into such a trap today. Run. Old He's pupils dilated in shock before he too fainted. Wang Feng tightened his grip, contemplating the use of the golden lotus, which possessed healing capabilities and could certainly remedy the condition of the two. However, doing so would place him in a perilous state of depleted soul power. Kid, you wouldn't dare make a move against us, would you? Lin Shan watched as Wang Feng picked up the dagger, unable to suppress a laugh. Stop struggling. As a support spirit master, no matter how strong you are, you could never hope to defeat Teacher Mo. Come with us willingly. Upon finishing her words, a powerful aura suddenly emanated from the old servant beside her. 4 soul rings rose from beneath the servant's feet. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple. Xiaomia, escape now. These two 1T take our lives for the time being. They probably intend to use us to feed their soul beasts. Rong shouted from behind. You go ahead. If he dares to pursue, he 1T be able to pay us any mind. Upon hearing this, they recalled a tale from a previous commission, where they had learned that certain nobles cultivated specific soul beasts in the soul hunting forest. After a long period of nurturing, they would eventually hunt them down. However, the cultivation cycle for soul beasts is extensive, and without special methods, it is nearly impossible to raise them. Eventually, a practice began to circulate among some noble circles, where low-level spirit masters were used to feed soul beasts, allowing them to break through to specific ages. At that time, the 4 had found this notion somewhat absurd. Even Wang Feng felt a chill at the thought and had not given it much consideration. Yet now, they found themselves in such a predicament. Humph. What does it matter that you know? Lin Shan sneered. I have chosen you from several teams because you 4 possess the strongest abilities, yet not to an outrageous degree, making it perfect for Huang's breakthrough. That boy, I advise you to stop resisting. If you ally with me, I can spare your life. The other 3 should be sufficient for Huang to reach 1,000 years. You are merely superfluous. Lin Shan looked at Wang Feng with a smile. Though her appearance was strikingly beautiful, inheriting the fine genes of a noble lineage, her lovely visage at that moment exuded a poisonous malice akin to a scorpion. After speaking, Lin Shan struck Rong on the neck, rendering her unconscious. Young man, do not think of fighting back, the old servant said indifferently. Do not think that you, a mere level 20 support spirit master, could withstand my intentions. Even a level 40 support spirit master would fall before me in a heartbeat. The lady is correct. If you ally with us, you might just save your life. Wang Feng let out a cold laugh. Lin Shan's words were mere bluster, devoid of sincerity. They were merely aimed at preventing his escape. Wang Feng remained silent as he summoned the golden lotus, radiating a gentle light that enveloped Ling Ren and Lao He, shielding them from excessive pain and blood loss, merely protecting their vital energies. In the blink of an eye, the blood flowing from their arms congealed, and their injuries healed remarkably quickly. Yet, they did not awaken, seemingly still in a state of unconsciousness. Seeing this, Lin Shan and the old servant's eyes widened in astonishment as they stared at Wang Feng in disbelief. Lin Shan, utterly shocked, gazed at him, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. Could it be you can heal injuries? And the effect is so remarkable. The old servant also looked at Wang Feng, equally astonished. He, a formidable soul master at over 40 ranks, had encountered several healers in his time, yet most could only mend minor wounds. The severity of a severed limb presented a challenge for swift recovery, nearly impossible. Yet, this young spirit's martial soul possessed the remarkable ability to heal such injuries? No. There was something even more extraordinary. Wang Feng gazed at the two, inhaling deeply, his expression devoid of emotion, his eyes filled solely with murderous intent. Unfortunately, they would never have the chance to discover this. Chapter 53, Second form, Crimson Lotus Incineration. Wang Feng's body trembled with rage as the violet soul ring slowly ascended from beneath his feet. He could not deny that he had underestimated this world. Countless soul beasts, martial souls, and soul skills existed that were beyond his imagination. Over the past year, his strength had steadily increased, and his combat skills against soul beasts had become increasingly proficient. With his hidden power, Wang Feng felt an exhilarating surge of confidence. After a smooth year and more, he had never anticipated that such an event would unfold today. Lao He, Ling Run, and Si Rong had fought side by side for over a year. Although he had not fully disclosed his capabilities to them, they had forged a profound bond. Throughout this time, Wang Feng learned that Lao He had a wife and a 5-year-old child who would soon awaken their martial soul. All his earnings were entrusted to his wife, and their family thrived in harmony. Ling Run, despite his flirtatious demeanor, had a childhood sweetheart studying at an advanced soul master academy in a northern city of the Tiando Empire with considerable talent. Most of his earnings were sent to her. Si Rong hailed from Balak City in the Balak Duchy of the Tiando Empire, originally a student at a prestigious soul master academy. Unfortunately, he had inadvertently crossed paths with a senior student of significant influence shortly after enrolling and was expelled. A scar marred his once handsome visage, and when expelled, Si Rong had not sought assistance from healers, as no one dared to help him. The lack of timely treatment rendered the scar nearly impossible to remove. After some wandering, he arrived in the Fasnuo province. Wang Feng was well aware of their circumstances and many past events. These tales often surfaced after battles when the trio lay in the grass of the soul-hunting forest, gazing at the sky, sharing stories in moments of exhaustion or self-deprecation. At this moment, Wang Feng could hardly fathom that in the blink of an eye, Ling Rin and Lao He had been deprived of their hands, incapacitated on the ground. Even if they were saved, their hands would be irreparably damaged. The only one relatively unharmed was Si Rong, evidently because she was a control-type soul master, and the others had deemed her unworthy of concern, merely binding her. I have indeed underestimated this world. Wang Feng's gaze grew colder as he observed the two before him. These three were living beings, his comrades over the past year. Despite his concealed strengths, he considered them friends. Perhaps he felt a sense of innate superiority, having traversed through realms and possessing knowledge of the tales within Douluo Continent. It seems as though I could comprehend everything. However, in reality, my recollection of the main characters in the story is quite vivid. Yet, when I truly immerse myself in this world, I find myself utterly oblivious to any figures and narratives beyond the protagonist, Tang San. Just like now, with the Soul Master across from me at over level 40. I know nothing about him, only that he has achieved this through his soul skills. A Millennium Soul Ring? How could that be possible, Mr. Imo? He is merely a support Soul Master, barely reaching level 20. How could he possibly possess a Millennium Soul Ring? Upon witnessing the soul rings adorning Wang Feng at this moment, Lin Shan was genuinely taken aback. A Millennium Soul Ring appearing on a Soul Master of over level 40 seemed perfectly reasonable, but how could it manifest on a mere level 20 Soul Master? Little brat. Who are you? The old servant inquired, frowning slightly. The first soul ring is a millennium. I have never encountered such an individual. However, what significance does this hold? In the instant the words fell, though seemingly dismissive, he suddenly took action. The old servant uttered a low command, and with a flick of his hand, a lamp-like martial spirit materialized before him. Yet, the flame burning at the center of this oil lamp was an eerie white. Is that so? Wang Feng scoffed coldly, feeling an immense surge of power coursing through his body with the enhancement of his soul power. The next moment, he charged directly at the old servant, his short sword spinning with a glimmering chill under the luminous moonlight. His speed was fleeting, almost ephemeral. What remarkable velocity! Unfortunately for you, I am precisely your nemesis. The old servant was taken aback, realizing this was not a speed that a mere support soul master could possess. Nonetheless, despite his astonishment, the old servant remained composed, his soul rings shining ever more brightly, soul skill, radiance. As the incantation was uttered, the oil lamp martial spirit in the old servant's grasp erupted with blinding light. The white flame became dazzlingly brilliant, illuminating the night as though it were day. All surrounding scenery transformed into a vast expanse of white. Wang Feng's form abruptly halted, as his vision was similarly engulfed in an overwhelming void of whiteness, rendering him unable to discern anything. What a formidable soul skill! Wang Feng, now acutely aware, was vigilant as he beheld the nothingness around him. Just then, a white fireball surged silently from behind, merging seamlessly with the white space, hurtling towards him. Without a sound, Wang Feng, as if possessing eyes on the back of his head, swiftly sidestepped, the fireball narrowly grazing past him. The intense heat scorched his skin, leaving him with an unbearable burning sensation. Following that, Dozens of white fireballs surged toward Wang Feng in this blinding white realm. The brilliance was overwhelming and painfully bright. The soul master within could only shut his eyes, for even if he opened them, he would see nothing at all. He had to rely solely on instinctive reactions. Yet, despite the sheer number of fireballs, Wang Feng deftly evaded each one, narrowly escaping their fiery paths. The temperature of these fireballs was extraordinarily high. Even Wang Feng would not dare to confront them head-on, though his physique had been reforged and strengthened through over a year of rigorous training. These flames were anything but ordinary. Haha, my young friend, do you feel a sense of despair? The voice of that old servant echoed around, making it difficult to discern his location. My soul skill, radiance, can rob you of your sight and gradually torment you to death. You are no ordinary brat. Your speed is unlike that of a support soul master, and your strength surely does not lag far behind. With a millennium soul ring and yet alive, your physical constitution must be exceptionally robust. I shall not allow you to approach me. It felt as though he was right before me, yet also as if he were 1,000 meters away. I must admit, this old servant is exceedingly cunning. As soon as Wang Feng activated his soul ring and charged towards him, the old man had already analyzed a wealth of information without a trace of carelessness. Although Wang Feng possessed remarkable vision, capable of spotting mosquitoes from hundreds of meters away, in this vast white expanse, his sight was rendered useless. If a soul master of the same level were in his place, they would have likely succumbed to torment by now. Wang Feng closed his eyes, his expression impassive, relying on his physical prowess to evade attacks from all angles while contemplating a strategy in his mind. This soul master was clearly formidable. He was not an ordinary soul master, possessing exceptional control and powerful long-range attack capabilities. For many soul masters, he would indeed be a nemesis. Even Wang Feng's close combat skills could not be utilized. This soul master may not possess greater comprehensive strength than a 1,000-year soul beast, yet he was undoubtedly more troublesome. Wang Feng moved about, but no matter how he shifted, he could not escape the range of the radiance, which seemed to follow his movements as if tethered to him. Meanwhile, the old servant lurking in the shadows could perceive every action of Wang Feng, ensnared by the radiance. This lad is indeed extraordinary, even deprived of vision. He can evade my fireballs with sheer combat instinct and reaction speed. The old servant murmured, noting that even a level 40 agile soul master might not achieve such finesse. As he spoke, 100 fireballs surged towards Wang Feng. More and more were unleashed. Beside them, Lin Shan, donning a special eye mask, seemed capable of witnessing the scene within the radiance. She resolutely remarked, having sensed the murderous intent in Wang Feng's eyes quite clearly. Very well, the old servant replied solemnly, as the Millennium Soul ring upon him suddenly blazed with light. Soul skill, sea of flames. Upon utterance, countless flames erupted within the white space, raging ferociously. Flames engulfed the north, south, east, and west, from the heavens to the earth, all converging slowly towards Wang Feng's position. The white flames, exuding a searing heat, made the very air around him feel ablaze. What a powerful soul saint. Wang Feng stood rooted, eyes tightly shut, the surrounding heat signaling a looming crisis. After all, he faced a soul saint of over level 40, seasoned and infinitely cunning, far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary soul saint. If I had not yet reached level 20, I might truly find myself at your mercy. I can only endure this fire, which will only serve to harm me. Wang Feng inhaled deeply. Alas, I have already reached the 20th level, and the azure lotus martial soul has manifested its second form. The scorching white flames around me quickly encroach. Yet Wang Feng simply unfurls his palm and gives a slight tremble. In an instant, the second seed of the azure lotus quietly blossoms. This blossom is not golden, but rather an exceptionally vivid crimson, akin to the color of blood. The 12th rank infernal red lotus. Wang Feng gazes at this red lotus, swiftly channeling his soul power. This second form, achieved only recently upon reaching level 20, required the full exertion of my soul power to barely coax the second seed of the azure lotus into bloom. This is the present second form. Flames. A cold smile graces the corner of Wang Feng's mouth, beneath the infernal fire of this red lotus. All earthly flames pale in comparison. Come to me, he commands. Although Wang Feng has yet to fully explore the capabilities of the red lotus, the moment has come to test its potential. As he speaks, the red lotus in his hand radiates intense heat, its dazzling light transforming into columns of flame that pierce through the luminous white world, ascending toward the celestial night sky. Countless white flames swirl around him like a funnel, converging upon the red lotus at the center of his palm. In the blink of an eye, the sea of white flames is completely absorbed. Simultaneously, a fine essence of energy flows back from the red lotus into Wang Feng's body. It is soul power. Could it be that absorbing flames can also convert into pure soul power? Wang Feng is taken aback, lamenting that he currently lacks a soul ring, rendering his soul power incapable of enhancement. He has never had the opportunity to experiment with the second form of the red lotus. Yet now he has finally unearthed its capabilities. As the flames dissipate, a faint layer of fire emerges around Wang Feng, enveloping his entire being. From a distance, he appears as a fiery war god, capable of incinerating all that exists. Chapter 54. Who will heaven spare? With a single step, Wang Feng consumes the radiant light surrounding him with the red lotus. The scenery around him returns to its original state. At the same time, he notices Lin Shan and the elder from the Soul clan in the distance. At this moment, both of them gaze at Wang Feng with immense astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. How is this possible? How could he have survived? The old servant murmurs in disbelief. How did he emerge from the brilliance? Could he have shattered the light? Absolutely impossible. How could a mere 20th level support soul master breach my radiance? Lin Shan, witnessing Wang Feng approaching, enveloped in brilliant crimson flames, is rendered speechless with terror. At this moment, Wang Feng's mere presence instills fear that disarms his opponents. Is it his martial soul? Lin Shan stammers, noting that it appears as if he holds a flower. No, I recall his martial soul was supposedly a golden little flower, capable of restoring the soul power of those three individuals. How is it now? The old servant suddenly recalls. Yet now, how has this young boy's martial soul transformed into a red flower? Twin martial souls? The old servant is inexplicably aghast. But twin martial souls do not manifest in such a manner. Why do the forms bear such a striking resemblance? This elder of over 50 years has never witnessed such an extraordinary martial soul. Teacher Mo, what should we do? Lin Shan quivers in trepidation. The old servant's expression darkened as he took a deep breath and coldly uttered, soul skill, radiance. The oil within his palm flared up, and a brilliant white flame erupted, illuminating the surroundings as if to overshadow the very world itself. However, before this intense white glow could fully envelop Wang Feng, it was instantly devoured by the scorching crimson lotus, shattering all illusions. You have no chance left. Wang Feng inhaled deeply and took a step forward, then another, until he stood before the old servant. At that moment, witnessing the formidable approach of Wang Feng, both men were momentarily frozen in shock. This soul master, over level 40, belonged to the ranged category, possessing both control and offensive abilities, yet it was evident that his physical prowess was lacking. At this moment, all of his soul skills proved utterly ineffective against Wang Feng. With a shift of his hand, Wang Feng summoned a flicker of flame through the crimson lotus, resting it in his palm before flicking his fingers. The flame landed upon the old servant. This was a unique flame conjured by the crimson lotus, and merely a wisp consumed most of Wang Feng's soul power. However, the old servant suddenly opened his mouth as if to scream in agony, yet no sound emerged. The tiny flame, no larger than a fingernail, ignited upon contact with him as if it had encountered dry tinder, erupting into a fierce blaze. The scarlet flame seemed intent on purging the world of all evil. In the blink of an eye, the old servant vanished. Completely vanished. Not even a speck of dust remained. Beside them, Lin Shan was left utterly dumbfounded. A level 41 soul master just disappeared? Silently. What on earth was that? An endless wave of terror surged through her mind. It turned out that among the four of them, he was the most powerful and formidable. Please, don't kill me. Lin Shan fell to her knees, her face etched with sheer panic as she pleaded for mercy. Not kill you? Wang Feng replied coolly, give me a reason not to. Lin Shan's mind raced, seemingly recalling something, and she trembled as she spoke. You must be around level 20 and have yet to find a suitable soul ring, right? I can offer you the 1,000-year soul beast my family has raised. I can take you to it. There should be several other 1,000-year soul beasts nearby. With your strength, those soul beasts would be no match for you. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng regarded her with a smile that was neither here nor there and said, is that so? Then lead me to it. If there truly are suitable soul beasts, rest assured, my flames will not harm you. At this, a glimmer of hope crossed Lin Shan's face. Then please follow me. With that, she began to lead the way. Wang Feng cast a glance at Ling Ren, who was temporarily stabilized, as well as Lao He and Si Rong. He believed the three would soon awaken. To be on the safe side, Wang Feng shifted his palm, activating the first form of the golden lotus to grant them a divine state and a temporary boost in soul power, enhancing their presence to deter any approaching soul beasts. After readying everything, Wang Feng followed Lin Shan as they slowly ventured deeper into the unknown. After approximately an hour, Lin Shan halted her steps and suddenly whistled softly, saying, We've arrived, I'll summon it now. As the whistle echoed through the air, in the distance, the sudden sound of an earthquake resonated, reminiscent of a colossal creature approaching. This ominous presence startled Wang Feng, as it seemed to be no ordinary Millennium Soul Beast. Could it possibly be a 10,000-year soul beast? The soul-hunting forest in this area is of a higher caliber, home to 10,000-year soul beasts, albeit rarely. Wang Feng had never anticipated that his second soul ring could be of such age. His plan had been to attain a 10,000-year ring only with the third. Moreover, given his current state, absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring could indeed lead to his demise. The immense soul power associated with such a ring could potentially cause his body to explode, leaving no time for the Meteor tears to undergo reconstitution. The previous 6,000-year ring had already proven to be excessively formidable, nearly leading to his end. Fortunately, he had not succumbed to a catastrophic explosion, but rather experienced a gradual disintegration, allowing the Meteor tears a chance to reform. Had it been any stronger, say 7,000 years, Wang Feng would likely have perished instantaneously. Another factor is that even if his body continuously withstand the absorption without immediate destruction, the process of reconstitution would obliterate the soul power he painstakingly cultivated within. It is worth noting that when absorbing the 6,000-year soul ring, the gradual disintegration resulted in the complete loss of his stored soul power. Wang Feng was averse to such repeated tribulations. Each absorption would necessitate a complete reconstruction of his body, compelling him to restart his soul power cultivation. It was simply too arduous. Furthermore, he was unable to contend with a 10,000-year soul beast. Previously, he had relied on luck. He could not have defeated the 6,000-year soul beast at that time. Even now, only with all his strength could he hope to vanquish the 6,000-year golden lightning leopard. A 10,000-year soul beast would possess power equivalent to a human of over 60 levels. A six-ringed soul emperor. At present, Wang Feng was merely at level 20, with only one soul ring. Even with the red lotus at his disposal, he stood no chance against a 10,000-year soul beast. Thus, he had deliberated deeply and concluded that aiming for a second soul ring of such age was imprudent. Luck may strike once, but it is unlikely to strike again. Consequently, Wang Feng set his sights on the range of 8 to 9,000 years for absorption, which would be considerably more manageable, unlike his initial experience. With the second form of the red lotus, he would still possess the strength to fight. A thunderous roar echoed through the air, accompanied by an intensely frigid aura. The surrounding temperature plummeted by several degrees in an instant. Wang Feng turned his gaze toward the soul beast in the distance, his eyes narrowing slightly as he inhaled deeply. Before him stood a massive sky-blue lizard. Towering over 10 meters, adorned with a pair of fleshy wings, its body cloaked in pale blue ice crystals, exuding an air of ferocity. A faint crimson soul power flickered as it roared. Indeed, it was a 10,000-year soul beast. Wang Feng's eyes widened in realization as he murmured to himself. At that moment, Lin Shan beside him suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, my boy, you've fallen for our trap. This 10,000-year soul beast, the ice royal lizard, is a creature nurtured by our family. We are merely here to provide it with food. Wang Feng regarded her with a calm expression. Lin Shan took a few steps back, intimidated by Wang Feng's gaze. However, upon noticing the massive soul beast in the distance, a surge of confidence welled up within her, prompting her to declare in a steady voice, "It is already a 10,000-year soul beast. If you dare to kill me, you shall not live either." Wang Feng chuckled at her words. At that moment, the Ice Yasha King lizard approached the two, exhaling frosty breath that transformed the surrounding ancient trees into snow-covered forms. Its eyes, tinged with blood, regarded them with a fierce intensity. Wang Feng also observed a deep wound in the creature's abdomen, frozen yet evident. "Is it raised by your family?" Wang Feng laughed heartily. "You are truly foolish if you believe you can command this 10,000-year soul beast now. You should know that in its eyes, you are merely food. One of me is hardly enough to satiate its hunger." With that, Wang Feng abruptly stepped in front of Lin Shan, grasped her shoulders, and hurled her toward the Ice Yasha King lizard. "Kill you? I wouldn't soil my hands. Let this soul beast, which your family has raised, feast upon you instead." As Lin Shan fell towards the feet of the Ice Yasha King lizard, her mind went blank. Chapter 55. The heavenly scale flame poisoned. The bewildered Lin Shan found herself under the watchful gaze of the Ice Yasha King lizard. Its lantern-sized eyes fixed upon her with a familiar predatory glint, the same gaze she had seen when she had previously offered other soul masters to the beast. Who would have thought that she would find herself in the same predicament? "You cannot kill me. If you do, you will have no food in the future," Lin Shan screamed, panic-stricken. "And your child? If you do not wish for your child to perish and become a spirit ring, you better heed our words." In her desperate state, the fear of death drove Lin Shan to shriek. Upon hearing her words, the murderous intent in the Ice Yasha King lizard's eyes intensified as it opened its mouth wide and let out a furious roar, drooling viscous saliva all over Lin Shan. Yet, it did not consume her. "Child." Wang Feng narrowed his eyes. No wonder Lin Shan's family dared to raise a 10,000-year soul beast in the soul-hunting forest. It was not merely a matter of raising, but rather a threat. This 10,000-year soul beast had developed genuine intelligence. Go kill him. Lin Shan wiped the foul saliva from her body and pointed at Wang Feng, speaking with a firm voice. Ice Yasha King Lizard, you must be quite clever. The life of your child is in our hands. If you do not want your child to die, then kill him. Otherwise, without our antidote to suppress the heavenly scale flame poison, your child will not survive a month. Her words seemed to infuriate the 10,000-year soul beast, which opened its massive jaws and roared as if ready to devour Lin Shan at any moment. Though her face turned pale with fear, she remained silent. Before long, the Ice Yasha King Lizard turned and approached Wang Feng, its eyes cold and filled with murderous intent. Little brat, did you expect this? It truly wants to consume me as food. Lin Shan rose to her feet, inhaling deeply before speaking coldly. What a pity that you have overestimated your own cleverness. Do you truly believe that our family harbors a millennium-old soul beast without having any leverage against it? Did you think I would bring you here unprepared? Upon finishing her words, Lin Shan regarded Wang Feng with a calm demeanor, a confident smile gracing her face. Wang Feng clapped slowly, remarking, "It appears you are not as foolish as I presumed." "But what?" she retorted. "Are you now begging for mercy? It's too late. When you chose to accompany me, you sealed your own fate. Is that so?" Wang Feng replied, observing the approaching Ice Yao Huang Lizard. Suddenly, he shouted, "Wait. If your child has indeed been afflicted by the Tian Lin Yen poison, you need not rely on them for an antidote. I can heal your child myself." At that moment, Lin Shan was momentarily taken aback. The Ice Yao Huang Lizard hovered in midair, equally stunned, for it understood human speech. "You are bound by them. They will never allow your child to fully recover, only using the threat of your child against you." Wang Feng continued deliberately. "However, I can completely save your child." He fixed his gaze upon the Ice Yao Huang Lizard. Seeing this, Lin Shan appeared flustered and shouted, "Utterly ridiculous. The Tian Lin Yen poison is a potent toxin from a 30,000-year-old soul beast, the Tian Lin Yen Jiao. This boy is far too weak to counter it. Do you truly believe him? If he causes your child's demise, Ice Yao Huang Lizard, do not regret your decision." Several years prior, a level 53 soul king from Lin Shan's family encountered a young Ice Yao Huang Lizard in the soul-hunting forest and immediately administered the highly priced Tian Lin Yen poison to it. This poison is the bane of this ice-type soul beast, used to coerce and compel the Ice Yao Huang Lizard into hunting soul beasts in the forest for the benefit of the family's descendants. Boy, I advise you to abandon this foolish notion. What makes you think it would trust you? Who do you think you are? Lin Shan stated calmly once more. Indeed. What grounds do I have? Wang Feng mused, as the Ice Yao Huang Lizard regarded him, seemingly questioning his worth. Shall we give it a try? Wang Feng suggested lightly. If it fails, you can still devour me afterward. However, the Ice Yao Huang Lizard remained motionless. Observing this, Lin Shan finally exhaled in relief, scoffing. Boy, it is impossible. The Ice Yao Huang Lizard cannot trust you. At the very least, here, its child's life is assured. Just then, a figure suddenly darted out from the distance. It approached the Ice Yao Huang Lizard, emitting a series of chirps. Moments later, the Ice Yao Huang Lizard descended from the air, its murderous intent diminishing. It turned its gaze toward Lin Shan, who was momentarily stunned, uttering in a low voice, "You truly intend to trust him? Why?" Lin Shan looked at the figure that had appeared so abruptly, her mind racing with confusion. It was a star moon fox, appearing to be over 3,000 years old. Presumably, it was a companion of the Ice Yao Huang Lizard. At that moment, Lin Shan watched as the star moon fox approached Wang Feng, affectionately calling out a few sounds. Witnessing this scene, Lin Shan's expression darkened immediately. "It's you!" Wang Feng exclaimed in surprise at the sudden appearance of the figure. The Star Moon Fox standing before him was indeed the very creature he encountered when he first obtained his initial soul ring. Yet, what could possibly bring it to this place? This soul-hunting forest was not the one located 400 miles beyond Nodding City. It was a far more advanced realm of the soul-hunting forest. Could it be that, with the enhancement of his abilities, it had relocated? The Star Moon Fox let out several cries directed at Wang Feng. Did that imply its consent? Was she indeed your superior? Had you ventured into this soul-hunting forest with the intention of healing her offspring? How enlightening. Wang Feng gazed at the Ice Leah Emperor Lizard, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. If the Ice Leah Emperor Lizard were to doubt him, he would have no choice but to make a hasty retreat. The interconnectedness among soul beasts certainly facilitated matters. At that moment, the Ice Leah Emperor Lizard let out a thunderous roar, and a fissure in its icy abdomen suddenly burst open. A wave of searing warmth emanated from within. Before him, a young Ice Leah Emperor Lizard, standing approximately 2 meters tall, tumbled forth from its mother's belly. Its body was a vivid crimson, radiating intense heat, yet upon landing, it lacked the strength to rise, merely emitting soft whimpers. Observing this, Wang Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. No wonder the Ice Leah Emperor Lizard's aura fell off. Although its soul power was red, it was quite faint, likely due to its efforts to suppress the toxins affecting its young with its own strength, resulting in a decline in its own power. From a distance, Wang Feng sensed an overwhelming heat emanating from the young creature. Nevertheless, a smile crept across his face. You shall never heal this young one. Lin Shan, witnessing that smile, felt a surge of panic and retreated a few steps. Exclaiming furiously, the venom generated by 30,000 soul beasts, particularly the potent poison known to affect ice-type soul beasts, can only be mitigated by our concocted antidote. Only the celestial scale flame serpent could absorb such fiery toxins. Chapter 56. The significance of the Millennium Soul Ring. The Ice Leah Emperor Lizard had been fixated on her. If that little creature were to be healed, her demise would be inevitable. Wang Feng cast a glance toward her, as if regarding a specter. The Star Moon Fox guided Wang Feng to the side of the young creature. After scrutinizing it closely, Wang Feng smiled once more. This smile only intensified Lin Shan's anxiety, sending chills down her spine. Alas, what a pity, Wang Feng remarked with a grin. It is truly unfortunate. If it were any other toxin, I might not be able to unravel it entirely, but this particular venom? I can certainly resolve it. Indeed, were it any other poison, Wang Feng would have to rely on the healing capabilities of the Golden Lotus to attempt to suppress the toxicity, but complete recovery would be improbable. Yet, this was precisely the fiery toxin. What do you mean? Lin Shan inquired, bewildered. But in the next instant, comprehension dawned upon her. Wang Feng opened his palm, revealing a blazing red lotus that appeared in his grasp. As soon as this crimson blossom materialized, the Ice Leah Emperor Lizard recoiled several paces, its eyes betraying a flicker of fear. Even the Star Moon Fox howled twice, retreating in haste, as if instinctively aware of the danger. Gather. Wang Feng forcefully summoned the red lotus with his soul power, causing it to radiate brilliantly. An unfathomable aura of terror emanated from the crimson lotus. Before long, the young Ice Jade Emperor Lizard, its body ablaze in vivid red, let out a piercing wail of agony. Threads of scorching red light suddenly floated from the creature, slowly being drawn into the crimson lotus held by Wang Feng, transforming into pure energy that replenished his soul power. In mere moments, the crimson marks on the young lizard completely vanished. A sense of relief washed over Wang Feng as he exhaled. Having just summoned a flicker of flame from the lotus to extinguish the old servant, which had depleted a significant portion of his soul power. The crimson lotus seemed capable of absorbing anything related to fire. The white flames unleashed by the old servant were consumed almost instantaneously by the lotus, giving rise to a terrifying blaze that felt as though it could sear even the very soul. At that moment, the young Ice Jade Emperor Lizard slowly opened its eyes. Though still frail, it appeared to have regained consciousness. The poison had entirely dissipated. Witnessing this spectacle, several pairs of eyes widened in disbelief. How could the venom of a 30,000-year-old soul beast be remedied so effortlessly? Lin Shan dropped to the ground, utterly stunned, her gaze filled with boundless despair. How had this come to pass? What manner of spirit was this little demon? The Star Moon Fox regarded Wang Feng with immense curiosity, recalling how the savior had once used a golden flower to rescue it. To its astonishment, the flower had now transformed into a crimson bloom. The young Ice Jade Emperor Lizard stood up, emitting a few weak cries. Simultaneously, the adult lizard collapsed, its once fierce aura now dissipated, tears glistening in its eyes as it gazed at the young one. As its body fell, a chill enveloped the surroundings. Wang Feng furrowed his brow. The adult lizard's aura had weakened further. The young one hurried to its side, nestling against its head, whimpering softly. The Star Moon Fox approached as well, exchanging glances with the adult lizard before making its way to Wang Feng. The Star Moon Fox called out to him several times. While he could not comprehend the language of beasts, the fox's cries seemed to convey a peculiar mental message, allowing Wang Feng to grasp its meaning instantly. Were they suggesting that the Ice Jade Emperor Lizard was at death's door? Years of alleviating the young one's suffering from the fiery poison had drained its strength and hastened its demise. Wang Feng was taken aback. It turned out that the adult lizard had been harboring the young one within its body to ease its torment. No wonder that despite the minor nature of the wound, the lizard, given its prowess, had failed to heal. It had merely crystallized the injury. It had likely kept the young one within itself for years, attempting to alleviate the fiery poison with its own strength, yet could only mitigate the pain without truly resolving it. The Star Moon Fox nodded and continued to vocalize. Only a few months left? This time, it intends to capture Lin Shan and, with its final strength, break free to exact revenge? Wang Feng glanced at Lin Shan. The Star Moon Fox let out a few more cries. This time, Wang Feng was momentarily taken aback. Wait, are you saying it can voluntarily become my soul ring? But I must ensure the safety of this cub? Wang Feng couldn't help but look at the Ice Ye Emperor Lizard. At that moment, the Ice Ye Emperor Lizard's gaze met his. How intriguing, how intriguing. The true strength of this Ice Ye Emperor Lizard has likely diminished, perhaps only around 9,000 years. Yet, it remains a 10,000-year soul beast. It seems this is precisely the most favorable scenario he could have hoped for. Wang Feng had not anticipated this situation. He had originally thought that simply escaping unscathed would be the best outcome. Little did he expect that the Ice Ye Emperor Lizard would choose this course of action. You say it is grateful to me for having consumed many humans. But it is precisely due to these humans that it has received a continuous supply over the years to alleviate the suffering of its cub. For us humans, it would eventually meet its end. Wang Feng recounted the message conveyed by the Star Moon Fox. Dying at the hands of other humans would be less favorable than now becoming my soul ring. At least, I, as a human, have saved its child. After hearing this, Wang Feng fell silent. Indeed, it would eventually perish. The soul-hunting forest exists for the sake of soul masters. If not by his hand, it would perish by another's. Very well. A soul beast that actively presents its soul ring is far easier to absorb than one obtained through hunting. One could say, there is no better choice than this. Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, the Ice Ye Emperor Lizard let out a tremendous roar, seemingly conveying some message to the cub. Subsequently, a faint red soul ring gradually rose from its body. The Ice Ye Emperor Lizard's eyes slowly closed. Observing this significant red soul ring, Wang Feng's expression was rather complex. However, before absorption, Wang Feng directly summoned the Red Lotus, this time without any hesitation, igniting the flames of the Red Lotus platform and directing them towards Lin Shan in the distance. Boom. This time, the speed at which Lin Shan was engulfed in flames was somewhat slower than that of the old servant. Yet, in under 10 seconds, Lin Shan vanished completely. This left Wang Feng feeling quite perplexed. Not even a speck of ash remained. The infernal Red Lotus, while its flames are unavoidable, seemed to possess a distinct quality. Flames devoid of temperature. Wang Feng regarded the Red Lotus in the center of his palm and then the faint red soul ring. His eyes filled with a sense of contemplation. It is time to absorb this 10,000-year soul ring. This absorption should be considerably easier. I never anticipated that my second soul ring would be of such age, and it relied on this Red Lotus, otherwise. Chapter 57. The Terrifying Second Soul Skill. Ice Flame, Angry Lotus. Wang Feng sat in place, the Red Lotus blooming in his hand, drawing the faint black soul ring slowly into his body. The Star Moon Fox watched Wang Feng with curiosity. This was already the second time it had witnessed its savior absorbing a soul ring. The first time, he had nearly perished, his body almost shattered by the power of the golden lightning leopard. This time, however, it is the formidable power of a 10,000-year soul beast. Can he withstand it? A dark soul ring enveloped Wang Feng, as an immense energy surged into his body. Yet, this time, a faint smile graced Wang Feng's lips. Previously, the energy from the 6,000-year golden lightning leopard soul ring had been violent, frenzied, and laden with resentment, exuding a destructive force that was utterly uncontrollable. Almost instantaneously upon entering his body, it had caused Wang Feng's form to disintegrate. However, this instance was entirely different. The Ice Royal Lizard bore no animosity towards him. Rather, there was a sense of gratitude. Thus, while the energy surging in was still destructive, it lacked the fury and madness of before, and most importantly, he could control it. Wang Feng mused. The distinction between being in control and not was monumental. He contemplated the notion of soul beast sacrifice, but evidently, this was not such a case. The Ice Royal Lizard was far inferior in strength and could not absorb it. Yet, it allowed him to harness this energy. The energy from the Black Soul Ring was almost immediately directed by Wang Feng into the Azure Lotus in his sea of consciousness. The second lotus seed at the heart of the Azure Lotus blossomed into a crimson flower, as a vast ocean of energy surged into the Red Lotus. In an instant, the Red Lotus began to grow rapidly. The petals expanded, and its size increased from merely the size of a palm, blossoming magnificently with the influx of energy. As if awakening, it transformed into a more luminous, clearer, and resplendent red lotus. Soon after, a layer of glistening ice crystals delicately adorned the petals, enhancing its ethereal beauty. The lotus leaves and flowers remained of vivid crimson, reflecting the ice crystals and shimmering with a scarlet radiance, both dazzling and infused with explosive power. It was as if the red lotus had donned a crystalline cloak. It resembled a scarlet flame encased in an icy shell, sealing away the terrifying power within. As the red lotus completed its absorption, a portion of the power from the soul ring still lingered. Wang Feng controlled this energy, coursing it throughout his body, ultimately converging at his heart. Though the pain remained excruciating, it was significantly more bearable than before, when the rampant and uncontrollable energy from the first soul ring had wreaked havoc within him. Furthermore, the ability to control it meant that Wang Feng could direct this 10,000-year soul ring's energy into his heart, into the meteor tears, refining it for his own use. A continuous flow of energy, under Wang Feng's command, surged wildly from the soul ring into the meteor tears within his heart. Streams of purified soul power were compressed and extracted from the meteor tears, akin to a river swelling with the tide, unfaltering and persistent. Had this energy been uncontrolled, Wang Feng would have likely self-destructed by now. Even with control, without the meteor tears, Wang Feng's body could not endure the power bestowed by the 10,000-year soul ring. It can be said that this absorption, had it not been for the willing sacrifice of the Ice Emperor Lizard as my soul ring, would have left me with no opportunity to harness this energy. Within it, there was not a trace of resentment, nor any detrimental effect on my spirit, allowing me to maintain a calm composure while controlling this formidable force. Even with the meteor tears, it might have proven futile, for the immense energy from a 10,000-year soul ring could instantaneously cause my body and consciousness to explode, leaving no time for the meteor tears to reconstruct my form. After a long while, Wang Feng opened his eyes, a radiant spectrum flashing within them. 2 soul rings slowly ascended from his being, one purple, one black. His soul power level was estimated to have reached 23. Wang Feng inhaled deeply. Normally, achieving this 3rd level would take at least half a year of diligent effort. The energy derived from the 10,000-year soul ring was primarily utilized to enhance the crimson lotus and break through my cultivation bottleneck, with a small portion being refined and compressed by the meteor tears. Even this modest amount, under normal circumstances, would suffice to propel an ordinary soul master from level 20 to 30, only to then perish from the overwhelming energy. Yet for Wang Feng, this process of soul power compression merely resulted in a 3-level increase. It seems that in 5 years, I should be able to reach level 30. Moreover, I now possess a 10,000-year soul ring, fulfilling the requirements to clock in at Shrek Academy. A flicker of joy spread across Wang Feng's face. There was no urgency for the 3rd soul ring. Feeling the explosive energy within, his body felt lighter, indicating an enhancement in physical prowess. Although not as significant as the first transformation, the improvement was still markedly evident. With the added weight of his protective gear, Wang Feng could perceive the changes even more acutely. If I were to invoke my divine transformation now, I could easily crush that 6,000-year golden lightning leopard. Clenching his fists, Wang Feng believed he now possessed the strength to contend with a 10,000-year soul beast. Even if he could not defeat it, he could certainly retreat unscathed. Upon reaching level 30, I should have the opportunity to triumph over a 10,000-year soul beast. It is crucial to note that such a creature is equivalent to a human soul emperor at level 61. If Wang Feng were to confront the previous soul master of over level 40 again, even without invoking the Crimson Lotus, he could approach and slay them before they had the chance to unleash their soul skills. The remaining 7 levels are increasingly arduous, and solidifying this rapid 3-level increase from just half a day is essential. Contemplating this, Wang Feng spread his palm, and the ice crystal crimson lotus blossomed forth. This bloom was undeniably more exquisite than before the absorption of the soul ring, with petals adorned in glistening ice crystals that reflected the vibrant red of the lotus within. The amalgamation of ice and fire, filled with contradictions and splendor, beckoned me to test your strength. Wang Feng rose to his feet. Nearby, the slumbering star moon fox rubbed its sleepy eyes, gazing at Wang Feng with a few inquisitive yips. The 2-meter-long Ice Emperor lizard hatchling also awoke from its slumber, blinking in confusion at Wang Feng, its eyes still reflecting traces of lingering sorrow. Wang Feng addressed the 2 spirit beasts, instructing them to retreat a considerable distance. The star moon fox obediently led the Ice Emperor lizard cub away. After issuing his command, Wang Feng momentarily disregarded the 2 spirit beasts and, with a delicate push off a nearby tree, leapt several dozen meters into the air. Subsequently, he summoned the red lotus, plucking a petal encased in ice crystals, and infused it with his soul power. The petals of the golden lotus, embodying divine soul techniques, could amplify strength multifold and possessed an accompanying electric paralysis attack. Wang Feng felt the terrifying power contained within the red lotus. With a decisive motion, he released the petal after channeling half of his full soul power into it. The brilliantly hued lotus petal, enveloped in ice crystals, emanated an eerie glow under the rising sun. Upon command, the ice crystals shattered, unleashing a cataclysmic inferno that erupted forth. The explosion resonated across a radius of 100 meters, as 2 formidable forces of ice and fire wreaked havoc, obliterating everything in their path. The overwhelming scope of the destruction left even Wang Feng himself unscathed. Everything it touched was reduced to ashes, followed closely by an icy mantle that spread over the area. Within a diameter of approximately 200 meters, everything was swiftly consumed by the flames, leaving behind a gaping crater on the ground. Wang Feng's garments were incinerated, and he found himself encased in thick ice crystals, with countless shards shooting towards him, producing a cacophony of sound. After a brief moment, he surveyed the scene before him, utterly astonished. This second soul technique was a vast area of effect assault, and its potency was indeed formidable. A defense-type soul master below level 40 would surely be overwhelmed by its might. Retrieving a new outfit from his soul guide, Wang Feng donned it while gazing at the flattened terrain, his eyes reflecting a mix of shock and awe. Fixating on the ice crystal red lotus in his grasp, he contemplated the potential of detonating all the petals, or even the entire blossom itself. He pondered, shaking his head, and mused. I shall name this second soul technique Ice Flame Wrath Lotus. After bestowing a name upon his newfound ability, Wang Feng gracefully descended from the air, only to be met by the wide-eyed stares of the Star Moon Fox and the Ice Emperor Lizard Cub, both exhibiting traces of fear. The recent cataclysm had evidently unsettled them, and even now, the ground where the explosion had occurred emitted hissing sounds. While ice crystals remained embedded in the surrounding trees and earth, Wang Feng approached the cub, examining it closely. The Ice Emperor Lizard bore a striking resemblance to the Salamence, known as the Flying Dragon, from his previous life's beloved Pokemon. However, it was entirely enrobed in a glacial blue hue, with wings to match. At present, the cub stood a mere 2 meters tall, while the ancient Ice Emperor Lizard towered at 10 meters. It was clear that the cub was considerably weaker. Given its size, it was evident that he would not be able to carry it away. However, within the treacherous soul-hunting forest, one is easily preyed upon by soul masters. Wang Feng pondered, thus I must frequently keep watch over this young creature. After all, this is the soul-hunting forest, established by humanity. There are still delivery services and patrolling guards. This Ice Emperor Lizard is of such considerable size that it would be implausible to transport it away. I shall visit you often. Wang Feng addressed the Starry Moon Fox, stating, once I have grown stronger, I shall seize the opportunity to take you away. If you encounter soul masters or soul beasts within the forest that prove too formidable, flee as best as you can. If you sustain injuries, fret not. As long as you remain alive, I shall be able to heal you. Do you understand? This counsel was directed toward the Starry Moon Fox, for its intellect was significantly advanced. The Ice Emperor Lizard remained rather naive. The Starry Moon Fox nodded, then called out a few times to the Ice Emperor Lizard behind it, seemingly conveying information. The injuries had nearly healed, save for the loss of an arm. Wang Feng mused, if I were stronger, with the healing prowess of the Golden Lotus, it would not be an insurmountable task to restore their missing limbs. I know you harbor some doubts, Wang Feng observed as the three of them silently regarded him, and he continued, both of them have perished, and your injuries were mended by my hand. Upon exiting the soul-hunting forest, depart from the city you inhabit. The noble young lady's family is not to be trifled with. If they discover that the two perished within the forest while employing our team, and that you survived, they will undoubtedly seek retribution. However, outside the soul-hunting forest, there are many teams. Even if they trace you, as long as you disperse, they will not expend effort to pursue you. Seek refuge in another city. After Wang Feng spoke, he looked at the three of them. Lin Shan was a noble young lady from the Fastno province, which is merely one of the many provinces within the Tiando Empire. Wang Feng estimated that the strongest among them would be around level 60, a challenge he could neither guarantee success against nor afford the time to confront. Moreover, Lin Shan and her old servant had perished utterly, leaving no trace. Once Si Rong and the others vanished from the Fastno province, there would be no means to trace them. Very well, Lao He and Ling Ren nodded in agreement, not uttering a word further. To still possess life is a rarity. That is fine. I have long wished to leave the Fastno province. Si Rong suddenly smiled. Little Mia, where do you wish for us to go? Ling Ren and Lao He were taken aback. Wang Feng also paused. I shall not be departing from the Fastno province just yet, Wang Feng replied. He had disguises. Even his name was false. Si Rong and the others had never seen his true visage, making it impossible for Lin Shan's family to trace him. Wang Feng stated, very well then, let us first head to Soto City. The Bartok Kingdom, part of the Tiando Empire, has long since ceased to be governed by it. They merely provide tributes annually, and the Fastno province has no authority here. A smile graced Si Rong's face. Although Lao He and Ling Ren had lost their hands, it did not preclude them from combat, and at the very least, they would not starve. We shall await you in Soto City. Afterward, Si Rong turned to Lao He and Ling Ren, seemingly seeking their input. The two exchanged a solemn glance and nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall come to Soto City to find you. Wang Feng took a deep breath, casting a lingering glance at the three individuals before him. He then emerged from the soul-hunting forest, with the midday sun shining brightly outside. The warm rays enveloped him as he stepped out, imparting a sensation he had never experienced before. The sunlight danced upon his black cloak, creating glimmers of light that seemed eager to penetrate the fabric and bestow its brilliance upon the youthful form concealed beneath. Turning back, Wang Feng gazed at the majestic expanse of the soul-hunting forest, ripples of emotion stirring within him. After a fleeting moment, he pivoted, his cloak fluttering gently as he slowly faded into the crowd. 5 years later, in the kingdom of Balak, Soto City, the empire of Tiando comprised 4 great kingdoms, each possessing its own military force, with Balak Kingdom being the mightiest among them. Notably, apart from the main city of Balak, another city within its borders held equal renown, Soto City, situated in the heart of the bountiful Lima Plain, famously dubbed the Granary of Balak. At this moment, within the opulent confines of the Rose Hotel in the heavily guarded Soto City, 2 figures engaged in combat, their movements weaving an intricate web in the air, rendering the atmosphere palpably tense and frigid. "Go for it, Xiao-san," cried a girl clad in a pink dress from beside the counter, her voice loud, yet betraying her inner anxiety. Before long, the battle seemed to reach its conclusion. One of the men found himself ensnared by numerous resilient strands of deep green-blue-silver grass, rendering him immobile, resembling a tightly wrapped dumpling. This man, tall and striking with his golden hair and deep blue eyes, despite being bound, wore a faint smile on his face. "A rank 29 weapon spirit master. And you can push me, Dai Mubai, to this extent. I must admit, you are formidable. However, had I been at your level, I would indeed have been defeated today." Upon hearing this, the man standing opposite him frowned slightly and replied nonchalantly, "What are you trying to say?" He stood approximately 1.7 meters tall, clad in a blue outfit, with a belt adorned with 24 precious stones encircling his waist. His physique was well-proportioned, and while not conventionally handsome, he exuded an approachable demeanor akin to a gentle spring breeze. "Such a pity," chuckled the handsome man, Dai Mubai. Suddenly, his laughter was abruptly cut off. "White Tiger. Diamond. Transformation." A cold voice emanated from Dai Mubai, and a purple soul ring ascended from beneath him. Instantly, his body began to swell slightly, his aura transforming into an overwhelmingly powerful presence that even the distant onlookers could feel, akin to a ferocious tiger ready to pounce. With a gentle shake of his arms, he shattered the entire mass of blue-silver grass into fine powder. The explosive fragments scattered into the air, enveloping the hall in a hazy mist. Witnessing this, Tang San and Xiao Wu, positioned at a distance, were momentarily stunned. Is this the soul skill of a Millennium Soul Ring? Tang San inhaled sharply, a chill running through him. At this moment, Dai Mubai, under the influence of his martial soul, appeared significantly larger, exuding an intimidating aura. The perceptible disparity in absolute strength and rank was something your blue-silver grass could never compensate for. Dai Mubai stated coolly, "With my White Tiger transformation, I can double my power and speed within half an hour. Under such enhancement, the toxins contained in your blue-silver grass will have no effect on me. You cannot defeat me." Tang Sin remained silent, letting out a slight sigh within, realizing that there truly are greater talents beyond one's own. It was no wonder that their teacher had insisted they come to Soto City and attend Shrek Academy. Indeed, the world was rife with extraordinary individuals. Despite 5 years of rigorous training that had led to significant personal growth, the acquisition of a second martial soul, and reaching the pinnacle level of 29, Tang Sin felt a sense of inadequacy upon encountering just anyone in Soto City, who seemed vastly superior. "What are you so proud of?" At that moment, Xiao Wu approached, supporting Tang San, and indignantly remarked, "If the 3 of us were at level 37, you would surely be no match for Brother San." Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai let out a chuckle, intending to respond, when suddenly he noticed the 2 of them brighten with recognition, as if they had spotted something. "Brother Feng, over here." Xiao Wu and Tang San waved their hands towards the entrance behind Dai Mubai. The more exuberant Xiao Wu called out, "We're over here. There's a guy here relying on his level and spirit rings to bully us. You must teach him a lesson." Dai Mubai could not help but chuckle at their persistence. And with this thought, he turned to see what they had noticed. Chapter 59. I fear one punch will bring you down. As Dai Mubai turned, he beheld a young man lounging lazily at the doorway, leaning against the threshold. Even with Dai Mubai's discerning eye, he could not help but appreciate the striking handsomeness of the boy. His confidence in his own appearance waned upon seeing this young man. The boy was clad in a black fitted outfit, made from an exceptionally unique material that even Dai Mubai could not identify, topped with a deep green trench coat. Sleeves rolled up, hands tucked in his pockets, and wearing military boots that crossed casually on the ground, suggesting he had been waiting for some time. Dai Mubai furrowed his brow, noting the young man's height, approximately 175 centimeters, slightly taller than the two children. His black hair was not long, somewhat tousled. Yet it did not convey disarray or filth. Rather, it imparted a sense of relaxed casualness. However, upon seeing the young man's face, Dai Mubai sensed that he was far from lazy. The boy's features bore a sharpness, particularly his deep, black eyes that resembled swirling depths of the ocean, captivating enough to draw one in. His perfectly proportioned facial features, set against a chiseled visage, conveyed an exquisite allure that was strikingly impressive. "How handsome!" exclaimed a guest in the hall, inadvertently captivated by Xiao Wu's sudden enthusiasm. Especially the two twins following Dai Mubai were particularly striking. Dai Mubai felt a surge of competitive spirit as he directed his gaze toward the boy at the entrance. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's call, the boy withdrew his hands from his pockets, a faint smile gracing his face as he approached. "Are you their leader?" Dai Mubai inquired. "Do you wish to spar with me as well?" "Brother Feng, take him down," Xiao Wu exclaimed, shaking her fist at Dai Mubai. However, Tang San restrained her. "This individual is formidable. In our current state, we cannot defeat him even if we join forces," he said with a frown. "There is no need to put Brother Feng at risk." 5 years had passed. Brother Feng had matured significantly, and as Tang San observed the figure approaching from afar, a tumult of emotions surged within him. Although he and Xiao Wu had frequently reunited with Brother Feng over the past 5 years, his true strength remained an enigma. Undoubtedly, Brother Feng's prowess had not waned. This realization had also astonished their teacher, as it was evident that Brother Feng had not suffered a decline in his soul power due to the Millennium Soul Ring, contrary to the master's expectations. Instead, Brother Feng's vitality seemed even more robust. Though uncertain, Tang San, practicing the authentic Xiantian skill, sensed Brother Feng's extraordinary and vigorous life force. Yet, he and Xiao Wu had not witnessed Brother Feng utilizing his soul power in all their encounters over the past 5 years. This perplexity also intrigued their teacher, who could not ascertain Brother Feng's soul power level. In fact, the teacher had remarked that this child, Xiao Feng, might be an existence he would never fully comprehend, potentially defying many conventions of the Soul Master realm. "What are you afraid of?" Xiao Wu chuckled. "Brother San, have we ever managed to defeat Brother Feng in these 5 years?" Tang San pondered deeply. "It seems there was one instance." "Really? I don't recall that." Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise. "Ahem." Tang San coughed a few times. "You forgot that once you played dirty to make Brother Feng concede, dragging me on the ground and refusing to get up." Before he could finish, Xiao Wu covered his mouth, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Be quiet," she huffed. "That was your idea, Brother San. You wanted to win so badly. It wasn't me. Don't misrepresent me." Tang San could not help but smile wryly at Xiao Wu. "All right, it was my doing." With a grin, Xiao Wu finally revealed her joy, saying, "Even if we join forces, we still cannot defeat Brother Feng, but I feel his strength must far exceed that of this lecherous fellow." After saying this, she waved again at the boy in the distance. Tang San fell into a contemplative silence. In truth, his thoughts were far more intricate. He had a vague sense that whenever Brother Feng battled them, he might have only exerted half of his true strength. Furthermore, Brother Feng's soul power and soul rings remained a mystery. Once, Xiao Wu inquired about Feng Gu's soul power and soul rings, but Feng Gu merely smiled in silence. More alarmingly, his comprehension of soul beasts appeared to rival that of her own teacher. It is worth noting that her second soul ring, the Ghost Vine, was procured by Feng Gu himself during her second year. At that time, she was merely at level 20, while the Ghost Vine, over 700 years old, was an exceedingly formidable plant-type soul beast, possessing potent neurotoxins. When it attacked, it would release seeds that could parasitize the human body, thereby transmitting these neurotoxins and absorbing nutrients, making it exceptionally troublesome. Initially, her master intended to enlist the aid of the head of the Nodding Academy, a soul master of over 40 levels, to assist in hunting a ghost vine of approximately 600 years. However, Feng Gu directly led her into the soul hunting forest, accurately locating the ghost vine, and swiftly subdued the over 700-year-old creature in mere moments, leaving her utterly astonished. Later, Feng Gu remarked, "Xiao San, this ghost vine is far too weak. Merely 700 years. Why not try for a millennium?" Tang San recalled almost being frightened to death and outright refused. After all, her teacher had indicated that the limit for a second soul ring was merely 700 years. The ghost vine was already the best option. A millennium would surely lead to her demise. Contemplating these matters, Tang San could not help but feel a surge of emotions. At that moment, a boy approached Dai Mubai, scrutinizing him with curiosity. "Are you Dai Mubai?" The piercing gaze made Dai Mubai uneasy, prompting him to respond coolly, "I am Dai Mubai. What? Do you truly wish to spar with me?" The boy chuckled in disbelief. "Spar with you? No thanks. I fear a single punch would send you sprawling." His nonchalant words ignited a firestorm of anger within Dai Mubai. In the distance, Xiao Wu and Tang Sen could not help but laugh. Ha ha ha, indeed. That is feng good for you. Xiao Wu beamed, her confidence always surpassing others. I shall see how you intend to knock me down with a single punch. Dai Mubai struggled to contain his fury, as the formidable evil Eye White Tiger and the leader of Shrek Academy. It was his first encounter with someone audacious enough to speak to him in such a manner. Kid, I am quite angry now. Tell me your name and level. Dai Mubai glared with a darkened expression at the boy before him, his aura intensifying, emanating a powerful presence that enveloped the surroundings. My name is Wang Feng. As for my level, if you can withstand a punch from me, I shall reveal it. The boy, who identified himself as Wang Feng, withdrew a hand from his pocket. Very well. Dai Mubai clenched his fists, the surrounding energy swirling slowly around him. The surging power seemed to solidify. Suddenly, Dai Mubai leapt high into the air like a spring, his entire being radiating with escalating momentum, akin to a tiger pouncing through the mountains. Launching a lethal strike toward his distant prey, the crimson light in his eyes glowed ominously, emanating a chilling aura, enveloped in a faint golden light. Dai Mubai unleashed a punch, akin to a comet crashing to earth, hurtling toward Wang Feng. The fierce winds of the hunting frenzy echoed through the grand hall, causing the chandeliers above to sway precariously. Observing the impending strike, Tang San and Xiao Wu's expressions shifted from tension to a composed recognition that Dai Mubai, fueled by rage, was likely to unleash even greater power. Yet, in the face of this formidable blow, Wang Feng remained motionless, merely stifling a yawn before casually unleashing a seemingly ordinary punch. Dai Mubai, perturbed by Wang Feng's nonchalance, felt his fury intensify, channeling the full might of his white tiger martial spirit into the punch. When their fists collided, Dai Mubai's countenance drastically changed. It felt as though he had struck a mountain, leaving him devoid of any confidence to withstand the impact. Immediately, an overwhelming force, far beyond his expectations, surged from Wang Feng's fist. The sheer terror of this power coursed from his arm throughout his entire being, propelling Dai Mubai backwards with astonishing speed. An explosive burst of energy erupted in the air, reminiscent of a baseball launched into the atmosphere. Dai Mubai's body crashed into a stone pillar of the hall, shattering it before he landed awkwardly on the ground, sliding several meters before barely regaining his balance, leaving a long fissure in the tiled floor beneath him. Half kneeling, he braced himself on one hand, his entire form trembling as if he might collapse at any moment. The atmosphere was eerily silent. In stark contrast, Wang Feng remained unmoved, casually shaking his hand. Is everything all right? I may have exerted a bit too much force. He called to Dai Mubai, feigning nonchalance. In truth, he had indeed utilized a considerable portion of his strength, at least 50 to 60%. His words were merely a pretense, for life without a touch of bravado seemed devoid of meaning. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers were understandably shaken, their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment as they gazed at Wang Feng. Even Tang San and Xiao Wu stood agape, marveling at Wang Feng's prowess. In matters of strength, Brother Feng had never known defeat. Tang San mused inwardly. Xiao Wu, astonished, remarked, is he truly this powerful? When we sparred with Brother Feng, we never witnessed him exerting such force. She tilted her head and whispered to Dai Mubai, could it be that this guy is merely a fa-ade of strength? All show and no substance? Was that ancient soul skill merely a bluff? Dai Mubai, overhearing her words, felt a twitch of irritation at the corner of his mouth. What do you mean by all show and no substance, Xiao Wu? Tang San shot her a glare. Hey, as the leader of Nodding Academy, I know a thing or two. Xiao Wu retorted with pride. Tang San sighed and replied, that cannot be. Dai Mubai's strength is undoubtedly authentic. Brother Feng must have said that on purpose. He surely exerted significant power, but it seems he surpasses even this 37th level soul master. That punch was at least double his usual strength, if not more. Xiao Wu pouted in response. At this moment, Dai Mubai slowly rose to his feet, his legs seeming slightly unsteady, though he was not injured. You have won, he stated solemnly, gazing at Wang Feng. I, Dai Mubai, am not one to shy away from defeat. However, this room was booked by me. Manager Wang. Let them have it. I have no desire for it any longer. I shall compensate for the damaged items in the Great Hall. From a distance, Manager Wang nodded submissively. You are Wang Feng, correct? What do you think? Wang Feng glanced at the two twins, pondering inwardly about Dai Mubai's charm. This could prove interesting. Dai Mubai placed his hands on the shoulders of the twins, gently kneading them, seemingly using their delicate skin to alleviate his bodily aches. You seem to be around my age, perhaps even a bit older? He mused. How peculiar. Here you are, in my embrace, enjoying the view of another man. I have yet to encounter anyone at this age capable of defeating me with a mere punch without the use of soul power. Impressive. Dai Mubai remarked with a faint smile. But fret not, we shall meet again. As for your two companions, they must be here for Shrek Academy, correct? They appear to be around 12 years old. Until we meet again. With that, Dai Mubai elegantly strolled out the door, embracing the two twins. However, upon hearing this, Xiaowu could not restrain herself and exclaimed loudly, "Hey, you arrogant tiger, have some decency when you speak. Was that a struggle? Wang Feng's casual punch nearly knocked you down. And spare us the embellishments. How can you claim to be of similar age? Wang Feng is merely a little over 12, older than your third brother by 2 or 3 months. You are 2 years his junior. How can you show your face?" As her words fell, Dai Mubai, reaching the door, stumbled slightly, nearly tripping at the threshold. He turned to glance at Wang Feng, a look of astonishment in his eyes. "What is this nonsense? You tell me this fellow is 12 years old?" Dai Mubai swallowed hard, recalling the formidable Tang San, who at that age possessed a rank of 29. Is their older brother merely toying with me? Dai Mubai calculated in his mind that Wang Feng's strength must be at least over 40, and he possessed an exceedingly rare beast martial soul to have so effortlessly defeated his white tiger form. And you say he is 12? I must take my leave. Dai Mubai thought to himself, realizing that this year's Shrek seemed to be brimming with prodigies. Watching Dai Mubai swiftly vanish through the door, Xiaowu stomped her feet in frustration. What a guy! How did he know we were coming to Shrek Academy? After muttering a few things, Xiaowu tugged on Tang San and rushed to Wang Feng. Wang Feng, why did you arrive so late? She said with a cheerful grin. Did you come early and simply observe? Indeed, I arrived early, Wang Feng nodded, watching the clash between Tang San and Dai Mubai. He had certainly come, as Tang San had informed him a few days prior that they would be in Soto City today. Naturally, he had witnessed the initial battle between Tang San and Dai Mubai, but he refrained from intervening, opting instead to observe quietly. Could it be that Dai Mubai is from Shrek Academy? Tang San suddenly remarked. At merely 15 years of age, he had already attained the rank of 37 in spirit power, and his martial spirit was among the most formidable I have ever encountered. It is rare to hear of such exceptional individuals in other intermediate academies. Wang Feng nodded, acknowledging that Xiao San remained as astute as ever. Brother Feng, have you grown stronger again? Xiao Wu inquired, narrowing her eyes playfully. Why don't Xiao San and I challenge you to a match? It's been a while since we last competed. Before Wang Feng could respond, the hotel manager, Wang, hurried over, surveying the disarray in the hall with a wry smile. Esteemed spirit masters, might you spare my humble establishment today? If this continues, we risk demolishing the hotel. Indeed, Xiao Wu, let them be, Wang Feng laughed lightly. You two should head upstairs and rest. The Red Rose is quite a splendid place. I, too, require some repose after our journey. We can reconvene tomorrow. In the past 5 years, the trio had already engaged in countless bouts. The term hard spar referred to the times Tang San would utilize various concealed weapons he crafted. An endeavor fraught with peril, yet they had indeed fought several times. Xiao Wu, ever the clever one, would sometimes feign defeat, pulling Tang San into her mischief. Wang Feng, however, was not inclined to continue. Pouting, Xiao Wu reluctantly led Tang San upstairs. Observing this, Wang Feng shook his head and addressed manager Wang, stating, I have reserved a room here as well. The room number is pure white innocence. Please escort me there. Manager Wang nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, a young woman entered through the doorway. She scanned the hall with a furrowed brow, seemingly intrigued by the commotion. The girl then approached the counter, glancing at the pricing list and inquiring, Manager, are there any rooms available? I would like one of pure white innocence. Her voice was melodious and imbued with a hint of audacity. Clad in a flowing white dress, with short hair framing her delicate features, she possessed a youthful grace and a complexion as fair as snow, though an undercurrent of pride lingered in her expression, imperceptible to the ordinary observer. I apologize, but the last available room of pure white innocence has already been reserved by this gentleman. Manager Wang replied, noting the girl's distinguished attire and casting a glance at Wang Feng. Reserved? The girl turned her gaze to Wang Feng. Upon seeing his handsome visage, her eyes brightened slightly. Then, dear friend, might you consider relinquishing this room to me? Her voice was exceptionally soft, her appearance exquisite, and her demeanor sweet and pure, a combination that would likely dissuade most young men from denying her request. Wang Feng regarded her thoughtfully for a moment and replied, I'm afraid I do not have the habit of yielding my accommodations. Perhaps you could select another? Taken aback by the rejection, the girl paused, seemingly astonished that she had been turned down. Furrowing her brow, she looked at the striking youth before her. Suppressing her discomfort at the refusal, she continued, in that case, I shall offer you 50 gold spirit coins if you would graciously allow me to take this room instead. Surely, that would suffice? This time, although her tone remained gentle, it carried a hint of pride. As she spoke, the girl retrieved a heavy bag from her pocket. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng couldn't help but chuckle and suggested, "How about I give you 100 gold soul coins if you walk out of here?" The moment these words left his lips, the girl's expression changed dramatically. Chapter 61. Coincidentally, I am also an auxiliary soul master. Wang Feng took out a similarly heavy bag from his soul guide device and waved it in front of the girl. Her complexion shifted. For the first time in many years, being rejected on her initial outing left her feeling quite distressed. Ironically, it was the same method of rejection that rendered her speechless. "Are you a soul master?" The girl inhaled deeply, attempting to steady her rising emotions. "If you can produce so many gold soul coins, you must indeed be a soul master, right?" The Spirit Hall provides subsidies for soul masters, and a level 21 soul master receives 10 gold soul coins each month. Before reaching level 40, these subsidies are a significant source of income for many soul masters. The young man before her appeared to be around 15 years old, likely above level 20. His attire was not extravagant but fitting, suggesting that his ability to produce such a substantial amount of soul coins stemmed not from a wealthy background, but from the Spirit Hall support. "You need not use your 10-month subsidy to compete with me." The girl furrowed her brow, suppressing her frustration, and spoke softly. "If you are indeed a soul master, we could be friends. By the way, I am an auxiliary soul master. Generally, everyone desires to befriend auxiliary soul masters, as healing or enhancement abilities are highly sought after among soul masters. The renowned Seven Treasures Glazed sect is popular for this very reason, attracting powerful titled Douluos to join. Moreover, the girl was confident that her beauty would entice any boy to befriend her, even if she were not an auxiliary soul master. She found the young man quite appealing, which prompted her to express such rare sentiments. Had he been unattractive, she would have dismissed him without a second thought. "How fortuitous." Wang Feng replied with a smile, "I am also an auxiliary soul master. I will remain here. Would it not be better for you to choose another room?" He had likely already deduced who this girl was. As the saying goes, like repels, and unlike attracts. The abilities of auxiliary soul masters cannot be conferred upon one another, lest severe consequences ensue. "You, a grown man, how could you possibly be an auxiliary soul master?" Manager Wang, who was nearby, silently mused. "You just knocked Dai Xiao down with a single punch, and yet you dare to claim you are an auxiliary soul master?" However, he dared not voice this thought. "Are you doing this on purpose?" The girl glared at Wang Feng's smile, a hint of anger in her voice. "What is your name?" She fixed her gaze earnestly upon him. "My surname is Hua," Wang Feng replied, "and my given name is Shagua." "Shagua?" The young maiden furrowed her delicate brows, finding the name peculiar in the extreme. Nevertheless, with a huff, she declared, "Wo Shagua, I shall remember you." After this, Wang Feng ascended the stairs. Unable to contain himself, Manager Wang erupted into laughter. "What are you laughing at?" the maiden inquired. "Ahem, I merely find the name rather amusing." Manager Wang replied, stifling his chuckles. Internally, he mused about the girl's naivety, wondering why she would inquire about another's name without introducing herself first. What a spoiled young lady she must be. The maiden regarded Manager Wang with a puzzled expression, muttering the name to herself a few times. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, her face flushed crimson, and it seemed as though steam might rise from her head. Her hands clenched tightly, trembling with indignation. "How dare you toy with me?" she fumed, striding toward the stairs, but after a moment's contemplation, she turned and departed, vowing, "If I ever encounter you again, Ning Rongrong will make you pay. How dare you offend me? I am furious." She stamped her foot in frustration and then addressed Manager Wang. "Are there any rooms available?" "None left, Mississippi. Perhaps you might consider another hotel?" Manager Wang replied, furrowing his brow. Ning Rongrong shot him a glare before turning on her heel and striding away. In a pristine white room, Wang Feng stood at the window, watching the retreating figure of the maiden, shaking his head. What a headstrong and arrogant Ning Rongrong. I did not expect to encounter her first. Turning away, he surveyed the immaculate chamber and reclined on the spacious white bed. After a brief respite, Wang Feng took a shower, cleansing himself of the day's dust and grime. Before long, a knock at the door interrupted him. Upon opening it, he found Tang San and Xiao Wu standing there. "Brother Feng, Xiao Wu and I are heading out to explore. You should join us. Soto City is vast, far larger than Notting City." Xiao Wu exclaimed, her energy palpable as she seemed to have dragged Tang San along with her, brimming with excitement. "All right, I shall accompany you," Wang Feng responded, observing the bright sunshine and gentle breeze outside, feeling a stir of enthusiasm within. After a brief discussion, the trio exited the hotel. The warm sunlight enveloped them, and Wang Feng found it quite pleasant as they strolled leisurely through the streets. Before long, Tang Sen halted, gazing at a shop in the distance. The sign bore an unusual emblem featuring a sword, a hammer, and a blue electric tyrannosaurus. "Xiao Wu, Brother Feng. I shall take a look inside," Tang San said after a moment's contemplation, stepping through the threshold. Isn't that the insignia of the spirit hall? Xiao Wu remarked, following him inside. Wang Feng, however, chose to remain outside, aware that the proprietor of the establishment was none other than Flinder, the headmaster of Shrek Academy. After bidding farewell to the two, he continued his exploration of Soto City, where a myriad of shops presented themselves, reminiscent of a bustling metropolis. Suddenly, as he wandered, a commotion erupted ahead. Return my money. Do you know who I am? You dare to steal from me? If you don't return it, beware. Came the shrill voice of a girl. Huh, little girl, this bag of gold soul coins was picked up by me from the ground. You claim it as yours. How do you expect that to matter? Call out to it, and see if it responds. Came the mocking reply. Wang Feng gazed into the distance, where a crowd had gathered, and couldn't help but smile. Amidst the throng, a stunning young girl clad in a white dress was furiously confronting two burly men, their faces adorned with mischievous grins and emanating formidable waves of soul power. They held several bags of gold soul coins in their hands. Is that not Ning Rongrong? Wang Feng approached to take a closer look, overhearing hushed whispers around him. The girl seemed to have drawn the ire of the notorious Zhang Si and Wang Wu, known rascals frequenting the battle arena. How could two soul masters stoop so low as to bully a young girl? Amused by the murmurs, Wang Feng observed Ning Rongrong, the proud daughter of a noble family, who had ventured out alone from the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Her genteel demeanor belied an inner arrogance, leaving her vulnerable to such ruffians. However, Wang Feng had no intention of intervening. A girl like Ning Rongrong, wandering alone, must surely have guardians from her sect discreetly following her. She was unlikely to be in any real danger. With that thought, he turned to leave. Just then, a waft of fragrant air brushed past him, and a white figure suddenly appeared before him. Big brother, what brings you here? The figure exclaimed with surprise. It was none other than Ning Rongrong. Wang Feng was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, she grasped his shoulder, pivoted her head, and disdainfully addressed the two men. You scoundrels dare to steal my money? My big brother has arrived, an auxiliary soul master of great prowess, and he will surely bring you both to your knees. With that declaration, Ning Rongrong lifted her chin defiantly, coldly regarding the two men. Wang Feng couldn't help but admire the girl's spirit. She certainly held a grudge. She had spotted him just as he was about to leave and had rushed over. Ha ha, an auxiliary soul master? Little beauty. Do you really think your brother can subdue us battle soul masters? One of the men laughed. Do you believe that with a few punches, I couldn't bring him down? He introduced himself as Wang Wu, 22 years old, and a level 23 battle soul master, his martial spirit being a mantis. The other, Zhang Si, also 22, was a level 24 battle soul master with a unique plant spirit known as the Flying Vine. Together, they were dubbed the Flying Mantis Duo in the arena. I don't believe it, Ning Rongrong retorted, a glint of cunning in her eyes. If you have the ability, then try to bring my brother down. The laughter from the crowd erupted once more. Kid, are you her brother? Step forward. If you can defeat either of my brothers today, the money will be returned to you, Wang Wu proposed with a grin. Though I warn you, one punch from me, and you might end up with a swollen face. Wang Feng glanced at the two men and replied, Actually, I don't know her. If you wish to fight, then go ahead and take her. With just a single blow, one could reduce her to tears. As he spoke, Wang Feng forcefully shook off Ning Rongrong's hand, declaring, Step aside, do not approach me. I do not know you. Ning Rongrong, incensed, thought, This scoundrel toyed with me at the Rose Hotel, and now he wishes to withdraw? I shall ensure he is drawn back in. Let him face the consequences. Brother, I promise I shall never disobey you again. Ning Rongrong feigned a pitiful tone, murmuring, They are bullying me, and you simply stand by and watch. That boy, how spineless can he be? Wang Wu could not suppress his laughter. Your own sister is being tormented, and you remain so cowardly? Is this what it means to be a man? Come here, withstand 3 of my punches, and I shall return your money. Chapter 62. You are too young. I have no interest in you. Wang Feng's lips twitched slightly, pondering. Indeed, the more beautiful the woman, the more deceitful she becomes. Ning Rongrong, it seemed, had deduced that he was a support-type soul master, clearly intending to make him a laughingstock. However, this was not unexpected. Wang Feng recalled that in the original narrative, Ning Rongrong initially appeared to be a gentle and amiable young lady, yet in truth, she was willful, headstrong, and boastfully proud. A pampered heiress. It was only after entering Shrek Academy that she began to amend her ways. Meanwhile, in the shadows, 2 figures whispered to each other. Hiss, I say. Boss, when did our lady recognize a big brother? This must be her first venture beyond the 7 treasures glazed tile school, right? Should we intervene? At that moment, as Ning Rongrong made her declaration, the crowd began to murmur and point. Very well, let them come, Wang Feng smiled broadly, stepping forward a few paces to face the two. Since trouble had arrived at his doorstep, how could he shy away? Even if he could not evade it, he would confront it head-on. Such was his style. Ning Rongrong took a few steps back, a glimmer of cunning flashing in her eyes, secretly thinking, this fellow bullied me at the Rose Hotel, now he deserves it. But then she reconsidered. She could not simply abandon him if he were to be beaten. Regardless, the sight of him receiving a thrashing would bring her satisfaction. At worst, she could later take him for treatment, and that would settle the score. When had she, Ning Rongrong, ever been one to suffer losses? As Wang Feng spoke, a space opened up around them. Let us agree, this is merely an exchange of skills, not an exhibition of my strength against the weak, Wang Wu said with a grin. You desire these bags of gold soul coins, hence the spar. Enough with the chatter. Come on. Wang Feng waved his hand, standing firm. If you can land a single punch that brings me down, I shall concede you possess some skill. Good lad. Quite the bold one, Wang Wu chuckled, and without further ado, he summoned his martial spirit. 2 soul rings, one white and one yellow, gradually ascended from beneath him. A green mantis materialized above his head. Mantis embody, Wang Wu exclaimed, his body beginning to transform. With a powerful push, he leapt off the ground, leaving an imprint, and launched a punch toward Wang Feng. Instantly, the surrounding crowd dispersed once more, many gazing at Wang Wu's martial spirit with envy. This is a true soul master. It is important to note that among commoners, soul masters comprise only a small fraction. As that fist came hurtling towards him, Ning Rongrong's expression shifted. For auxiliary soul masters are not physically strong compared to their formidable attack-type counterparts. The difference is indeed stark. If that punch were to land, that scoundrel would surely be injured, wouldn't he? Humph, he has only himself to blame. Ning Rongrong turned her head away, unwilling to witness this scene. After all, who invited this rogue to toy with her? Bang! Suddenly, a sound erupted. Ning Rongrong quickly turned her head, only to be taken aback. She saw that Wang Wu had, at some point, been sent flying, now lying on the ground in the distance, his hands seemingly limp, trembling all over. What just transpired? A question mark slowly emerged in Ning Rongrong's mind. She glanced around, observing the crowd, all eyes wide in astonishment as if they had witnessed something utterly unbelievable. At that moment, Wang Feng stood still, patting his chest, and then walked towards the two. Well, what do you say, my young friends? Wang Feng inquired, directing his gaze at Zhang Si. Why you stay away? Zhang Si retreated 2 steps, his face filled with fear as he looked at the remarkably handsome youth. Just moments ago, his older brother Wang Wu had delivered a solid punch to this young man's chest. However, the anticipated scenario did not unfold. The youth merely puffed out his chest, an exceedingly strange sight. Yet, as someone who had experienced countless battles in the soul arena, Zhang Si was well aware. This youth was evidently extraordinarily powerful. Far from being any mere auxiliary soul master, that young girl was deceiving them. Here, take it. Zhang Si threw a few bags of gold soul coins to Wang Feng, trembling as he helped the still quaking Wang Wu away. Witnessing this, the crowd began to disperse, all silently concluding that this youth was quite extraordinary. Surely, he could not be an auxiliary soul master. How could an auxiliary soul master possess such strength? Wang Feng turned around and approached Ning Rongrong, a faint smile gracing his lips. This smile sent shivers down Ning Rongrong's spine, evoking the sensation of a predator surveying its prey. What do you intend to do? Ning Rongrong retreated several steps, lifting her chin defiantly, gazing at Wang Feng without fear. The arrogance born from her privileged upbringing would not easily dissipate. Nothing in particular. Wang Feng tossed the gold soul coins in his hand, chuckling. Thank you. I've earned a few hundred gold soul coins for nothing. Ning Rongrong was taken aback and quickly retorted, That's mine. Give it back. Give it back? Wang Feng tucked the coins into his pocket, suddenly scrutinizing Ning Rongrong with a mischievous smile. All right then, didn't you just call me big brother? How about you call me good brother a few times? And I'll return it to you? Wang Feng was no gentle soul. This girl had deliberately provoked him. How could he let her off without a little lesson? You. Ning Rongrong's face flushed, her enchanting eyes glaring at Wang Feng in indignation. The earlier call of big brother was merely a ruse to ensnare this rogue. There was no way she would, as the esteemed young lady of the 7-treasured glazed tile school, call a stranger good brother. Such an ambiguous term was utterly unacceptable. Do you find yourself lacking funds at present? Wang Feng shrugged and remarked with a hint of regret. If you possess no golden soul coins tonight, you may very well end up sleeping on the streets, keeping company with the beggars outside the city. With a chuckle, he continued. I hear that these beggars have not bathed for over half a year. Sharing their company and dining on food scavenged from refuse would indeed be a novel experience for you. With that, Wang Feng turned to leave. Upon hearing his words, Ning Rongrong's delicate face paled in fear. She realized she was alone on this outing. The golden soul coins were in the possession of this scoundrel, and if he refused to return them, she would truly be in a dire predicament. The very thought of such a scene sent chills down her spine. No, absolutely not. Wait. Ning Rongrong hurriedly stepped forward, her face flushed. Just give me back my golden soul coins, and I will scream. Wang Feng halted, gazing at Ning Rongrong with a look of amusement, as if he were awaiting a performance. Ning Rongrong opened her mouth, a wave of humiliation washing over her. After a long moment of hesitation, she managed to utter a single word, scream. However, she felt increasingly aggrieved, tears welling in her eyes. Fine. In the next instant, it seemed she was truly about to shout. At that very moment, a bag of golden soul coins was suddenly tossed onto her. Accompanied by a languid voice, it proclaimed, "Never mind, don't shout. You're rather young, and I have no interest in you, merely wishing to teach you a lesson. Take your golden soul coins and scram." With that, Wang Feng turned and departed, leaving Ning Rongrong standing in a daze. After what felt like an eternity, Ning Rongrong burst into laughter, her tears still glistening in her eyes. Meanwhile, two individuals lurking in the shadows paused, intrigued. This lad possesses a certain charm, doesn't he? How dare he treat our lady so? Boss, shall we intervene? No. The sect leader instructed us to allow her to experience the world outside as long as she is not in danger. Chapter 63, Shrek Academy. This scoundrel, Ning Rongrong muttered. Watching the figure swiftly disappear from view, a smile breaking through her tears, calling me to scram, and then turning away. What an odd fellow. With a chuckle, she wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and continued, quite amusing indeed, claiming that I am young when he is merely 2 or 3 years my senior. She assumed Wang Feng's reference to her youth pertained to her age. Just then, she overheard a couple arguing by the roadside. No, I don't want to break up. Tell me, what is wrong with me? I can change. Can I? It's impossible to change. If you don't tell me, how will I know if I can change? All right, since that is what you want to hear, let me tell you, you're too young for my taste, so let us end this. I'm not young. You're only 2 or 3 years older than me. We were just fine, weren't we? Please, it's not about your age. I'm saying I have no interest in girls with small chests. Can you change that? You cannot. So let us part ways. Who says I can't change? If you just touch it a little, won't it grow? Ning Rongrong gazed at the couple, appearing to be around 15 or 16 years of age, engaged in a heated argument that left their faces flushed. In that moment, she seemed to comprehend something profound. Instantly, her fair complexion blushed visibly, as if her head were emanating heat. In a fit of embarrassment and anger, Ning Rongrong stomped her foot on the ground, exclaiming, "Scoundrel! Rogue! What do you mean I am small? You are toying with me." With her head bowed, she straightened her waist, her toes barely visible, and indignantly declared, "I am not small at all. This infuriates me. You insufferable fool." Wang Feng hurriedly departed, yet abruptly halted not due to a desire to hear the affectionate address of good brother, but rather because he sensed 2 piercing gazes fixated upon him. Presumably, they belonged to the bodyguards covertly safeguarding Ning Rongrong. While the 7 Treasures glazed tile school boasted 2 formidable soul masters, Wang Feng felt no fear. However, if they took an interest in him, it could prove troublesome. He shook his head. After all, his sole intention was to teach Ning Rongrong a lesson. Despite her youth and undeniable beauty, surpassing many stars from his previous life, he found little intrigue in her. At that moment, the hotel resonated with a sudden vibration. This realization took Wang Feng by surprise. Over the past 5 years, he had encountered all the hidden weapons possessed by the third brother. Frankly, as long as one possessed sufficient speed, the external concealed weapons and mechanisms were not particularly daunting. However, the Dragon Whisker Needle was among the top 10 of the Xiantian Treasure Record's concealed weapons, exceedingly formidable. With a mind to experiment, he pondered whether this needle could breach his defenses. Wang Feng, stroking his chin in contemplation, decided to meditate and cultivate as he prepared for his visit to Shrek Academy the following day. The next morning, Tang San and Xiao Wu arrived to awaken Wang Feng for their journey to Shrek Academy. The master had instructed them to exit through the south gate and follow the pipeline until they reached the academy. As Tang San gazed at the distant farmland, he felt a sense of tranquility and remarked, "I wonder what Shrek Academy is like. Why is it situated outside the city?" Xiao Wu, curious, playfully plucked a nearly ripe ear of rice, teasingly fiddling with the grains. "Perhaps it's due to poverty," Wang Feng replied. Indeed, in the original narrative, Shrek Academy was established outside the city due to financial constraints. Really? Xiao Wu exclaimed, astonished. Tang Sen furrowed his brow. How could that be? Wang Feng chuckled, otherwise. Who would build an academy outside the city? But we shall discover the truth upon arrival. He too felt a twinge of curiosity about Shrek Academy, having only read about it in novels without witnessing its reality firsthand. After walking for a while, Xiao Wu playfully demanded to be carried by Tang San. It was not until the trio approached a small village that she hopped down, exclaiming, "That must be it." Her eyes sparkled with excitement, though she found the village rather peculiar. As they strolled towards the village, a long line of people extended from the entrance, reaching their location. "It certainly looks dilapidated," Wang Feng remarked, bemused. He sought to enter the illustrious Shrek Academy, a venture that felt inevitable. At the entrance, a table was manned by an elderly gentleman, who appeared to be scrutinizing the students arriving to register. Behind him loomed the entrance, adorned with a sign that bore the somewhat crooked inscription, Shrek Academy. Beside it, an emblem depicted the legendary Shrek monster, resembling a slime. Wang Feng silently scoffed at the sight, noting its humanoid head and greenish hue, which rendered it somewhat endearing. Slimes are often regarded as the most trivial of creatures in many fantasy novels. As for Shrek, Brother Feng, you truly hit the nail on the head. Xiao Wu remarked with a hint of disbelief. It's in such disrepair, much worse than Nodding Academy. Is this truly Shrek Academy? Wang Feng responded, indeed it is. This institution boasts the promise of graduating with the title of Viscount in the Empire. A mother standing nearby seemed to share Xiao Wu's skepticism. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng thought to himself, just as depicted in the novels. However, such promises are likely mere gimmicks designed to draw outsiders to Shrek Academy. Otherwise, it would surely struggle to attract students. He mused that Shrek Academy resembled the elite youth classes of his previous life. In that realm, youth classes were established to cultivate exceptionally intelligent children with unique abilities, those whom the average populace could only exclaim in astonishment about. Most of them achieved remarkable success in adulthood. Although such classes have become rare in the modern world, they represented the true embodiment of genius. Contemplating this, Wang Feng felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness. Swiftly shaking his head to dispel the tumultuous thoughts, at that moment, a commotion erupted ahead. I advise you all to inquire thoroughly about Shrek Academy before you come here. Do not rush to register merely because of the promise of graduating as a Viscount. It will only result in a waste of your registration fee. The elder stood, his expression tinged with impatience as he regarded the lengthy queue behind him. Shrek represents a certain type of monster. Among soul beasts, it is indeed a peculiar entity. And thus we only accept those who are monsters themselves. Ordinary soul masters with poor aptitude, those under the age of 12 who have not reached level 21, may leave immediately. Do not waste your time or money. Upon finishing his words, perhaps to assert his authority, he trembled, and 6 soul rings illuminated beneath him, 1 white, 1 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black. Chapter 64. Could you please refrain from drinking water for a moment? A soul emperor. As anticipated. Upon hearing the words of the elder, the majority of those waiting in line were frightened and hastily departed, thereby saving Wang Feng and his companions a considerable amount of time. After a brief interval, a gentle female voice resonated, prompting many to turn their attention towards its source. Wang Feng, recognizing the voice, needed no further indication to know its owner. Brother, that girl is quite beautiful, exclaimed Xiao Wu with a gasp. Tang Xin nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, she is rather lovely, no less than you, Xiao Wu. He spoke the truth. The girl was indeed strikingly attractive, thus echoing Xiao Wu's sentiment. However, unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's expression shifted, and she stepped on Tang San's foot, letting out a huff. Tang San's instinct for self-preservation was evidently lacking, which amused Wang Feng. Having traversed from ancient times and being inexperienced in matters of romance, Tang San's understanding of girls was nearly non-existent. In contemporary terms, he could be likened to a blunt, concrete and steel type of man. Even a modern individual could easily charm Xiao Wu, lifting her spirits effortlessly. Tang San looked at Xiao Wu in confusion. He had merely spoken the truth and supported her, so why was she upset? Tang San, come here. Let me teach you a few tricks, Wang Feng whispered. Although he himself was a reclusive individual in his previous life, also a master fire mage, he approached the task with earnest intent. After a moment of hesitation, Tang San walked over. Wang Feng murmured a few words into Tang San's ear. If Xiao Wu asks again, respond in this manner. Tang San appeared momentarily bewildered by the instructions. After a while, Xiao Wu suddenly glanced back and tugged on Tang San's arm, saying, Third brother, there are so many beautiful girls. Look behind us, there's another one. Behind them stood a girl with an icy demeanor, appearing slightly younger than Xiao Wu, yet she was strikingly beautiful. Her skin was fair, her features exquisite, embodying a youthful charm, though her figure was notably mature, surpassing that of many girls aged 18 or 19, leaving a profound impression. Do not gaze indiscreetly, Wang Feng admonished himself, maintaining his composure and averting his eyes. As expected, this girl was likely Zhu Zhuqing. Tang San, recalling Wang Feng's earlier guidance, turned to glance behind him before turning back to Xiao Wu, looking perplexed. What beautiful girl? Where? Did you not see? She is right behind us, Xiao Wu exclaimed. But I only see you, Xiao Wu, as the beautiful girl. I do not see any others, Tang San replied, somewhat dazed. He recited the lines taught by Wang Feng effortlessly, feeling no hindrance in his delivery. Xiao Wu's face suddenly flushed. with a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. She glared at Tang San and stepped on his foot again, scolding, "Brother, what are you saying?" Tang San looked at Wang Feng with confusion. Wasn't he the notion that he would make Xiao Wu happy by following Wang Feng's words supposed to yield a different reaction? It seemed nothing had changed. Wang Feng shook his head, pondering the simplicity of Tang San's thoughts. It truly was a challenge for Xiao Wu. Are you all registering or not? Let us join together. Tang San and Xiao Wu stepped forward, paying the registration fee. Each displayed their martial spirits, while the elderly man examined Tang San's physique with keen interest. Indeed, I did not expect the blue-silver grass to develop so swiftly. Your muscles and bones are well formed. You must have trained diligently, the old man remarked with a smile, observing the duo. Tang San nodded and, with a grin, inquired, "Master, do we qualify as monsters?" Indeed. Indeed, the old man replied, nodding as he gestured towards Dai Mubai in the distance. "Mubai, come over and take them inside." Dai Mubai approached, first casting a glance at Tang San and offering a polite smile, before surveying the surroundings. "What are you looking at, you rascal?" Xiao Wu snapped, her irritation flaring. "Are you scheming something nefarious?" Clearing his throat, Dai Mubai whispered, has he arrived?" You mean Fengge?" Xiao Wu paused, then laughed heartily. "What's this? Are you, the mighty tiger, afraid of Fengge?" "Ahem, it's not fear, merely a profound curiosity regarding the soul master," Dai Mubai replied, a hint of unease evident. After all, the sensation of being struck and sent flying was less than pleasant. "Who are you two discussing?" A curious girl in white, who had passed the assessment and stood beside Dai Mubai, inquired. "He must be quite formidable. Could he truly fear others? Curious, are we?" Xiao Wu chuckled, pointing ahead. "Isn't he right there? Rest assured, if you dare to bully me and Brother San in the academy, we shall have Fengge send you flying with a single punch." Dai Mubai turned to look ahead, just in time to spot the figure from last night's nightmare. Ning Rongrong followed his gaze and was momentarily taken aback. Wang Feng, oblivious to the scrutiny, stood at the doorway, where the girl in white squinted at him, her expression a complex mix of astonishment and indignation, though ultimately replaced by calmness. "It's him." Ning Rongrong clenched her fists. "How did he come to Shrek Academy? Isn't there an age restriction of 12 years or younger? Is he the Fengge you mentioned? He appears to be nearly the same age as the one beside me," Ning Rongrong noted, casting a glance at Dai Mubai. "Oh." Ning Rongrong felt a sudden rush of mixed emotions, surprise intertwined with anger. "He is only slightly older than me. Does he possess sufficient soul power?" she asked curiously. Dai Mubai seemed equally intrigued as he observed Tang San and Xiao Wu. However, they exchanged glances and simultaneously shook their heads. "We are unaware of Feng Ge's soul power level. It shouldn't be significantly lower than ours." Over the past 5 years, although they had sparred multiple times, Tang San and Xiao Wu seldom compelled Wang Feng to utilize his soul power, and even when he did, it was only a fraction of his potential. "Unaware?" Dai Mubai exclaimed. "Isn't he your elder brother?" "Never mind. I'm quite eager to see what level of soul power this lad possesses." In the distance, the old man scrutinized Wang Feng, perplexed. "Young man, you appear to be over 12 years old, do you not? You stand at a height akin to Dai Mubai, looking at least 15. "I have developed quite well. I just turned 12 this year," Wang Feng replied thoughtfully, noting that Zhu Zhuqing behind him did not look like she was 12 either. "Very well, extend your hand," the elder gestured. Wang Feng approached and extended his hand. The elder gently squeezed it, and his expression subtly shifted. Your muscles and bones possess an unusual quality that I cannot quite articulate." The elder furrowed his brow, seemingly sensing something indeterminate. He stepped closer to Wang Feng, mirroring his earlier actions with Tang San, and examined his calves and arms. The more he touched, the greater his astonishment grew. This child's sinews are as resilient as tempered steel. Is this real? His muscles are remarkably solid. Is this a natural development? Never mind. Please reveal your martial spirit. The elder felt a tinge of confusion, but continued nonetheless. Wang Feng hesitated for a moment, then extended his palm, from which a blue lotus emerged, floating at the center. "I don't believe I have ever encountered a martial spirit like yours," the elder remarked, staring in awe at the blue lotus. Behind him, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled as she admired the flower's beauty. "What a lovely little blossom," Ning Rongrong exclaimed, equally astonished. "This is my first time witnessing such a martial spirit," she added. "Brother Feng's martial spirit is truly formidable, not merely beautiful," Xiao Wu chimed in with a playful smile. Dai Mubai also observed, seemingly deep in thought regarding this martial spirit. At that moment, Wang Feng spoke. "I call it the blue lotus. And your soul rings? Without them, I cannot ascertain your level. You are somewhat extraordinary. Reveal 2 soul rings, regardless of their age, and you shall pass," the elder instructed. He glanced at the blue lotus and picked up a cup of water, feeling a bit parched, and was about to drink it. "2, you say?" Wang Feng pondered. "But, teacher, Could you please refrain from drinking for a moment? What? Are you afraid I might spit it out? The elder chuckled. Do not worry. I have lived for decades and have encountered all manner of peculiarities. If you wish to astonish me, hurry and display your soul rings. With that, the elder downed the water in one gulp. Just then, a flicker of soul power coursed through Wang Feng, and 2 soul rings slowly emerged from beneath his feet. The moment they appeared, it felt as if the air itself quivered. One was purple, the other black. Splutter, splutter. The sound of water spraying erupted suddenly. The first was a purple, 1,000-year soul ring. The second was a black, 10,000-year soul ring. As the 2 rings ascended from beneath Wang Feng, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. The expressions of the remaining individuals varied widely. Firstly, the elder, having just swallowed his drink, spat it out in shock, transforming it into a fine mist in the air. His murky eyes were now filled with astonishment as he gazed at Wang Feng, akin to a modern person encountering a genuine monster. The others, including Zhu Zhuqing, who had appeared calm before, now looked utterly stunned at Wang Feng. At the village entrance, Tang San and Xiao Wu watched from a distance, their eyes wide with disbelief. Ning Rongrong, equally astonished, had her mouth agape, her eyes reflecting an incredulous expression. As the favored daughter of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, she had never seen soul rings of such caliber, 1,000-year and even 10,000-year soul rings. This fellow is simply extraordinary. A 10,000-year soul ring? Dai Mubai felt a slight short circuit in his mind. Wait a moment. He possesses only 2 spirit rings, the first being a millennium and the second a myriad of years. How is that even possible? This mental lapse stemmed entirely from the fact that it surpassed his understanding. Dai Mubai had never encountered a spirit ring that was a millennium old. Generally, a century-old ring is already a rarity, and even among those, there are distinctions, let alone a millennium. He had scarcely seen a spirit ring that was around 500 years old, and the second spirit ring being 10,000 years old? That was utterly excessive. A 10,000-year spirit ring could only be absorbed as the 5th ring at the very least, could it not? Dai Mubai gazed at Wang Feng, astonishment evident in his eyes. As a student of Shrek Academy, he understood that the absorption of spirit rings is inextricably linked to one's physical constitution and martial spirit. However, no matter how robust one's physique, there are limits to absorption unless one transcends their physical constraints. Nevertheless, recalling the punch from the previous day, Dai Mubai could vaguely comprehend the situation. Brother Feng's second spirit ring is indeed 10,000 years old, Tang Sen murmured. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement. They were both aware that the first spirit ring was a millennium old, and due to its 6,000-year nature. Their teacher had mentioned that it would be challenging for Brother Feng to master such a formidable spirit ring, as his body might gradually decline under the immense pressure of the 6,000-year spirit ring. Yet, in fact, Brother Feng had not only avoided deterioration over the years, but had grown even stronger. Astonishingly, his second spirit ring was 10,000 years old. Tang Sen recalled his teacher's words. Brother Feng's existence transcended comprehension and could not be judged by conventional standards. I say, teacher, Wang Feng remarked as he retracted his spirit rings, looking at the elder with a smile. I have passed, haven't I? I told you not to drink water beforehand. The elder scrutinized Wang Feng for a considerable time, wiped his face, then shook his head with a sigh. Indeed, there are more and more monsters emerging. You have passed. Mubai, take him inside. Wang Feng strolled toward the entrance, momentarily pausing at the sight of Ning Rongrong, yet he did not linger. Dai Mubai instinctively took a couple of steps back, clearing his throat. Please follow me. There are a few more tests ahead. Perhaps the shadow cast by that punch was still significant, particularly upon learning of the other S2 spirit rings, which deepened the unease in his heart. The matter of spirit rings piqued the curiosity of Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Dai Mubai, yet they understood that this was not the appropriate time to inquire further. So, your name is Wang Feng, the girl in white observed, her tone gentle, her fair and delicate face adorned with a soothing smile. This smile brought a sense of comfort to both Tang San and Dai Mubai. Even Xiao Wu found the girl quite approachable. Only Wang Feng, who was aware that Ning Rongrong was far from simple, maintained a different perspective. Hello, I am Wang Feng, he replied with a serious demeanor, as if he had never encountered Ning Rongrong before. Ning Rongrong's expression faltered momentarily, her hands tightening slightly as she turned and said softly, I will go in first. With that, she stepped inside ahead of them. Then I shall take you in as well. This village is not complicated. Upon entering, you will see the second testing area and the teacher. An acquaintance? Surely you are not harboring any ill intentions? Xiao Wu regarded Dai Mubai with caution. I seem to recall there was also a rather beautiful girl nearby. Dai Mubai furrowed his brow. What ill intentions? Am I the sort of person to entertain such thoughts? It is merely that this individual's aura is somewhat akin to mine, resonating harmoniously with my martial spirit. Such a martial spirit is exceptionally rare. For if we cultivate a mutual understanding and combine our strengths, we could unleash formidable martial soul fusion techniques. The term martial soul fusion resonated with Tang San and Xiao Wu, both of whom had heard of it. Wang Feng felt a spark of interest. Indeed, Tang San and Xiao Wu's martial spirits seemed remarkably compatible, a rabbit and grass. The rabbit feeding upon the grass. If there were a carrot martial spirit, would that not be even more fitting? Dai Mubai led the trio to the village entrance, gesturing toward a gathering of people in the distance. That is the place. Well then, I shan't keep you any longer. I must step out for a moment. The simplicity of the surroundings struck Xiao Wu as rather charming. Just then, a voice rang out ahead. Sausages for sale, delicious and long sausages, both edible and enjoyable. Do not miss out on Oscar's exquisite sausages. Only 5 copper coins for an unparalleled taste. Wang Feng observed from a distance a man clad in gray, sporting short hair and a scruffy beard, wheeling a cart toward them. The cart bore an uncanny resemblance to those of street vendors from his previous life. He vividly recalled the many such carts that populated the entrance of his elementary school, peddling various fried delicacies, with the wolf-tooth potato being particularly memorable. These vendors had accompanied him through middle school, high school, and even university, their presence undeniably resilient. This must be Oscar, Wang Feng mused, eyeing the cart and the bearded man. Third brother, I want one, Xiao Wu exclaimed, her eyes glimmering with delight at the enticing aroma. I'll queue up. You help me buy some. Tang San nodded in agreement. I too find it quite appealing. Wang Feng smiled and joined Tang San as they approached. Just then, a figure suddenly emerged from the front of the line, stepping up to Oscar's cart before purchasing 3 sausages and walking over to Wang Feng. Allow me to treat you. The figure revealed herself to be Ning Rongrong, playfully holding out the 3 sausages, albeit at arm's length. Treat us? Tang San was taken aback, thinking to himself how kind she was to offer food on their first meeting. Is that really appropriate? He responded politely. However, she did not disclose her name. I only just learned of it myself, Ning Rongrong said, her tone taking on a peculiar edge, as if laced with suppressed frustration. Brother Feng, what is this about? Tang San glanced at Wang Feng. Chapter 66. I, Ning Rongrong, would rather starve. Wang Feng cast a glance at Ning Rongrong, sensing her good intentions, but suspecting she had already heard of the peculiar nature of Oscar's sausages, hence her deliberate gesture. Otherwise, why would she only purchase 3, neglecting to buy 1 for herself? After all, some individuals participating in the second test might have also purchased Oscar's sausages. Thus, we shall bask in your glory. Tang San smiled as he accepted 3 roasted sausages bought by Ning Rongrong, handing 1 to Wang Feng. Wang Feng gazed at the sausage, which bore a striking resemblance to the hot dogs and grilled ham sausages of his past life. To enhance its flavor, it was sliced intricately, appearing quite delectable. However, Wang Feng was aware that it was crafted using soul energy. Frankly, he cared little for Oscar's peculiar incantations. Culinary delights are of the utmost importance, irrespective of their origins. Just as Wang Feng was about to take a bite of the sausage, a glint of mischief flashed in Ning Rongrong's eyes. Soul fool, once you consume that sausage, you might just regurgitate upon learning how it was made, she thought with a giggle. She had just gleaned the secret of the sausage from several candidates who had already tasted it, and although it made her feel queasy, it was precisely this knowledge that spurred her actions. At that moment, Dai Mubai hurriedly approached from a distance, exclaiming, Wait, you can't eat that. He strode over to Oscar, his voice low and serious. Little Oscar, how many times have I told you not to sell sausages at school? Are you hoping everyone will vomit shortly? Oscar approached with a wry smile. Could this older fellow also be a student of the academy? Tang San found it somewhat incredulous. This man with a bushy beard was also a student? What older fellow? Little Oscar is only 2 years older than you. Dai Mubai shook his head. His martial soul is a rare food type, and he naturally has a robust growth of hair, hence his appearance. Is there something wrong with this sausage? Why can't we eat it? Tang San inquired curiously. Ning Rongrong quietly thought it was unfortunate. Had Dai Mubai arrived a moment later, Wang Feng would undoubtedly have consumed it. You cannot eat it. Dai Mubai looked at Ning Rongrong and said, Little Oscar, fetch a new sausage to examine. Isn't this inappropriate, DouluoDalu? The future juniors are watching. Oscar replied, his expression awkward. Especially the beautiful younger girl in a white dress. If she were to see how it was made, it might complicate future conversations. After all, he had just given her a discount. Hurry up, the 3 of them will certainly be our academy's students in the future, and you still wish to conceal it? Dai Mubai raised his fist, warning, don't make me take action myself. In response, Oscar could only chuckle awkwardly before, in a voice that was both soft and somewhat lewd, declared, I have a large sausage. Upon uttering this, Oscar spread his arms wide, and 2 yellow soul rings rose from beneath his feet. Soul energy coalesced in his palms. and a sausage-shaped martial soul gradually transformed into a genuine sausage. This peculiar and ambiguous incantation immediately caused Tang San and Ning Rongrong's expressions to shift dramatically. Though Ning Rongrong had heard about the oddities of the sausage, hearing it firsthand made her stomach churn. Tang San felt similarly, and, sensing the roasted sausage in his hand was rather hot, he hurriedly handed it back to Ning Rongrong, saying, "This, I appreciate the goodwill." The cold girl behind Dai Mubai frowned and shook her head. However, Wang Feng found the situation quite amusing, watching with great interest. Oscar sighed. Ning Rongrong took the grilled sausage, her expression slightly unpleasant as she realized that Wang Feng would surely not eat it. Thus she had to hand the sausage back to Oscar. "Don't." At that moment, Wang Feng snatched the sausage from Ning Rongrong's hand, smiling as he said, "It is your thoughtful gesture, after all." Ning Rongrong was taken aback. Wang Feng then approached Oscar and asked, "Do you have any condiments? Do you want to eat?" Oscar was momentarily stunned. Of course, these three are also a piece of her heart. Wang Feng chuckled and added, "Besides, food is innocent." Upon hearing this, Oscar felt a surge of emotion. What a wonderful sentiment, that food is innocent. "Yes, I have various condiments here. Junior brother, from now on, whenever you want to eat, I'll give you a 50% discount." This statement struck a chord deep within Oscar's heart. "Just give me the condiments, and I'll mix them myself." Wang Feng walked over to Oscar's cart, inspecting it with much delight. Although it may not compare to the food stalls of his previous life, Oscar's cart certainly held a variety of condiments, including pepper powder, cumin powder, spicy powder, and several sauces. Wang Feng sprinkled the condiments over the 3 sausages. Inhaling deeply, he exclaimed, "Delicious." With everyone watching, he took a bite of each sausage. Tang San, Ning Rongrong, and Dai Mubai all swallowed hard, not out of greed, but in awe. "Incredible," Dai Mubai murmured. He was the first to witness someone eat Oscar's sausage in one go without flinching, and he had devoured 3 in succession. "Too impressive. I could never accomplish that. Wang Feng is remarkable. Are these sausages truly that delectable?" Wang Feng is quite discerning when it comes to food. How could he eat such things? Tang San muttered. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong suddenly felt a pang of guilt. She had intended to tease him, yet he seemed completely unfazed, even eating 3 of those sausages to honor her intentions. Surely he must feel nauseous now? With that thought, Ning Rongrong lowered her head, experiencing a rare moment of shame. "Why are you all staring at me?" Wang Feng, oblivious to Ning Rongrong's inner turmoil, looked at everyone and remarked, "These are genuinely delicious. And we must add more of this condiment." Tang San shook his head repeatedly, though he felt tempted. "By the way, could I have another?" Wang Feng suddenly called out to Oscar, "You want more? That's wonderful." Oscar felt even more touched. Usually, no one wanted to eat his sausages, despite their edibility. Now, someone actually appreciated his culinary creation. Oscar quickly made 2 more and handed them to Wang Feng. Wang Feng sprinkled on the condiments but did not eat. Instead, he walked over to Ning Rongrong, smiling warmly, and said, "As the saying goes, one should reciprocate kindness. Allow me to treat you to one. You wouldn't refuse, would you? Here, please." With that, Wang Feng extended the sausage in his hand towards Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong is not as simple as she appears. It seems she had already discovered the secret of the sausage and deliberately invited me to partake, intending to reveal it afterward to provoke my disgust. However, what Ning Rongrong did not anticipate was that I held no aversion to the sausage. I am not a particularly fastidious person. Wang Feng, at this moment, was repaying her in kind. Instantly, numerous gazes turned toward Ning Rongrong. Startled, she took a couple of steps back. What a jest! For her to consume this item, it would be more unbearable than death itself. I do not wish to eat it. Thank you." Ning Rongrong managed a forced smile. "No, you desire it." Wang Feng stepped closer, asserting, "This is a token of my sincerity." Ning Rongrong shook her head, retreating further, resolutely declaring, "No, I refuse. I, Ning Rongrong, would rather starve or withdraw from the academy than consume this." Wang Feng's gaze remained fixed upon her. His dark eyes resembled a deep abyss, captivating and enchanting. Ning Rongrong momentarily froze, her heart inexplicably racing under the intensity of his stare. "You are quite grown," Wang Feng suddenly remarked. "Huh?" Ning Rongrong's mouth fell open, bewildered as she gazed at him. In that instant, Wang Feng swiftly placed the sausage into her petite mouth. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 67. Should I not test it after all? The air felt almost tangible. Several pairs of eyes widened in shock at the sight of the girl in white. Wang Feng's speed was astonishing. How could Ning Rongrong possibly react in time? Not only her, even Dai Mubai and Tang San were taken aback. The sausage was already nestled within Ning Rongrong's mouth. Anger, disgust, and a myriad of emotions surged through her mind as she grappled with the intrusion of the sausage. "You!" Ning Rongrong glared at Wang Feng, utterly unprepared for such a devious tactic. How could she have believed his flattery of her beauty, feeling her heart race for reasons unknown? The others empathized with her predicament. After all, no one wished to consume the sausage, especially under duress. Fengge, you have gone too far. Tang Xin coughed a few times. Dai Mubai echoed. Wang Feng, why must you force her? Though it is your goodwill, there is no need to impose upon a lady. Yet, his gaze betrayed a hint of envy toward Wang Feng. To be honest, he too wished to engage in such playful antics, but hesitated. Zhu Zhuqing, standing behind Dai Mubai, frowned at Wang Feng. Just then, they all heard the sound of chewing. Upon closer inspection, it was Ning Rongrong delicately nibbling on the sausage. Sensing the scrutiny of those around her, her cheeks flushed as she chewed demurely, whispering, it seems, quite fragrant. She herself was bewildered, despite feeling quite nauseated. The taste was unexpectedly delightful, a blend of spiciness and a subtle sweetness. The onlookers, including Wang Feng, were equally astonished. For he had anticipated that she would spit it out, yet it seemed she was pretending otherwise. Wang Feng regarded Ning Rongrong with a curious expression, pondering silently that it seems even the inhabitants of Douluo Continent cannot escape the law of unexpected delight. After finishing her meal, Ning Rongrong elegantly produced a handkerchief to dab at the corners of her mouth and said to Wang Feng, "Thank you. I did not anticipate that this roasted sausage would be quite so delectable." Wang Feng, bewildered, wondered whether this young lady had adapted so swiftly or was merely putting on a fade to avoid embarrassment. Or perhaps, like him, she genuinely relished the taste? No need for gratitude. It's merely a courtesy, Wang Feng replied with a smile. Next time, let us enjoy roasted sausages together. Ning Rongrong nodded lightly, affirming, you said it. I shall remember. We'll dine together next time. Observing her earnest demeanor, Wang Feng was perplexed, thinking, what is this absurdity? I merely made a polite remark, and she took it to heart? Just then, Xiao Wu approached with her head tilted, inquiring, what are you two discussing? Brother, where's my roasted sausage? Tang San, feeling somewhat awkward, recounted the incident involving Oscar. You filthy men, how can you possess such lewd incantations? Xiao Wu exclaimed, her cheeks flushed, muttering under her breath. I refuse to eat. At this, Wang Feng mused that this seemed a more appropriate reaction. All right, Tang San, Xiao Wu, I shall lead you directly to the final test. Dai Mubai clapped his hands, redirecting the attention of the two. Directly to the final test? Is that appropriate? Tang San remarked, noting several other candidates still queuing. Fear not. Dai Mubai reassured as he approached the instructor overseeing the second test and whispered a few words. The instructor then smiled and replied, no problem. With these two candidates this year, it's worth it. You may take them directly to the fourth test. Upon hearing this, Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged puzzled glances. Uncertain of the reason. Instructor, why can they proceed directly to the fourth test while we must undergo each stage? A boy complained. Is there a disparity in treatment at Shrek Academy? The instructor smiled gently, saying, indeed, there is a distinction. If your spirit power exceeds level 25, you too may bypass the preliminary tests and head straight to the final one. But do you possess spirit power above level 25? Achieving level 21 spirit power by the age of 12 is already a mark of true genius in many elementary spirit master academies. Level 25? The boy fell silent, yet continued to eye Tang San and the others skeptically. I do not believe it. I have never encountered a spirit master of level 25 at 12 years old. His disbelief was understandable. Wang Feng shook his head, likening it to those news stories claiming 10-year-olds can attend university. Unless witnessed firsthand, few would accept such assertions. Even if reported in various outlets, skepticism would still abound. In essence, anything beyond one's personal experience and comprehension is often dismissed as implausible. This tendency to deny the extraordinary is, after all, the origin of many contrarians. A 12-year-old spirit master of level 25 is akin to a 10-year-old attending university. To other spirit masters, it seems utterly unfathomable. Moreover, being an exceptionally gifted child who garners admiration and accolades, it is only natural for them to feel a sense of imbalance, leading to disbelief in the facts presented. Do not believe. Dai Mubai let out a cold chuckle, producing a white crystal sphere and addressing Tang San and Xiao Wu. You too, please demonstrate your soul power. This testing crystal is specifically designed to gauge soul power levels below 30. Exceeding that threshold would result in an explosion. The subsequent test, of course, is intended to measure the precise level of soul power. Tang San nodded and approached, channeling his internal energy from the Xiantian skill. In an instant, a brilliant white light erupted, akin to dazzling gemstones, radiating magnificently. Witnessing this spectacle, the boy was momentarily stunned. The brilliance was evidently a sign of nearing the 30th level, implying that this individual was at least at the 29th level. At the age of 12, a staggering 29. The teacher responsible for the testing wore an expression of astonishment. exclaiming in wonder. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Wu stepped forward, grinning as she infused her soul power, seemingly relishing the moment. The resplendent light continued to shine forth. Another 29. The boy was so startled that he instinctively stepped back several paces. It appeared that he too could proceed directly to the final test. Ning Rongrong smiled gently. Approaching to take the crystal sphere, a clear radiance emerged. Though not as high as Tang San and Xiao Wu, it was undeniably impressive, at least around the 26th level. Wang Feng, would you like to? Just as Ning Rongrong intended to pass the crystal sphere to Wang Feng, a figure darted past, snatching the sphere from her grasp. This figure was none other than the aloof girl trailing behind Dai Mubai. Ning Rongrong noticed that this silent, cool girl seemed to possess a soul power level even higher than hers, the radiance more vibrant. It seems this year, our Shrek Academy is witnessing an increasing number of prodigies, the testing teacher remarked, his eyes filled with both surprise and delight. All four of you may proceed directly to the final test. Go ahead. At that moment, Dai Mubai quickly interjected, wait, Wang Feng, do you wish to test? After speaking, Dai Mubai paused. He was genuinely curious about the soul power level of someone with a first and second soul ring, one being a millennium and the other a 10,000-year spirit. Typically, when soul masters absorb soul rings to break through, their levels rise to varying degrees based on the age of the soul ring. When Dai Mubai himself broke through with his third 1,000-year soul ring, he ascended from level 30 to 33. He could hardly fathom what level a 20th level soul master would achieve upon absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring. Would they leap directly to level 30? Hearing Dai Mubai's words, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing all turned their attention to Wang Feng. Zhu Zhuqing approached and handed the crystal sphere to Wang Feng. Perhaps I should forego the test? Wang Feng smiled. You've all seen my soul rings. They must clearly be above level 25. Come on, Brother Feng, just give it a try. Xiao Wu blinked playfully. Yes, Brother Feng, let us follow the procedure. Tang Sen agreed. The testing teacher regarded Wang Feng with interest, saying, young man, don't worry. Testing 1T diminish your soul power. Moreover, this crystal sphere can withstand soul power up to and including level 30. With that, the teacher gave Wang Feng a peculiar look and inquired, could it be that your soul power exceeds 30? Are you concerned that this crystal sphere might explode? The words of the testing teacher seemed to resonate with the thoughts of Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others as they turned their gazes towards Wang Feng. My soul power does not exceed level 30, Wang Feng stated, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, a sense of inexplicable relief washed over the group. If he had truly surpassed level 30, it would have been utterly absurd. A 12-year-old soul master? What a joke. However, Wang Feng continued with a smile. Although my soul power does not exceed level 30, this white crystal ball will still shatter. Would you like to exchange it for another? His soul power had surpassed what a normal crystal ball could measure. The testing teacher, taken aback by his words, couldn't help but chuckle. Young man, do not jest with me. Are you trying to take advantage of my lack of knowledge? Over the years, I have tested thousands of students, and I have never seen anyone capable of shattering a white crystal ball with a soul power below level 30. He had never witnessed such a phenomenon, nor had Tang San and the others. Very well then, Wang Feng replied without hesitation, slowly channeling his soul power into the white crystal ball. Almost instantaneously, a series of crisp cracking sounds echoed throughout the room. The expressions of everyone present changed dramatically. Chapter 68. It truly will shatter. The clear sound of shattering resonated in the ears of all present. Boom. In the next moment, the crystal ball suddenly shattered completely, transforming into a cascade of white crystal fragments. As they beheld this spectacle, the crowd was left speechless, their astonishment palpable. Even the testing teacher stared in bewilderment. I told you, Wang Feng said, shaking his head in resignation, it really will shatter. His soul power had indeed not surpassed level 30. He was merely on the threshold of that level. Yet, the white crystal ball was incapable of withstanding the intensity of his soul power. The reason was simple. It was akin to a cubic glass jar that can contain a cubic volume of cotton, but cannot endure the weight of a cubic volume of steel. The quality of his soul power was simply too high. Although the total amount remained unchanged, the crystal ball could not endure the quality of his soul power. How can this be? You truly have not surpassed level 30? The testing teacher gazed at the shattered crystal ball, recognizing that the brilliance emitted by it was similar to that of the child named Tang San. This indicated that Wang Feng's soul power level was likely only slightly higher than Tang San's, perhaps just reaching level 30. But how could the crystal ball have shattered? The teacher struggled to comprehend this scene, which exceeded all expectations. It was the first time he had witnessed such an occurrence in many years. As the testing teacher grappled with his confusion, the others stared in disbelief. Could this be related to the quality of soul power? Tang Sen pondered. Realizing that his soul power was, in fact, Xiantian Gong, making it somewhat unique compared to the soul power of ordinary soul masters, as it was cultivated from the authentic methods of the Xianmen. Soul power, in essence, is a form of inner strength. If the quality of soul power is excessively high, then it is indeed possible for the crystal ball to fail to withstand it. In contrast to Tang Sen's contemplative demeanor, the others were filled with shock and bewilderment. This is astonishing. This soul master is incredibly powerful. Ning Rongrong felt a peculiar mix of jealousy and discontent. As a talent of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, she found it hard to accept that she was 4 levels inferior to him. Moreover, he possesses the ability to shatter the crystal ball. However, my auxiliary skills are unparalleled. The level of soul power does not signify much. Ning Rongrong mused. I must not allow Wang Feng to underestimate me. Perhaps only the dean can elucidate this? Dai Mubai observed Wang Feng, contemplating that this year's prodigies were exceptionally formidable, each surpassing the last. Setting aside the shattering of the crystal ball, Wang Feng appeared to be slightly more advanced than Tang San, likely possessing around 30 levels of soul power. After Wang Feng utilized his soul power to break the crystal ball, not only the other candidates, but even Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong were rendered utterly speechless. Dai Mubai, please escort these 5 to the 4th test. The teacher gestured once more. Dai Mubai nodded, glancing at the shattered crystal on the ground before leading Wang Feng and the others into the academy. On their way, Dai Mubai elucidated the process. Typically, our academy conducts 4 assessments for admissions, which you have all witnessed. The 3rd test evaluates the candidate's proficiency in utilizing their own martial spirits. The level of soul power and the rarity of the martial spirit do not solely determine a soul master's worth. For instance, Tang San, your blue-silver grass is a rather ordinary martial spirit, yet your true prowess lies in your understanding and application of it. As you have mentioned, there are no worthless martial spirits, only inept soul masters. This is precisely the essence of the matter. Dai Mubai spoke slowly, recalling the words Tang San had uttered during their clash at the Rose Hotel. Tang San nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the comprehension and application of one's martial spirit are indeed paramount. Moreover, as levels ascend, martial spirits become increasingly challenging to control. If one merely focuses on soul power and martial spirit, the path of a soul master will be fraught with obstacles. Dai Mubai continued. Thus, the 4th test is a comprehensive evaluation, specifically assessing your combat capabilities and prior battle experience. Can you endure the wounds inflicted by combat? In the ever-changing arena of battle, how will you wield your martial spirit's power? Combat often presents the best opportunities for honing our skills as soul masters. This principle applies universally to all types of soul masters, be it assault, support, or control. As they walked, Dai Mubai imparted the fundamental philosophies of the academy to the 5. Wang Feng nodded slightly, recognizing that Dai Mubai's insights and the principles of Shrek Academy were relatively advanced and scientific in the current era of Douluo. With such high expectations, how many students does your academy enroll each year? Xiao Wu could not help but inquire. No wonder the academy resembles a small village. Is it as Fenggu said, rather impoverished? Dai Mubai cleared his throat, a hint of embarrassment flickering across his face, but he quickly composed himself and replied, You are quite right. Our academy does not admit many students each year. In the 20 years since its founding, we have only enrolled 42 students, averaging just over 2 per year. This year, having 5 is indeed a record. Furthermore, among these students, only 14 have graduated. Upon hearing this, the group was taken aback. So few? Ning Rongrong exclaimed. Are the graduation requirements exceedingly stringent? Indeed, spoke with a grave tone, emphasizing that the conditions for graduation from the academy require students to reach at least level 40 before the age of 20. This requirement has eliminated many who, during their cultivation, met their demise while hunting soul beasts and thus withdrew early. Over the years, only 14 students have successfully graduated. However, one should not underestimate these 14. Upon leaving Shrek Academy, they have all become renowned figures across the land. Among them, the most formidable has ascended to the position of the youngest elder in the Spirit Hall, second only to the Pope in authority. This graduation criterion is indeed quite stringent. Xiao Wu gasped in astonishment, while Wang Feng shook his head, noting that even in an academy that only admits prodigies, the graduation rate is a mere 30%, a dismally low figure. At this juncture, Dai Mubai suddenly chuckled bitterly. It is precisely for this reason that the academy lacks funding. The Balak Kingdom intended to sponsor us, but the dean rejected their offer due to the requirement of allegiance to the kingdom. Had it not been for my family's financial support this year, the academy might have faced bankruptcy. Nonetheless, the dean has always stated that it is better to have fewer students than to lower our standards. Dai Mubai concluded with a tone of reverence. The academy recommended by our teacher is indeed exceptional, and I feel fortunate to have arrived at Shrek Academy, Tang Sen remarked with a smile. The others shared a sense of reflection, surprised to learn of the academy's current circumstances and origins. Ahead, Dai Mubai led the group to an open space. Gesturing towards the front, Wang Feng's gaze sharpened as he beheld an area approximately the size of 2 football fields. On one side of the clearing, a rugged middle-aged man in his 50s was dozing in a rocking chair. Zhao Wujia, Wang Feng frowned. A soul sage at level 70 is indeed a formidable opponent. At that moment, Dai Mubai approached the middle-aged man and exchanged a few words. After listening, the man opened his eyes and rose, revealing an impressively muscular physique that resembled that of a bear from a distance, exuding an aura of immense pressure akin to that of a legendary strongman. Wang Feng inwardly mused at the sight, noting that the man's exposed arms were thicker than the thighs of many young women. Ha ha ha, interesting. This year, there are actually 5 monsters exceeding level 25? Come forth and show me. Zhao Wujia beckoned to the group. The 5 exchanged glances before stepping closer. Chapter 69. I am indeed a support-type soul master. Zhao Wujia scrutinized them for a moment, his gaze softening, and with a friendly smile, he said, "Not bad. I am Zhao Wujia, your instructor for the 4th test. In previous years, I seldom encountered monsters exceeding level 25 at the age of 12, yet this year, 5 have appeared at once. Let us have some fun. I will give you a stick of incense to familiarize yourselves with one another and strategize. After the incense burns out, the test will commence. If any one of you can withstand my attacks for the duration of the incense, regardless of whether it's one person or all, you shall pass." With that, he observed the group, who stood in stunned silence. At this moment, Dai Mubai hurried over and said, "Teacher Zhao, isn't this inappropriate?" Zhao Wujia replied, his tone unwavering. "What? Do you see a problem? The dean is not present. I am in charge here, and my word is final." "No, that's not what I meant." Dai Mubai approached Zhao Wujia and lowered his voice. "I meant that 1 incense stick is too short. Wouldn't it be better to extend it to 2? I believe that would be more suitable." After speaking, Dai Mubai discreetly cast a glance at Wang Feng. If Tang San and his companions were to face Zhao Wujia, 1 incense stick would likely be insufficient. However, with Wang Feng included, Dai Mubai felt the situation might change. After all, Wang Feng was someone capable of sending him flying with a single punch when in his transformed state, and possessed 1st and 2nd soul rings that were a millennium and 10,000 years old. A single incense stick would suffice, provided teacher Zhao did not exert his full strength. Dai Mubai believed he had enough discernment to make that judgment. Zhao Wujia looked at Dai Mubai, a question mark slowly forming in his mind. "Do you think that I, your teacher Zhao, have grown old and can no longer wield my weapon? 2 incense sticks? To deal with a mere 5 children who have barely shed their infancy? This is absurd." His tone remained firm, even tinged with a hint of coldness. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai's expression changed, and he quickly approached, opting not to press further. "Dai Laohu, is this teacher Zhao truly formidable?" Xiao Wu asked, furrowing her brow. "All 5 of us are level 25 soul masters, and he only requires 1 incense stick? That seems too simple. Teacher Zhao's prowess is not merely a question of strength. He is a rare type known as a battle soul master." Dai Mubai coughed a few times and explained. "His martial spirit is the powerful Vajra bear, an incredibly formidable beast spirit with unparalleled defensive capabilities, leaving no vulnerabilities. Soul masters of the same level find it nearly impossible to inflict effective damage on him. You might think that bear-type martial spirits are typically cumbersome and slow, but that is only a relative notion. Against you, he is more than capable. The combination of immense offensive power and unmatched defensive ability renders many soul masters powerless against Teacher Zhao. Even if he stood still, you would struggle to make him flinch or inflict any damage. Consequently, within the academy, Teacher Zhao is also known as the Unyielding King." After speaking, Dai Mubai looked at the 4 of them. "That sounds impressive. What level is his soul power?" Xiao Wu inquired. "Is he a soul emperor?" At this revelation, everyone but Wang Feng was taken aback. "A soul sage?" They gasped in unison. Dai Mubai nodded. "You are correct. Teacher Zhao is at least above 70 in soul rank. Moreover, all 7 of his soul rings enhance his defense and strength. One can only imagine how terrifying that is. Not just the 4 of you. Even I would struggle to last a minute against him." "4? But we are 5. Xiao Wu queried, puzzled. "Are you implying that Wang Feng is not human?" Wang Feng. "No, that is not what I meant. Don't misinterpret my words." Dai Mubai shot a glare at Xiao Wu. "I meant that with Wang Feng's presence, you would find it much easier." This statement seemed rather intriguing. "Dai Mubai, is Wang Feng truly that formidable?" Ning Rongrong turned her gaze towards Wang Feng, realizing that this was a real battle, not merely a contest of soul power and soul rings. As you mentioned, it also necessitates a profound understanding and application of one's own martial soul. Moreover, he is an auxiliary soul master. This thought remained unspoken by Ning Rongrong. Zhu Zhuqing also regarded Wang Feng with a hint of curiosity, seemingly surprised and perplexed by Dai Mubai's assertion. I feel the same, Tang San remarked with a smile. All right. Brother Dai has already provided us with a wealth of valuable information. Let us take a moment to introduce ourselves. I am Tang San, a control-type battle soul master with the martial soul of blue silver grass at the 29th level. This is Xiao Wu, a powerful assault-type battle soul master with the martial soul of a rabbit, also at the 29th level. Ning Rongrong, with the martial soul of the 7 treasure glazed tile, is a 26th level auxiliary soul master. And Zhu Zhuqing, possessing the martial soul of the nether cat, is a 27th level agility-type battle soul master. Once the introductions were complete, their collective gaze instinctively fell upon Ning Rongrong. You are from the 7 treasure glazed tile school? Tang Sin exclaimed, astonished. The 7 treasure glazed tower is renowned as the most formidable auxiliary soul master in the continent. I never imagined I would have the opportunity to partner with someone from the 7 treasure glazed tile school in battle. Ning Rongrong cast a sidelong glance at Wang Feng. Chuckling lightly, I snuck out as well. My auxiliary ability offers a 30% enhancement to your power and speed for a duration of 1 incense stick. Absolutely no problem. However, I possess no offensive capabilities. After speaking, Ning Rongrong observed the others. A 30% enhancement in battle, particularly among soul masters of the same level, could prove to be a crucial and potentially decisive advantage. For those of differing levels, it could signify the possibility of overcoming challenges beyond their rank. Furthermore, as levels increased, so too did the enhancement. This made her an exceedingly coveted ally among many battle soul masters. Indeed, after her declaration, Tang San and the others were left in awe. Hee, then our chances of victory have increased significantly, Xiao Wu exclaimed joyfully. Tang San nodded in agreement, a smile gracing his face, clearly pleased at the prospect of having an enhancement-capable auxiliary soul master as a companion. Even the usually stoic Zhu Zhuqing regarded Ning Rongrong with a newfound warmth. This brought a slight sense of pride to Ning Rongrong, but suddenly, she glanced at Wang Feng, only to find him seemingly indifferent. This stirred a feeling of discontent within her. Wang Feng, what about you? Ning Rongrong inquired, unable to restrain herself from asking. Her words immediately redirected the attention of the group towards Wang Feng. He must be the most formidable assault-type soul master among you, Dai Mubai suggested. I recommend letting him take the lead in the upcoming confrontation. Dai Mubai recalled the punch he had received at the Rose Hotel, a memory he believed would linger with him for a lifetime. Thus he made his recommendation. However, upon finishing his statement, he noticed Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanging peculiar glances with him. Even Ning Rongrong looked at him in utter disbelief. Dai Mubai was momentarily taken aback. Had he misspoken? If I recall correctly, Wang Feng mentioned to me that he is an auxiliary soul master, right? Ning Rongrong blinked in surprise. Dai Mubai chuckled. Ning Rongrong, do not jest with me. How could he possibly be an auxiliary soul master? With that, he turned his gaze towards Wang Feng. Unfortunately, I am indeed an auxiliary soul master. Wang Feng chuckled, revealing his 30-level spirit with the blue lotus weapon. As for my abilities, I can swiftly mend your injuries. As long as you are not dead, I should be able to revive you. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai was momentarily taken aback, as were Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. Even Tang San and Xiao Wu were left in a state of astonishment. Wait a moment, didn't T Brother Feng's auxiliary abilities pertain to soul power recovery? When did it transform into healing capabilities? Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged bewildered glances with Wang Feng. Can such a change even occur? Chapter 70. Do you think I, Zhao Wujing, am an honest man? A healing auxiliary soul master is as rare as those who enhance abilities. Moreover, the notion that one can revive anyone as long as they are not dead is quite extraordinary. I suspect that across the continent, very few healing soul masters would dare to make such a claim. The most shocked was undoubtedly Dai Mubai. You, a 30-level soul master who could send me flying with a single punch, are now telling me you possess healing abilities? Dai Mubai stared at Wang Feng, struggling to accept this stark transformation. Healing abilities? The idea that one could revive anyone as long as they are not dead? Is that for real? Ning Rongrong's mouth slightly parted. If such a healing spirit truly existed, it would have long been renowned throughout the continent. Yet, just moments ago, she had never witnessed Wang Feng's mysterious and exquisite flower spirit. Zhu Zhuqing also found it hard to believe. Truly healing spirits are exceedingly rare. Indeed, Wang Feng nodded. Therefore, let us commence the battle. Feel free to unleash your skills against this teacher Zhao. Any injuries incurred will be my responsibility. For Wang Feng, team battles posed little room for growth, primarily because he was exceedingly strong. Unless he engaged in a one-on-one contest with Zhao Wujing, which was more of a matter for Tang San, Wang Feng intended to seek another opportunity. However, not participating would be inappropriate, and Tang San and his companions needed this battle to bond and adapt to combat. Wang Feng perceived this as a splendid opportunity to showcase his healing abilities, mainly to prevent his companions from sustaining severe injuries. In the original narrative, Wang Feng recalled vividly that during this battle, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Tang Sen all suffered varying degrees of injuries, with Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu even losing consciousness, requiring a day for recovery. Oscar's sausages could not remedy the situation. As for Zhu Zhuqing, that was another matter. Tang San and Xiao Wu shared a close bond with him, and he did not wish for them to be injured and temporarily unhealed. Combat is an inevitable experience of injury, yet healing must also be timely. Over the past 5 years, Wang Feng himself had endured considerable wounds. Brother Feng, but I remember your auxiliary ability was to restore soul power? Xiao Wu asked, puzzled. Even now, she recalled 6 years ago, the day outside the small grove when Brother Feng struck a tree behind her, subsequently aiding her and Tang San in recovering their soul power. How has it now transformed into healing? Hearing Xiao Wu's words, Dai Mubai and the others were once again left in disbelief. Does he possess 2 abilities? Soul power restoration? That is impossible. Cough. My martial soul's ability is determined by my mood, Wang Feng calmly stated. For instance, if I am currently disinclined to engage in battle, my martial soul's capability will lean towards healing and support. Explaining to them that my martial soul possesses various forms would be too cumbersome at this moment. Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily bewildered. Is there truly such a martial soul? Enough of the idle chatter. Wang Feng swiftly interjected, Tang San, hurry and devise a battle plan for them. Oh, right. Tang San nodded hastily. Dai Mubai, feeling somewhat disoriented, retreated to the side, quietly observing, sensing that this battle might prove to be quite intriguing. Before long, Tang Sen had formulated the battle strategy. Xiao Wu would take the lead in offense. He would control the situation. Zhu Zhuqing would assist and restrain, while Ning Rongrong and Wang Feng would provide support from the back. Simple yet direct, the specifics would depend on the actual execution. At this moment, the incense stick had nearly burned out. All right, children, prepare to embrace the baptism of battle. Zhao Wujia's resonant voice rang out. After speaking, he took out another incense stick and firmly planted it into the ground. It was at this juncture that Ning Rongrong quietly began to twirl, her gentle and melodious voice accompanying her flowing white dress, resonating softly. 7 treasures turn out with brilliance. As her words fell, a kaleidoscope of light emanated from Ning Rongrong, rendering her as ethereal as a celestial being descending from the heavens. At the center of her palm, a resplendent 7-colored pagoda materialized, while 2 yellow soul rings slowly ascended from beneath her feet, spiraling and radiating a soft luminescence. The 7 treasures are renowned, the first being strength. Ning Rongrong uttered the incantation lightly, and the first soul ring burst forth with brilliance. She then deftly tapped the pagoda with her fingertips, and 3 beams of light promptly descended upon Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing. The 7 treasures are renowned, the second being speed. Without hesitation, Ning Rongrong unleashed the light of the second soul ring, and once again, 3 beams of light floated from the pagoda, landing on the 3 individuals. In an instant, the trio felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through their bodies, as if they had just indulged in ice cream on a sweltering summer day, leaving them with an indescribable sense of exhilaration. Let us go, Ning Rongrong concluded with an encouraging remark. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujie gazed at Ning Rongrong in astonishment. Well, I never anticipated that the 7 treasures glazed tile school members would arrive this year. How intriguing. I wonder how delighted old Flandre will be upon their arrival. Come on. Just as his words fell, Zhao Wujie did not afford the 3 any opportunity for a preemptive attack, charging directly towards Ning Rongrong. Witnessing this, Tang Sen inwardly sensed impending danger, but fortunately, Zhao Wujie's speed was not overwhelming. Just as he was about to approach Ning Rongrong, Tang Sen swiftly activated his blue-silver grass, causing dark tendrils to sprout from the ground beneath Ning Rongrong, ensnaring her and swiftly pulling her in another direction. Haha, gotcha. Seeing this, Zhao Wujie was not startled but rather pleased. He pivoted and charged towards Wang Feng, who was situated beside Ning Rongrong. This boy is certainly peculiar. Concealing his true capabilities, I must eliminate him first to prevent any unforeseen complications. Zhao Wujie, truly deserving of his status as a soul sage of over 70 levels, demonstrated an instinct honed through countless battles, heightened further by the prior counsel of Dai Mubai. Be cautious, Fengge. 2 startled exclamations echoed, uttered by Tang San and Xiao Wu. Tang San could only control one target and chose to rescue Ning Rongrong, primarily due to the master's earlier advice that soul masters from the 7 treasure glazed tile school should be dealt with promptly. Thus, he assumed that Zhao Wujie intended to eliminate Ning Rongrong first, for if she were to be incapacitated, the auxiliary effects upon the 3 of them would cease to exist. However, Little did he expect that Zhao Wuji had cunningly devised a feint, redirecting his aim towards Feng Go instead. The situation was exceedingly bizarre. Even Wang Feng found himself momentarily bewildered. Wait, why is Zhao Wuji targeting me right away? This defies logic. I have done nothing to provoke him. Nor did I disclose any soul rings just now. Logically speaking, Zhao Wuji should not have possessed extensive knowledge about the 5 of them. Otherwise, he would not have recognized them as members of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School only after Ning Rongrong unleashed her soul skill. Why then was the focus directed towards him? Confusion swirled in Wang Feng's mind. In this moment of crisis, though puzzled, Wang Feng resolved not to confront Zhao Wuji head-on. Instead, he steadied his palm and swiftly manifested his martial soul. The golden lotus blossomed quietly. A stream of golden light surged forth from the golden lotus, enveloping Zhao Wuji. Receive my attack, Wang Feng called out sharply. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, glancing at one another in disbelief. Wait, isn't your martial soul a healing one? Why are you using it on Teacher Zhao? Yet, in the next instant, they were utterly taken aback. Zhao Wuji, charging ferociously towards Wang Feng, suddenly flushed crimson just 2 steps away, his body swaying precariously, his legs giving way as he nearly collapsed to the ground. Thankfully, Zhao Wuji reacted swiftly, staggering back several paces, leaping away to distance himself from Wang Feng by 10 steps, his expression dark and wary. What just transpired? The crowd wondered, collectively perplexed. Kid, what was that all about? Zhao Wuji's countenance was grim. Moments ago, an inexplicable surge of impulse and desire had flooded his being, overwhelming him to the point where his legs felt weak and his entire body relaxed. But the relaxation had gone too far, causing his fighting spirit to slip from his control, plummeting dramatically. Had it not been for his strong will, he might have even let out an embarrassing sound of pleasure. This boy is indeed peculiar. Teacher Zhao, allow me to heal you, Wang Feng said with a cheerful smile. Nonsense. I am not injured in the slightest. Zhao Wuji retorted sharply. What soul skill did you just employ? It was utterly bizarre. It felt as if I had ingested a specially concocted narcotic. Do you think I, the unmoved King Zhao Wuji, am a fool, unaware of such tricks? Zhao Wuji's expression conveyed a knowing demeanor, as though he were seasoned in such matters. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to grasp the situation, their astonishment directed towards Wang Feng. I assure you, I was genuinely attempting to heal you. Wang Feng waved his hand dismissively. However, you should know, my healing, when applied to an adversary, comes with certain side effects. Is there something even more exhilarating? Would Teacher Zhao care to give it a try? Upon hearing these words, the crowd suddenly grasped the implication. Could it be that Wang Feng's healing abilities had a genuine restorative effect on comrades, while simultaneously inflicting adverse consequences on foes? How astonishing. This revelation completely addressed the vulnerability of healing-type spirit masters during combat. Just moments ago, even Teacher Zhao had been unable to evade the effects. Zhao Wuji gazed at the young boy with a grim expression, a vague sense that perhaps a single incense stick's worth of time might indeed be insufficient. Chapter 71. The Great Battle Against Zhao Wuji. Noticing Zhao Wuji seemingly lost in thought, Wang Feng shouted, "What are you all waiting for? Get moving." This exclamation jolted the others back to reality. As the primary attacker, Xiaowu was the first to charge at Zhao Wuji. With a light touch of her feet against the ground, she leaped forward. Simultaneously, a vine appeared perfectly beneath her landing point, providing her with leverage. It was, of course, Tang San's blue-silver grass, showcasing their harmonious synergy. Landing on the vine, Xiaowu propelled herself like a taut bowstring, hurtling towards Zhao Wuji. Yet, upon witnessing her approach, Zhao Wuji merely wore a faint smile, neither evading nor dispersing, resembling a wooden post awaiting her assault. Although Xiao Wu found this peculiar, she seized the opportunity. With her adept mastery of her martial spirit, she positioned her feet in a scissor stance and launched an attack aimed at Zhao Wuji's neck. Thud, thud. 2 muted sounds echoed as Xiao Wu's fierce strike, powerful enough to snap a small tree, landed on Zhao Wuji's shoulder, yet it inflicted not the slightest harm. He remained utterly unmoved. Their coordination was commendable. Leveraging the resilience of the blue-silver grass, she had enhanced her strength considerably. However, the reality remained. Being a girl, her innate power was simply too limited. Zhao Wuji remarked calmly, "Your coordination is impressive, but dear girl, your strength is inherently weak." Xiao Wu fell silent, her brow furrowing slightly. Just then, several vines sprouted from beneath Zhao Wuji's feet, lifting him into the air. The toxins within the vines instantly caused a tingling sensation in his legs. Subsequently, the vines vanished, leaving Zhao Wuji suspended. Even the weight of 1,000 pounds would be of no use in this predicament. However, Xiao Wu's feet were still firmly placed on his shoulder. With a graceful arch of her back, Xiao Wu slightly spread her hands, and 2 vines promptly appeared, grasping her arms and bending her body into an extreme arc. Down you go. With a twist of her feet, she seized the fleeting moment of Zhao Wujing's aerial suspension, utilizing the strength of her legs coupled with the assistance of the vines to send him tumbling downward. What remarkable synergy! The rapid sequence of events left Zhao Wujing quite astonished. Such coordination, achievable only through years of practice, was beyond imagination. Unbeknownst to Zhao Wujing, Tang San and Xiao Wu had fought alongside Wang Feng countless times. Over the past 5 years, although they rarely battled against one another, they had often united to combat Wang Feng, their synergy far exceeding Zhao Wujing's expectations. Just as he was about to land, Zhao Wujia attempted to brace himself with both hands, for if he were to crash directly onto the ground, he would surely suffer. However, just as his hands spread out, a ghostly figure unexpectedly appeared behind him, Zhu Zhuqing, silent as a whisper. A flurry of attacks ensued, forcing Zhao Wujia to reverse his hands and simultaneously unleash his soul power. 7 soul rings instantly illuminated from his body to counter Zhu Zhuqing's assault from behind. Unable to support himself with his hands, Zhao Wujia unleashed his soul power but still fell to the ground, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Zhu Zhuqing, with a flash of ethereal light, gracefully leaped away before Zhao Wujia hit the ground, evading his attack with impeccable timing. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to coordinate with Tang San and Xiao Wu for this assault. A tremendous sound erupted. One could only wonder how much Zhao Wujia's body weighed. As he crashed to the ground, it caused a violent tremor, sending dust swirling into the air. At that moment, the 3 of them stared intently at the spot where Zhao Wujia had fallen. "Brother, did we strike too hard?" Xiao Wu asked nervously. Tang San shook his head. "It's not that simple." Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing stood at a distance, her appearance slightly altered after the manifestation of her martial spirit. One eye gleamed emerald green while the other shone cerulean blue. Her claws, sharp as blades, radiated a chilling light, her gaze icy. "Next, you shall face Zhao Wujia's onslaught like a tempest," Wang Feng thought to himself. He had no intention of intervening, knowing that if he did, the battle would become too effortless, and the trio would hardly sustain any injuries. Moreover, the incense had only burned 1/3 of its length. As the dust settled, Zhao Wujia pushed himself up from the ground, extracting his embedded head like pulling a radish. He then shook it off. Zhao Wujia appeared before Tang San and the others as if he had made a complete recovery. In that instant, their pupils dilated in astonishment. They finally comprehended what Dai Mubai had mentioned earlier. Even if Teacher Zhao stood still and allowed them to attack, inflicting harm upon him would be exceedingly difficult. A soul saint above level 70, facing off against mere soul masters below level 30, would have been a nearly insurmountable challenge, especially at this moment. Zhao Wujia's 7 soul rings glowed brightly, his physique now even more imposing, towering over 2.5 meters. His body draped in a layer of brown bear fur. From a distance, his muscles, bursting with explosive power, resembled that of a mighty golden bear, emanating an overwhelming sense of pressure. "This is bad. Teacher Zhao intends to unleash his soul power," Dai Mubai thought, sensing the impending danger. Just moments ago, Zhao Wujia had been caught off guard, combined with the seamless coordination of Tang San and Xiao Wu, alongside Ning Rongrong's attribute enhancement, allowing the 3 of them to momentarily gain the upper hand against him. Yet, even then, it was improbable that they could inflict any real damage upon Zhao Wujia. Now, however, as his soul power surged, he radiated an aura of formidable might, clearly prepared to engage Tang San and his companions in earnest. "Come now. The sun shines brilliantly today, and I find my drowsiness has dissipated somewhat." Zhao Wujia spoke earnestly, clearly attempting to extricate himself from an awkward situation. Beside him, Dai Mubai stifled a laugh. With his lethargy lifted, it was an opportune moment to engage with you all more seriously. Zhao Wujia bellowed, "Let us continue." With that, he strode purposefully towards Tang San. He had discerned that the synergy between the 2 was remarkably harmonious, especially with the lad wielding the blue-silver grass, whose control proved quite troublesome. If he could eliminate this threat, their offensive would crumble in an instant. "Xiao Wu." Upon seeing Zhao Wujia approach, Tang San called out sharply, his shoulders lowering slightly. Xiao Wu nimbly leapt, using Tang San's shoulder as a springboard to soar into the air. Again, Zhao Wujia sneered. "Such a tactic is ineffectual against me." As he spoke, he leapt high, intending to capture the agile little rabbit midair. However, at that moment, numerous vines ensnared Xiao Wu, altering her trajectory just as Zhao Wujia's fist was about to strike her. Simultaneously, the vines assisted her, allowing her to kick sideways at Zhao Wujia. From a distance, it appeared as though a hammer was bound to the tip of a vine, curiously altering its arc to strike at Zhao Wujia. "Falling star hammer," Wang Feng observed. Recognizing it as a combination technique of Tang San and Xiao Wu, He had witnessed this maneuver numerous times, yet against the remarkably sturdy Zhao Wujia, it was unlikely to yield significant results, unless, of course, the vine were to bind him instead, delivering harm through a kick. Xiao Wu, being light and lacking in strength, could only deliver a limited attack. Indeed, as Wang Feng had anticipated, when Xiao Wu's kick connected with Zhao Wujia, it merely caused him to momentarily pause, having no tangible impact in the air. Meanwhile, another shadow, cold and ethereal, surged towards Zhao Wujia, two soul rings illuminating from this figure. Zhu Zhuqing, approaching from the flank, moved with breathtaking speed. As she neared Zhao Wujia, her body spun, creating a flurry of afterimages, through which countless glimmers of chilling light flashed. That chilling light was her second soul skill, the Phantom White Claw. This technique reminded Wang Feng of the 9-in White Bone Claw, exhibiting certain similarities. In a remarkably brief span, she could launch hundreds of attacks upon the enemy, targeting the most vulnerable spot repeatedly. At this moment, her aim was the delicate area behind Zhao Wujia, exceedingly cunning. The two assaults caused a flicker of golden light to flash in Zhao Wujia's eyes. The next instant, the first of his yellow soul rings surged to life. A roar erupted from Zhao Wujia. Golden brilliance erupted. In that same moment, Zhu Zhuqing let out a piercing scream in midair, sent reeling by the force of his roar, blood spilling from her mouth as her consciousness blurred. Similarly, Xiao Wu fared even worse. Having just struck Zhao Wujia, the backlash compelled her to expel a mouthful of blood. The vines entwined about her shattered instantaneously, sending her plummeting from the sky. In the distance, Tang Xin felt an overwhelming surge of blood energy within him as the vines were instantaneously shattered, causing him extreme discomfort. However, he quickly unleashed his blue-silver grass once more, drawing Xiao Wu into his embrace. Although this was merely Zhao Wujia's first soul skill, it effectively dismantled the offensive efforts of the trio in an instant. This exemplified the true might of a soul sage at the 76th rank. Following this, Zhao Wujia let out a cold grunt and swung his palm towards Tang San, resembling a fan. In a critical moment, the fading consciousness of Xiao Wu allowed her to open her eyes briefly, a flash of crimson appearing as she gazed at Zhao Wujia. Was that a charm-type soul skill? Zhao Wujia, momentarily taken aback, felt a surge of delight. In an instant, he locked eyes with Xiao Wu, and almost immediately, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Taking advantage of this fleeting moment, Tang Xin executed his ghost shadow perplexing track, narrowly evading Zhao Wujia's palm. Zhao Wujia did not pursue further, remaining stationary. Xiao Wu! Xiao Wu! Tang Xin called urgently, but Xiao Wu had already fainted, leaving him unable to rouse her. Meanwhile, in the distance, Dai Mubai held Zhu Zhuqing, whose expression was somewhat solemn, indicating that she too had lost consciousness. Do not worry, she is fine, Zhao Wujia reassured. She merely suffered a backlash. The disparity in our soul power is immense, and my martial spirit, the powerful golden bear, is particularly effective against such charm-type skills. Let her rest for the night. She should recover by tomorrow. With a smile, Zhao Wujia added, I doubt I need to intervene further. Even with that little girl from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, you would not endure even a single instant stick's duration against me. Just then, before Zhao Wujia could finish his statement, 3 beams of golden light surged from afar, landing precisely upon Xiao Wu, Tang San, and Zhu Zhuqing. The radiant brilliance enveloped the trio, momentarily stunning everyone present. Almost instantly, Xiao Wu's voice rang out, clear and melodious. Third brother, you're holding me a bit too tightly. I'm fine now. Just a moment ago, I felt wonderfully warm. A hush fell over the clearing. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing slowly regained consciousness, finding herself in Dai Mubai's embrace. Her expression turned frosty as she exclaimed, Put me down. With that, she gracefully leaped to her feet, landing steadily. Dai Mubai, slightly taken aback, remarked, I barely held you for a few seconds. He glanced at Wang Feng from a distance. Who needs to wait for tomorrow's recovery? Wang Feng chuckled. Tang San, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, continue. Brother, stop staring at me. I'm perfectly fine now. Xiao Wu waved her hand, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth with a cheerful grin. I feel invigorated. Tang Xin stared at Xiao Wu in disbelief, exclaiming, You really are okay? Although it wasn't a fatal injury, it was indeed quite severe. How could you recover so quickly? Even Tang Xin felt the turbulent blood energy within him settle, though he remained too preoccupied with concern for Xiao Wu to notice. The healing ability is truly astonishing, isn't it? In the distance, Ning Rongrong stood with her mouth agape, almost convinced that this battle was already lost. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze turned toward Wang Feng, her eyes reflecting a hint of gratitude, yet they became even colder when directed at Zhao Wujia. Xiao Wu also looked at Zhao Wujia and said, Teacher Zhao, we are already aware of your first soul skill. This time, you won't find it so easy to catch us off guard. Furthermore, That incense stick is already 2/3 burnt. Teacher Zhao, shall we continue? Xiao Wu echoed Zhao Wujia's earlier words, a hint of sarcasm lacing her tone. Zhao Wujia stiffly turned his head to face Wang Feng. This little brat. Upon learning that the opponent merely possessed healing abilities, coupled with an odd effect on himself, he had not focused on him. Unexpectedly, it turned out that this little brat was the most formidable. This extraordinary healing ability nearly granted the trio a complete revival. If Tang San and his companions were to endure until the last third of the incense stick, it would be almost too easy. Moreover, judging by this little brat's relaxed demeanor, it seemed he hadn't expended much soul power. This implied that unless he truly incapacitated the three, they would forever rise again in full health. Yet it was impossible for him to genuinely harm them, given how he had severely injured two of them earlier. Had the director been present, he would undoubtedly have received a scolding. Indeed, I underestimated you, little brat. Zhao Wujia shook his head at Wang Feng, conceding that if they could battle until the very last moment, this match would count as a victory for them. Truly, one incense stick was entirely insufficient. Had he known, he should have heeded Mu Bai's advice and brought more incense sticks. At that moment, Wang Feng turned to Tang San. Wait, teacher. Tang San's expression appeared somewhat grim. What is it? Zhao Wujia inquired. If possible, I would like to challenge you to a rematch. This time, I will go alone. Tang San stated slowly. If I can endure for one incense stick's duration, would that mean we pass the exam? How does that sound? Upon hearing this, everyone except Wang Feng was momentarily stunned. Brother, how can you manage alone? Xiao Wu exclaimed anxiously. Tang San shook his head and replied, Xiao Wu, although Brother Feng's healing ability is formidable, I cannot bear to see you injured again. Each time I witness your injuries, I feel an immense sense of guilt, for I have failed to protect you properly. I cannot allow such a situation to recur. Hearing this, Wang Feng couldn't help but marvel at Tang San, truly a devoted husband who could not bear to see Xiao Wu suffer even the slightest harm. He, as a solitary figure, had long accepted that battles inevitably involve wounds. It is through injury that one gains profound insight and experience. Over the past 5 years, he had fought numerous soul beasts, enduring countless injuries and shedding much blood. Alas, as a single man, he could hardly comprehend Tang San's protective fervor. Wang Feng observed quietly, understanding that Tang San sought to reveal his full potential. Are you certain? Zhao Wujia regarded Tang San, commending his bravery. How commendable. Truly, you make me feel my age. Tang San, we are comrades in arms. It would not be prudent to leave you to face this alone, would it? Ning Rongrong approached, her brow furrowed in concern. Therefore, I must trouble you to enhance my abilities later, she added. Tang San smiled reassuringly, saying, rest assured, even if I were to falter, you all would still pass the examination. This is merely my battle. Ning Rongrong nodded thoughtfully and replied, my father has always said that a team must embody the spirit of teamwork. If you were to lose, we all would not be able to claim success. Upon hearing her words, Tang San was momentarily taken aback. Nearby, Zhao Wujia let out a hearty laugh, remarking, the little girl speaks wisely. Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai remained silent, aware that Tang San's stubbornness stemmed from his feelings for Xiao Wu. They found themselves at a loss for words. Yet, Ning Rongrong was indeed correct. Wang Feng observed this girl with intrigue, recognizing that she was concealing her haughty pride, yet the side she displayed was truly remarkable. Once resolved, Tang San rejoined Zhao Wujia on the plaza. Wang Feng, feeling somewhat bored, wandered to the side, knowing the outcome would not deviate significantly unless he applied his divine soul skills to aid Tang San. However, that would not alter the final result. It would merely facilitate Tang San's assaults. The disparity in soul power between him and Zhao Wujia was immense. Even a doubling or tripling of attributes would prove ineffective, especially considering Zhao Wujia had yet to unleash his full strength. At the moment Tang San made his move, the expressions of the onlookers, except for Wang Feng and Xiao Wu, shifted dramatically. The plaza erupted with a thunderous roar. Tang San unleashed a relentless barrage of hidden weapons, as if countless were at his disposal, striking at Zhao Wujia from every conceivable angle. Despite Zhao Wujia activating 5 soul skills in succession, he could not fully restrain Tang San. The bone-piercing nails, flower crossbow, crane control, phantom shadow, and various toxins from the esoteric teachings of the Xianmen were executed with unparalleled finesse by Tang San. Dai Mubai and the others were left in awe. Ultimately, Tang San resorted to his second martial soul, the Haotian hammer, delivering a staggering blow that left Zhao Wujia dazed. However, Tang San too was sent flying by a powerful palm strike from Zhao Wujia. The arena fell into an immediate hush. By this time, a full incense stick had burned down. Zhao Wujia rose, his expression somewhat mortified, with blood streaming from his nose. He had fought this battle with great frustration. On one hand, he could not unleash his full power, needing to temper his strength to avoid injuring Tang San. On the other hand, his lack of proficiency in raw power, coupled with the precise calculations of Tang San's hidden weapons and that enigmatic hammer, had cost him dearly. In contrast, Tang San had fought with unwavering determination, revealing all his cards. Yet, to achieve such a close contest with Zhao Wujia was no small feat. Zhao Wujia sighed, feeling a surge of frustration with nowhere to vent. Tang San, equally affected, appeared pale, a trickle of blood escaping his lips, and with Dai Mubai's support, he barely managed to stand. Meanwhile, the spectators began to discuss the event. Xiao Wu, with a hint of pride, remarked, "That is called a hidden weapon. It's a signature skill of Third Brother. Impressive indeed. Thus far, I have encountered only one individual capable of evading the hidden weapons of Sangge." When teacher Zhao first witnessed this, he was astounded. His speed was inadequate, rendering him an easy target for Sangge. Hidden weapons? Dai Mubai murmured. I didn't even perceive the trajectory of those objects. They were too swift. If it were me, I would surely not last long. Yet, as if recalling something, Dai Mubai inquired, "Wait, you mentioned someone can dodge Tang San's hidden weapons? Who? Are they also a soul sage?" At this, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing gazed curiously at Xiao Wu. "Not a soul sage," Tang San replied, his tone somewhat subdued. "It is Feng Ge. Thus far, he is the only one capable of evading all my hidden weapons." Upon hearing this, the group was momentarily taken aback. Even Zhao Wujia was astonished. Tang San's previous trickery had been exceedingly cunning, and even if he were prepared, evading them was improbable. Only a soul master of the agility type, and at least of level 60, might succeed in avoiding them entirely. That little fellow, endowed with terrifying healing abilities, could evade all of Tang San's hidden weapons? Wang Feng smiled at the crowd, refraining from speaking, and waved his hand, casting two beams of light upon Tang San and Zhao Wujia. Although both appeared gravely injured, in truth, their conditions were relatively mild. Before long, they had fully recovered. Tang San even assisted Zhao Wujia in removing the dragon whisker needles embedded in him. "I don't believe it." Ning Rongrong quickly shook her head. Tang San offered no explanation. Whether one believed or not was inconsequential. Half a year prior, he had engaged in a genuine contest with Feng Ge. Although he was slightly weaker then, he had revealed all his trump cards. And aside from the absence of dragon whisker needles, there was little difference. Yet, he had still failed to inflict any harm upon Feng Ge. The speed and reflexes of Feng Ge were beyond Tang San's imagination. Consequently, he had been unable to fathom Wang Feng's true prowess over the years. "I also do not believe it." Zhao Wujia felt a surge of anger, rubbing his face. His recovery was not swift, and several large swellings remained, remnants of lingering toxins. Nonetheless, his body felt warm, and he bore no injuries internally, which only deepened his astonishment at the little one's healing capabilities. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Wujia's expression shifted to one of amusement as he regarded Wang Feng, his gaze somewhat peculiar. "Tang San, you and your companions have all passed. However, this lad here does not count." At this proclamation, the group fell silent, momentarily stunned. Zhao Wujia crossed his arms and rubbed them, producing a sound akin to popping beans. "You there, come and spar with me." Zhao Wujia directed his fiery gaze at Wang Feng. "Since Tang San claims you are so formidable, it is only fitting. As I felt unsatisfied with our previous bout, come and let me have my fill." Upon hearing this, the crowd was rendered speechless, each person staring at Zhao Wujia in shock. "Wang Feng, Teacher Zhao, this is rather unreasonable," Dai Mubai whispered. "Wang Feng is a healing-type soul master. Speak again, and you shall personally step into the arena. I will assist you in loosening your bones." Dai Mubai fell silent instantly. "Teacher Zhao, we are a team." Ning Rongrong quickly interjected. "How can you bully Wang Feng alone? This is excessive." "Oh, are you so concerned about him because you have feelings for this boy? You speak nonsense. I won't bother with this anymore." Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushed crimson, her gaze wavering, unable to meet Wang Feng's eyes. And she fell silent. Zhao Wujia, irritated, retorted at both of them, leaving them speechless. "Teacher," if it's Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanging glances, they were about to speak. However, Zhao Wujia abruptly interrupted. "You too, stop your idle chatter. Don't think just because you managed to hold out against me for a while that you have any real skill." "Tang San, teacher, can I fight alongside him?" After a brief silence, Zhu Zhuqing spoke up. You little kitty, can you even last a few rounds against me? Just stand aside." At that moment, Zhao Wujia seemed like a powder keg ready to explode, clearly frustrated from the recent battle. He needed to vent his pent-up anger, or he would find it hard to calm down. The others were anxious, pacing back and forth. Just then, Wang Feng suddenly spoke. "All right, since you have sincerely requested it, I shall generously oblige." Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned. Chapter 73, First Soul Skill, Transformation. At this moment, Zhao Wujie resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption. But truly, anyone who dared to step forward would face dire consequences. However, in reality, even if Wang Feng did not agree, Zhao Wujie could not genuinely refuse his test. Wang Feng's soul power and talent were unmistakable. Possessing merely a healing ability was already sufficient for entry into Shrek Academy. It was evident that teacher Zhao intended to give this lad a good thrashing to release his current frustration. Yet, no one anticipated that Wang Feng would actually acquiesce to Zhao Wujie's request. Brother Feng, this is my fault, Tang Xin chuckled wryly. If I hadn't acted rashly for Xiao Wu, exposing all my cards and leaving teacher Zhao feeling humiliated, he wouldn't be seeking trouble with Brother Feng now. I was indeed a bit impulsive. After all, teacher Zhao is a mentor, not a true enemy. Moreover, Brother Feng doesn't possess my hidden weapons. And given Zhao teacher's current state of agitation, fighting him would be exceedingly challenging. If Zhao teacher were to engage with me again, it would likely not be so easy to land a hit. Tang Xin pondered. Why would I blame you? You did nothing wrong, Wang Feng replied with a smile. I genuinely want to spar with teacher Zhao. If I end up getting a beating, I am not afraid. My martial spirit possesses healing capabilities. He truly had no fear. Zhao Wujie would not go all out, and besides, he himself was not so easily defeated. Wang Feng, are you really going to fight with teacher Zhao? A healing support soul master? Ning Rongrong suddenly turned her head, the flush on her face receding slightly. Don't overexert yourself. Even if you can dodge Tang San's hidden weapons, it doesn't mean you can evade teacher Zhao's attacks. You only know once you try, Wang Feng replied, casting her a glance. He was surprised that Ning Rongrong actually showed concern. Enough, you all stop talking. Zhao Wujie waved his hand at Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, who seemed ready to speak again. If he isn't afraid of getting beaten by me, what are you all fussing about? Dai Mubai, you take them to arrange their rooms. Upon hearing this, the group was momentarily taken aback. Wang Feng was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the situation. What on earth is happening? Letting them leave? Who am I showing off for? He could not allow them to depart. Hastily, he cleared his throat. Teacher Zhao, please allow us to finish watching, Tang San implored. What if you lose control later and something unexpected occurs? We should be ready to intervene. Indeed. I must enhance Wang Feng's state. Ning Rongrong chimed in eagerly. Zhao Wujie pondered for a moment, then nodded with a smile. Very well, I shall permit you to remain, but only to prevent you from bearing a psychological burden. The others exchanged glances, amused. This kid possesses remarkable healing abilities, even more impressive than Oscar's sausages. I must indulge in a bit of fun. Zhao Wujie mused internally. Upon reaching the plaza, it was already in disarray. Wang Feng, wait. Let me augment your state. Ning Rongrong called out urgently. However, Wang Feng waved his hand dismissively. Thank you, but I don't need it for now. Ning Rongrong felt a surge of indignation. Are you looking down on my 7 treasures glazed tile? Sensing her displeasure, Wang Feng clarified. I merely wish to spar with teacher Zhao on equal footing. I mean no offense. At his explanation, Ning Rongrong's irritation subsided somewhat, though she still huffed. Be careful then. All right, kid, tell me where you want me to hit you. Zhao Wujie stood confidently, having nearly recovered from his previous injuries. After their earlier battle, he felt invigorated. I want to hit you. Wang Feng grinned widely and charged at Zhao Wujie. Swiftly, impossibly fast. A gust of air erupted from his position, and the others, including Dai Mubai and Tang San, scarcely caught a glimpse of his shadow. Wang Feng's movement was not intricate, yet the essence of any technique lies in pure speed. Possessing such unadulterated velocity renders all elaborate maneuvers as mere illusions. Tang San inhaled deeply, his eyes shimmering with purple light as he activated his purple extreme magic eyes. Just barely able to perceive Wang Feng's figure, a series of afterimages. This was the reason his hidden weapons proved ineffective against Wang Feng. The latter's speed and reflexes were simply too rapid. Tang San occasionally pondered whether Wang Feng, were he to master the exquisite hidden weapons within the Xiantian treasure record, might surpass his own achievements. Yet such thoughts were fleeting. The Xiantian treasure record was the treasure of the Tang sect, and he could never allow its secrets to be disseminated if he did not establish the sect himself. Wang Feng's speed was akin to a gust of wind, swirling with smoke. This kid excels in speed? No wonder he can evade all of Tang San's treacherous hidden weapons, Zhao Wujie considered, yet remained as steadfast as a mountain, unmoving in his position. Skilled in speed? I, Zhao Wujie, possess formidable defensive capabilities. To speak frankly, had I been prepared for Tang San's hidden weapons earlier, I certainly would not have suffered such a setback. Even without utilizing my soul power, standing here to strike this kid, what could you possibly do? He recalled how he had previously stood firm while delivering a flurry of blows to Tang San and his companions, emerging only slightly disheveled, with no significant consequences. In the blink of an eye, the action unfolded. In the blink of an eye, Wang Feng surged before Zhao Wujie, the massive force generating a gale-like current. With simplicity and directness, he unleashed a punch aimed squarely at Zhao Wujia's abdomen. "You think you can strike me with just one punch after those three couldn't even touch me?" Zhao Wujia remarked, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. "Let us see how much power your flashy moves truly possess." Without flinching, he stood his ground, refraining from utilizing any soul power. The onlookers held their breath in anticipation. Though Dai Mubai's expression bore an unusual curiosity. Teacher Zhao is being rather overconfident, isn't he? At that moment, Wang Feng smiled as his fist connected with Zhao Wujia's abdomen. The next instant, a muffled thud resonated. Zhao Wujia was propelled backward by the strike, his body arcing through the air like a bent steel pipe. Blood vessels bursting in his eyes as if they might pop from their sockets. He was sent flying several dozen meters away, crashing into the dust and raising a cloud of debris, a sight utterly shocking to all present. The crowd gasped in disbelief. This was even more exaggerated than their earlier joint assault on Zhao Wujia. Dai Mubai's lips twitched slightly, reflecting on the fact that Wang Feng must have held back at the Rose Hotel. Otherwise, that punch would have done far more than merely send him flying. Indeed, Wang Feng had not held back. He had channeled his entire strength into that strike. There was no ulterior motive, just the intent to deliver a blow. Is he truly a healing-type support soul master? Ning Rongrong gazed at Wang Feng in bewilderment. All of us are support soul masters. How can there be such a disparity? Zhu Zhuqing's expression mirrored her discontent. As a speed-focused battle soul master, she prided herself on her agility. Yet she had been unable to perceive Wang Feng's speed just moments ago. Such terrifying power is the essence of raw strength, Tang Sen murmured. Just moments ago. The trio had exerted themselves to their utmost, employing aerial advantages, and barely managed to inflict some damage upon Teacher Zhao. Yet now, with a straightforward punch, Wang Feng had sent him flying. Surely, Brother Feng has been holding back during our sparring sessions, right? Xiao Wu said with a hint of trepidation. That was certainly the case. At that instant, from the swirling dust, a figure erupted, exclaiming, "Good lad." As the words fell, Zhao Wujia's silhouette emerged from the haze. 7 soul rings rose beneath his feet, shimmering with light, and at that moment, the first soul ring exploded with brilliance. Clearly, it was Zhao Wujia's first soul skill, Unmoving King's true form. This was precisely the skill that had effortlessly defeated Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing moments ago, rendering 2 of them severely injured and incapable of further combat. Any melee attack would be utterly countered. You possess strength, but it ends here, Zhao Wujia declared, his gaze fixed on Wang Feng, a spark of excitement evident in his eyes. The earlier punch had indeed imparted the sensation of raw power's pain. However, as long as he activated his soul power and unleashed the first soul skill, Unmoving King's true form, if this lad dared to strike again, he would suffer no further harm. Instead, it would be Wang Feng who would bear the brunt of injury. Is that so? Wang Feng stood still, gazing at Zhao Wujing, and slowly remarked, "Since you have also resorted to soul abilities, I shall do the same." In the current state, it was indeed improbable for Wang Feng's single punch to inflict any harm on Zhao Wujing. "Soul abilities? Is yours not a healing power?" Zhao Wujing retorted coldly. "The disparity in our soul power is too vast. It is unlikely that the assistance derived from your healing can pose any challenge to me at this moment." The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances. Wang Feng smiled, unfurling the golden lotus in his hand, inhaling deeply as he proclaimed, "First soul ability, divine transformation." As his words fell, a brilliant, unparalleled golden light enveloped Wang Feng entirely. 2 soul rings gradually ascended from beneath his feet, and with his declaration, the first deep purple soul ring radiated intensely. Simultaneously, the golden lotus in Wang Feng's palm exuded boundless golden brilliance, encasing him within. The dazzling golden light pierced the eyes of the spectators painfully. Is that a 1,000-year soul ring? A 10,000-year soul ring? Zhao Wujing narrowed his eyes, staring at Wang Feng in utter astonishment. He had no inkling that this young man possessed such extraordinary soul rings. Earlier, when Wang Feng had moved, he had not revealed his soul rings. The first soul ring of 1,000 years, the second of 10,000 years? Zhao Wujing felt a slight surge of excitement within his veins. Throughout the years, he had never taught a student of such caliber, far surpassing the typical soul master's soul rings. Even those prodigious soul masters could only gaze in envy. No wonder he dared to accept my challenge. Zhao Wujing's entire being trembled, and a series of cracking bone sounds echoed as he prepared to witness the prowess of this young lad, whose second soul ring was of 10,000 years. The divine transformation ability appeared to be an auxiliary soul skill. Meanwhile, the crowd watched intently, eager for the unveiling of Brother Feng's first soul ability. Xiao Wu, brimming with excitement, inquired, "What do you think it will be?" Divine transformation. From its name, seemed to suggest an auxiliary type of soul skill. However, a soul skill endowed by a 1,000-year soul ring was undoubtedly no trivial matter. Tang Xin quietly analyzed, casting a glance at Ning Rongrong. Even those who frequently battled alongside Wang Feng had never witnessed his soul abilities before. Isn't his ability healing? Dai Mubai frowned, observing Wang Feng, bathed in golden light, and vaguely sensed a tremendous energy fluctuation. Ning Rongrong, equally curious, looked on, sharing Dai Mubai's initial assumption that Wang Feng's soul skill was merely the healing ability showcased earlier. Yet now, it seemed that Wang Feng's first soul ability was not healing at all. An auxiliary soul skill? Could it potentially surpass my 7 treasures glazed pagoda? Ning Rongrong pouted, contemplating. The audience remained transfixed, their eyes unblinking. Soon, the golden light receded, revealing Wang Feng's figure. When they beheld Wang Feng emerging from the golden radiance once more, everyone, including Zhao Wujin, was utterly mesmerized. For what reason? He was simply too magnificent. At this moment, Wang Feng was enveloped in a dazzling aura. His tousled short hair transformed into an immaculate arrangement, swaying backward with the fluctuations of energy. His visage was divine, and his eyes radiated a faint golden glow, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Even more terrifying, a layer of golden lightning coiled around him, crackling in the air with a sound reminiscent of thunder. The entire scene projected a formidable presence, akin to that of a deity descending upon the earth. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the phenomenon. No wonder it was called divine transformation. It was as if he had transcended into a godlike being. What soul skill is this? Zhao Wujia sensed an undercurrent of danger emanating from Wang Feng, faintly perceiving that this young man had grown exponentially stronger. You will know soon enough. Wang Feng smiled broadly, and in the next instant, he vanished from his original position, as swift as a gust of wind. Before the crowd could even blink, a series of thunderous lightning strikes erupted in the air. His speed was astonishingly surreal. Even Tang San, activating his purple extreme magic eyes, could not discern Wang Feng's figure, filling his heart with trepidation. In the blink of an eye, Wang Feng appeared beside Zhao Wujia. Immovable king, Zhao Wujia roared, his first soul ring emanating a brilliant light. His body seemed to solidify like steel, imparting an indestructible sensation. Receive my punch. A voice, seemingly without a source, echoed ominously. Boom. The sound was akin to a wooden post striking an ancient bell. Zhao Wujia's expression shifted dramatically. He felt an onslaught of power, several times more potent than before, crashing against his chest, causing even his current state to experience pain. Even more bizarrely, his body felt a numbing sensation, and suddenly, his chest became devoid of feeling. It was the lightning that surrounded that young man. What could it possibly be? Zhao Wujia's heart raced with alarm. At this moment, in his immovable king state, he could typically withstand most forces and harm. Yet this young man could induce genuine pain and even numbness in his body. The tremendous force, along with the paralyzing effect of the lightning, rendered Zhao Wujia unable to remain stationary. He was compelled to retreat several steps under the impact. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, golden lightning coursed across Zhao Wujia's form, leaving numerous imprints of fists and feet upon his body. The velocity was unparalleled, and the terrifying strength meant that even Zhao Wujia, in his immovable king form, could not react in time. In scarcely a second, the golden light that Wang Feng embodied struck Zhao Wujia multiple times. From Tang San and the other's perspective, it appeared as though a golden light was weaving through Zhao Wujia from all directions. With each pass, Zhao Wujia's complexion darkened further, and his body swayed precariously, as if he were a reed in the wind. Moreover, Zhao's breaths grew increasingly labored, and his movements slowed. This was not the immovable king. He was moving more than ever. The crowd gazed on in utter disbelief. It was astonishingly fast. Teacher Zhao was utterly deprived of any opportunity to react. He could not even execute a positioning tracking technique to capture Feng Ge. Tang San murmured, and moreover, Feng Ji's strength had intensified. Even Teacher Zhao, while manifesting the true form of the immutable king, could sustain some damage. It appeared that his attacks also imparted a certain paralyzing effect upon Teacher Zhao. How formidable was Teacher Zhao in his immutable king form? He could merely delay the inevitable. Yet now, Feng Ge was relentlessly overpowering Teacher Zhao with sheer speed and strength. He targeted the most resilient areas of Zhao Wujia's body, such as the chest and back, striking at these fortified regions. With each successive assault, visible bruising began to appear on Zhao Wujia's body at an alarming rate. Injuries had already begun to manifest. Onlookers were left in a state of astonishment. The situation had, from the very outset, entirely surpassed everyone's expectations. From a distance, Zhao Wujia seemed to be ensnared within a golden tempest, wrought by Wang Feng's remarkable speed. It was nearly insurmountable. But Zhao Wujia was, after all, Zhao Wujia. Merely seconds later, the gravitational force intensified. Zhao Wujia bellowed fiercely as the third millennium soul ring illuminated. The air around him became extraordinarily dense. That boy's speed was so overwhelming that Zhao Wujia could scarcely discern his figure. If he did not diminish the opponent's velocity, he would have no chance to locate him for an attack. Upon unleashing this soul skill, Wang Feng's silhouette indeed slowed by several degrees. Zhao Wujia could barely perceive him. Chapter 75, Soul Skill Combo. Reversal of Fate. Void Realm. Positioning Tracking. At this moment, Zhao Wujia understood that he could not afford to approach this encounter as he had with Tang San, taking each move one at a time. That boy's speed was utterly monstrous. Opportunities slipped away in the blink of an eye, and if he continued to be pressured like this, he would find himself bereft of any chance to respond. The tracking and positioning attached to the fourth soul skill instantly locked onto Wang Feng's form. Gravitational compression. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Zhao Wujia roared with fury. Instantly, the air within a 100-meter radius seemed to be crushed by a terrifying force centered around Zhao Wujia. Wang Feng was similarly compelled forward. Once tracked, Zhao Wujia could follow him closely, significantly diminishing Wang Feng's speed advantage. Moreover, this gravitational compression left him with no escape whatsoever. This was a continuous combination. Indeed, Zhao Wujia was as formidable as his reputation suggested. Wang Feng felt a twinge of astonishment within. Earlier, while battling Tang San, although Zhao Wujia had deployed these soul skills, they had been executed in intervals, granting Tang San numerous opportunities to employ hidden weapons. Now, however, he unleashed them all in one breath. Multiple soul rings illuminated in rapid succession from Zhao Wujia's form. It was akin to a fighting game. Seizing the moment and employing an array of techniques to unleash an ultimate combo that could dispatch the enemy without affording any chance of reprieve. Rather than relying on simple maneuvers, this was the true prowess of Zhao Wujia. He had truly brought forth his genuine capabilities. Had Zhao Wujia approached Tang San in such a manner earlier, Tang San would have had no opportunity to deploy his hidden weapons. The great strength diamond palm. As Wang Feng's figure drew nearer, Zhao Wujia continued to shout fiercely, as if he were about to unleash the devastating move known as the 8 Immortals of the 8 Gods. This was merely a comparison in Wang Feng's mind. He was astonished that Zhao Wujia could wield his soul techniques with such flawless perfection and seamless transitions. Suddenly, Zhao Wujia's hands expanded to the size of large fans and struck towards Wang Feng, who was being pressed against him. In an instant, the series of moves executed by Zhao Wujia dazzled the onlookers. The transformations and connections of his soul techniques were truly at their pinnacle, completely ensnaring his opponent. This all transpired in the blink of an eye. Master Zhao is indeed formidable, Xiao Wu remarked softly, swallowing hard. He was really just toying with us, wasn't he? Silence fell over the crowd. Tang San gazed on with intense seriousness, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Master Zhao had not even unleashed his true prowess. He had not revealed any of his signature skills. If Zhao had unleashed 4 consecutive soul techniques on him like that, he would have had no chance whatsoever. With enhanced gravity, the instant release of tracking techniques, and the pressure of gravity, Zhao Wujia could have closed the distance in no time, ultimately delivering a powerful blow that would have easily vanquished him. At that moment, Zhao Wujia swung his palm toward Wang Feng, seemingly reversing the tides of battle in just 2 or 3 seconds. You wish to test strength? Then allow me to show you mine. As that palm approached, a flicker of golden light shone in Wang Feng's eyes, and he appeared to enter a wondrous state of being. In that instant, Zhao Wujia's movements seemed to slow down in Wang Feng's perception. Over the past 5 years, Wang Feng had trained tirelessly day and night, engaging in countless battles with soul beasts and occasionally facing unfamiliar soul masters. His experiences far surpassed those of Tang San and Xiao Wu. Amidst the intensity of these battles, Wang Feng sometimes found himself entering a profound state of enlightenment. In this state, his senses heightened dramatically, enabling him to execute various techniques that were typically elusive. He could perceive the trajectories of his enemies' attacks, his mind becoming acutely sensitive to even the slightest disturbances in the environment, allowing him to evade attacks that would otherwise be unavoidable. Just as now, in those fleeting 2 seconds, Zhao Wujia, drawing upon his extensive combat experience, unleashed a combination of soul techniques without reservation, leaving Wang Feng no opportunity to react. Not even another soul saint would have been able to respond in time. Only by distancing himself hundreds of meters away before Zhao Wujia activated his gravity enhancement could one hope to avoid such an onslaught. After all, this was the true essence of a soul saint. However, the combat experience Wang Feng had amassed over the past 5 years had birthed within him this extraordinary state, which he termed the Void Realm. Upon entering the realm of emptiness, all is void. Various attributes and spiritual perception are significantly heightened, as if only one's existence remains. It is a wondrous state of mind, akin to a surge of potential, yet surpassing it in intensity. However, this condition exacerbates the consumption of one's soul power. At this moment, Wang Feng's soul power could sustain it for no more than a few minutes, though now, that is more than sufficient. In fact, it requires less than a few minutes. After entering the state of emptiness, Wang Feng's body plummeted several feet, almost brushing past the palm of his hand before him. He then placed a single hand on Zhao Wujia's elbow, and upon gentle contact, he sensed a terrifying energy concealed within. One could only imagine the magnitude of power behind that palm. Yet, a smile graced Wang Feng's lips as he assumed a peculiar posture. In this state of emptiness, he deftly redirected the trajectory of Zhao Wujia's impending strike, turning it to land upon his own visage. With a resounding slap, the crisp sound echoed. Zhao Wujia was sent spiraling in place, tumbling several times before crashing to the ground. Wang Feng stood there nonchalantly, for the stance he had just executed was initially derived from the core technique of Tang Hao's chaotic hammering method, refined through years of continuous practice and modification. It had long transcended its original purpose of hammering iron, now applicable in a myriad of combat scenarios. Thus, he had forged a new path, completely transforming the chaotic hammering technique. Wang Feng dubbed this unique attack method Reversal of the Universe, inspired by a renowned martial arts novel from his past life. Known as the Transformation of Stars, in the state of emptiness, his spiritual perception was greatly enhanced, and his control over his body became exceedingly precise, allowing the execution of the Reversal of the Universe to flow effortlessly. The state of emptiness and the Reversal of the Universe represent Wang Feng's greatest achievements over the past 5 years. As conventional meditation practices were far too slow, Wang Feng had ascended to level 30 through extensive combat experience. This multitude of battles had granted him the state of emptiness and led to the formulation of the Reversal of the Universe. After all, as a modern individual, Wang Feng needed to cultivate his unique abilities rather than relying solely on soul skills, much like Tang San's exclusive hidden weapons. Lacking such tools, he had no choice but to innovate gradually. To the onlookers, it appeared as though Zhao Wujia's hand was set to strike Wang Feng, only to suddenly alter its trajectory. A single slap ended up striking his own face, sending him flying and crashing to the ground, raising clouds of dust. In that instant, the spectators were rendered speechless, staring in disbelief at the scene. It was not until a moment later that Zhao Wujia's intermittent voice broke the silence. "Kid, what was that move you just executed?" Chapter 76, The Mighty Vajra Roar. The technique Zhao Wujia inquired about was none other than the Reversal of the Universe, which Wang Feng had applied using Zhao Wujia's own mighty Vajra palm to send him sprawling. Not only was Zhao Wujia curious, but the others were equally intrigued. How bizarre. Did I just strike myself? In the distance, Zhao Wujia slowly rose from the dust, his face slightly swollen. Just moments ago, he had unleashed a strike with about 70% of his strength, fearing he might incapacitate the young one. Unexpectedly, not only did his palm fail to connect, but he also suffered the consequences of his own actions. He mused that had he exerted his full power, the outcome would have been even more unfavorable for him. It was unfathomable. His soul technique, when enhanced by gravity, should have rendered any evasion impossible. Yet, this young man had somehow employed an elusive technique to not only evade the attack, but also utilized his own formidable strength against him, resulting in his own face being struck. Moreover, the force had inexplicably intensified, rendering the situation exceedingly peculiar. Wang Feng stood calmly at a distance, stating, "The technique is called Reversal of the Universe. It is not a soul skill, but rather a technique." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a stunned silence. Reversal of the Universe, Zhao Wujia murmured, marveling at the profundity of the name. That strike, which was meant to land upon his opponent, bringing the battle to a close, had instead rebounded upon himself, inflicting injury upon his own countenance. To turn the tide of battle once again, was this not the epitome of a reversal of fate? However, Zhao Wujia was more intrigued by how Wang Feng had managed to evade his soul technique combination. Yet, he refrained from probing further. "Did your teacher instruct you in this?" Zhao Wujia inquired, shaking off the dust from his garments with a smile. This technique was remarkably refined. The 4 characters Reversal of the Universe resonated with a grand and majestic essence, suggesting a profound origin. Upon hearing this, Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged bewildered glances. "Does Brother Feng have a teacher?" Soon after, they heard Wang Feng shake his head, responding, "I have no master. I simply pondered and developed it myself." At this, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. "You developed it on your own?" Zhao Wujia swallowed hard, incredulous that a mere 12-year-old could conceive such an extraordinary technique. unless, he suddenly considered, his pupils narrowing slightly. To formulate such an exquisite technique would necessitate one thing: countless battles and exceptional intellect. This young man was far from ordinary. Meanwhile, Tang Xin contemplated. This seems to have evolved from the core principles of the chaotic wind hammer technique, utilizing the concept of leveraging strength against strength. I recall that when Brother Feng first fought Su Yuntao, he seemed to have employed this very technique. Later, during battles against me and Xiao Wu, he occasionally utilized it as well. I never anticipated that Brother Feng has developed his own unique technique over the years. Moreover, it transcends merely the chaotic wind hammer technique, applicable in a myriad of combat scenarios. Were this in my previous world, he would be considered a pioneering martial arts master. Tang Xin felt a surge of astonishment within. In his past life, he had been obsessed with the Tang sect's hidden weapons, yet he had also delved into various martial arts. He understood that creating a distinctive martial art was no simple feat. Furthermore, this unique technique imparted to him a sense that it surpassed the conventional boundaries of martial arts. It was essential to note that Zhao Wujia had just employed a soul skill, not merely an ordinary technique. Will you continue, Teacher Zhao? Wang Feng inquired with a smile. In the realm of the void and the reversal of fate, Zhao Wujin sought to employ his soul skills to inflict harm upon himself. A feat that seemed implausible unless he resorted to underhanded tactics, dragging the confrontation until his own soul power was exhausted. After all, a soul sage of the 76th rank possesses a far greater reservoir of soul energy than Wang Feng at this moment. Although Wang Feng had refined and compressed his soul power, its endurance was akin to that of a 50-level soul master. The void realm further drained soul energy. Yet, who was Zhao Wujing? He would never stoop to such unscrupulous methods. Perhaps Xiao Wu might entertain the idea, but not him. Ha ha ha, you young rascal. Do not become too complacent. While your reversal of fate is formidable, I have my own means to contend with you. Zhao Wujing initially paused, then erupted into laughter, declaring, "Let me demonstrate." However, he added with a note of caution, "I cannot employ my final soul skill against you. That ultimate skill, the true body of the martial soul, would elevate his strength to an incomprehensible level, leaving Wang Feng with no chance of victory. Such a technique demanded a full commitment to combat, making it impossible for Zhao Wujing to wield it lightly. Though your reversal of fate is indeed profound, my sixth soul skill holds a significant advantage over you." Zhao Wujing chuckled. "This battle must come to a close, and you should feel proud that I am compelled to use my sixth soul skill." In that instant, Wang Feng felt a sense of familiarity in Zhao Wujing's words. Dai Mubai seemed to grasp something, his expression shifting as he quickly urged Tang San and the others, "Hurry. We must retreat." Without waiting for their response, he seized Tang San and the others, swiftly withdrawing. "Moreover, cover your ears. Block them tightly," he instructed urgently. Tang San, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, embody your martial spirits. Ning Rongrong, come to stand behind us. Dai Mubai spoke with grave intensity, revealing an experience that appeared remarkably seasoned. The group was taken aback, uncertain of Dai Mubai's intent, yet they complied without hesitation. In an instant, 3 soul rings ascended, their aura surging dramatically. How could the teacher employ such a technique against Wang Feng? Dai Mubai murmured. "Dai Laohu, what is Zhao Laosher's sixth soul skill?" Xiao Wu inquired with curiosity, as the others turned their gaze towards him. Just as Dai Mubai opened his mouth to respond, they witnessed Zhao Wujing in the distance, letting out a low roar as the sixth soul ring, a pitch-black one, erupted in brilliant light. Wang Feng furrowed his brow. He vaguely recalled that Zhao Wujing's sixth soul skill was a form of roar. In the next moment, the ground seemed to tremble, with countless fragments of stone being dislodged from the earth. Zhao Wujing was gathering a terrifying momentum, his face flushed crimson, and his eyes radiated dark glimmers. With a resounding stomp, Zhao Wujing's foot struck the ground, causing it to quake violently for several moments, sending numerous stones soaring into the air. Soul skill, mighty Vajra roar. Upon hearing these words, Wang Feng's expression shifted. Zhao Wujing opened his mouth, unleashing a wave of terrifying energy that resonated forth. Roar! In the blink of an eye, the stones that had been lifted from the ground were reduced to powder by the force of the roar. This was a soul skill of catastrophic range and destructive capability. One can harness the power of a roar to incapacitate Wang Feng without ever encountering him in person. At this moment, blocking their ears and retreating 200 meters from the square, Tang San and his companions exhibited expressions of utter despair. The physically weaker Ning Rongrong had completely collapsed on a Xiao Wu's shoulder. Among them, the mightiest, Dai Mubai, had to activate his martial spirit to barely withstand the onslaught. The others were gripped by profound fear. Teacher Zhao is a close combat soul master. ISNTE? What kind of monstrous soul skill is this? Xiao Wu, her complexion pale, gritted her teeth. Even from such a distance, the three felt it nearly impossible to endure, their internal energies surging violently, causing them immense discomfort. If they were in Feng Ji's position, it would be even worse. Chapter 77, Delight. Feng Gu was merely 30 meters away from Zhao Wujie. Although Teacher Zhao possessed both offensive and defensive capabilities as a soul master, this particular soul skill was exceptionally effective against long-range attackers and control-type masters. Dai Mubai quietly elucidated. The powerful Golden Roar is a unique soul skill that encapsulates soul power within sound, releasing it through a roar. There's no evasion. I seldom witnessed Teacher Zhao employing this skill. Aside from his 7th soul skill, the true embodiment of his martial spirit, this is his strongest move. The roar carried a terrifying power capable of shattering the hearts and minds of soul masters, leaving even those of equal rank dizzy and unable to resist. For soul masters with considerably lower soul power than Teacher Zhao, it could even lead to instant annihilation. Merely blocking one's ears would not suffice to fully avoid its effects. Hence, I urged you to activate your martial spirits to resist. Tang San's face turned pale as he realized that had Teacher Zhao unleashed this skill moments ago, even if he had held back, he would have been rendered unconscious on the spot. Just one strike would suffice to strip him of all combat capability. Even if numerous hidden weapons remained unlaunched, he would likely have no chance at all. And what of him? The silent Zhu Zhuqing suddenly inquired, referring to Wang Feng. The group paused in surprise. This battle should draw to a close. Dai Mubai shook his head and sighed. Teacher Zhao's experience is far too rich, Tang San murmured. Recognizing that Feng Ji's ability to reverse the situation required him to take the initiative in attacking. In other words, as long as they did not engage with Feng Gu, Teacher Zhao would wield absolute control. He would never again suffer a similar counterattack. Zhao Wujie's golden roar reminded Tang San of a legendary skill from his past life. The lion's roar of Buddhism. Quite similar indeed. Yet, Teacher Zhao, being a balanced soul master, was unexpectedly capable of such long-range, wide-area destructive skills. On the battlefield, he would undoubtedly be a nemesis to countless support-type soul masters. Tang San's analysis left Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing enlightened. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, half-conscious, realized she was merely a support soul master. So, this was the nature of his strength. The reason Zhao Wujie is formidable is that his soul skills are exceptionally comprehensive. He possesses offensive skills like the powerful Golden Palm, defensive skills like the unmoving King's Body, and skills that counter agile attack-type soul masters, such as gravity enhancement and tracking. The formidable technique of gravitational compression enables him to gather multiple foes, and he wields a remote, wide-ranging offensive soul skill. The mighty Titan's roar. Whether in one-on-one combat or group skirmishes, he exhibits no fear. Just moments ago, whether facing Tang San, Xiao Wu, or Zhu Zhuqing, or even engaging Tang San alone, Zhao Wujie's strength was only partially unleashed, at best reaching 2 or 3/10 of his full potential, all while he meticulously controlled his power to avoid inflicting grievous injuries upon them. If it were a serious confrontation, like the present moment, it would surely spell disaster for any challenger. One wonders if Feng Gu can withstand it. The group slowly turned their gaze towards the center of the plaza, marveling at the awe-inspiring presence of Zhao Wujie, the highly popular immovable king in the original narrative. Wang Feng stood rooted to the spot, his feet seemingly embedded in the earth, as the power resonating from that roar exceeded his expectations. Although he was aware that Zhao Wujie's 6th soul skill was a vocal attack, he never anticipated its sheer terror. The proximity only amplified the roar's potency. Were Tang San and the others present, they would likely suffer instant incapacitation, possibly even endangering their lives. Furthermore, with its extensive coverage, his own reverse heaven and void realm would be futile against it. Zhao Wujie, clearly perceptive, recognized Wang Feng's vulnerabilities. Aware that his speed was inferior to his own and that he was at a disadvantage against the reverse heaven technique, he decisively opted against close combat, immediately activating his 6th soul skill with the intention of rendering Wang Feng incapable of fighting. Yet, this also presented an opportunity for Wang Feng. A smile crept onto his lips as he summoned all his soul power in a desperate attempt to withstand the overwhelming sound waves. However, the consequence was a rapid depletion of his soul energy. The roar persisted, and after several seconds, the members of Dai Mubai's group, hundreds of meters away, found themselves utterly incapacitated upon the ground. They were left too weak to rise, though fortunately, they had not been at the plaza's center and thus suffered minimal harm. They were merely drained of their soul power. Finally, the roar began to subside. Though Wang Feng's complexion paled, an exhilarating glint sparkled in his eyes, and he trembled ever so slightly, yet he remained standing. How is it that you have not yet collapsed? Zhao Wujie, observing from a distance, was struck with disbelief. This young man, so near, should surely have succumbed by now. Even a soul king of over level 50 would struggle to endure such an assault for this duration. Zhao Wujie felt confident in his control, considering this boy was merely at level 30 and that he had not expended all his soul power. Nevertheless, even for a soul king, sustaining such a barrage for dozens of seconds was inconceivable. Was this youth truly a level 30 great soul master? Teacher Zhao, do you have more? At this moment, Wang Feng, standing firm, revealed a faint smile. Though his complexion was somewhat ashen, his demeanor remained calm. I wonder, how many times can you unleash that soul skill? Hearing this, Zhao Wujie snorted disdainfully, scrutinizing Wang Feng for several moments before responding, "Little brat. While you may still hold on, I suspect your soul power is running low. My soul skill, though costly, can still be unleashed twice more without issue. The Mighty Titan's Roar, a wide-ranging destructive soul technique, is certainly limited in its frequency of use. So let us dispense with the pleasantries and get on with it. Teacher Zhao, it would be best if you could unleash your full power without holding back." Wang Feng laughed heartily. Zhao Wujie was taken aback for a moment, then laughed in exasperation. This young rascal, what a nuisance. If I were to unleash my full strength, and you could still stand, then I, Zhao Wujie, would concede defeat. Wouldn't I? What a stubborn boy. Although he was amused by the boy's audacity, Zhao Wujie had no intention of truly unleashing the full force of the great strength diamond roar. This little monster was precious to him. How could he possibly engage recklessly? However, at that moment, Wang Feng continued to jest. "Teacher Zhao, if you dare, unleash the great strength diamond roar to its fullest." Being timid? What kind of man are you? Upon hearing these words, the onlookers in the distance were stunned, their minds echoing a singular thought. Is Wang Feng courting death? Zhao Wujie retorted, "You brought this upon yourself. Even if the dean were to give me a beating, I would accept it. If I don't make you lie in bed for a few days, then I am not Zhao Wujie." Zhao Wujie's expression shifted dramatically. Such words were intolerable to anyone, let alone someone with his temper. Like a raging bull, he planted his feet firmly on the ground, and the 6 spirit rings on his body began to glow softly, a sign that his soul power was operating at full throttle, except for the last one. Great strength diamond roar. Zhao Wujie bellowed in a low, furious voice. Boom. A sound wave, even more ferocious than before, erupted from Zhao Wujie's mouth, taking on a tangible form. Tang San and the others were taken aback, dragging their weary bodies backward once more. As for Wang Feng, at the moment he faced this sound wave, his expression changed. His bones emitted a crisp cracking sound, and it felt as if his internal organs were being twisted by an immense force. It was overwhelming. Wang Feng grunted. This great strength diamond roar was at least twice as powerful as the previous one, even without exerting his full strength. Zhao Wujie was using over 80 to 90% of his power, not to mention a soul king of over 50 levels. Even a soul emperor over 60 levels would likely meet their demise on the spot. Although his physical constitution was strong, it was at most comparable to that of a soul master of over 50 levels, and he could not possibly withstand such an assault. Yet, knowing he could not endure it, why would Wang Feng be so foolish as to confront it, even provoking Zhao Wujie? The answer was simple. Wang Feng needed to utilize the great strength diamond roar alongside Meteor tears to temper his body. It was a reckless notion. Wang Feng had not reached the state of surpassing his physical limits for quite some time. Aside from using Meteor tears to compress and purify soul power, he had long been deprived of that exhilarating sensation of walking the tightrope between life and death. Even engaging in fierce battles with numerous powerful soul beasts had failed to evoke that unique energy from Meteor tears to repair and enhance his body. There was no other way. His physical prowess was simply too formidable. Yet now, an extraordinary opportunity had arisen. Zhao Wujie's great strength diamond roar was a special type of sound wave attack that enveloped the area. Its lethality was astonishing. He needed to leverage Zhao Wujie's great strength diamond roar to place his body in a state of life and death, to once again feel the warmth of the Meteor tears. Of course, this was also exceedingly perilous. With the slightest misstep, it could lead to disastrous consequences. However, true strength often manifests in one's ability to transcend perilous circumstances, emerging stronger and rejuvenated from the flames of adversity. The terrifying force of the sound waves ravaged Wang Feng's entire being, as if he were being torn apart. The muscles within him felt as though they were being severed inch by inch, while his organs and limbs were subjected to an overwhelming resonance that threatened to shatter him entirely. Wang Feng closed his eyes, enduring the agonizing sensation that would have made an ordinary person scream in torment or even faint from the pain. Yet for him, it evoked a sense of nostalgia, a mere shadow of the initial ordeal of his physical rebirth. Come forth swiftly. His indomitable spirit allowed him to perceive, with exceptional clarity, the suffering inflicted upon his body at every moment. Nevertheless, he persevered, recognizing this as a rare opportunity to significantly enhance his physical capabilities. Once this moment passed, even if Zhao Wujie were to unleash the mighty golden roar again, it would not yield such remarkable results. After several tense seconds, at last, to Wang Feng's anticipation, a long-forgotten, unique energy surged from his heart, gradually revitalizing his entire being. The sensation of euphoria was beyond description. Every inch of his skin seemed to be nourished. As the energy akin to meteor tears coursed through him, repairing every fiber of his being, including skin and bones, rendering them more resilient and formidable. This was not merely the healing prowess of the golden lotus. It felt like a profound transformation of his very essence. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujie, having unleashed a golden roar that encompassed nearly all his strength, suddenly awakened, consumed by regret. Oh no, that lad must have been shattered to pieces. The flames of anger within him were extinguished as if doused with water. That boy's physical prowess was unnaturally formidable, rivaling that of a level 50 battle spirit master. Yet the potency of Zhao Wujie's golden roar this time was double that of the previous attempt. The boy had appeared to possess some residual strength moments ago. How could he possibly withstand such a tremendous force unscathed? As these thoughts traversed his mind, Zhao Wujie's gaze sharpened, and he beheld Wang Feng with closed eyes. Blood streaming from his features, and his body trembling uncontrollably, evidently pushed to the brink. This sight plunged Zhao Wujie's heart into an icy abyss of dread. At that moment, Tang San and the others, observing from a distance, were equally shaken, their thoughts racing with alarm. This is bad. Feng Ge has overstepped. Simultaneously, they lamented. What a fool I am. Yet, just then, from afar, Wang Feng suddenly opened his eyes, a spark of brilliance igniting within them, and with a thunderous roar, he exclaimed, exhilarating. As his words reverberated through the air, everyone present, including Zhao Wujie, stood frozen in astonishment, like statues, gazing at Wang Feng. Chapter 79, Second Soul Skill. Ice Flame, Angry Lotus. 1. This powerful exclamation astounded all those gathered. Exhilarating? Even in such a state, you can still feel exhilaration? Wang Feng was indeed exhilarated. Feeling the surging power coursing through his body after being cleansed by the meteor tears, alongside the replenished soul energy within him, prompting an overwhelming desire to unleash a mighty roar. This time, Wang Feng could confidently assert that if Zhao Wujie were to unleash another powerful King Kong roar, it would no longer have the same effect on him as before. Even if he were to sustain injuries, they would not be fatal. In fact, his physical attributes had experienced varying degrees of enhancement. Should he further invoke a divine state upon himself, Wang Feng felt assured in his ability to withstand Zhao Wujie's powerful King Kong palm. It is important to note that the duration and enhancement of his divine soul skills would increase significantly after he reached level 30, leading to exponential growth. Initially, the divine skill would double his physical qualities, strength, speed, defense, and more. Furthermore, with every 10 levels of soul power gained, the enhancement would double. This remarkable improvement stemmed from Wang Feng's meticulous refinement of his soul energy. Otherwise, such an extraordinary increase would be improbable. This was also the reason he refrained from assisting Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing during their confrontation with Zhao Wujie. Once activated, not even 5 incense sticks would hinder Tang San and the others. However, this rendered Zhao Wujie's testing of Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing somewhat meaningless. Simply put, Wang Feng did not wish for the trio to forfeit their opportunity to gain experience points. Nonetheless, the duration remained at 1 hour. Wang Feng's physical prowess had once again seen an enhancement, now amplified threefold, making him feel worlds apart from before. Naturally, he was confident in his ability to withstand Zhao Wujie's full-force King Kong palm. At that moment, however, Zhao Wujie found himself utterly bewildered, his mind filled with questions. He was not alone. Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others were equally perplexed. Though the distance was considerable, they were all soul masters and could see clearly. Wang Feng, struck by Zhao's thunderous King Kong roar, had blood flowing from his facial features, his body trembling uncontrollably, clearly on the brink of collapse. The fact that he could still utter a word, exclaiming merely exhilarating, was utterly absurd. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Wujie gazed once more at Wang Feng, his eyes widening in astonishment. There, in the distance, Wang Feng had opened his eyes, radiating an unprecedented brightness, his spirit invigorated, as if he had consumed some extraordinary elixir. This left Zhao Wujie utterly confounded. Was this truly the effect of my King Kong roar? It was entirely different from before. Could it be that my powerful King Kong roar possessed such astonishing effects? Zhao Wujie shook his head in disbelief. At this moment, Wang Feng emanated an even more formidable aura, radiating an overwhelming presence. This was most acutely felt by Zhao Wujie, who was closest to him. Although Wang Feng's soul power had not increased, the energy he exuded was significantly stronger. Zhao Wujie was taken aback. What kind of monster was this? Having endured at least 80% of the power from his King Kong roar, a soul king of over 50 levels would have perished instantly, while a soul emperor of over 60 levels would have sustained severe injuries and lost combat capability. Yet this young man, not only unharmed, has grown even stronger? Is he jesting with me? Upon realizing this, Zhao Wujie's heart, which had previously sunk, soared abruptly. Even though he was unaware of how this young man achieved such a feat, he was relieved that he was, at least, unscathed. With a mighty roar, the very air above the plaza seemed to tremble, reverberating with a hollow echo. The roar resonated throughout the entire academy, reminiscent of a fierce tiger's growl in the forest, its regal presence overshadowing the entire woodland. On the opposite side of the academy, perched on a tree, Oscar was abruptly roused from his slumber by the thunderous sound. Startled, he lost his balance and tumbled from the branch. Grumbling as he regained his footing, he gazed towards the plaza. What on earth is happening? Is there an invasion of formidable foes prompting teacher Zhao to unleash such a ferocious technique? Oscar, exasperated, lamented how his delightful dream had been shattered. I must investigate, he declared, making his way toward the plaza. Meanwhile, amidst Zhao Wujie's amplified roar, Wang Feng was not one to remain passive. Teacher Zhao, did you think you were the sole possessor of such a wide-ranging, long-distance soul technique? Taking a deep breath, Wang Feng fortified himself against the sound waves of the mighty roar while proclaiming loudly. There was no alternative. Zhao Wujie's south technique rendered close combat impossible for him. His soul power still fell short. The crowd, upon hearing these words, was momentarily taken aback, while a hint of confusion flickered in Zhao Wujie's mind. Was it possible that this young man possessed a similar soul technique? Unlikely. After all, this lad's martial soul and soul skills were primarily supportive. Wait a moment. Zhao Wujie seemed to recall something, his pupils narrowing slightly. This boy appeared to have a second soul skill at his disposal. He possessed 2 soul rings, and the second one was a 10,000-year soul ring. Almost instantaneously, as this realization dawned upon Zhao Wujie, Wang Feng, not far off, subtly opened his palm. Above the azure lotus, a golden lotus bloomed, and concurrently, a second lotus seed quietly unfurled. It was a vivid, fiery red, exuding an intense heat. Yet, upon the petals of the lotus lay a delicate layer of frost, presenting an oddly enchanting spectacle, captivating all who beheld it with its unique allure. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment. What an extraordinary martial soul! And it possesses 2 distinct forms? Wang Feng summoned his soul power toward the petals of the crimson lotus and gently plucked one. The black soul rings upon him radiated with brilliance. Second soul skill, Ice Flame Wrath Lotus. Wang Feng declared with measured clarity. Teacher Zhao, brace yourself. As he spoke, Wang Feng hurled the lotus petal toward Zhao Wujie. In midair, illuminated by the sun, the petal enveloped in frost glimmered with a light that seemed to threaten to consume all. What is this? Zhao Wujie gazed at Wang Feng as he hurled petals plucked from that enigmatic crimson lotus towards him, a smile breaking upon his lips. This mischievous lad is jesting with me, is he? Launching a mere petal, as if it were a ranged attack? Does he think I, Zhao Wujie, am akin to a mere fly? Amused yet exasperated, Zhao Wujie prepared to reach out and grasp the petal. However, as it soared closer, his expression shifted abruptly. Something was amiss. That petal bore an unusual essence. Yet it was too late. With a soft utterance from Wang Feng, an ominous sound echoed, explosion. The next moment, a deafening roar erupted, akin to a magnificent blooming ice-fire crimson lotus, radiating explosively from Zhao Wujie's position at the center of the square. The blast reverberated, causing Tang San and the others in the distance to wince in pain, their faces contorted in sheer astonishment as they stared at the epicenter. From the central point, a tempestuous wave of energy surged forth, obliterating everything in its path. Ice Flame Furious Lotus. The second soul skill. When Wang Feng had first unleashed it at the 20th level, it had the power to annihilate everything within 100 meters in an instant. Now, at the 30th level, its range had expanded to 200 meters, its might exponentially more terrifying. Wang Feng estimated that even a Soul King at level 50 would struggle to withstand such power. The flames of the explosion, now laced with ice, would inflict devastating harm upon any adversary. This was, indeed, Wang Feng's most formidable technique to date. Moreover, over the past 5 years, he had delved deeply into this skill, discovering that detonating 2 or 3 petals simultaneously yielded varying degrees of potency. What, he pondered, would be the consequence of igniting the entire lotus? The ultimate version of Ice Flame Furious Lotus. It would henceforth be known as Ice Flame Furious Divine Lotus. However, Wang Feng had no intention of unleashing it here, for its catastrophic force would surely result in fatalities. It had to remain as his trump card. At that moment, the vast explosion once again captivated the onlookers, their eyes wide with shock. They had never before heard of an auxiliary soul master possessing such a terrifying soul skill with immense destructive power. The sheer force left Dai Mubai trembling. Even if he activated his white tiger transformation, he would likely be gravely harmed within such an explosion. Yet, Wang Feng was merely at the 30th level. And this was only his second soul skill. As a 37th level battle soul master, Dai Mubai could hardly believe it. Tang San and Xiao Wu were equally pale. How much power has Brother Feng concealed while sparring with us? Xiao Wu lamented tearfully. He must have hidden the majority of his strength. Such a formidable soul skill is utterly terrifying. Tang San shook his head in disbelief. The devastation wrought by this technique surpassed that of most of his hidden weapons by several magnitudes. Furthermore, the coverage was immense. Nearly half the square was engulfed, leaving no space to evade. His martial soul is truly peculiar, murmured Zhu Zhuqing in a hushed tone. The others were momentarily taken aback, realizing the truth of her words. Indeed, it was astonishing how his martial soul possessed two distinct forms, each with its own unique capabilities. This was beyond comprehension. The teacher once mentioned that Feng possesses a twin martial spirit. Could this be another aspect of his martial soul? Tang San pondered silently. Back when they were at the Nodding Academy, the master had asserted that both he and Feng possessed two martial souls. Yet, he had never witnessed Feng's second martial soul. At this moment, a voice echoed through the chaos. Little brat, your soul skill has impressive explosive power, but alas, the disparity in our soul power and spirit rings renders your attack rather insignificant. If you were 20 levels higher, I might truly struggle. Amidst the explosions, Zhao Wujia's laughter resonated. He activated the immovable king body, his defenses deemed invincible. All flames and ice shards were repelled, with only minor frost and burns occasionally marking his skin. A single ice flame angry lotus posed negligible harm to teacher Zhao. Wang Feng chuckled nonchalantly, his soul power surging intensely. He then waved his hand, unleashing a flurry of lotus petals. But what if there were many? Boom, boom, boom. Give me a grand explosion. As the words left his lips, the smile on Zhao Wujia's face abruptly froze. In the air, it was as if countless fireworks erupted. A thick cloud of smoke billowed from the plaza. The scorching waves of heat and frigid gusts, two contrasting forces, enveloped the entire square. Tang San and the others stood in stunned silence, gasping in disbelief. The incandescent fusion of ice and fire illuminated their astonished expressions. The bombardment persisted for several minutes. How many have there been now? Dai Mubai stammered. Such a monstrous soul skill could barely be executed once or twice. How is he able to unleash them as effortlessly as one might eat or drink? Typically, the mightier the soul skill, the greater the consumption of spirit power. Particularly for wide area skills, the toll on the soul master is the most significant. Much like in numerous games where area of effect skills consume the most mana, the same principle applies to soul power. There must be over 20 by now, right? It seems that every time Feng plucks a lotus petal, the fiery lotus automatically replenishes, maintaining a count of 12 petals. Tang San's throat felt parched. This was even stronger than his hidden weapons. Such a formidable soul skill should be beyond the capacity of any soul master in their 40s to unleash more than 20 times, right? Dai Mubai murmured. At the 30th level, having 3 or 4 instances is already extraordinary. After all, that's a soul skill linked to a 10,000-year spirit ring, which should inherently demand even greater consumption. Is he truly only at the 30th level? In a moment of reflection, Dai Mubai recalled the explosive white crystal ball. Indeed, when Wang Feng was at the 20th level, the ice flame angry lotus could only be released 3 times, yet his soul power was highly refined and remarkably durable, equivalent to that of a soul master in their 30s. After 5 years of compressing and refining his soul power, Wang Feng barely reached the 30th level. In his own words, he had exerted tremendous effort to achieve this milestone. However, the benefits were immense, as Wang Feng's current soul power was at least comparable to that of a level 50 soul master. What he lacked the least was soul power. That was why he could unleash such an astonishing barrage of explosions over 20 times, until he finally exhausted his soul power. He merely shrugged and sighed, alas. I have exhausted my soul power, Teacher Zhao. I truly cannot compete with you. I concede. With that, Wang Feng elegantly waved his hand. At that moment, as the vibrant mist of ice and fire gradually dissipated in the distance, Zhao Wujia's figure was revealed. His entire body bore scorch marks and bruises, and his complexion was quite poor. His clothing was tattered and ragged, resembling that of a beggar. Curiously, one half of Zhao Wujia's body radiated a fiery hue, while the other half was cloaked in icy blue frost, resembling a being of both fire and ice. In the center of the square, a massive pit had formed, with Zhao Wujia lying at its heart. Stumbling to his feet, it was evident that his injuries were far worse than those sustained during his earlier confrontation with Tang San. At this moment, upon hearing Wang Feng's words, he was truly both infuriated and amused. Ironically, upon hearing this young man's concession, he found himself rendered speechless.